In a world where second chances are rare, Yuzhe finds himself back in 1973, on the very night he married the beautiful young intellectual Yun Yao. Once a notorious ne'er-do-well, he had squandered his life away, only to lose everything he held dear. But this time, he is determined to rewrite their fate. With a newfound passion for hunting, farming, and raising their twins, he vows to protect his family from the tragedies that once befell them. However, Yun Yao is surprised by the changes in her husband. As she grapples with the challenges of her pregnancy and the looming threats from her scheming mother-in-law, she realizes that this time, she must fight for the life they deserve. Can they create a warm and prosperous home together, or will the past repeat itself? As their love blossoms amidst adversity, the villagers can't help but envy their seemingly perfect life. But the road ahead is fraught with challenges, and the couple must navigate the complexities of family, loyalty, and survival. This time, they refuse to let fate decide their future. Chapter 1. The Night of Rebirth and Marriage. Author's declaration. The timeline, prices, and positions in this article are fictional. Please do not take them seriously. Enjoy your reading. Under the luminous moonlight, the night was tranquil. On the yellow earth in front of the Yu family's home, remnants of red firecracker debris from the day lingered. Inside the house, in the western room, the bed creaked rhythmically, shaking violently, the noise startling even the little sparrows that had been dozing on the roof. The educated youth, Yun Yao, lay blushing, moonlight spilling across the bed, while the man above her continued his exertions. On their wedding night, the initial pain was somewhat unbearable for Yun Yao. Gradually, it became more tolerable. However, the man seemed tireless, leaving her hoarse from the exertion. Truly, any ne'er-do-well is any ne'er-do-well, showing no compassion whatsoever. The following morning, Yuzhe was abruptly awakened by the sun's rays. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met with the sight of the uneven earthen walls, cracks sprawling like a spider's web, some areas already peeling to reveal the straw-mixed mud beneath. Yuzhe felt a bit dazed. Was this not his home from 30 years ago? Could it be? He abruptly turned his gaze to the side of the bed, where dark red stains marred the center of the cloth sheet. As his gaze lifted, he noticed two pairs of red double happiness characters affixed to the glass window, which brought a semblance of life to the dilapidated surroundings. His heart raced. He was all too familiar with this scene. He had been reborn to 1973, on the very day of his marriage. In his previous life, Yuzhe was notorious as a wastrel, indulging in idleness and revelry with his unruly companions. An accidental act of saving the drowning educated youth, Yun Yao, led to their intimate encounter in public, resulting in their marriage. However, after their wedding, he was sent to a farm for re-education due to a brawl on behalf of a friend. Upon his return, his father was crippled, his wife had perished, and he never even met his child, who had also been lost. For the next 30 years, he was consumed by regret, supporting countless impoverished students in the names of Yun Yao and their child. Thus, was this a chance bestowed upon him by the heavens? Outside, Yun Yao stared vacantly at a wooden basin, her reflection dimly visible in the water. Her memories were fixated on the moment she sank into the icy river, mourning the death of their child, Yu Che, from a high fever. Yet her weakened legs and the year 1973 on the old calendar reminded her that she had indeed been reborn. In her past life, Yuzhe had left after just one night, not returning for 2 years. Consequently, she now bore twins, Yu Cheng and Yu Che, in her womb. As Yun Yao gently caressed her abdomen, her heart swelled with both joy and sorrow, for the days to come would mark the beginning of her suffering. Her father-in-law would soon break his leg while hunting. Her mother-in-law would abscond with the family's money to marry her lover. She would have to toil while pregnant to earn work points and care for her injured father-in-law. Moreover, she would face rumors spread by Yi Hongxia, claiming her children were not Yuzhe's, but rather the offspring of an illicit affair, drawing scorn from the villagers. Tragically, the daughter among the twins, Yu Cheng, would succumb shortly after birth due to malnutrition, while the son, Yu Che, barely made it to 1-year-old before also falling victim to a fever. A wave of bitterness washed over Yun Yao. What could she do now to alter this fate? The commotion outside broke her reverie. Zhe, come out quickly. Yuzhe emerged from the house, sunlight catching in his disheveled hair. His gaze fell, revealing a sharply defined profile, with eyebrows arching elegantly into his temples. Yun Yao watched, entranced. She mused that had it not been for Yuzhe's notorious reputation, his handsome visage would surely have won the hearts of many women. Upon hearing his name being called, Yuzhe stepped outside, and upon seeing Yun Yao at the door, his breath quickened, his long-desired wife. Had it not been for the presence of others, he would have embraced her tightly. The voice calling out belonged to Lu Feng, who, upon noticing Yun Yao beside Yuzhe, paused momentarily, his gaze involuntarily drifting to Yun Yao's delicate features, her cherry lips, and finely shaped nose. But most captivating were her almond-shaped eyes that seemed perpetually glistening with emotion. Yuzhe was indeed fortunate to have such a beautiful woman as his wife. Seeing Lu Feng's unabashed gaze, Yuzhe felt a surge of anger and landed a swift blow on him, saying, "You brat, calling me out this early in the morning." Lu Feng grimaced, rubbing his head. "Zhe Gu, Chaozi is in trouble. We need to go help him in Zhiqing village." Yun Yao, who had been silent, suddenly raised her voice in agitation. "We cannot go." In her previous life, it was Yuzhe's departure that allowed her mother-in-law to flee with the money, leading to the death of their children. Since she had been reborn at this moment, she must not let Yuzhe leave. Yet, despair soon washed over her. Yuzhe had never shown her kindness, let alone listened to her. He was prone to anger and had even struck women. Yun Yao anxiously glanced at Yuzhe, bracing herself for his fury. "I'm not going. If you want to go, then go by yourself," Yuzhe replied coldly. In his past life at this juncture, he had intervened in a brawl for Wang Chao, but the situation escalated, leaving someone severely injured and resulting in his assignment to a farm for hard labor. Meanwhile, Wang Chao had taken advantage of Yuzhe's absence to harass Yun Yao, a fact he later learned from the villagers. He would not let such trivial matters ruin his life again. "Zhe Gu, are you afraid of your wife?" Lu Feng raised his voice slightly, feigning surprise, confident that his words would provoke Yuzhe into action. Who was Yuzhe, willing to be tethered so soon after marriage? "Eat less salt. You're too idle. I love my wife." "What do you know, you who have no wife?" Yuzhe shut the door, cutting off Lu Feng's voice, unwilling to engage in further debate with the fool. Lu Feng, in his previous life, had also been a pawn, laboring on the farm for years, while Wang Chao, the true instigator, remained unscathed. Wang Chao, in this life, he would crush him like an ant. As the wooden door closed, darkness enveloped the room, and Yun Yao remained in shock. Why was this different from her past life? In her previous life, Yuzhe had immediately agreed, and she had been slapped for trying to intervene. Doubt crept in. Perhaps she had already died, and everything had merely been a figment of her imagination in the underworld. But in the next moment, a warm embrace jolted her. "Wife, I missed you so much." Chapter 2. Lingquan's space. Yuzhe rested his chin upon Yun Yao's head, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, reminiscent of soapberry. She was so slender that apart from the soft curve of her bosom, the rest of her frame was strikingly gaunt, akin to a delicate feather, which tugged at Yuzhe's heartstrings. "Ah, I can barely breathe with you holding me so tightly," Yun Yao remarked, lifting her gaze to witness the movement of Yuzhe's Adam's apple, which triggered memories of their wild night together, causing a blush to bloom upon her cheeks. "Regardless, I wish to hold you," she declared resolutely. Yuzhe felt an immense sense of security in embracing Yun Yao. He was terrified that upon returning from his past life, he would find himself holding nothing but a cold corpse. Just as these thoughts lingered, his stomach audibly protested. Embarrassed, he released Yun Yao. The exertion of the previous night had left him ravenous. Surely, his wife was hungry too. He gently urged Yun Yao to sit upon a chair. "Wait here, I shall prepare breakfast." Entering the kitchen, he surveyed the barren surroundings, devoid of any sustenance. Even a mouse would weep at the sight. The only cabinet that might harbor food was locked by Lu Su Mei. Yuzhe's gaze hardened. Was this his home? Yet he was treated like a thief? Resolutely, he procured a stone and forcefully struck the lock, shattering it. His strength was formidable, having possessed exceptional power since childhood. Otherwise, Wang Chao and Lu Feng would not have addressed him as brother and sought him out for confrontations. Casting the lock aside, he swung open the cabinet door, only to be met with a foul odor. Disappointment washed over him as he surveyed the paltry contents, a small basket of sweet potatoes and half a bag of sorghum flour. Yuzhe felt shame. Was such a meager amount truly worthy of such elaborate precautions? Ah, indeed. After over 20 years of a comfortable life, he had momentarily forgotten the dire poverty of his current household. Not only was his family impoverished, but the entire village languished in scarcity. Additionally, his lack of labor resulted in meager work points, leading to an even smaller allocation of grain. Were it not for his father being a hunter, the family would have perished from hunger long ago. Remembering Lu Su Mei's past actions, Yuzei's teeth clenched in anger. Lu Su Mei, a widow from a neighboring village, had married his father in her second marriage, leaving behind a son with her first husband. Upon her return home after the agricultural reform, she found Yu Pengchuan, his father, bedridden and barely clinging to life. After his father had suffered a leg injury from a wild boar, Lu Su Mei had been unable to afford hospital care. Upon questioning, it was revealed that all their savings had been squandered on her son's wedding. Those funds had been painstakingly accumulated by his father through perilous labor, yet not a single coin remained. Taking advantage of Yuzei's absence, she abandoned the incapacitated Yu Pengchuan, packed her belongings, and fled back to her maternal home. Yuzei's fists tightened. In this life, he would act preemptively to reclaim the wealth Lu Su Mei held, determined to see how her son would secure a bride. He fetched a ladle of water from the vat, poured it into a pot, and added the clean sweet potatoes to boil. After steaming the sweet potatoes, he ventured to the chicken coop and procured an egg, preparing 2 bowls of egg drop soup with the sorghum flour. When he presented the meal, Yun Yao gasped, covering her mouth. "Yuzei, have you lost your mind? You used the eggs? Mother will scold you upon her return." In their planned economy, each household typically reserved their eggs for trading for salt or kerosene, indulging only during festive occasions. "Let it be. She is but a minor concern. My dear wife, you are so thin. You must eat more to gain strength," he replied. Yun Yao's heart raced at his affectionate term, wife. It was peculiar since he had always addressed her by her full name, which felt strangely foreign now. After their meal, Yun Yao cautiously inquired, "Aren't you going to work?" Yuzei gulped down the last of his soup. "Not today. I have matters to attend to." Yun Yao sighed, recognizing that Yuzei remained unchanged. Whenever he mentioned having something to do, it typically meant he was off to waste time. Nevertheless, since she had been reborn and possessed knowledge of many advantages, she resolved to focus on supporting their family this lifetime. As for Yuzei, as long as he stayed out of trouble, she would be content. Once Yun Yao departed, Yuzei secured the front door and slipped into the room shared by Yu Pengchuan and Lu Su Mei. Rummaging through their belongings, after thoroughly searching, he discovered a camphor-wood chest with a brass lock. Yet, he instinctively felt that Lu Su Mei would not hide her money within it. Kneeling on the ground, he employed a small hammer to probe the floor, tapping on suspicious spots until he discerned a hollow sound beneath the bed. Grabbing a small hoe, he excavated the area, unearthing a locked wooden box buried within the earth. Without hesitation, he smashed the lock open. His eyes gleamed as he opened the box, revealing a bundle of cash, some grain coupons, fabric coupons, and a gold necklace. Counting the money, he was astonished to find over 200 yuan. Among the bills were 10 pristine Unity notes, clearly the betrothal gifts given by his sister, Yu Xiao, when she married into the city months prior. In his previous life, when the Yu family married off their daughter, the substantial bride price had ignited envy throughout the village. Yuzei had once considered it a worthy sum. How naive he had been. Even if the man had been married before, why would he spend such a fortune on a village girl? The truth was, the man was a violent brute. His late wife had succumbed to her injuries after being beaten, ultimately taking her own life. City dwellers shunned him, prompting him to seek a bride from the countryside. In his past life, Yuzei had avenged his sister, but she would never awaken again. In this life, he vowed to protect her at all costs. Yuzei took all the contents, replacing the box to its original position. Keeping the money at home was too risky. He contemplated how wonderful it would be if he could bring the space from his previous life with him. In his past, he had supported several nursing homes through his charitable projects. During a charity event, an elderly man had gratefully gifted him a jade ring. He had accepted it graciously, but after trying it on at home, it had become stuck on his finger. The following day, upon waking, the ring had vanished, leaving behind a small red birthmark on his middle finger. The birthmark turned out to be a portal to a space merely 4 or 5 square meters in size. As Yuzei reminisced about that peculiar space, in the next moment, he vanished from his spot. He swayed momentarily but regained his balance, finding himself in a meadow shrouded in mist, with a quaint wooden cabin in the distance. Yuzei stood frozen, bewildered. Where was this? Hadn't he been at home? Yet, in the next heartbeat, he was back in his home, and a red birthmark reappeared on the side of his middle finger. Yuzei raised his hand in astonishment. It was space. In his previous life, he had also unlocked a similar realm. However, unlike in his past existence, the interior of this space was remarkably different. Yuzei skillfully calmed his mind and once again entered the realm. This time, after achieving tranquility, he seemed to hear the gentle sound of flowing water. Following the sound, he ventured forth and arrived at the rear of a quaint wooden cottage. On the verdant grassland lay a crystal-clear spring, gushing forth water from the depths of the earth. His instincts hinted that this spring was extraordinary. Yuzhe crouched down, cupping his hands to gather some water, inhaling its fragrance before tentatively taking a sip. The sweetness was exquisite, compelling him to drink deeply. Subsequently, he sensed that after consuming the spring water, it seemed to invigorate his entire being, rendering his body remarkably light. Even the wound on his arm, incurred from a recent altercation, was healing rapidly. This was indeed a spiritual spring, Yuzhe thought with elation. With this spiritual spring, his wife would not face complications during childbirth in this life, and their child would not meet an untimely demise. Moreover, he pondered about his father, when had misfortune befallen him in his previous life. Chapter 3 Your man has a broken leg. Yuzhe could not recall the exact day his father's leg was broken by a wild boar, but knowing the future necessitated a proactive approach to prevent misfortune. Leaving Linquan, he turned the corner and entered a quaint wooden cabin, where a table in the center was adorned with numerous items. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were treasures he had collected in his past life. He had stored many exquisite items in his space, including a razor-sharp curved blade, firearms from various eras, and antiques such as paintings and calligraphy acquired through auctions. While the antiques held little value in the present, the weapons were indeed treasures for him now. In his previous life, after achieving success, he had taken a keen interest in shooting, frequently visiting the range, as handling a firearm evoked memories of his father still being alive. After admiring his treasures for a while, Yuzhe exited the space. As soon as he emerged, he was greeted by the excited barks of a large yellow dog that bounded towards him. Lightning, it's you. Yuzhe joyfully embraced the dog's head and affectionately stroked its fur. Lightning was an excellent hunting dog, but regrettably, in his past life, after his father's leg was broken, his paternal grandparents had killed and eaten the dog. His grandparents were the most malicious and biased individuals he had ever encountered. Following his father's accident, they barely visited, and when they did, it was solely to demand money, claiming that with his son's leg broken, they could no longer expect support in old age and thus deserved more filial piety money. Fear not, Lightning, in this life, as my companion, you shall enjoy a life of abundance and delight. Lightning rubbed against Yuzhe's leg, circling around him, prompting a smile to curve upon Yuzhe's lips. I suspect you are hungry. Let us venture up the mountain to find something to eat. In the fields, it was now April, the height of the farming season, and today, the brigade's task was to plow the land. A full day's labor would earn 10 work points for men and 8 for women. Upon her arrival, Yun Yao was met with the sarcastic remarks of Lu Su-mei, who exclaimed, Yun Yao, you have finally arrived. Look at the time. The other educated youth have already completed a large section of work. Yun Yao, seemingly unfazed, expressionless, rolled up her sleeves, grasped the hoe, and began to labor. With memories from her past life fresh in her mind, she had no desire to engage with the cold-hearted matron. To the west of them, educated youth Yi Hongxiao watched the scene unfold with glee, unable to suppress her grin. She maliciously thought, Yun Yao, look at you now. You once held yourself in high regard, marrying a good-for-nothing and now stuck with such a wretched mother-in-law. Let us see how you fare in your miserable days ahead. Seeing that Yun Yao ignored her, Lu Su-mei's voice grew even more strident. Alas, my son Yuzhe marries a wife without a dowry, and I had to provide the bedding myself. There are no benefits whatsoever. And what of her frail arms and legs? She hardly seems capable of hard work. I shudder to think how we will manage in the days to come. What she did not voice was that the 2 bedsheets she had provided had been under duress from Yuzhe. Otherwise, they would have been reserved for her own son's wedding. The thought of the woman her son had been courting filled her with satisfaction, broad-hipped, and clearly capable of bearing children. Nearby, the eldest daughter-in-law of the brigade leader could no longer remain silent and muttered softly, Aunt Su-mei, Yunji Qiao did not demand a penny for her bride price. It is understandable that she did not bring a dowry. Moreover, as she has no family here, she will surely dedicate herself to your household. Lu Su-mei opened her mouth, ready to retort, when urgent shouts pierced the air. Oh no! Come quickly, the Yu family. Old Yu has been injured by a wild boar. Lu Su-mei dropped her hoe in shock, nearly losing her balance. Yesterday, Yu Pengchuan had gone into the mountains with his younger brother Yu Pengjiang, with the brigade comprising 3 villages. Hunters from Huaihua village only needed to deliver a certain amount of game each quarter to earn full work points. Yu Pengchuan had adequately fulfilled his quota in recent months, so there was no necessity for him to venture into the mountains. However, unable to resist his younger brother's insistence that the family's daughter-in-law needed meat for nursing, he had reluctantly accompanied him on the hunt. It had been less than a day, and now he was injured? The news had come from a young man of Huaihua village, who, along with Yu Pengjiang and several other robust young men, carried Yu Pengchuan down. His legs were a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, sending chills down the spine of onlookers. Lu Sumei, upon seeing Yu Pengchuan's condition, felt faint and would have collapsed had it not been for the swift support of the brigade leader's daughter-in-law, who steadied her. You must hold on. Everyone worked together to transport Yu Pengchuan to the barefoot doctor, Old He. Upon seeing the extent of the injuries, Old He's face contorted with concern. After treating the wounds and applying some bandages, he stated, "He needs to be sent to the town hospital today. My facilities here are inadequate for such injuries." Yun Yao anxiously turned to Lu Sumei, "Mother, let us quickly call for an ox cart to take him to the town hospital." This situation unfolded much earlier than in her past life. When her father-in-law had been injured, her mother-in-law Lu Sumei had refused to provide the money for treatment, taking advantage of Yu Zhe's absence. In this life, with Yu Zhe present, Lu Sumei had no justification for such behavior, did she? At that moment, Yu Zhe had just descended from the mountains when he was informed of his father's accident. Rushing to the barefoot doctor, he overheard his wife's words and quickly interjected, "Aunt May, please return home to retrieve the money. I will find old Zhang to get a cart. My father cannot afford any delay." Lu Sumei twisted her fingers, her face a mask of conflict. The money she had hidden was meant for her son's bride price. The engagement date had already been set. If she spent it on old U.S. medical care, what would become of her son? Yu Zhe granted her no time to ponder, raising his voice, "Aunt May, you cannot possibly be unwilling to provide money for my father's treatment, can you? They say that couples who marry midway are the coldest, but you must not forsake your conscience. My father has always treated you well, providing you with money and food." Yun Yao looked up at Yu Zhe, astonished. Given her understanding of him, who was quick to resort to violence, she was shocked to see him employing words to confront her mother-in-law. The barefoot doctor Old He was already surrounded by villagers, and upon hearing Yu Zhe's words and observing Lu Sumei's expression, they quickly took sides, reprimanding her. "A husband is like heaven, a husband is like earth. Lu Sumei, how can you be so unwilling to part with money for your own husband? How did old you end up with such a cold-hearted wife? If she doesn't provide the funds, we'll go to her family village to file a complaint." The collective spittle of the crowd nearly engulfed Lu Sumei. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "Enough? I shall return home to fetch the money." Yu Zhe had no intention of actually having Lu Sumei produce any funds, for those coins had long been gathered into his own space. He anticipated the moment when Lu Sumei would return empty-handed, eager to witness how she would explain herself to her father. At that moment, the village head rushed in, drenched in sweat, and addressed Yu Zhe, "The ox cart is ready at the Yu residence. You must take your father to the hospital. Once your stepmother retrieves the money for the treatment, I will accompany her to deliver it." Chapter 4. The village head's fury. The village head's presence brought a sense of reassurance to Yu Zhe regarding Lu Sumei. In his previous life, during the years he was away from home, the village head was among the few who took care of the Yu family. Old Zhang drove the cart, with Yu Pengchuan lying flat in the center, cushioned by the bedding from the barefoot doctor, He Lao Tu's home. The journey to the town would be bumpy for half an hour, but at least the bedding would make it more bearable for his father. Yu Zhe glanced gratefully at He Lao Tu without uttering a word. Given his current reputation, expressing gratitude would only provoke laughter. Yet, he held a mental scale to weigh who had treated his family well and who had not. Old Zhang cracked the whip, guiding the ox cart along the road. Although the ox cart moved slowly, it was quite practical, as the road from Huaihua village to the town was exceedingly narrow, making it challenging even for a tractor to pass. This was one reason why Huaihua village was the poorest among the 3 villages in the Hope Brigade. Poor roads made it difficult to prosper. After half an hour of bouncing along the uneven dirt road, they finally arrived at the town. Once there, they walked for another 10 minutes before reaching the only hospital in the area. "I'll watch the cart. You hurry and carry your father to find a doctor," Old Zhang instructed. In those times, someone had to keep an eye on the ox cart. In the village, a single ox was more precious than a human life. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang, for your hard work." Yu Zhe swiftly carried his father toward the hospital, while Yun Yao held a cloth bag in one hand and supported Yu Pengchuan's waist with the other. Doctor, My father's leg is broken. This was Yuze's first visit to the town hospital, and he was unsure which room to enter. A passing nurse noticed the blood-soaked leg of Yu Pengchuan and quickly directed him. Come with me. The young nurse led Yuze, who was carrying Yu Pengchuan, directly into the emergency room and went to summon the doctor. Upon arrival, the doctor assessed the injury and immediately instructed the nurse to prepare the instruments, then briefly inquired about the situation before asking them to wait outside, indicating that surgery needed to commence immediately. Yuze and Yun Yao waited anxiously outside the emergency room, their hearts gradually calming. Yuze thought to himself that they had arrived just in time. His father's leg would surely be saved. He turned to Yun Yao, noticing her furrowed brow and concerned expression, and took her hand, enveloping it in his palm. Wife, do not worry, father will be fine. His gaze was tender, filled with gratitude for Yun Yao's heartfelt care for his father in their past life, and he felt pain that she, as a woman, had to bear so much burden. Yun Yao was worried not only about her father-in-law's leg, which she believed would not be as severely injured as in the past, but also about the high costs of treatment at the town hospital. Both she and Yuze were penniless, and that wicked mother-in-law Lu Su Mei would surely not part with her money easily. She felt the rough calluses on Yuze's hand rubbing against her skin and turned to him, asking, Yuze, what should we do if your mother refuses to pay? Yun Yao had already formulated a plan in her mind. She intended to first ask for credit and then venture into the mountains to see if there were any valuable herbs to sell for money, as her maternal family was well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine. Yuze chuckled, realizing his naive wife was worried about such matters. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Do not fret, your husband has money. His warm breath tickled Yun Yao's ear, causing her to feel a bit shy. Where did you get the money? Yun Yao asked, her skepticism evident. Yuze smirked mischievously and replied, Want to know? Just give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. Are you out of your mind? There are so many people around. I see. My dear wife, you mean to wait until we get home to kiss? Yun Yao's cheeks flushed with slight annoyance as she playfully punched Yuze's chest. Stop it. All right. I won't tease you anymore, Yuze said softly. I got the money from Lu Su Mei. Yun Yao was taken aback. Her money? Yuze raised an eyebrow, justifying himself. To be precise, that is Yu family money. Half of it comes from my father's hunting, and the other half is from my sister. However, after we pay for the medical expenses, we must claim we haven't settled it yet. Lu Su Mei must pay this amount. He had unearthed over 200 coins, and after subtracting his sister's share, only a little over 100 remained. His father had surely earned more than that over the years. Lu Su Mei must have secretly taken the rest to support her biological son and her family. Yun Yao nodded, understanding. All right, I won't let it slip. After a while, the emergency room door slowly opened, and the doctor, removing his mask, sighed in relief, saying, The leg is saved. Had you come any later, it would have been dangerous. Thank you, doctor. You're welcome. He must stay in the hospital for at least a week post-surgery. Nurses will come daily to change the dressings. If there is any discharge or severe swelling, call for me immediately. As for food, ensure he consumes plenty of high-protein items like bone broth and eggs to aid recovery. You may settle the surgery fee first. The hospital and medicine fees can be paid upon discharge. Yuze committed this information to memory and inquired, Doctor, how much is the surgery fee? It should be around 30, but you'll need to go to the outpatient billing center for the exact amount. Understood. Yu Pengchuan was wheeled to the ward, with Yun Yao accompanying the stretcher while Yuze proceeded to pay. At the outpatient window, the nurse informed him. The medical and surgical fees totaled 27 yuan and 36 cents, and the inpatient fee is 1 yuan and 80 cents per day. Yuze promptly paid the medical fee along with a week's inpatient fee. The nurse couldn't help but glance at Yuze twice. It was rare for farmers seeking treatment in the town to pay immediately after surgery. Catching the nurse's gaze, Yuze quickly added, Nurse, I need a favor. If any of my troublesome relatives inquire about whether Yu Pengchuan's medical fees have been paid, please say no, all right? The nurse glanced around and nodded in agreement, understanding that every family has their share of meddlesome relatives. In Huaihua village, the village head stood in the courtyard of the Yu family, exasperated as he looked at the woman before him, who was sobbing with her head bowed. Lu Su Mei, before you deceive others, can you at least consider who you are dealing with? How could you possibly have no money at all? Are you expecting Pengchuan to wait for death in the hospital? Lu Su Mei raised her eyes, wiping away her tears, and biting her lip replied, Village head, I truly did not deceive you. My money has been stolen. I must report it to the brigade and capture that wretched thief. The village chief, Hong Xuejuan stomped his foot with vigor, his neck flushed with anger. Are you still intent on embarrassing yourself at the brigade headquarters? How is it that this thief chose to rob your home, digging 3 feet into the ground to do so? Why did he not steal from others? He waited until Peng Chuan encountered trouble before making his move. Hong Xuejuan had just inspected the concealed spot where Lu Sumei hid her money. It was so well hidden that how could a thief possibly discover it? Chapter 5. A fruitless journey. The words of the village head, Hong Xuejuan, seemed to awaken Lu Sumei. She clapped her hands together and exclaimed, "Yes. Village head, it must be Yuzhe who stole my money." Hong Xuejuan shook his head, retorting, "Stop talking nonsense. Everyone in the village saw Yuzhe running barefoot from the mountain. Do you think he is Sun Wukong, capable of splitting himself to sneak home and steal your money?" Lu Sumei, upon hearing Hong Xuejuan's words, felt a twinge of uncertainty. The last time she checked her money was 3 days ago, so she had no idea when it had been stolen. Initially, she had intended to take 5 or 10 yuan to the town hospital, but to her dismay, she found that everything was gone. Her funds, her jewelry, everything had been taken. "I don't care. You must return to your village and borrow money from your parents or relatives to cover the medical expenses. I have already promised Yuzhe," Hong Xuejuan stated sternly before storming off with his hands behind his back. Lu Sumei was still grappling with the loss of her money when her son, Chao Xiaoping, arrived. "Mom, you're really home. Why didn't you say anything while standing here? I just went to the fields looking for you. Why didn't you go to work today?" Chao Xiaoping was Lu Sumei's son from her late husband and was now 20 years old. Lu Sumei opened her mouth, unsure of how to explain that all her money was gone. Her son would surely go mad, especially with the wedding gifts due in a few days. Chao Xiaoping furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss with his mother. Her eyes were red, suggesting she had been crying recently. "Mom, why are you crying? Did that Yu Peng Chuan bully you? Or did his wretched son threaten you?" Chao Xiaoping clenched his fists angrily. "Mom, you must tell me how that you family dares to bully you." Seeing her son's protective demeanor warmed Lu Sumei's heart. "No, son, it's just that your uncle Yu has hurt his leg." "What?" Chao Xiaoping's fists dropped, his anger dissipating. "Is it serious? I don't know the details." Lu Sumei decided to keep the theft from her son for now, hoping that the brigade could help her find the thief in the next few days. Chao Xiaoping grimaced, expressing his discontent. "What a misfortune. Don't let it burden you, Mom." Lu Sumei sniffed and changed the subject. "Son, how did you come from Xiao village? Don't you have work today?" Chao Xiaoping's eyes darted around. "Mom, I just wanted to see you. Don't be coy. You must have something to ask," Lu Sumei thought, knowing her son too well. Chao Xiaoping scratched his head. "Mom, Suehua wants a butterfly hairpin. Can you give me 10 yuan? Lu Sumei jumped in shock. "What hairpin costs 10 yuan? Have you lost your mind?" Chao Xiaoping hurriedly explained, "Mom, the hairpin isn't that expensive, but it's from the provincial city and hard to find. About 2 yuan. I want to take Suehua to the town to shop a bit since we're getting married soon." Lu Sumei felt a pang in her heart. Hadn't she just taken her to tailor 2 new outfits? Was that not sufficient? Which family prepares so many items before a wedding? "Mom, Suehua is different. She will bear you a chubby grandson in the future, won't she?" Chao Xiaoping mumbled, casting a sideways glance at Lu Sumei, sensing her frugality today. "It's only 10 yuan. In the past, a few sweet words would have gotten it for me. Son, listen to your mother. In a few days, you will be engaged. Let Suehua hold the gift money, and you can go to the city together. Wouldn't that be better?" Fine though reluctant, Chao Xiaoping agreed. He rubbed his belly and said, "Mom, I came all this way and am starving. You can't let me return on an empty stomach." Lu Sumei forced a smile, reassuring her son, "Wait here, I will make you some egg noodles." A moment later, Lu Sumei screamed, "What is wrong, Mom?" Chao Xiaoping exclaimed, rushing into the kitchen. "Damn that Yuzhe! He pried open the lock on my cupboard, and all the food is gone." Lu Sumei had just been to the chicken coop, and there were no eggs left. With the grain distribution still far off, what would she eat now? Meanwhile, village head Hong Xuejuan had collected some money from his wife and rushed to the town hospital. At the hospital, Yu Peng Chuan was still in a deep slumber. After Yuzhe settled the fees, it was already noon. "Wife, the nurse said Dad should wake up soon. I'll go get some food. Let us eat together when he wakes," Yuzhe suggested. "Don't worry about me. I'm not hungry," Yun Yao hesitated. "You and Dad can eat together." She hadn't worked much today, and eating felt like a waste. With finances tight at home and town prices so high, missing a meal wouldn't matter, allowing her to save more for her father-in-law and Yuzhe. A nearby caregiver overheard their conversation and couldn't help but remark, "Oh dear, young man, Your wife is truly kind to you. The ward was a 3-person room, with one bed empty, while Yu Pengchuan and another elderly gentleman occupied the remaining 2. The caregiver was likely the old man's wife. Aunt, you're right. My wife is indeed wonderful. By the way, is your husband injured as well? The caregiver was taken aback by Yu Zai's directness, but soon burst into laughter. Haha, you're quite amusing. Yes, my husband is elderly, and his bones are brittle. He fell into the hospital after slipping on the latrine. Yu Zai replied, my father has also injured his leg. Aunt, do you know where I can cook food in the hospital? He considered that staying in the hospital for a week meant he couldn't rely on takeout every meal, which would draw unwanted attention. Returning to the village to cook would also be too troublesome. The caregiver, a cheerful woman, responded, I do. We've been here for several days. The hospital has a cafeteria and a cooking area. However, the cafeteria food is terrible, tasteless, and lacking in nutrition. It's fine for the family members, but not suitable for the patients. The cooking area has a stove, but you'll need to bring your own pots. Since it's your first day here, you can use mine. Come, I'll take you there. Yu Zai's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Auntie. You are truly kind. I came in such a hurry and brought nothing with me. I will buy some food from you, and I will prepare today's meal. Yun Yao sat at the edge of the bed, gazing intently at the profile of Yu Zai. She pondered how many times today she had witnessed him expressing gratitude to others. The former Yu Zai would never have uttered such words. Remaining in the hospital room, Yu Zai accompanied his aunt to the designated area on the rooftop where meals were prepared for patients. His aunt produced a bag of white noodles that his daughter-in-law had delivered the previous day, saying, you cook these. At this time of year, with wheat yields being low, white noodles were considered a precious commodity. Yu Zai weighed the bag, estimating it to be around 2 pounds. He reached into his pocket, took out 50 cents, and handed it to his aunt before commencing the cooking process. His aunt counted the money and remarked, you are such an honest young man. You don't need to give so much. These noodles are only 18 cents a pound. He replied, but I am using your pot, and purchasing from the grain supply cooperative requires ration tickets, so it is not excessive. While his aunt was preoccupied with the money, Yu Zai surreptitiously added a splash of spiritual spring water to the pot. Once the water boiled, the noodles were ready in less than 3 minutes. His aunt sniffed the air and remarked, how strange, these noodles smell even more aromatic than usual. Chapter 6 Administering Eye Drops. Aunt, are you perhaps experiencing a hunger-induced illusion? Yu Zai chuckled. The aunt, somewhat puzzled, had just eaten her fill. Could it be that this young man's noodle cooking skills were simply exceptional? Yu Zai carried the bowl of noodles into the hospital room, just as his father was awakening leisurely. Father, wife, please eat. I will take this bowl to old Zhang. Yu Zai proceeded to the entrance of the hospital, where the rickshaw puller. Old Zhang, upon seeing him, inquired, how is your father? He underwent surgery. The doctor said he can return home to recuperate after a week in the hospital. That's good to hear. Old Zhang replied, have something to eat. After you finish, I will accompany you back. I need to bring some things for my father. Where did this white noodle come from? Old Zhang gasped in astonishment. How could I possibly eat something so exquisite? Hurry. Take it to your father. Uncle Zhang, I bought this with my own money from the aunt in the same ward. My father has already eaten. This bowl is yours. Old Zhang swallowed hard. You child, you really don't understand. Your father's medical expenses must be considerable. Why not exchange this white noodle for some coarse grains? It would last longer. His tone was reproachful, yet Yu Zai felt no irritation. The people of this era were remarkably simple and kind-hearted. It's nothing, just this meal isn't a burden. Please enjoy it, Uncle Zhang. Upon finishing, Yu Zai pressed the noodles into his embrace and turned to leave. Holding the noodles, old Zhang gazed reverently for a moment before devouring them heartily. As he ate, he thought to himself that it had been nearly 2 years since he had tasted white noodles. Today, thanks to this young lad, he was able to enjoy such a delightful dish, and the noodles were incredibly fresh, nearly causing him to devour his own tongue. When Yu Zai returned to the hospital room, he found an empty bowl on the small table, the other 2 bowls untouched. Wife, why aren't you eating? I am waiting for you to return so we can eat together. Yun Yao thought that since Yu Zai usually had a large appetite, if he didn't finish this bowl, he could always eat hers. At that moment, Yu Lao, lying on the sickbed, wore an expression of unspoken questions, clearly eager to inquire. Father, wait until I finish eating with Xiao Yao, then I will talk with you. After Yu Zai had a few bites, noticing Yun Yao sitting idle, he urged, Wife, please eat. If you don't, I won't eat either. Only then did Yun Yao pick up her chopsticks and begin to eat. After finishing a bowl of noodles, She felt as though the fatigue of recent days had been swept away. It was strange. Before going to the countryside, white noodles had been readily available, yet she had never found them so delectable. Just as she finished, the village head arrived. Yuze. Upon seeing the village head alone, Yuze glanced at Yu Laodai, then pulled the village head outside to converse. Village head, why hasn't my stepmother come? Yuze asked knowingly. Village head Hong Xuejuan sighed heavily. Alas. Your stepmother, Lu Sume, claims her money was stolen, and she cannot produce a single cent. How could this be? Yuze's face reflected shock. If Yun Yao had been present, she would surely have marveled at his acting prowess. I cannot fathom the situation either. Do you have any money on you? Yuze feigned distress. Village head, how could I have money? The doctor just informed me that the medical expenses total 27 yuan. I'm waiting for my stepmother to bring the money to help my father. Will the hospital really not discharge my father if I can't come up with the funds? Do not worry, that won't happen. Here, I will lend you 10 yuan. I have already instructed Lu Sume to find a way to gather the money. Hong Xuejuan contemplated that if Lu Sume failed to produce the funds in a few days, the villagers would have to raise money to ensure that Yu Pengchuan's leg could be treated, with the Yu family repaying later. Though the entire nation was mobilized, and the Jinbu commune encompassed 3 villages, with the other 2 having several skilled hunters, Huaihua village was quite small, with only Yu Pengchuan being a competent shot. The rest, alas, were not up to par. If he were to lose the use of his legs, there would be no capable hunter left in the village. Yuze accepted the 10 yuan, feeling a sense of gratitude. He would remember the village head's kindness, and for the sake of discretion, he would temporarily accept this favor, intending to repay the village head openly in a few days. Yuze shifted his thoughts, deciding to inject some more subtle influence. Village head. How could it be that my family has no money at all? My sister's betrothal gifts from a few months ago were substantial. The village head recalled. The Yu family's daughter was married off to the city a few months back, with a bride price of 100 yuan, which caused quite a stir in the entire village. In these times, a worker in the city earned only 20 to 30 yuan a month, and the Yu family's son-in-law had laid out 10 crisp bills. It was implausible that Lu Sume would have kept all that money in one place. She must have used it to support her family or her son, Chao Xiaoping. Village head, the doctor stated that my father's leg injury will take at least 100 days to heal, and he won't be able to work for several months. Our family is currently penniless. I would like to inquire about the requirements for obtaining a hunting permit. I need to hunt to earn some money. Village head Hong Xuejuan was taken aback, urging, Yuze, you must not go hunting. Your father just had an accident while hunting. You are the only hope for your family. Your father and wife will rely on you in the future. If something happens to you, the Yu family will be finished. Rest assured, Lu Sume will manage this. She will be compelled to produce the funds. The village head perceived Yuze as lazy and unfit for hunting. If he ventured into the deep mountains, he would merely become a snack for the bears. After the village head offered a few words of comfort to Yu Pengchuan, he left in a huff. In the hospital room, Yu Pengchuan appeared anxious. Xiaoze, quickly return to the village and investigate how such a large sum of money could have vanished. Yuze responded nonchalantly. What else could it be but that Lu Sume refuses to part with it? Do not speak carelessly. Your Aunt May is not that type of person. Although Yu Pengchuan defended Lu Sume verbally, he harbored doubts in his heart. As Yuze observed his father's pitiful demeanor, he rolled his eyes internally, thinking, in a past life. When your leg was broken, Lu Sume immediately took all the money and fled. Do you still not believe it, you fool? If she were truly so kind, would she have come to the hospital when you were in trouble? Yu Pengchuan's expression darkened. Indeed, even if the money had been stolen, sorrowful as it was, she should have come to see him. And what of his second uncle's family? It was because he had taken them hunting that he had injured his leg, yet now that he was in the hospital, not a single person had come to visit. He treated them like brothers, but they regarded him as a mere source of sustenance. Yu Pengchuan stubbornly insisted, they've been busy. Once I return home, my second uncle will definitely come to see me. Yuze chuckled softly. Then you shall wait and see. Chapter 7. Into the deep mountains. Father, wife, I shall return to the village for a moment to fetch something. Yuze called out to Yun Yao, handing her some money. My dear, I may return quite late tonight. Please take this money and buy some food from the restaurants near the hospital. He intended to venture into the depths of the mountains to hunt, knowing he would not return until afternoon, and did not want his wife to go hungry. If it gets too late, do not come to the town. Yun Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled with concern, fearing that Yuze might stumble and fall in the dark. All right, Upon returning home in old Zhang's vehicle, Yuzhe found the house empty. He grabbed a backpack and filled it with a sickle and a shovel, taking his dog, Shandian, before heading into the mountains. Huaihua village lay nestled against the majestic Heihu mountain range, rich in resources, yet the deep mountains harbored dangers that deterred anyone from venturing alone and unarmed. Besides the militia from the commune, hunters occasionally organized expeditions to hunt or gather wild produce. Ordinary villagers only dared to scavenge at the mountain's base. As he entered the mountains, the landscape appeared desolate. All edible plants had been stripped bare. Earlier that morning, accompanied by Shandian, he had ventured into the mountains but felt an unsettling urge to return, only to discover that something had gone awry at home. After a considerable time, the thick underbrush became arduous to navigate, requiring him to bend low and use his sickle to clear a path. As he walked, Yuzhe collected stones from the ground, aiming at a wild fruit hanging from a nearby tree. With a squint and a flick of his wrist, he struck it perfectly, causing the fruit to fall with a soft thud. He dashed to the base of the tree, picked it up, and wiped it on his sleeve before tasting it. Although slightly sour, it was juicy and refreshing, prompting him to gather more. In truth, climbing the tree to harvest was much quicker. He had merely thrown stones to test his skills. In his previous life, after amassing wealth through business, he had the fortune of studying under a master of ancient martial arts. His master had remarked on his natural talent, particularly in the areas of hidden weapons and internal energy, noting that he grasped concepts swiftly. However, his current physical condition was lacking, and he resolved to practice daily upon his return to cultivate his internal energy once more, thereby enhancing the potency of his concealed weapons. Fortunately, he had not forgotten the techniques his master had imparted. Yuzhe nimbly ascended a tall tree, using a pole to knock down clusters of wild fruits. After sharing some with Shandian, he stored the remainder in his spatial pouch. Continuing onward, he pondered why he had yet to encounter any wildlife. Lost in thought, he inadvertently stepped on something unusual. Looking down, he discovered it to be animal droppings. Yuzhe squatted to inspect it, recognizing it as wild boar feces. It resembled dog droppings, but was denser and larger. He noticed paw prints resembling a plum blossom leading away from the droppings. Recalling his father's encounter with a wild boar earlier that day, which had resulted in a fall and a broken leg, he thought, Shandian, this could be the very wild boar that harmed my father. If we capture it, we can avenge his injury. A wild boar would yield substantial meat, which could be sold for money or tickets, bolstering their savings. Shandian emitted a low growl, his fur bristling with excitement. Yuzhe smeared mud and grass over himself to mask his scent, applying some to Shandian as well, and together they followed the tracks deeper into the woods. They soon discovered a small mountain pond, but it was too clear to harbor any fish. Yuzhe surmised that the wild boar must be nearby, as his father had mentioned that they often build their nests close to water sources for drinking and bathing. Drawing out his Mosin Nagant rifle from his spatial pouch, he continued to survey the surroundings. Although he had not yet found the wild boar, a brilliantly colored pheasant caught his eye as it darted through the underbrush. A pheasant was not worth using the rifle, so Yuzhe quickly threw a stone into the thicket. The stone flew swiftly, striking the pheasant with a muted thud, silencing it before it could make a sound. A smile crept across Yuzhe's face as Shandian rushed forward to retrieve the pheasant, bringing it back to Yuzhe, who placed it into his backpack. He then transferred the pheasant into his spatial wooden cabin, remembering to cultivate the habit of being discreet, even when alone. After securing the pheasant, Yuzhe ventured a bit further and stumbled upon a cave disguised by branches and weeds. Nearby, tree trunks bore signs of having been rubbed against by wild boars, indicating this might be their lair. Suddenly, he heard rustling from within the cave. The wild boars were undoubtedly inside, though the number remained uncertain. Nonetheless, this posed little concern, as he had his spatial pouch to retreat into if danger arose. Swiftly, Yuzhe climbed a tree trunk and tossed a few stones into the cave. Hearing the commotion, the wild boars soon emerged, swaying as they approached. In an instant, Yuzhe raised his rifle, his finger poised on the trigger, aiming at two robust wild boars. He fired several shots, the bullets whistling through the air toward their targets. One wild boar was struck in the eye, howling in agony as it tumbled to the ground, stirring up dust around it. The other was hit in the body, letting out a grunt, but still charging toward Yuzhe, albeit at a reduced speed. Damn it! Shandian surged from the shadows, seizing the opportunity to nip at the wild boar's hind legs. The boar, agitated by Shandian's antics, turned to retaliate but consistently missed its mark. With Shandian's assistance, Yuzhe raised his rifle once more, recalling the sensation of shooting at moving targets, and fired 2 more rounds. This time, the bullets found their mark in the boar's head, causing it to stagger and collapse to the ground. Yuzhe promptly finished off the smaller boar that was still thrashing about. Letting out a sigh of relief, Yuzhe exclaimed, "Shandian, we did it." As the evening sun began to cast its golden glow over the forest, Yuzhe retrieved 2 large wooden barrels from his spatial wooden cabin, containers he had previously used for storage that had accompanied him into this life. After swiftly bleeding the 2 wild boars, he placed one into the spatial cabin and the other outside to observe any differences in storage conditions. Shandian feasted on some entrails, while Yuzhe resolved to sell one of the wild boars in the black market for money and tickets, keeping the other for his family's sustenance. Having once been a carefree ne'er-do-well, he indeed knew the location of the black market. Chapter 8. The black market for meat. As Yuzhe descended the mountain, he stumbled upon a plethora of hazelnut mushrooms and eagerly gathered 2 baskets to store in his space. Tonight, he would indulge in a delightful dish of chicken stew with mushrooms. The mere thought of it made his mouth water profusely. Upon arriving in the county town, Yuzhe disguised himself, revealing only his keen eyes. Following the memories of his past life, he ventured into an alley behind a scrapyard. After meandering through the winding paths for over 10 minutes, nearly disoriented, he finally spotted 2 men, presumably sentinels of the black market, standing beneath a gnarled tree. Behind them lay an intersection leading into the clandestine market. Before visiting the black market, Yuzhe had imagined such places to be nestled within forests, allowing for swift escapes. He later learned that these markets were often overseen by individuals who maintained connections with the local enforcement, ensuring that leniency was granted in exchange for bribes. "Are you buying or selling?" asked a man at the entrance of the black market. "Selling," replied Yuzhe. 2 cents. Purchases are free. Selling costs 2 cents per transaction. Yuzhe paid the fee and entered. As he stepped into the alley, he observed sparse stalls on either side, manned by individuals in disguise. Some had baskets in front of them, while others simply laid out their goods on cloth. He had heard from his brothers that wild boar meat was priced similarly in the black market and the supply and marketing cooperative, except it did not require ration tickets. Yuzhe placed his basket on the ground, containing 2 pieces of wild boar meat weighing approximately 30 pounds. He decided to test the waters. If no one showed interest, he would inquire with the 2 men collecting payments at the entrance, hoping to sell an entire boar. Within minutes of displaying his basket, an elderly man approached, bending down to inspect its contents, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wild boar meat? Yes, I'll take it at 8 dimes a pound. My elderly mother is celebrating her 80th birthday, and I need to purchase more meat for the gathering, but alas, my ration tickets are insufficient." The old man made his payment, but suddenly, a tall, robust figure emerged from the side, exclaiming, Hey, why did you buy it all? I wanted to buy some too." Yuzhe whispered, "Don't fret, I have more at home. How much do you need? How much do you have?" The questioner was actually a buyer from the machinery factory, and truth be told, he could procure as much as Yuzhe could offer. Typically, he sourced meat from the meat processing plant or local farmers, but recently, due to an impending visit from higher authorities, the available supply was barely sufficient for the cafeteria, prompting him to try his luck in the black market. "About 200 pounds, freshly slaughtered today." The buyer's eyes widened. "I'll take it all." After ascertaining that the man was indeed a buyer from the machinery factory, Yuzhe felt no doubt. The factory employed numerous workers, and their cafeteria could easily accommodate his wild boar. However, due to regulations prohibiting private sales of meat to factories, they agreed to meet at a dilapidated temple outside the city for the transaction. Yuzhe needed not only money but also some ration tickets, hence they arranged to meet the following day. The buyer expressed concern, "Make sure to keep the wild boar in a cellar or similar. If it spoils, I want to accept it." Yuzhe nodded reassuringly. Exiting the black market, Yuzhe hurried to the hospital, where it was nearing 9 o'clock in the evening. He used his consciousness to probe into his space and discovered that the wild boar in the wooden cabin remained as fresh as when it was bled. In comparison, the boar outside had deteriorated somewhat. He concluded that the wooden cabin possessed preservation qualities and vowed to store fresh food there in the future. Upon entering the ward, he found his father already asleep, with Yun Yao dozing beside the bed. Perhaps due to her light sleep, she stirred as Yuzhe approached her. "Yuzhe," Yun Yao murmured, her voice laced with drowsiness, her delicate face appearing adorably disheveled, prompting Yuzhe to affectionately ruffle her hair. "Have you eaten, my dear?" Yun Yao had gone out to a restaurant to buy her father Yu Pengchuan a bowl of wontons, but had refrained from eating herself. "I'm not hungry," she replied, just as her stomach audibly protested. Her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. "Wait here, I'll prepare something for you." Yuzhe made his way to the rooftop kitchen, boiled water, plucked the feathers from the chicken, and chopped it into pieces. He meticulously cleaned the hazelnut mushrooms, tearing them into smaller sections. He had brought condiments and a pot from home, combining them with wild scallions, ginger, and small chilies he had gathered that day, stir-frying and then simmering them in spring water. 40 minutes later, the fragrant hazelnut mushroom chicken stew was ready. The aroma was so enticing that even the nurse was drawn in. "Oh, your chicken smells delightful. Could I buy a bowl?" "Apologies, but this wild chicken is quite small, and my wife and I have yet to eat." "That's perfectly fine," the nurse said, regretting her request, realizing it was inappropriate for her, as a nurse, to be purchasing food for a patient. Yet, the aroma was simply irresistible. The woman in the neighboring bed, enticed by the fragrance, felt a pang of desire but, noticing the couple's modest attire, chose to feign sleep. Once the nurse departed, Yun Yao anxiously whispered, "Did you go to the mountains?" She scrutinized Yuzhe, her hands exploring his body, concerned he might be hiding an injury. Yuzhe grasped her wandering hands, suppressing any unusual feelings. "Don't worry, my dear. I'm unhurt. Now please eat." Yun Yao gazed at the steaming chicken stew, guilt flooding her heart. "You've prepared 2 meals for me, yet I haven't lifted a finger. From now on, I will handle the cooking. You mustn't do it anymore." Yun Yao felt that this incarnation of Yuzhe was truly different from the last. Not only through his actions, but also in his eyes, it was evident he was a devoted husband. She resolved to cherish their life together moving forward. As Yun Yao took a bite of the chicken leg Yuzhe had placed in her bowl, the succulent juices burst forth, tender yet firm, each fiber saturated with the essence of the broth, leaving her almost in disbelief at the exquisite flavor. In her previous life, she had never tasted Yuzhe's cooking, and she was astounded by his culinary prowess. In the adjacent room, Wang Chao, nursing a broken arm and hooked up to an 4, was roused from his hunger-induced slumber by the enticing aroma of meat. It was late, and yet, who could still be indulging in meat? Wang Chao felt faint from hunger, having consumed not a single grain of rice throughout the day. In the morning, he sought an explanation from Chun Tsuhua of Shaha village, eager to understand why she had taken so much of his provisions while entertaining marriage proposals from others. Given that Tsuhua had numerous brothers, he had brought along 2 of his own siblings for support. However, the formidable brothers of Chun Tsuhua proved to be a formidable challenge. And without the traitor Yuzhe to assist him, Wang Chao found himself at the mercy of Tsuhua's elder brother, who had dealt him a painful blow. At that moment, his stomach burned with hunger, and with his frail body and an intravenous drip in hand, Wang Chao resolved to investigate what delectable fare might be enjoyed in the adjacent ward. Chapter 9. If you wish to eat, bow to me. As Wang Chao approached the door of the hospital room, he was greeted by the sight of Yuzhe and Yun Yao joyfully indulging in a meal. They chatted and laughed, with a small stool serving as their makeshift table, upon which rested a steaming bowl of meat. Wang Chao's eyes sparkled with delight. Since it was meat from the Yu family, he would not need to spend any money. Considering the meager change left in his pocket, it seemed prudent to save it. He still owed medical expenses, while the Yu family could afford to feast. With excitement, Wang Chao stepped forward and feigned ignorance, asking, "Yuzhe, what brings you here?" Both Yuzhe and Yun Yao paused upon seeing Wang Chao as arm-bound in a cast. Yuzhe scrutinized Wang Chao, recalling that at this time in his previous life, Wang Chao had been unscathed, while several of their fellow villagers had suffered injuries for his sake. Now, however, Wang Chao had broken his hand right at the start. Truly, the cycle of fate is just. Yun Yao, upon seeing Wang Chao, was reminded of the troubles he had caused her in her past life, and she turned away, pretending not to notice him. Wang Chao, undeterred, reached for the chopsticks in Yuzhe's hand, exclaiming, "What a delightful meal you have. Share a bite with me. I've been starving all day." Yuzhe shifted aside, and, with a swift motion, struck Wang Chao on the forehead with the chopsticks. With a resounding crack, the chopsticks splintered, and blood trickled from Wang Chao's forehead. "Yuzhe, how could you?" Wang Chao exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his bleeding forehead. "What are you doing? We are the best of brothers." He glanced at Yun Yao, accusingly suggesting that Yuzhe had forgotten their friendship due to a woman, who said we were brothers. Yuzhe replied slowly, lifting a piece of chicken with the broken chopsticks and teasingly waving it before Wang Chao, before savoring it with delight. You claim to be hungry? Wang Chao swallowed hard, nodding fervently. Haven't you seen my hand? It was the Chun Suehua family that did this to me. I haven't eaten a single bite today, Yuzhe retorted. Then why not catch a chicken for yourself to stew? This chicken is specially for my wife's nourishment. Outsiders have no share. Wang Chao gazed at the dwindling chicken meat, forced to swallow his anger. Isn't it true that you can help me out, Zege? Just a few bites, and I assure you I shall remember your kindness. Yuzhe set down his chopsticks, a faint smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Wang Chao. Here's the deal. If you truly wish to eat, you must first bow to my wife and say, Auntie, please grant me a bite to eat. I shall reward you with a bowl of soup. Wang Chao's expression shifted. Yuzhe, that is too much. A bowl of soup requires me to bow. Yuzhe countered, oh, then how about you simply bow and apologize, addressing her as sister-in-law? Wang Chao, feeling somewhat guilty, cast a glance at him. Did Yuzhe know of his previous flirtations with Yun Yao? Gritting his teeth, he bowed to Yun Yao, saying, Sister-in-law, I apologize. I was wrong. Please forgive my transgressions. Yun Yao felt awkward, glancing between her husband and Wang Chao, remaining silent, as she had no desire to forgive him. After acknowledging his mistake, Wang Chao eagerly looked to Yuzhe for a response. Yuzhe chuckled softly, tossing a chicken bone to the ground. There you go. That's your reward. Remember, some things cannot simply be taken because you desire them. Yuzhe. Wang Chao's fists clenched, his teeth grinding in frustration, torn between wanting to retaliate and the realization that he could not match Yuzhe's strength. Moreover, the village chief had just warned him that further trouble would result in punishment. He had to restrain himself. Wang Chao seethed with anger but felt powerless, casting Yuzhe a resentful glare before storming off. Once Wang Chao departed, Yun Yao curiously inquired, Weren't you two once quite close? Yuzhe replied, In the past, I was naive. Wang Chao is a duplicitous person, and I shall not associate with him any longer. Seeing the serious expression on Yuzhe's face, Yun Yao felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. As long as he was willing to improve himself, she would remain by his side for a lifetime. The following evening, under a dark and stormy sky, with stars and the moon concealed behind thick clouds, Yuzhe arrived at the dilapidated temple on the outskirts of town a half-hour earlier than agreed, bringing along a wild boar. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the man from the machinery factory, who had requested the meat, arrived, accompanied by another individual pulling a cart laden with weights. You are quite punctual, the man said with a low laugh as he inspected the meat. After a thorough examination, he exchanged astonished glances with his companion. This meat is remarkably fresh. They had initially planned to negotiate the price if the meat was not up to par, but they were pleasantly surprised by the quality of Yuzhe's goods. After weighing the catch, the man asked Yuzhe, Are you the hunter? Yuzhe did not respond, but instead fixed him with a piercing gaze. Did you bring the money? Indeed, the purchasing man replied, retrieving a cloth bag from his pocket. Inside were bundles of cash. For 182 pounds and 5 ounces of meat, priced at 80 cents per pound, the total came to 146 yuan. You mentioned you also wanted tickets? Yes, Yuzhe replied, accepting the money and counting it carefully. He then exchanged 2 bundles of cash for an array of tickets, including cloth tickets, grain tickets, cotton tickets, sugar tickets, as well as soap and toilet paper tickets. The 2 men wrapped the wild boar securely in burlap and departed, while Yuzhe lingered for a moment, contemplating what to purchase for his wife at the supply and marketing cooperative the following day. Both he and his wife were in desperate need of new clothing, with their garments patched beyond recognition. As summer approached, they would need to sew new outfits. The cotton tickets could be used to make quilts, especially with 2 little ones expected to arrive in February. Regrettably, he lacked milk powder tickets, which his wife truly needed. After securing the money and tickets, Yuzhe departed the dilapidated temple. As he walked alone along the darkened path, he suddenly paused, sensing that someone was following him. Chapter 10. Stripped of all clothing, Yuzhe slightly tilted his head and noticed a shadow flickering about 50 meters behind him. He speculated that it was likely a group of robbers. During yesterday's transaction at the black market, it was probable that someone had overheard him, waiting to seize his money from the pig sale. Yuzhe quickened his pace, weaving through the forest, while the 3 figures lurking in the woods kept closing in. However, the moon was particularly dim that night, and they soon lost track of him. Damn it, where did he go? As soon as the leading man finished speaking, a heavy stone struck his head, rendering him unconscious and causing him to collapse with a muffled thud. The remaining 2 were thrown into a panic, their hairs standing on end. They had been loitering around the black market, waiting to pounce on anyone who displayed wealth, following them to incapacitate and rob them. Back to back, they spun around, vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. Had the man not only evaded them, but also discovered their presence? To their astonishment, Yuzhe boldly stepped into view. Seeing him alone, both men's eyes lit up with eagerness. One of them, a man with a buzz cut, sneered, "You think you can ambush us all by yourself? You're seeking death." "Oh, it's quite clear that you are the ones tailing me," Yuzhe replied nonchalantly, as if engaged in casual conversation at the village entrance. "Just hand over your money obediently, and we'll go easy on you." Yuzhe chuckled softly, but with the dark cloth obscuring his face, they could not discern his expression. "Is that so? Then come and take it." The two rogues exchanged glances, cursing under their breath. Alone and unarmed, he still dared to act so arrogantly. The buzzcut man twirled a switchblade in his hand, grinning maliciously as he approached Yuzhe. With a subtle curve of his lips, Yuzhe swiftly hurled a concealed stone at the buzzcut man's knee. A crisp crack echoed as the stone struck true, causing the man to stumble and kneel in pain. In that instant, like a shadow, Yuzhe darted past, drawing a dagger from his pocket and pressing it against the throat of the other man. The cold blade pressed against his skin sent chills down his spine, and he trembled. "Big brother, spare me." The buzzcut man, still on the ground, was bewildered. When did this man manage to take his accomplice hostage? Who was truly the robber here? "Let my brother go," the buzzcut man shouted, clutching his wounded knee. "Sure, but first, hand over your money," Yuzhe replied coolly. The buzzcut man was left speechless. Seeing his silence, Yuzhe's gaze turned icy, and he increased the pressure of the blade. The soft skin at the man's neck was cut, and warm blood trickled down. In agony, he screamed, "Old Lu, he is serious. Quickly give him the money." Old Lu, the buzzcut man, noticed the bloodstains on his brother's collar and reluctantly gathered all the cash he had. Trembling as he presented it, Yuzhe glanced at the meager amount of money with disdain and gestured with his chin towards the unconscious man on the ground. "And the cash from him, hand that over as well." Old Lu inwardly lamented his misfortune. Even with his brother incapacitated, they were still being robbed. However, knowing that his brother's life was in Yuzhe's hands, he had no choice but to search for money on his comrade. The man on the ground had a substantial amount of cash, and Yuzhe felt a sense of satisfaction. "Place it on the ground. Now, both of you, put your hands on your heads and squat down with your backs to that tree," Yuzhe commanded. As Old Lu complied, Yuzhe quickly searched the man he had just subdued and obtained more money. It appeared that these three had indeed committed numerous misdeeds, as they possessed quite a fortune. Yuzhe stuffed all the money into his pockets, sheathed his dagger, and tossed the hostage towards Old Lu before preparing to leave. Yet, the freed thug, clutching his neck, seethed with resentment and shouted, "Old Lu, he dared to rob us. We were careless, but now we'll take him down together. For Brother Biao." Old Lu, still feeling the sting of humiliation, readily agreed upon hearing his brother's words. The two drew their weapons and advanced menacingly towards Yuzhe. Yuzhe sighed. "I just offered you a chance to leave with dignity, but you chose not to." With a flick of his wrist, he sent his dagger flying through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished only to reappear beside the two men. A swift slice left both of their faces marked. Before they could recover from the searing pain, a barrage of fists rained down upon them. "Spare us, please. We regret following this monster today," they pleaded, kneeling and covering their heads, wishing they had never pursued him. "Spare you? Very well. Now, strip your big brother of his clothing." What? Strip him?" The two robbers exchanged alarmed glances, realizing they had encountered a true pervert, robbing money and now demanding to strip their leader. Yuzhe raised his voice, "Hurry up, or do you want another beating?" The two, trembling with fear, hastily removed their leader's clothing. He was dressed in a sweater and jacket, and soon they had stripped him down to just a tank top and shorts. Yuzhe looked up at the sky in exasperation. No wonder these two couldn't even commit crime properly. They were painfully slow at stripping. He swiftly knocked them unconscious, removing all their clothing, leaving them in their underwear. The clothing was unblemished, far superior to his own. He tossed everything into his storage space, planning to wash it for his children to use as diapers. The three men awoke in the middle of the night, chilled to the bone. In April, the nighttime temperature hovered around 10 degrees, leaving them shivering like children. As they hurried home, they were reported by passers-by for indecent exposure. The militia apprehended them, and the three could only shed silent tears of despair. Yuzhe returned to the hospital, feeling rejuvenated. Yun Yao noticed the joyful expression on his face and inquired, Why are you so happy today? I encountered 3 fools on the way, he replied cheerfully. Lying in bed, Yu Pengchuan scoffed at his son's words. Only you would think you're clever. Yuzhe rolled his eyes disdainfully, Dad. Even if Lu Sumei and the second uncle didn't come to visit, you don't have to wear that long-suffering expression. Who are you trying to impress? If you hadn't gotten injured while hunting for the second uncle's family, you would have been home snuggled up with your wife by now. Chapter 11. Chao Xiaoping's desperate leap into the river. Yu Pengchuan felt a rush of embarrassment as his son Yuzhe exposed him. He instinctively wanted to scold Yuzhe, yet the words remained unspoken. Over the past few days, his son had undergone a remarkable transformation, busying himself in a manner that starkly contrasted with his previous carefree demeanor. Perhaps this marriage had indeed been a turning point. Settling down might have brought some much-needed focus. However, it was disheartening that the brother who had always claimed they were family, along with Lu Sumei, had not shown their faces for the past 2 to 3 days. With a heavy heart, Yu Pengchuan sighed. Yuzhe, tomorrow, accompany your Aunt Mei to her maternal home in Xiao Village and see if you can procure some funds. He was aware that Lu Sumei frequently sent money and provisions to her family. Yet he had chosen to turn a blind eye to it in the past. He had hoped that his kindness toward Lu Sumei would evoke gratitude, prompting her to treat Yuzhe and Yushio well. Alas, he was mistaken. Yuzhe raised an eyebrow, surprised by his father's sudden enlightenment. He had intended to return to the village to watch a performance, as Lu Sumei's son was getting married in a few days, promising a lively occasion. Yu Pengchuan, receiving daily infusions that aided his sleep, soon succumbed to slumber after giving his instructions. Yun Yao was tidying the unoccupied bed nearby. You should get a good night's rest here, and I will stay with Dad, she said. Last night, it had been Yun Yao who slept in bed, while Yuzhe sat on a small stool beside his father's sickbed, resting his head on the edge. No need for you to stay up. You are pregnant, and must not tire yourself. I shall practice my exercises. Sitting will suffice for me. He was determined to practice diligently every day, replenishing his internal energy. Moreover, practicing, even without sleep, contributed to nurturing his spirit. Thus, Yun Yao observed Yuzhe, who sat with his eyes closed in a meditative posture. Intrigued, she refrained from disturbing him and continued watching until she, too, fell asleep. The following day, Yuzhe procured some wild boar meat from his space and prepared 3 large bowls of pig's blood powder using spring water, which the 3 of them relished with great satisfaction. When the nurse arrived for her morning rounds, she was astonished. You must be a relative of Yu Pengchuan, correct? His recovery is progressing swiftly. In just a couple of days, he will be able to return home for rehabilitation, thanks to the nourishment from the spring water. Yu Pengchuan's legs were healing remarkably fast without any visible signs of injury. Yuzhe retrieved the wild strawberries and mulberries he had picked from the mountains a few days prior to offer as snacks to his wife. Storing them in the wooden cabin of his space had kept them fresh, and they appeared as vibrant as when first harvested. Shoer lives not far from the hospital. Let us take some pork and these wild fruits to visit her. Yun Yao suggested. Yuzhe nodded. You and I think alike. We shall go tomorrow. Today, we must visit the Lu family. The hurried nature of Yuzhe's marriage had only allowed for a brief notification to his sister, Yushio. However, her husband had claimed that she needed to stay home to care for the children and could not find the time to return. Yushio's husband had children from a previous marriage who were 6 or 7 years old, not infants, and there was also a mother-in-law present. These were clearly just excuses. Upon returning to the village, as Yuzhe approached his home, he overheard a heated argument between Lu Sumei and Chao Xiaoping from within the house. Mother, what do you mean the money is gone? How am I supposed to marry Cuehua? Chao Xiaoping exclaimed. Son, perhaps you should ask Cuehua's family to wait a little longer. I will find a way to borrow some money from your grandmother, Lu Sumei replied. Wait for what? If you can't provide the funds for my wedding, I will jump into the river. Let your lineage come to an end. Wait. Son, don't be hasty. I will go to your grandmother's house immediately to borrow some money. I will certainly help you marry Cuehua. Lu Sumei thought of all the money she had sent to her maternal family over the years, adding up to over 100. Xiaoping was also the grandson of the Lu family. Surely her parents would not abandon him in his time of need. As they opened the door to leave, they were met with the sight of Yuzhe, wearing a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, blocking their path. Aunt Mei, are you heading to your maternal home for money? Let us go together, as the hospital is also pressing for the hospitalization fees. Xiaozhe, this marriage is of utmost importance. Pengchuan's medical expenses can be covered by the village head and the locals. You and your father can repay them gradually. Delaying marriage for a few years is no great issue. Yuzhe shot a cold glance at Qiao Xiaoping. You are merely 20 years old. What is the rush? Qiao Xiaoping felt a surge of indignation but dared not retort, knowing he could not match Yuzhe's imposing presence. Lu Sumei wished to dissuade Yuzhe from accompanying them, but now that he had overheard their conversation, there was no choice but for all three to proceed to Xiaohe village together. As they passed through the fields, Yuzhe called out to the village head, "Head, your presence reassures me. For I fear my stepmother may conspire with her family to bully me." The village head, Hong Xuejuan, couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking to himself that with Yuzhe's penchant for causing disturbances, who would dare to bully him? It was more likely he would be the one to intimidate others. At the Lu household, the matriarch frowned upon seeing Lu Sumei return empty-handed. When she learned that they were seeking to borrow money, her expression soured further. Where would the money come from? Your two younger brothers each have children. How can the family afford such expenses? Yuzhe gestured towards a brand new bicycle parked outside the house. Ah, there lies a new bicycle. Lu Laotai, it seems your family is faring quite well. The Lu matriarch straightened her back, pride evident in her voice. Indeed, this is an authentic Fengwang brand. Lu Sumei was aware that this bicycle had been acquired over a month ago through connections and money, but she currently had no interest in such matters. She tugged at her mother's sleeve, pleading softly, "Mother, Xiao Ping is your own grandson. You cannot simply watch him fail to find a wife." The Lu matriarch furrowed her brow deeply, as if a canyon had formed. Chen's family is asking for an exorbitant dowry. $50 is outrageous. How many families in Xiaohe village pay such a high price for a bride? Look at your two younger brothers. They managed with just a bag of corn flour. She jabbed her finger forcefully at Lu Sumei's forehead, the intensity suggesting she wished to pierce a hole through it. Are you so foolish as to allow the Chun family to drain your resources? But there is no other option. Xiao Ping is fond of Cuehua, and besides, Cuehua promised to return with a substantial portion of that 50. You believe her promises? What if she arrives empty-handed? You will be left powerless. The village head, Hong Xuejuan, cleared his throat. Matriarch, your son-in-law is still in the hospital. How does Peng Chuan usually treat you? The villagers are all aware, and now that difficulties have arisen, you should extend your assistance. Yu Peng Chuan, a skilled hunter, has provided game not only for his own consumption and to contribute to labor points, but has also occasionally delivered meat to the Lu family. The people of Xiaohe village say that after the eldest daughter of the Lu family remarried following the death of her husband, her new marriage is even better than the first. The elderly matriarch of the Lu family maintained a stony expression, seemingly oblivious to the village chief's words. Yuzhe rang the bell of his bicycle, the clear chime echoing in the courtyard. "Madam, your bicycle must have cost quite a sum," he remarked casually, yet with a hint of sarcasm. "As far as I know, Aunt May often uses my family's money to support you." Upon hearing this, the Lu matriarch shot an unhappy glare at Lu Sumei, and, placing her hands on her hips, retorted with conviction. "It is only natural for a daughter and son-in-law to honor their elderly mother. What do you, a mere child, understand?" Yuzhe chuckled coldly, inwardly thinking that this old woman was quite adept at twisting the truth. However, he was relieved, as he feared the Lu family might deny having received any money. "Since you, madam, turn a blind eye to your son-in-law in the hospital, I shall take this bicycle," Yuzhe stated calmly yet with unwavering determination. "And thus, my father's financial contributions to your family will be settled." Just as Yuzhe steadied himself on the handlebars, the Lu matriarch grew anxious, grabbing the rear seat of the bicycle and exclaiming sharply, "How dare you? This is my family's property. On what grounds do you intend to take it?" Chapter 12. The antique lottery machine. Yuzhe cast a cold glance at her, his grip unwavering. Why should he relent? It was his father's money that purchased this bicycle, and they could seek the village chief for arbitration. The village chief, Hong Xuejuan, had been observing the situation and stepped forward to support him, saying, "Old lady, over the years, Peng Chuan has not been unkind to your family. He has often sent game meat your way and provided financial assistance. Now that he lies in the hospital, you refuse to contribute a single penny. This is quite unreasonable, is it not?" Upon hearing the village chief's words, the matriarch of the Lu family softened slightly, but remained defiant. "Chief, one cannot put it like that. Su Mei married into the Yu family, and she is now one of them. If she brings money back to honor me, that is her affair and has nothing to do with you, Peng Chuan." Chief Hong Xuejuan frowned and replied sternly, "Old lady, your reasoning is flawed. The money Su Mei brought is also derived from Yu Peng Chuan's hunting. Since you are unwilling to contribute, it is entirely justified for Yuzhe to take this bicycle." The Lu matriarch found herself at a loss. She could neither overpower Yuzhe nor argue effectively against the village chief. Unfortunately, today, the men of her family, including her 2 sons, were absent. Frustration coursed through her, and she could only scold her eldest daughter, Lu Su-mei. Look at the trouble you've caused. Lu Su-mei had not anticipated Yuzhe's resolute stance. In broad daylight, he dared to seize property, bolstered by the village chief's support. Chao Xiaoping, anxious from the sidelines, exclaimed, "Mom, Grandma, without 50 yuan, how can I marry Cuihua? If you give the bicycle to an outsider, it would be better off with me." The matriarch of the Lu family felt exasperation towards her grandson. "What good is shouting at us? Go to the fields and fetch your uncles." Amidst the commotion, Yuzhe had already pushed the bicycle away with the village chief. The chief, hands clasped behind him, wore a troubled expression, contemplating how Yuzhe's bicycle was a personal item that could not be sold. He would have to rally the villagers to raise the funds, still short by 18 yuan, right? "I'll keep track of who lent you money. You can remember which family contributed." Hong Xuejuan observed the brand-new bicycle, estimating that it would not remain with the Yu family for long. The Lu brothers were not easy to negotiate with and would undoubtedly reclaim the bicycle. He had a disagreement with the village chief of Xiao village, making it difficult to seek an impartial resolution. However, even if the matter escalated to the commune team leader, the Yu family had the upper hand. "Chief, hop on the back seat. I'll give you a ride." "I understand, and I will make sure to note who lent me money." The village chief jogged a few steps and leaped onto the back seat, gripping the handlebars. "But you must prepare yourself mentally. Our village is the poorest in the commune, and there are likely few willing to lend money to your family." As Yuzhe rode the bicycle, a gentle breeze brushed against his face, creating a pleasant sensation. Indeed, the Fenghuang brand was a delight to ride. He understood the chief's concerns. This was a perfect opportunity to discern which families in the village truly maintained good relations with the Yu family. The village's poverty was not a recent development. Residents of Huaihua village faced disdain when traveling elsewhere due to their financial struggles. Marriages, whether for sons or daughters, were far more challenging in this village compared to others. In his previous life, while he was away, villagers had offered considerable help to his family, but due to their own poverty, it was merely a drop in the bucket. He could rely on hunting and his spatial abilities to improve his family's circumstances. Yet other villagers lacked such opportunities and could only depend on their labor points for sustenance. Yuzhe felt that since he had been granted a second chance at life, he ought to devise a means to uplift the entire village out of poverty, excluding those he found distasteful. As Yuzhe rode alongside the village chief on the bumpy road, he pondered potential opportunities for collective prosperity. In his previous life, he had witnessed numerous villages thrive economically through agricultural products. However, the current times were different. Agricultural yields were not as plentiful, and technological advancements were lacking. The crops in Huaihua village were barely sufficient for their own consumption, let alone for export. Yet, he was different, Yuzhe thought, as he possessed a spatial ability and a spiritual spring. He recalled a piece of barren land near the cattle shed in Huaihua village that had previously been planted with apple trees. "Chief, how are those apple trees in our village faring?" "Apple trees?" The village chief, bouncing on the back seat, felt discomfort. "Those are saplings that came from above. We've fertilized them every spring and autumn for 4 years, yet they only grow trunks without bearing fruit." "Why do you ask?" "Huaihua village is located in the northeast, where winters are frigid, but apples possess a certain frost resistance. The saplings should belong to a cold-resistant variety." "Chief," Yuzhe began, "I wish to cultivate those apple trees. If we succeed in producing apples, our village could share more grain this year." "Ah, you are daydreaming. With that spirit, it would be wiser to sow a few more acres of land before the Grain Rain Festival to earn more labor points. Life would be easier after the grain distribution." "Chief, I can tend to the land. However, I've learned some techniques from agricultural publications in the city regarding apple cultivation. Let me give it a try. Even if it fails, there's no significant loss, is there?" Village Chief Hong Xuejuan regarded Yuzhe with skepticism, his faith wavering, but ultimately he acquiesced. "As long as it doesn't interfere with your daily labor points, you may attempt it. Once your father is discharged from the hospital, you must not revert to your previous careless ways." "Understood, Chief." After riding back to Huaihua village and dropping off the chief, Yuzhe returned home. The bicycle bore a lock without a key, which he deemed unusable. He planned to purchase a new lock at the supply and marketing cooperative today. "Shandian, remember, this is now our family's bicycle. If anyone tries to steal it, you must bite them." Shandian barked in response, circling Yuzhe to indicate his understanding. After securely locking the door behind him, Yuzhe entered his spatial realm. The unconsumed pork remained quietly nestled in the wooden barrel, yet he sensed something was amiss on the table. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a small box of goldfish he had stored from his previous life was missing. In its place was a wooden square box. The box featured a slot on top and a button at the front, with a piece of craft paper lying beside it. Yuzhe unfolded the craft paper and read the inscription, "Instructions for the use of the antique lottery machine." A lottery machine? The space has become increasingly peculiar, having swallowed his gold bars and produced such an oddity. Yuzhe continued to observe the lottery machine, which required the insertion of a single antique to draw a mystery box. The mystery box would automatically generate items based on what the contributor lacked. These items could range from food and daily necessities to pharmaceuticals and knowledge-based tools. One could draw only once a day. Yuzhe felt amused, as he possessed an abundance of antiques. In his previous life, he had placed several large boxes of antiques into the space, including calligraphy, jade, the four treasures of the study, pottery, and sculptures. These items were now of no use to him. It would be far better to exchange them in the lottery machine for what he truly needed. Moreover, there were numerous individuals in the black market, lacking clothing and food, who took risks to sell antiques, and one could easily trade for meat or rice. Yuzhe selected a modern piece of calligraphy that was not particularly valuable, deciding to toss it into the lottery machine to test the waters. Chapter 13. Che Shirtu. After placing the calligraphy and painting on the lottery machine, Yuzhe pressed the button. In an instant, the artwork vanished, and a gasapon appeared in its place. Yuzhe opened the gasapon, and to his astonishment, a bag 20 times larger than the gasapon fell out. Upon inspecting the bag, he discovered it was labeled Apple Tree Premium Fertilizer, capable of ensuring fruitful harvests. To his delight, this lottery machine indeed provided him with something he had recently been lacking. Yuzhe exchanged the fertilizer for a bag and stored it in his backpack, taking along a metal bucket from home as he set off toward the apple trees. On his way, he passed by villagers busily sowing seeds in the fields. Noticing Yuzhe with his backpack, someone inquired about his destination. Upon receiving his answer, they began to chatter amongst themselves once he departed. Yuzhe has become increasingly reckless. His father is still in the hospital, and here he is with his shenanigans. Indeed, while others struggle for years to cultivate apples, he seems to think he possesses divine abilities. It is wise not to lend him money. Just recently, the village head suggested that everyone contribute a little to help his family, yet with Yuzhe's current antics, repayment may be a distant dream. Once his father recovers, won't he be able to hunt and repay his debts? You are overly optimistic. Healing from such injuries takes a long time. Even after his father recovers, it will be many months before winter arrives, leaving little opportunity for hunting. Furthermore, his mother and brother are currently playing the fool and have not lent any money. We should certainly refrain from doing so. As Yuzhe approached the apple trees, someone caught up to him, breathless, and patted him on the shoulder. Shirtu, why are you following me? The newcomer was Che Shirtu from the Che family, 2 years his junior, and they had grown up playing together. However, Yuzhe's memory recalled that since 1970, after Che Shirtu advised him against befriending Wang Chao, he had gradually distanced himself from Che Shirtu. Che Shirtu pulled out a handful of crumpled bills. Here, take this to help your father. Yuzhe, surprised, accepted the money. Shirtu, you. The Che family was one of the poorest in Huaihua village. His father had died young, and his mother was often ill, with their meager earnings spent on her medication each year. After inspecting the bills, Yuzhe realized that there were indeed 5 yuan, which must have taken a long time to save. Che Shitu's face bore no discernible emotion, and his voice was subdued. My mother is feeling a bit better lately. I want to help Uncle Chuan first. Observing Che Shitu's demeanor, Yuzhe sensed he was not being entirely truthful. I don't want your money. Take it back and save it for your mother's medicine. Yuzhe returned the money to Che Shirtu. As Che Shirtu followed Yuzhe to the apple trees, he observed Yuzhe bending down and circling around the trees. Are you hoping to use the apples to cover your medical expenses? How could that be possible? These fruits won't bear any harvest for at least a few months. Then why won't you accept my money? Yuzhe laughed, straightening up and looking at Che Shirtu. Che Shirtu, unchanged from his youth, spoke plainly. In his previous life, Yuzhe found Che Shirtu dull and uninteresting, but now he realized he was perhaps the only true friend he had. Che Shirtu continued, after the village head spoke. Only the Zhao and Li families were willing to lend money to your family. The Zhao and Li families had closer ties with his father, Yu Pengchuan, which aligned with Yuze's expectations. I plan to hunt to earn some money, Yuze confided to Chase Shirtu. Chase Shirtu frowned. Hunt. Your father has just been injured. Do you still dare to go? My father is old, and it was my foolish second uncle who hindered him, not his age. Have you ever seen him in trouble before? I am young and strong, and besides, you will accompany me, won't you? Chase Shirtu pointed to his own chest, questioning, you want me to join you in the mountains for hunting? Yuze raised an eyebrow. What, you unwilling? Your father has 2 hunting rifles. If we capture something substantial, we can sell it, pay off the medical bills, and improve our lives. In this life, Yuze wished to assist Chase Shirtu in earning a little money, so he could marry a beautiful wife and lead a good life. The day after tomorrow, take a day off, and we will go to the mountains. Chase Shirtu, considering his family's meager circumstances, nodded earnestly. After Chase Shirtu returned to the fields, Yuze used his backpack as a shield and began to pour spiritual spring water around the roots of the apple trees. There were indeed a considerable number of apple trees, as the village head had mentioned, all appearing quite bare. After watering them, Yuze retrieved the repackaged fertilizer from his backpack and began to nourish the fruit trees. Currently, land cannot be bought or sold, but if these trees bear fruit through his efforts, the labor points would belong to him. In the future, should they bear fruit, the village head would surely find a way to procure more saplings, and Huaihua village would gradually improve. By the 1980s, he might even be able to contract the land. Xiaohe village. At this moment, Xiaoping had already called back his 2 uncles and grandfather from the fields. Mom, who stole our car? Their family's 2-wheeled vehicle was their lifeblood. Not only did it earn the respect of the villagers, but it was also a capable transport for goods, easily carrying over 200 pounds on market days. How dare someone steal a car in broad daylight? The elderly matriarch of the Liu family fumed. It was that scoundrel. Yuze? The 2 Liu brothers immediately ceased their complaints. Mom, why provoke him? Huh? Who provoked him? He inexplicably came and rode away with our car. During the early years of Liu Sumei's marriage into the Yu family, her 2 brothers had often fought with Yuze, never once emerging victorious. After hearing the entire story, Liu Sumei's father, smoking a pipe, said, that bicycle was bought with Pengchuan's money. Let them use it for a few days. True, the money is from his family, but the bicycle ticket was not given by him. It was something I managed to get from my sister in town. Yuze had a notorious reputation, and with hunting rifles at home, they stood no chance against him. The elderly matriarch of the Liu family, her eyes darting, devised a plan. In a few days, when night falls, Sumei, you shall be responsible for the rendezvous at the Yu residence, while Lu Ming and Lu Liang will take the bicycle away. This way, we can reclaim the bicycle without arousing any suspicion. I cannot believe Yuze would dare to steal it a second time. Chao Xiaoping thought it to be a splendid plan. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a pathetic scheme. He raised his voice and began to pester, Grandma. That bicycle won't run away. My wedding is the paramount concern. The elderly matriarch of the Liu family, troubled by the commotion, waved her hand dismissively, stating, once the bicycle is retrieved, I can give you 10 yuan, but inform the Chun family that it is merely 10. Whether they wish to marry or not is entirely up to them. Chapter 14. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative 10 yuan? But we agreed on 50. You fool. You know how to haggle when buying goods, but don't you have to negotiate when marrying a wife? If you truly possess the capability to make Tsuehua pregnant, you wouldn't need to spend a single cent to bring her home. Chao Xiaoping envisioned Tsuehua's supple figure and charming demeanor, feeling a flutter of excitement in his heart. It's not as easy as you all make it sound. Tsuehua's family is quite strict. Just getting the chance to touch her is already a stroke of luck. Old Lady Lu pressed her forehead, wishing she could transform into a man to assist Chao Xiaoping. What a foolish boy. She could only turn to her daughter, Sumei. Don't just take advantage of your maternal family. Your son carries the surname Chao, not Lu. The Chao family isn't extinct. Lu Sumei wore a pained expression. Mother, you're well aware of the situation with the Chao family. Xiaoping has more than a dozen cousins under his grandparents' care. How could they spare any attention for him? Let alone provide dowry money. They barely have enough food. That's all your fault for marrying a man with such a short lifespan. I'll only contribute this 10 yuan. You should hurry and hope that Yu Pengchuan recovers soon to hunt more and earn money. Lu Sumei could only obediently nod like a quail. She felt fortunate that her maternal family had supplemented her considerably. Otherwise, who would give her even 10 yuan? Such is the role of the maternal family. Meanwhile, after watering the apple trees and fertilizing them, Yuze rode his bicycle back to town. Upon arrival, he first visited the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The cooperative was a two-story brick building, with a slogan proclaiming "Serve the People" adorning the entrance. Inside, the glass counters gleamed immaculately, displaying a variety of neatly arranged goods. At that moment, the sales clerks were not as enthusiastic or polite as they would be decades later. They merely glanced at him before resuming their tasks. Yuzhe calmly stated, "Comrade, I would like a padlock, 2 boxes of snowflake cream, 2 jean of brown sugar, 1 jean of fruit candy, 1 jean of milk candy, 1 jean of egg cake, 2 bars of soap, and a pair of double happiness enamel cups." He paused before adding rice and flour, utilizing half of his ration tickets, enough to feed the family for half a month. The clerk couldn't help but regard Yuzhe with a few more glances, thinking to herself that despite his ragged appearance, he was quite generous with his purchases. After confirming Yuzhe's order, she skillfully clipped the tickets onto the wire overhead. With a rustle, the receipts slid along the wire to the accountant on the other side. After verification, the change and receipts were returned along the wire. "Everything you requested is ready. Your change is 36 cents. Yuzhe noticed that they also sold sewing machines. That day, among the money he had taken from the 3 villains, there happened to be a note for a sewing machine. Once his father was discharged from the hospital, he planned to take his wife to purchase it. Having a sewing machine at home would make sewing clothes incredibly convenient. Yuzhe accepted the money and goods, placing them in a woven basket. Once he reached a secluded area, he used his mind to transfer the items into his space. Having such a space is indeed convenient, Yuzhe mused. Without it, these many items would surely attract envy. Upon returning to the hospital, Yu Pengchuan eagerly asked his son, "So, did you and Aunt May go to Xia village?" "Yes." Seeing his son's nonchalant demeanor, Yu Pengchuan smiled proudly. "I told you, Aunt May is not an ungrateful person. How much did she give you?" Yuzhe cast him a disdainful glance. "Not a single dime." "What?" Yu Pengchuan stared at his son suspiciously. "Why are you so happy then? What on earth happened?" "I didn't receive any money, but I did bring back a bicycle." "What about my wife?" Yuzhe noticed Yun Yao was not in the ward. "I took my wife for a ride." "What did you say? You brought back a bicycle?" Yu Pengchuan's eyes widened, but then he realized this was something his son could do. "Even if they didn't give you money, you shouldn't steal a bicycle. Those bicycles are numbered. You can't sell them." "Who said I was going to sell it? I'm keeping it for myself." Yuzhe observed his father's hesitance. "Dad, I warn you, don't be soft-hearted. Once we return home, if Lu Sume whispers sweet nothings in your ear, you'll end up returning the bicycle. Over the years, you've given Lu Sume so much money. This bicycle should belong to our family." I know, Yu Pengchuan replied irritably, wrapping himself in the blanket and leaving Yuzhe with only his back. "Dad, don't be upset. Relax. You'll have more to be upset about once we get home." As Yuzhe exited the ward, he bumped into Yun Yao returning with a basin of water. She was dressed in a faded blue outfit with black edges, and her 2 glossy braids hung down her chest. With long black eyelashes, she smiled at Yuzhe. "Ace, you're back." "Yes, wife." "What are you doing with that basin?" "I just fetched water to wash Dad's face." Yun Yao's lively voice lifted the spirits of those who heard it. "Let us go out for a stroll?" "Huh. Dad is still in the hospital." "It's fine. He just has a broken leg, not a terminal illness. I asked the nurse, and he doesn't need Infor today. Come on, let us go." Yuzhe took Yun Yao downstairs, and when they saw the bicycle, she was utterly shocked. Where did this bicycle come from? Her heart raced with apprehension, fearing that Yuzhe had stolen it. "It's from the Lu family, but now it belongs to us. From now on, only the 2 of us will ride it. However, it might be a bit difficult for you to ride this heavy one, so I'll carry you instead. When the opportunity arises, I'll get you a lady's bicycle ticket. And we can each have one." "One is enough. We can't be so extravagant." Yun Yao playfully scolded him, but her heart felt warm despite her words. Yuzhe thought to himself, "One bicycle truly isn't sufficient. Once the child is born, they will be a family of 4. He and his wife are still young, and they might want to have more children in the future. One bicycle simply won't suffice." "Where shall we go?" Yun Yao inquired. "To the park." Yuzhe recalled a lakeside park in town, envisioning the beauty of the sunset. It was now around 4 in the afternoon, and the sun still radiated warmth. Yuzhe pedaled the bicycle, with Yun Yao seated behind him, gently tugging at the hem of his shirt. "Dear wife, please hold me," Yuzhe said with a smile. Yun Yao bit her lip. The street was bustling with people. "What of it? We are a legally married couple." Yuzhe's lips curved into a playful smile as he intentionally rolled the bicycle over a stone in front of them. The wheels jolted violently as they traversed the stone, causing Yun Yao to sway involuntarily. She quickly wrapped her arms around Yuzhe's waist. With a mischievous grin, Yuzhe remarked, "Wife, are you all right? I did mention that this road is strewn with stones, so you should hold on to me for safety." Yun Yao thought to herself that the road did not seem particularly rocky, yet with her arms already encircling him, she felt too embarrassed to let go. Yuzhe rode the bicycle, feeling quite elated. The flowers and plants lining the roadside appeared particularly enchanting, and a couple walking nearby caught Yuzhe's attention. The man was tall and donned a crisp shirt, while the woman, though somewhat plump, sported eye-catching flared trousers that exuded a sense of fashion. Yuzhe suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps they should postpone their visit to the park. Chapter 15. The in-laws. Yuzhe had a change of heart. Initially intending to head to the park, he redirected the car towards the department store. Yun Yao frowned slightly, puzzled as to why they were not going to the park. With a gentle smile curving his lips, Yuzhe replied, "Dear wife, it is customary to present you with new attire upon marriage. Consider this a belated gift." Yun Yao felt warmth in her heart and instinctively declined, saying, "This outfit is still wearable. Besides, the department store primarily offers ready-made garments. It would be more economical to purchase fabric from the supply and marketing cooperative and sew it myself at home." Yuzhe countered with a grin, "Ready-made clothes are indeed a necessity, but fabric is equally important. I still have fabric coupons. The slightly cheaper fabric at the cooperative is quite unattractive, old-fashioned even. My beautiful wife deserves to wear something vibrant." At this time, it was still early May, and the people on the streets wore light clothing or thin jackets, adding sweaters for warmth during the chilly mornings and evenings. Yuzhe led Yun Yao through the aisles of the department store, purchasing a coat and a pair of trousers for her. The spring apparel was rather plain, with only the sweaters appearing somewhat fashionable. "Wife, this sweater is lovely," Yuzhe remarked, holding up a piece and gesturing it before her. Yun Yao shook her head. "I'd rather buy yarn and knit my own. Summer is approaching quickly, and purchasing it would be a waste." Yuzhe's eyes inadvertently wandered to the section selling women's bras, and the memories of their wedding night flashed through his mind. He felt inexplicably confident that he could choose the perfect size for Yun Yao. However, voicing this thought made him feel a touch bashful. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Wife, would you like to buy a bra?" "No need. I can make one myself." Yun Yao responded with a playful glare, taken aback by his unabashed remarks. After browsing for a while, she noticed Yuzhe's hands full of shopping bags and asked, "Why are you buying only for me? What about yourself?" Yuzhe leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "I do not fancy ready-made clothes. I prefer those lovingly crafted by you. When we return home, you can measure me inch by inch with a soft tape." Yun Yao's face instantly flushed crimson as her mind uncontrollably conjured that image. She gently pushed him away. "Stop it. Where did you learn to speak like this?" Yuzhe seized her hand playfully, grinning. "I learned it without a teacher. We can delve deeper into this topic later." Upon exiting the department store, the sky had darkened considerably, and food stalls collaborating with state-owned factories began to appear along the roadside. The aroma wafted towards Yun Yao, prompting her to recall her father in the hospital. "We should return and cook something for him. He must be hungry." "Ah, my wife, how considerate you are. However, going back and forth would be too troublesome. Let us eat out and pack a meal for him instead. Look, there's a stall selling fried sauce noodles. I haven't had them in ages. Come on, dear." Yuzhe pulled Yun Yao to a small table where they ordered 2 large bowls of fried sauce noodles. The noodles were chewy and smooth, each bite infused with the rich mingling of meat and sauce. As they dined, Yuzhe heard a commotion in the distance and asked the noodle vendor, "Boss, what is happening over there with so many people?" "They're showing a film in the square. Folks from the nearby villages have come to watch," the vendor replied, busy with his cooking. Realizing it was an outdoor movie, Yuzhe felt a surge of excitement. "How fortunate we are today. Let us go. My dear, I'll take you to see a free movie." "But what about Dad? He is still hungry?" Yun Yao hesitated. "Don't worry, I bought some egg cakes earlier. I'll leave some for him. He won't go hungry." They arrived at the outdoor square, and it was Yun Yao's first experience with such an event since becoming a young intellectual in the countryside. She looked around in wonder. Yuzhe spotted a large gourd-shaped popcorn machine, where the vendor was intently watching the pressure gauge. Suddenly, he shouted, "It's about to pop." Nearby children immediately covered their ears and stepped back. Quick as a flash, Yuzhe pulled Yun Yao into his embrace, shielding her ears. With a resounding pop, the white popcorn burst forth like snowflakes, quickly filling the large bag attached to the machine. The sweet aroma of corn filled the air, and Yuzhe released Yun Yao, saying, "Let us buy some popcorn. I'm not a child anymore. I don't want any. Yun Yao replied, though her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Who says only children can enjoy popcorn? Watching a movie without it would be rather lackluster. Come on, dear. The popcorn was served in a cone-shaped container made of newspaper. Although it lacked the creamy flavor of modern popcorn, it possessed its unique charm. How much is it? Yuzhe inquired. 8 cents a cup, the vendor answered. 1 cup, please. Yun Yao held the popcorn, contemplating. Isn't this what the storybooks describe about dating between men and women? At that moment, the film being screened was the greatest feast in the world. Due to the ongoing martial arts scenes, the audience, both young and old, occasionally erupted into cheers. As Yun Yao watched the film, she felt a sense of nostalgia. It was a movie from the previous year. She had watched it with her parents in a cinema in the capital. Now, time had passed, and everything had changed. After watching for a while, Yun Yao hesitated before speaking softly. Yuzhe, I must confess something to you. Yuzhe noticed her serious demeanor and set aside his focus on the film, attentively listening to her. In truth, I volunteered to come to the countryside. I did it for my parents. Your parents? Yuzhe was taken aback, unaware of this in his previous life. Yes, my parents were sent to Huaihua village's cattle shed, which is why I signed up to be a young intellectual here. My mother was reported as a capitalist, and my father accompanied her into exile. They had previously announced in the newspaper that they had severed ties with me. But I could not bear to leave them in such a harsh environment, so I followed them here. Yuzhe was genuinely stunned by this revelation. It turned out that Yun Yao's parents were once educators at a university in the capital. Her mother, Tang Yuehua, taught traditional Chinese medicine, while her father, Yun Zhuan, taught physics. The Tang family was wealthy, originating from Xiangjiang, and had faced envy leading to accusations of being capitalists. Amidst the turmoil in the mainland, most of the Tang family had fled to Xiangjiang for safety, but her mother, Tang Yuehua, was captured due to her delayed departure. Her father, Yun Zhuan, could not bear to let his wife suffer alone in exile and resolutely followed her. After listening to the whole story, Yuzhe felt an overwhelming sense of compassion for Yun Yao. My dear wife, your filial piety is truly admirable. What immense determination it must take for a young woman to venture here alone in search of her parents. Yun Yao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shook her head. No, it is I who am unfilial. My parents are still unaware of my marriage, and I do not know how they are faring. Having spent over a month in the countryside, Yun Yao had only dared to catch a distant glimpse of her parents outside the cattle shed. The thought of revealing herself filled her with trepidation, fearing their reproach for her disobedience. In the past, she lacked the courage. Now, she was engulfed by fear. She had married without her parents' consent or a matchmaker's guidance, dreading the thought that the revelation would devastate them. Yet, what choice did she have at that moment? When Yi Hongmei had pushed her into the water, a throng of onlookers had gathered, and the gossiping ants had witnessed her drenched form lying in Yuzhe's embrace. If she had refused to marry, the idle chatter would have spread, leaving her with no refuge at the youth commune. Yuzhe wrapped his arm around Yun Yao's shoulders, offering solace. My dear wife, do not worry. I am here for you. Once we return, we will visit your parents together. They will understand. Yuzhe knew that, in time, individuals like Yun Yao's parents would return to a semblance of normalcy. It merely required patience. Chapter 16 Open-air cinema. The environment of the cattle shed, which he had observed, was indeed rudimentary. He had heard from the villagers that every winter, a significant number of people in the cattle shed would perish. Upon returning to the village, he was determined to assist his wife in caring for her parents. Yuzhe reflected on how in his past life, Yun Yao had taken her own life without hesitation. Possibly not only due to the loss of her children, but also because of her parents' passing. Is that true? Yun Yao's voice was tinged with nasal tones. Of course. Just think about it. Parents wish for their children to live well. Their happiness relies on that. This is also the reason they publicly severed ties with you, hoping you would not be implicated. As long as you live well from now on, taking care of yourself, healthy and plump, your parents would be overjoyed. You speak as if it makes sense. Yun Yao felt her heart lighten. Yuzhe, you are truly wonderful. It is only right, my dear wife. Now that we are married, we are one family. Your parents are my parents. Yuzhe spoke sincerely, wishing for his future children to have their maternal grandparents alive. The greatest fortune in life is to have loved ones beside you, safe and sound. As the night deepened, the wind grew stronger. My dear wife, we are lightly dressed today, let us return. All right. Yuzhe packed a portion of wontons and rode back to the hospital with his wife on the back seat. Yu Pengchuan watched his son and daughter-in-law return, laughing and chatting, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. You two went out to have fun and left me all alone in the hospital. Yuzhe chuckled. Since injuring his leg, his father's temperament resembled that of a child. What do you mean, left you alone? Did I not tell you before we left? Besides, I even left you some snacks and brought you food back. Yu Pengchuan glanced at the food his daughter-in-law was carrying, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The hospital was stifling. With them gone, he had no one to talk to. I want to be discharged. The elderly man in the neighboring bed had checked out that morning, leaving Yu Pengchuan alone in the spacious ward, so it was no wonder he felt bored. Just hang in there for another 2 days. You can be discharged on Monday. Finally, Yuzhe added, tomorrow I will visit Xiaoer and ask her to keep you company. Yu Pengchuan paused his eating, feeling guilty. Why tell her? Just to make her worry for no reason. I'm perfectly fine. She just got married, so it's best not to disturb her. When Yu Xiao got married, she had quarreled with Yu Pengchuan. She was reluctant to marry Li Mancan, a man with a child from a previous marriage, but Lu Sumei had thoroughly brainwashed Yu Pengchuan. Lu Sumei argued that Li Mancan was a handsome man with a stable job, and as the only son in his family, if Yu Xiao bore a son or daughter, he would eventually help her find a proper job, making life far better than marrying a country bumpkin. Yu Pengchuan, lacking education, believed that living in the city was the pinnacle of fortune. Therefore, despite Yu Xiao's pleas, he was resolute in marrying her off. Who said it was for you? I miss my sister, can't I? Moreover, Yun Yao had yet to meet Xiaoer. Yu Pengchuan was at a loss for words. In truth, he missed his daughter. As a father, who doesn't love their child? He had intended for the bride price to be set aside by Lu Sumei to be given to Xiaoer after she bore children. He genuinely wanted what was best for Yu Xiao, but he never anticipated losing the money, leaving him even more ashamed to face his daughter. The next day, Saturday, Yuzhe sliced 10 pounds of wild boar meat in the space and took out the snowflower cream he had bought yesterday. My dear wife, I bought 2 boxes of snowflower cream yesterday, one for you and one for Xiaoer. Yun Yao gazed at the beautiful packaging of the cream, reluctant to part with it, yet felt a pang of guilt over Yuzhe's expenditure. The snowflower cream was quite expensive. Next time, it would suffice to buy clam oil instead. The snowflower cream cost around $1, while clam oil was merely 20 cents. My wife deserves only the best. Yun Yao was the most beautiful woman among the educated youth. She could not be allowed to become a haggard woman under his care, for that would be quite shameful. After a simple breakfast, Yuzhe rode his bicycle, relying on memories from his past life, and took Yun Yao to a cylindrical building. This was the residential housing of the timber factory where Yu Xiao lived. He had visited when she got married, so he easily found it again following his memory. It was now 8 in the morning, and some residents were still cooking breakfast in the hallway. Yun Yao glanced at the neighbors cooking and wondered if her brother-in-law's family might think they were there to scrounge for food. Azay, did we come too early? Not at all. Yuzhe had chosen this time intentionally, wishing to see how his sister was faring in the Li household. As he approached his sister's residence, he spotted her at the door, her back turned as she wielded a spatula. The door beside her was wide open, and voices emanated from within. Xiaoer, hurry up. You're getting lazier by the day. What time is it? Still not ready. Smoke wafted from the pan, and Yu Xiao covered her mouth and nose, coughing a few times. Mom, Mankin hasn't woken up yet. I said I would make it a bit later. You foolish donkey. Just because he is asleep, do dong dong and I not need to eat? Suddenly, a little boy burst out, making faces at Yu Xiao while wiggling his bottom. You bad woman. I'll tell my dad to beat you. Yuzhe's eyes turned cold as he seized the little rascal by the collar. Little brat, do you have any manners? Hearing the familiar voice, Yu Xiao turned in astonishment. Brother. The boy in Yuzhe's grasp flailed like a chicken destined for slaughter. Grandma, save me. Help. Inside, Li Mansan's mother, Shi Xiangmei, heard her grandson's cries for help and rushed out. Who are you? Why are you grabbing my grandson? Shi Xiangmei shouted while attempting to pull Yuzhe's hand. But before her hand could reach him, he released the child's collar. The little boy fell to the cement ground with a thud. Ouch, Grandma, that hurts. I am Yu Xiao's brother. Is this how you teach your children? A child should not be threatening others. One can only imagine what kind of life my sister has in the Li household. Upon hearing that Yuzhe was a relative, Shi Xiangmei felt guilty, realizing that her grandson's earlier words had been overheard. She hastily dismissed the matter, not wanting to dwell on her grandson's fall. Children just love to talk nonsense. One shouldn't take it seriously. Having finished her words, she glanced disdainfully at the 2 individuals before her and turned to Yu Xiao, saying, Your brother is coming, yet he did not forewarn us. Yuzhe let out a cold chuckle, replying, Had I informed you in advance, I fear I would have missed the sight of my sister being subjected to your trials. Zhiqing chose to sidestep the issue, asserting, who is subjecting her to any trials? Which wife does not have to cook? Furthermore, she added, Yu Xiao, there is no breakfast left for your brother and sister-in-law in this household. Chapter 17. Bringing back my sister, Yuzhe responded coldly, no need for your concern. We have already dined. With that, he placed the items he was carrying onto the stove. Xiaoer, I brought you some pork. The transparent bag revealed nearly 20 pounds of pork and spare ribs, causing Zhiqing's eyes to sparkle with delight. Given the current rationing of meat, which required meat coupons, they could only afford to indulge in substantial meat once a week. This abundance could yield numerous dishes of braised pork to nourish her grandson. With a smile, Zhiqing reached for the bag of meat, only to be halted by Yuzhe's hand. Mother-in-law, where is my brother-in-law? The smile on Zhiqing's face faltered. He is still asleep. He has a day off today. Having traveled such a distance, will you not allow us to come in and sit? Zhiqing reluctantly retreated to the inner room to rouse her son, Limansong. Meanwhile, a little boy shot a fierce glare at Yuzhe before following his grandmother. As Zhiqing left, Yu Xiao trembled and spoke. Brother, what brings you here? This is your sister-in-law, he replied. Yes, this is your sister-in-law, Yun Yao. We merely came to see you. Come, let us go inside and talk. Yu Xiao felt a lump in her throat upon seeing her family. Almost on the verge of tears, yet she struggled to suppress her emotions, nodding in agreement. Carrying the prepared breakfast, Yu Xiao led her brother and sister-in-law into the house. After setting the table, she went to fetch cups for water. Xiaoer, do not rush. Sit down. Let us converse, Yuzhe said. Yu Xiao obediently took a seat. Her words caught in her throat as tears began to flow. Yun Yao quickly produced a handkerchief to wipe her sister-in-law's tears. Do not cry. If there is anything troubling you, share it with your brother. Yuzhe shifted his stool closer to his sister and grasped her wrist, rolling up her sleeve. As the fabric was pulled back, horrific scars emerged, both fresh and old, resembling a ghastly centipede crawling across her arm. Yu Xiao hurriedly yanked down her sleeve to conceal the evidence, unwilling for her brother to discover the truth. When did this start? Yuzhe's heart tightened at the sight of her wounds. Yu Xiao fell silent, prompting Yuzhe to press further. When did he begin to strike you? Just over 2 months into her marriage, and she bore such injuries. Was Limansong even human? With a bitter smile, Yu Xiao replied, Brother, please do not ask. What would it change to speak of it? It would merely unravel the wounds of her heart without any remedy. Knowing the fiend Limansong, if her brother intervened, she would face even more brutal beatings upon his departure. Previously, she had shown her wounds to a neighbor who, out of kindness, had spoken to her mother-in-law. That very day, Limansong had beaten her mercilessly. The most terrifying aspect of Limansong was that during each act of domestic violence, he deliberately avoided her face, targeting the unseen areas of her body. The marks on her undergarments and thighs were from hangers and whips. Then there were her children. The thought of her child sent Yu Xiao into a fit of sobs. Brother, my child is gone. Yuzhe was taken aback, demanding answers from his sister about her miscarriage last month. As Limansong and Zhiqing emerged from the bedroom, they were met with the sight of Yu Xiao, weeping inconsolably, and Yuzhe, filled with indignation, alongside a beautiful stranger. Limansong, upon witnessing the crying Yu Xiao, displayed a fleeting annoyance before donning a false smile. Isn't this A's? Why did you come all this way without informing me? Zhiqing, uninterested in pretense, scoffed. Yu Xiao, who are you crying for? One might think our family mistreats you. Isn't that so? Yuzhe abruptly stood, glaring fiercely at her. My sister, a newlywed, has been beaten by your family to the point of miscarriage. A life has been lost. How dare you? In a previous lifetime, upon his return, he had found his sister reduced to a grave's worth of soil. All the events he learned from others painted his sister's demise as a consequence of illness. But he knew her health was robust. It was only after further investigation that he learned the truth. She had been beaten to death. Zhiqing protested. What nonsense is this? That girl simply had an accident. It has nothing to do with our family. Limansong chimed in. Indeed, Xiaoer, quickly explain to your brother. Though Limansong feigned a smile, Yu Xiao shivered at his presence. In that moment, she summoned an unexpected courage and hid behind Yuzhe and Yun Yao, fervently retorting, No, you pushed me, which is why my child is gone. Limansong's smile faltered momentarily, his fists clenched beneath his sleeves. He thought, could Yu Xiao truly believe that Yuzhe would support her? A mere idle man from the village, he was nothing beyond a bit of strength. Li Montsong had no desire to escalate matters. Knowing that the Yu family resided in the countryside, with a simple appeasement, he could do as he pleased once they departed. Feigning guilt, he said, "Shower, I was in the wrong. I did not realize your health was so frail." A gentle fall, and the child was lost. Hearing such nonsense, Yu Zhe's eyes turned icy. He seized Li Montsong by the collar and unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face. Each blow resonated with a dull thud, causing Li Montsong's head to jerk to the side, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Shi Xiangmei rushed forward, resembling a protective hen, her voice shrill and frantic. "Stop! Do not hit him." Yun Yao, filled with indignation, interjected, "What are you doing? How can you still blame Yu Xiu?" Understanding the medical implications, she guided Yu Xiu to sit, placing her hand upon her wrist. After a few moments, she realized Yu Xiu had not properly cared for herself post-miscarriage. Yu Xiu's body was severely weakened. Without proper recuperation, she would face difficulties conceiving in the future and endure ongoing ailments. Li Montsong's gaze drifted past Shi Xiangmei to Yun Yao, momentarily mesmerized. In that instant, he forgot the pain on his face. He had never encountered a woman so beautiful when enraged, resembling a vivid red rose, albeit one with thorns. Yu Zhe caught the look exchanged between them and understood that Yu Xiu's condition was dire. He positioned himself protectively in front of Yun Yao, his tone fierce. "When we married, you forbade Yu Xiu from returning, claiming she was too busy. Is she so occupied that she must endure torment at home?" Li Montsong was helped to his feet by Shi Xiangmei. As he opened his mouth, a sharp pain shot through his jaw, and he felt as though his teeth were loosened. "This is a misunderstanding. My mother is elderly and in poor health. I merely thought it would be easier to have more people looking after the child." Yu Zhe scoffed, "My father has injured his leg and is currently hospitalized in the town. We intend to take Shower to visit him. You caused my sister's miscarriage and have her playing the role of a maid day in and day out for your family. This debt, Li Montsong, as the workshop director, you cannot feign ignorance." Li Montsong understood in his heart. It turned out that Yu Xiu's father was hospitalized, which explained Yu Zhe's visit. If Yu Xiu had taken the initiative to report to Yu Zhe, then it was indeed her fault. "My father is ill, and as his descendant, it is only right that I show filial piety. We will visit him after breakfast. You need not feign concern. If my father were to learn that his grandson is no more, he might end up staying in the hospital for an additional fortnight." Li Montsong pondered this. His father-in-law, a hunter, was not known for his patience. Should he visit, it was likely that Yu Pengchuan would take out his frustrations on Yu Xiu. He could temporarily endure a beating from Yu Zhe, as he could always reclaim his dignity later. However, he could not allow one to strike the other. Li Montsong entered the inner room and retrieved 200 yuan to give to Yu Zhe. "Ace, I will not go. Take this money and buy some nutritional supplements for my father." Nutritional supplements require money and receipts. How can they be obtained without them? Li Montsong gritted his teeth and produced a ticket for malt extract. "This amount is only enough for my father, and my sister has not properly observed her confinement." Shi Xiangmei was filled with sorrow. "Yu Zhe, are you here to take advantage of us? Yu Xiu seems to be doing well. Rural folk do not require such confinement." "Mother," Li Montsong interrupted Shi Xiangmei from continuing, "it is merely a loss of some money. If it can buy peace for the Yu family in the future, it is not too much to bear." Li Montsong then took out 60 yuan and handed it to Yu Xiu. "Shower, take this, buy whatever you wish." Yu Xiu turned her head away, refusing to even glance at the money. Yu Zhe snatched it up and pocketed it. Yu Xiu looked at her brother in astonishment. She did not desire the money. She wished to never lay eyes on this demon again. Was her brother, like their father and stepmother, only here for the sake of money? Li Montsong cast a meaningful glance at Yu Zhe. With such a greedy younger brother, was Yu Xiu not at his mercy? Chapter 18. Self-defense technique. Xiu, pack your belongings. Yu Zhe instructed Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Was her brother intending to take her away? Shi Xiangmei's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean, Yu Zhe? You took the money, and now you want to leave? It's the busy farming season. My father's leg is injured, and I am taking my sister home for a few days. Is there a problem with that?" Li Montsong chuckled awkwardly. "This little dong is still young, and my mother is getting old. It's truly exhausting for her to look after everything alone. We need to have Yu Xiu return quickly. Wife, check her pulse and see if she is really unwell," Yun Yao said without hesitation, grasping Shi Xiangmei's wrist to diagnose her. "Stick out your tongue," Yun Yao commanded. Shi Xiangmei instinctively complied, and after a few glances, Yun Yao confidently declared, This old lady has a pulse as strong as an ox. Her spleen and stomach are in good condition. Not only can she take care of children, but she can also carry them while working in the fields all day without any issue. Sure, Xiangmei beamed with pride, of course. I can live for several more decades without a problem. Li Monsong's face flushed a deep shade of red, having just dismissed his elderly mother's health. And here was Yu Zhe's new wife undermining him. With the situation as it stood, he could hardly protest, and had to allow Yu Xiu to gather her things and leave with Yu Zhe. As Yu Xiu exited the tenement building, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her, as if the oppressive gloom that had weighed her down had dissipated entirely. Observing Yu Xiu's once round face now gaunt and hollow, Yu Zhe took his sister to a street stall for breakfast, ordering her several servings of food. Eat more, little sister, you've suffered enough. Yu Xiu looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother, how had she never noticed before how kind he was to her? And this sister-in-law, beautiful and knowledgeable in medicine, she adored her immensely. Brother, I realize you've truly changed. You used to only compete with me for food. But now you treat me so well, I'm not used to it. Little brat, let us not bring up the past. Yu Zhe feigned a scowl. Now you're accustomed to it, aren't you? Yu Xiu laughed. Yes. Ha. Is sister-in-law from our village? How come I've never seen her before? Your sister-in-law is a Zhiqing from our village. Yu Xiu exclaimed. Zhiqing? Brother, you're truly fortunate. You can't read many characters, and yet you've married a Zhiqing. Yu Zhe sighed. This is what it means to be a real sister. Even with so much food, you still can't keep your mouth shut. Hurry and eat. He was no longer illiterate. His mind was filled with knowledge from his previous life, and he could easily handle high school textbooks now. Yun Yao laughed alongside him, enjoying the sight of her husband being teased by his sister. After Yu Xiu had her fill, she couldn't help but succumb to worries about the future. She knew she wouldn't be able to stay at her family home for long. Li Monsong would surely make her return. Yun Yao noticed Yu Xiu's distress and, unable to find a good solution, contemplated suggesting divorce. But in this era, the gossip that would ensue in the village after a divorce would be unbearable. Yet, if she didn't suggest divorce, would she continue to watch Yu Xiu suffer in the Li household? Seeing the two women's worried expressions, Yu Zhe reassured them, do not wear such sorrowful faces. I have already devised a plan concerning Xiu. Both Yu Xiu and Yun Yao were taken aback and intrigued. What plan? At that moment, the three had returned to the hospital building, and Yu Zhe locked the car before heading to see their father. I will tell you both later. All right. Although Yu Xiu harbored doubts about her brother's plan, her spirits lifted considerably. Upon entering the ward, Yu Pengchuan was taken aback at the sight of his daughter. How had she become so unrecognizable? She was gaunt, and the lively spark that once shone in her eyes had faded, leaving her looking thoroughly dejected. Xiu, her father. Upon seeing Yu Pengchuan's injured leg, Yu Xiu covered her mouth in anguish, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. The resentment she had felt toward her father began to dissolve as she realized the severity of his injury. Yu Zhe took Yun Yao outside and closed the ward door, allowing the father and daughter to have a moment alone. Yun Yao, touched by the scene, thought of her own father. She had heard villagers mention that those from the Revolutionary Committee would often visit the cattle shed, ostensibly to educate the evil spirits, but in reality, they frequently resorted to violence. Zhe, when you go up the mountain in the future, could you take me with you? I want to gather some medicinal herbs for my parents. Of course. Yu Zhe, unfamiliar with medicinal herbs, asked, wife, who did you learn your medical skills from? I learned from my mother and grandfather. My grandfather's family has been practicing medicine for generations. I was originally. Yun Yao hesitated, almost revealing that she had been preparing for university entrance exams, but swallowed her words. Originally what? Nothing. Yun Yao did not want to remind Yu Zhe of his insecurities regarding education. By the way, what is the plan you mentioned for Xiu? Martial arts for self-defense. Self-defense? Yun Yao was about to probe further when a commotion from inside the ward interrupted their conversation. They rushed in to find a porcelain jar had fallen to the ground, spilling its contents. Yu Pengchuan sat on the hospital bed, glaring furiously, his chest heaving with anger. Yu Zhe, return home. I will take my shotgun and eliminate that Li Monsong. Yu Zhe felt embarrassed. Eliminate him? And then what? You'll leave me and Xiu fatherless? Each person bears their own responsibilities. This is none of your concern. That Li Monsong is too arrogant. He has beaten my precious daughter mercilessly. Watching her father-in-law's furious demeanor, Yun Yao couldn't help but recall a similar scene from her previous life, when he had reacted with such anger upon hearing of Xiu's death. Yet, at that time, he had already lost a leg and could do nothing to the Li family. Yu Xiao was deeply moved, her heart aching. She cried out, "Father, I'm fine. Please don't be like this. Dad, you don't always have to solve problems with your gun. When dealing with evildoers, there's no need to sacrifice your entire life. Then what do you propose we do?" Yu Pengchuan's hands fell limply to his sides, and he appeared to age significantly in that moment. "It's all my fault. I should never have married Xiao into that den of wolves." Chapter 19. Hunting with Stones, Violence for Violence. Yu Zhe, composed, articulated his plan. "I intend to teach my younger sister self-defense." Self-defense? Given your slender physique, what could you possibly teach her? Yu Pengchuan sighed deeply, expecting Yu Zhe to devise a more effective strategy. Li Monsong, towering at 1 meter 80, contrasted sharply with Yu Xiaocai, who stood at 1 meter 58 and weighed less than 100 pounds. The disparity in strength was daunting. Yu Xiao, frowning, felt a pang of self-loathing for her perceived weakness. If only she possessed her brother's prowess, no one in the 10-mile radius would dare to provoke her. "Who said I want my sister to confront Li Monsong head-on? I aim to teach her how to strike at his vulnerabilities. Every individual has their weak points, and with a well-placed hit, even a lack of strength can incapacitate the opponent." As he spoke, Yu Zhe cast a mischievous glance at Yu Pengchuan's groin. "The more sinister the approach, the better. If my sister starts with a strike to the groin, catching Li Monsong off guard, what do you think will happen?" Yu Pengchuan felt uneasy under his son's gaze and instinctively pulled the blanket over his lower body. This tactic is rather uncivilized. A young lady should not resort to such measures. Is there a gender distinction in combat? Domestic violence leaves one with two paths, either being battered into submission or retaliating until the aggressor begs for separation. Do you wish for Xiao to be the victim? Yu Pengchuan immediately countered, "Certainly not." "Then that settles it. There are more techniques than merely striking the groin. Traditional martial arts include eye gouging, throat strikes, powerful blows to the temple, ribs, or kicking the shin or knee. The primary aim is to deliver a fatal blow. Sister, you need not learn many techniques. Just master those I mentioned and strengthen your physique. In time, Li Monsong will find himself on the receiving end of your strikes." Yu Pengchuan swallowed hard. "My daughter, your brother's plan is sound, but once you learn, be cautious. Do not kill him. What man can withstand those few moves?" Yu Zhe scoffed. "Do not fear, sister. I will handle the aftermath for you. The ideal outcome is to leave him half alive. Father, you may not be aware, but Li Monsong's ex-wife was allegedly killed by him." Yu Pengchuan's expression turned grave. "What? Is that true?" "Indeed. The Li family has concealed this matter within the village, but inquire at the apartment building, and the truth will surface." Yu Pengchuan felt a chill run down his spine. Does the Li family have no regard for the law? Domestic violence is not governed by current legislation. The Li family simply claims that his wife succumbed to illness, hastily cremating her when the coroner arrived. He even gave a substantial sum to the deceased brother. Father, why do you think Li Monsong offered so much money?" Yu Pengchuan's face darkened. "It is clearly hush money. If she truly died of illness, the male party would not even pursue compensation from the female's family, let alone provide a payout. If my daughter continues to tolerate this, she may well become Li Monsong's second deceased wife." Initially, the matchmaker painted a rosy picture of Lu Sume, and he did not take the time to investigate further in the city. Turning to his sister, Yu Zhe patiently instructed, "Xiao, remember, those without shoes fear not the barefoot, the hard fear the unyielding, and the reckless fear those willing to risk everything. If you are not fierce, you shall only face blows. When you are struck, do those women's directors not offer insipid advice?" Startled, Yu Xiao looked up. "Yes, brother, how do you know?" "Thus, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Learn diligently from me, and retaliate against those who have wronged you." His brother's words fundamentally transformed Yu Xiao's understanding. "So, one can live this way. Women can indeed strike men. Brother, I believe you. I want to learn." That evening, Yu Zhe prepared a meal on the hospital rooftop for the four of them. "Kid, where did you procure all this wild boar meat?" Yu Pengchuan, having consumed the pork Yu Zhe provided daily, finally noticed something amiss. "You did not go hunting in the mountains, did you?" Yu Zhe did not conceal the truth. "Indeed, I hunted a wild boar. Otherwise, how would you have so much meat?" Yu Pengchuan sighed. "Be cautious. Do not follow in my footsteps. The doctor mentioned that my leg, once healed, may still ache in inclement weather." "I understand." Yu Zhe handed over the money he had acquired from Li Monsong to his sister Yu Xiao. "Sister, keep this money safe. Having funds gives you confidence." "Brother, I do not want it." Yu Xiao felt apprehensive. Her brother was brave enough to give her such a sum. I heard from father that our family money was stolen and the medical expenses are borrowed. You should use this for the bills. The medical fees are only 20 or so, already settled. However, upon returning, do not draw attention to it. Father, you too. When we return, your identity is that of a poor man with a broken leg. Yu Pengchuan's mouth twitched. Such an identity need not be stated so explicitly. It is truly embarrassing. What are you planning? Do you not wish to see how our grandparents and uncle treat you in this situation? All right, he genuinely wanted to see that. The following morning, Yuzhe rode his bicycle back to the village. Today, he had arranged to go hunting in the deep mountains with Shitu. He would not bring the large dog, Shandian, today. After feeding it a hearty meal, he said, Shandian, your task today is to guard our locked bicycle. The bike stays, and so do you, understood? Shandian barked a few times, licked Yuzhe's hand, and wagged its tail in response. Yuzhe, carrying a hunting rifle and a backpack, made his way directly to Shitu's home. Shitu lived in a particularly small earthen house that required constant patching during inclement weather. As he approached the house, he heard Shitu's mother coughing violently from within, and a pile of medicinal remnants lay beneath the tree at the entrance. Mother, rest. I will prepare the medicine, Shitu's voice echoed. Cough. Do not waste your efforts. Mother's ailment renders the medicine a waste of money. Cough. Better to save the money for your marriage. Shitu felt a pang of bitterness. Could his mother's health deteriorate further before she could witness his marriage? Yuzhe called out as he entered. Shitu. Oh, Zegu, you have arrived. Let me brew the medicine, and we shall set off. Where are you going? Shitu's mother, her face pale, asked with concern. Fearing for Shitu's mother's worries, Yuzhe concealed the rifle as he entered the room. Shitu's eyes flickered. Mother, I am going with Zegu to catch some loaches and fish. Very well, return early. Yuzhe gazed into the bubbling pot of boiling water and herbs. Inquiring of Che Shi, where did you procure this medicine? Where else, but from the barefoot doctor in the village, replied Che Shi. Yuzhe pondered, reflecting that while the barefoot doctor might be adequate for treating injuries and common ailments, he was unlikely to be effective for his mother's illness. Che Shi nodded, acknowledging the reality. There's not much to be done. I've visited the towns several times. But they all say my mother's lung disease is difficult to cure. The doctors in town are Western trained, I presume? Yuzhe queried. Indeed, answered Che Shi. My wife has some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. I will have her examine your mother when she has the time. Ah, Zegu, your wife practices medicine? Che Shi exclaimed, a flicker of hope igniting within him, only to be swiftly extinguished. After all, if the town's doctors could not provide a cure, it seemed futile to harbor expectations. Yuzhe modestly responded, she knows a little, but the specifics will only be clear once she evaluates the situation. Then I thank you in advance, Zegu. What is there to thank for? When did you start speaking so formally? As Che Shi's concoction simmered under the watchful eye of his mother, the two set off towards the depths of the mountains. Along the way, they serendipitously encountered their adversaries, Wang Chao and Lu Feng. Chapter 20. The pregnant she-wolf Wang Chao immediately noticed the hunting rifle slung over Yuzhe's shoulder. Azay, Shitu going hunting? Take me with you. Yuzhe shot him a look, irritated by his audacity. After the incident at the hospital, how could he still be so brazen? No, find someone else to borrow a gun from. In Huaihua village, the regulations were not yet stringent. Many families possessed rifles, remnants from the war against the Japanese. However, in 2 years, things would tighten, and a hunting permit would be required to hunt legally. Wang Chao was taken aback, his expression darkening. Households with firearms treated them like treasures. They were hardly easy to borrow. Yuzhe had truly changed. He used to never argue, but now seemed as prickly as a hedgehog at every encounter. Wang Chao, no longer inclined to feign politeness, taunted, with your hunting skills, what is there to be proud of? Even the best gun would be wasted on you. Lu Feng, the youngest among those present, had harbored a grudge against Yuzhe since the last failed attempt to enlist his help. He only sided with Wang Chao now. Exactly, Chao Gu, don't stoop to his level. With your father's leg broken and needing to support a wife, you can only resort to risking your life in the mountains for food. He hesitated, sensing the tension, and quickly shut his mouth when he met Yuzhe's gaze, realizing he had almost crossed a line. Let us go, Chao Gu. Che Shi glanced at Yuzhe, convinced that Wang Chao's provocation would lead Yuzhe to include him in the hunt, a chance to prove himself. Unbeknownst to Che Shi, within Yuzhe's youthful exterior resided a soul decades older than Wang Chao, utterly unfazed by the challenge. I won't wasted on you. It's better than having none at all. And you, Lu Feng, trailing behind Wang Chao, merely to scrounge a few coins, I'm still better off than you. Wang Chao, Lu Feng, they both felt insulted. The two continued along the mountain path, attentively listening to the sounds around them. After an indeterminate amount of time, they suddenly spotted a plump rabbit grazing ahead, and both halted instinctively. Yu Zhe and Che Shi, each armed with a rifle, decided to let Che Shi have the first shot. Yu Zhe signaled, and Che Shi, understanding, held his breath and slowly raised his gun. With a resounding bang, a few birds took flight from the treetops, while the rabbit nimbly leapt away, disappearing into the underbrush. Damn, it got away, Che Shi muttered in frustration. He rarely handled a gun. And now that Yu Zhe was willing to take him hunting, he felt he had let the opportunity slip. Yu Zhe hesitated to comment, knowing he could have hit the target without a gun, and Che Shi had let it escape. Perhaps next time he'd let Yu Zhe take the lead. Out of camaraderie, he offered a few words of consolation. It's all right. There are plenty of other prey waiting for us. Just watch how I do it first. Once he secured some game, he would let Che Shi practice. In the following 2 hours, Yu Zhe successfully caught 2 hazel grouse, 3 rabbits, and even a roe deer, filling his backpack to the brim with only a single bullet expended. The rest were taken down with stones. Che Shi transitioned from astonishment to admiration to numbness, wondering when Yu Zhe had become so skilled. Zhe Gu, how did you acquire such proficiency in throwing stones? I've never seen you do this before. Yu Zhe, unfazed, chuckled, I practiced on my own. As the ancient said, a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. We haven't been together for years. Is it not permissible for me to make great strides? Yu Zhe's eloquence left Che Shi thoroughly impressed. Incredible. Your rifle is rendered useless beside such talent. Indeed, many creatures in the deep mountains still require a rifle, he replied. After walking a while longer, Che Shi spotted a squirrel hole. Zhe Gu, how about a squirrel? They're rather cute, though not much meat. Unfortunately, they're not convenient as pets. Otherwise, it would be fun to take one home for my wife. Live squirrels could fetch 2 yuan each, but Yu Zhe deemed it a waste of time for little reward. Wait, I think I heard wolves howling. I think I heard it too. Che Shi swallowed hard. Encountering wolves on his first trip to the deep mountains felt overwhelmingly thrilling. Yu Zhe and Che Shi each picked a tree and swiftly climbed up. The higher vantage point allowed them to see further. To Yu Zhe's surprise, he raised an eyebrow. Sure too, it's an injured wolf. Injured and solitary, they felt emboldened. They descended from the trees to investigate. As they approached within a dozen meters, the she-wolf, previously curled up in the grass with her head lowered, finally noticed the humans' approach. She struggled to rise but collapsed back to the ground. Yu Zhe then observed bloodstains on the vibrant green bushes, and the she-wolf's belly was swollen, her hind leg caught in a rusty trap. This wolf had clearly been wounded for a day or 2. Che Shi scratched his head. What should we do? Should we put it out of its misery? No, we don't kill prey with young. It's fortunate to encounter me. Yu Zhe pulled a cloth pouch from his pocket, containing the medicine Yun Yao had prepared for him before her trip to the countryside. He never expected to use it on a wolf. Zhe Gu, you carry medicine with you? Che Shi watched as Yu Zhe crouched down, attempting to open the trap. That's from your sister-in-law. You wouldn't understand without a wife. The she-wolf's gaze was wary, and she growled lowly in warning, struggling to resist Yu Zhe's touch. What are you waiting for? Come help hold her down. This she-wolf still has strength. Don't be afraid. We're here to help you. Che Shi restrained the she-wolf, allowing Yu Zhe to successfully open the trap. Yu Zhe retrieved a water bottle from his backpack, filled with spring water, and poured it over the wound before sprinkling Yun Yao's medicinal powder on it. Mission accomplished. He then took half of his rations and tossed it in front of the wolf. However, the she-wolf merely sniffed at it, showing no interest in eating. With the trap removed, she could now stand and gave Yu Zhe and Che Shi a long, deep look before limping into the depths of the forest. After a few steps, she turned back to glance at them. Yu Zhe suddenly recalled his father's words. When a wolf pack looks back, it's either to repay a debt or seek vengeance. This wolf possessed a certain understanding of humanity. Yu Zhe chuckled softly. Chapter 21. Fishing indeed, it is quite intriguing. Shi Tu stared intently at the silhouette of the she-wolf until it vanished completely. It was my first encounter with a pregnant she-wolf. Excitement gleamed in Shi Tu's eyes as he followed Zhe Gu, expanding his horizons. Venturing into the mountains is like this, an exhilarating blend of thrill and amusement. Let us proceed. I recall there is a pond ahead where we can catch some fish for your mother's soup. Since drinking the divine spring water, Yuze's memory has significantly improved. In the past, when accompanying his father into the mountains, he often forgot the way. Now, having seen the pond just once, he remembers the path. We should gather some of these vines by the roadside. We will use them to fashion a fishnet. Tu sheepishly remarked. Zegu, we often wove these fishnets back in the village, but it was always a struggle to catch anything. This time is different. The water flow is not strong there. Moreover, he possesses a secret weapon. Today, the rice balls Yuze brought were cooked with the divine spring water. After finding the mountain pond, Yuze and Tu deftly wove a large net from the vines, each grasping one end and casting it into the water. Subsequently, Yuze crumbled a small rice ball and sprinkled it into the pond. Before long, fish, oh no, entire schools of them, swarmed eagerly towards them. What is happening, Zego? Tu exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Were these fish foolish? Why were they all rushing into our net? Tu was both astonished and delighted, but he dared not shout too loudly, fearing he might scare the fish away. Once the fish had gathered sufficiently, Yuze commanded, and both he and Tu pulled in the net simultaneously. Hey, this haul must weigh nearly 100 pounds. In the net, the fish flailed about. Among them, dozens of small lugen fish, a few larger ones weighing 2 to 3 pounds, as well as some guay fish, and the largest were a few grass carps weighing between 5 to 10 pounds. Thankfully, I brought a sack. We shall not hunt any longer, but instead return home for a grand fish feast. We must hurry down the mountain. If Tu were not with me, I could store them in my space, but cooking them after they die would not be as delightful. Tu felt his head spinning. Surely, the heavens were favoring them today. He had clearly seen the fish swim right into their net. Under normal circumstances, even catching a single crafty fish was a challenge. Tu, being somewhat simple-minded, did not connect the influx of fish to the rice balls, but believed it was Yuze's good fortune, thinking he was merely sharing in the blessings today. All right, let us descend. Tu lived in a remote area, and their bountiful return went unnoticed by the villagers. Yuze gifted Tu a chicken, a rabbit, and half a roe deer. He intended to keep the fish at Tu's home for the time being. Old man, you still needed a day to be discharged from the hospital, and with only Lu Su Mei at home, bringing the fish back would surely result in her taking them to support her family. No, these catches are all thanks to you. Zego, I cannot accept them. It's fine, we entered the mountains a bit late today. You can catch more next time. Ultimately, Tu accepted the chicken and rabbit, but adamantly refused the roe deer. Upon seeing their impressive catch, Tu's mother was nearly knocked off her feet with astonishment. My heavens, from where did you two overturn a fish pond to bring back this bounty? Yuze chuckled. Auntie, Tu and I were just fortunate today. Knowing that Yuze needed to return to the county town, Tu's mother offered to prepare fish soup for him to take along. The road is uneven. It is easy to spill the soup. Just help me process 2 of the fish. After gutting the fish, Tu's mother skillfully filleted them into pristine, snow-white slices, ready to be cooked upon his return to the hospital. Yuze then transferred the 2 chickens and 1 rabbit to his space cabin after leaving Tu's home. As he exited, the village head approached him. Yuze, there you are? Village head, what brings you here? Wang Chao, said you, and Tu ventured deep into the mountains for hunting? We merely caught some fish, Yuze replied, puzzled. Oh, I wanted to inform you that the funds we gathered for you are nearly ready. The village head pulled out a notebook. Please confirm this. If all is well, I will instruct everyone to contribute their share, and then I will hand it over to you. The larger contributions come from Zhao and Li families, who were on good terms with your father. There are a few other households as well. Though their amounts are smaller, they are better than nothing, totaling around 28, which should suffice for the medical expenses. Yuze took the notebook and upon reviewing it, he saw Zhao Taiju's family contributed 10, Li Hongxing's family 8, Chindahu's family 3, with several others contributing 1 or 2. After reviewing it, Yuze returned the notebook to Hong Shuejun village head. There is no need to borrow money. We have already gathered enough. Really? Did you visit Xiao? The village head recalled that Xiao had had a fierce dispute with her family. Yes, I have been troubled during this time, and I appreciate the villagers' kindness. Saying this, Yuze took out $10 from his pocket. Here is the money you lent me before. I am returning it now. The village head accepted the money. Good, good. As long as it is returned, your father is fortunate to have such a good daughter. Yuze smiled and did not comment further. He hurried back to the town hospital on his bicycle, the night deepening as the wheels left their mark. Some households in the village had gone to bed, while others lit oil lamps. At the Yu family home, Yu Pengjiang had divided the family years ago. Yu Pengchuan, along with his son and daughter, moved out to build their own home. Yu Pengjiang inherited the family house and lived next to Yu Zai's grandparents, just a few steps away. In the countryside, it was customary to retire early after dark to save money unless there was something pressing. However, this night, Yu Pengjiang was troubled and could not find rest, tossing and turning in bed. His wife, Zhang Xiufan, could no longer hold her tongue. "What are you doing? If you can't sleep, what do you intend to do?" "I cannot sleep. It has been so many days since my elder brother has been in the hospital. Do you think he might resent us for not visiting him?" "Resent? Nonsense. It is the busy season. With all the work in the fields, how much productivity would we lose by going to town? Besides, if we visit, we will surely be expected to contribute something. Where would we find the money?" Yu Pengjiang ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. "I know, but my elder brother fell while trying to save me." "Be quiet. Do not mention this matter again. If that son of your elder brother hears you, he will surely come to us for money. If you do not speak of it, and my elder brother does not bring it up, who would know? It is entirely normal for hunters to get injured. Moreover, he promised to help us hunt. Yet that day he caught nothing." Upon mentioning Zhang Xiufan, a wave of worry washed over her. Her daughter-in-law struggled with inadequate nourishment, leaving her grandson to wail in hunger throughout the night. As for your parents, they have not even visited their own son, so you need not add to the commotion. Listening to Zhang Xiufan's incessant ramblings, Yu Pengjiang felt his eyelids grow heavier, and just as he was on the verge of slumber, the cries of his newborn grandson from the adjacent room pierced through the silence. The wailing crescendoed, shattering any semblance of sleep he might have found. Alas, the days dragged on, making restful sleep an elusive dream, causing immense frustration. Meanwhile, at the town hospital, Yuze's fish had just emerged from the pot. One bowl contained a creamy fish broth made with fish heads and 4 perfectly fried eggs, while another held spicy, pepper-laden fish fillets prepared with previously purchased chili peppers, accompanied by a generous pot of rice. Yu Xiu nearly let her saliva drip into the pot as she ascended to the rooftop to serve the dishes. "Brother, when did your fish become so delectable?" she exclaimed. "Am I not clever? Everything I cook is delightful," he replied. Yun Yao was equally captivated by the enticing aroma of the fish, thinking how fortunate they were to be the only family in the hospital room. Otherwise, anyone witnessing such culinary delights would surely go mad with desire. The fish broth was exquisite, consumed to the last drop, while the spicy fish fillets were so tender that one could not help but continue to reach for more. This meal left everyone with their bellies delightfully full. Although Yu Pengchuan savored the feast, a pang of guilt gnawed at him. "My son," he mused, "is this how you intend to live? Indulging in extravagant meals daily? Save some for the long haul. Today's rice, mixed with a bit of sorghum, could sustain you much longer." This dinner, though, would be deemed extravagant even during festive celebrations. Many in the village would not dare indulge in such abundance. Chapter 22. Discharge. Yuze set down his bowl and chopsticks. "Father, from now on, you can have the mixture of sorghum rice." He glanced at his sister and wife, both appearing remarkably thin. Eating a fish has become such a hassle. Yu Xiu, noticing her father's concern for food, hesitated. "Brother, did I eat too much tonight?" If she hadn't come, a single fish cooked by Yu and sister-in-law would have sufficed, and there wouldn't have been any arguments. "Don't worry, little sister. Father is just idle. Today, I caught over 100 pounds of fish. Our family will have plenty for the next few months." "Really?" Yu Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed. When you return, you must help with the salting, making preserved fish and salted fish. They can be stored for a long time, and when you want to eat, just steam them with rice." Yu Xiu's eyes sparkled. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you exceptional at catching fish, but you are also skilled in preparing it. I declare you the most impressive person in my heart from now on." Yu Pengchuan coughed lightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. His daughter had never praised him like this before. "Show her, I've brought back so much food from hunting in the past, yet you have never praised me like this." Yu Xiu frowned. "Father, before Aunt Sumei married into our family, I could still enjoy the meat you brought back from hunting. Ever since she came, I hardly get to eat any of it." Yuze added, "It's all been secretly taken to her maternal home by Lu Sumei." Yu Pengchuan swallowed hard, realizing that both his daughter and son had grievances against him. He wanted to explain, but felt that any words would be inadequate. Yun Yao, sensing the awkward atmosphere, stepped in to ease the tension. "The past is behind us. Shower, let us go fetch water and wash up. We will be discharged tomorrow." "All right, sister-in-law." Yu Xiu hooked her arm around Yun Yao's, relishing the comfort of being close to her, enjoying the soothing scent that brought her peace. "Father, my wife has said so, and we will not dwell on the past. However, if Lu Su Mei takes our things again, like the fish I caught, to give to her son or her brother's family, you cannot let it go this time." Yu Pengchuan pressed his lips together. "I will not allow that. You can rest assured." The day of discharge arrived swiftly. Yu Xiu and Yun Yao packed their belongings, while Yu Zhe had already arranged transportation with old Zhang, who drove the ox cart. Yu Xiu rode back with her father, while Yu Zhe took Yun Yao on a bicycle, along with their luggage. They secured a well-wrapped sewing machine and several pieces of fabric onto the cart. Yun Yao had previously thought Yu Zhe was merely speaking whimsically, but she was pleasantly surprised that he truly bought the sewing machine from the supply and marketing cooperative right after their discharge. "Where did you get the sewing machine ticket?" Yun Yao asked softly. "I was robbed while selling wild boar, but I managed to turn the tables and obtain it from them." "Really?" Yun Yao discreetly gave him a thumbs up. "That is quite valuable. You could marry a wife with that." "The bandits must be regretting their actions now." Yu Zhe chuckled. Indeed, they had it coming for their misdeeds. In addition to the sewing machine and fabrics, Yu Zhe also used the ticket for malted milk. The family had one member with a broken leg and two suffering from malnutrition. They needed to replenish their strength. "You and Xiu'er should drink a cup every morning and evening. Once it's finished, I will find a way to buy more." Yun Yao sweetly replied, "All right." A few years ago, when her parents knew she loved this drink, they ensured there was always malted milk at home without a second thought. But now, as she sat on the back seat, one arm wrapped around Yu Zhe's waist and the other clutching the malted milk, she felt this moment was truly precious. News of Yu Pengchuan's return quickly reached Lu Su Mei, who was working in the fields. Her heart raced, and she hurriedly finished her tasks, rushing home. These past few days, she had been preoccupied with her son Xiaoping's matters and hadn't visited the hospital. She knew you would be somewhat upset with her, so she needed to comfort him. Yesterday, she heard that the village chief's fundraising efforts had suddenly ceased, indicating that you had secured some money. If she could console him and persuade him to set aside some funds, she could help her son find a bride. Lu Su Mei arrived home breathlessly, only to find Yu Zhe and Yun Yao unloading items from the cart, with Yu Xiu standing nearby. "Xiu'er, why are you back?" Lu Su Mei had heard rumors about her son-in-law's history of domestic violence before discussing marriage. She feared Yu Xiu might have been mistreated and returned to her parental home, which would complicate matters. Yu Zhe halted his actions and coldly replied, "This is my sister's home. She can return whenever she pleases." "Ah, Xiao Zhe, a married daughter should not frequently return to her parental home. It is not appropriate. My sister is returning home for the first time since her marriage, while you, Lu Su Mei, visit your parental home every few days." "What does that say?" Lu Su Mei felt embarrassed as her hypocrisy was exposed, but her gaze brightened as she noticed the sewing machine. "Oh, this is a sewing machine. Where did you get it?" Yu Zhe irritably covered the sewing machine with fabric, refusing to let Lu Su Mei see it. Lu Su Mei eyed him suspiciously. "You didn't steal this, did you?" "Lu Su Mei?" Silence. Yu Pengchuan, lying inside, had been listening attentively to the conversation outside. Hearing his wife accuse his son of theft ignited his anger. He knew about the sewing machine ticket. Yu Zhe had traded the wild boar for it, which was no difficult feat. However, Lu Su Mei's accusations were entirely unjustified. He had previously thought her to be exceptionally kind-hearted, but now he realized her words were venomous. Startled by Yu Pengchuan's voice, Lu Su Mei flinched. Oh no. She had assumed Yu Zhe and the others had returned first while Yu Pengchuan was still at the hospital. To her shock, Yu Pengchuan was already home, inside the house, which meant he had overheard her words. Lu Su Mei hurriedly ran into the room, attempting to explain. "Ah, old Yu, I missed you terribly. You have finally returned. You have no idea how worried I've been these past few days. I couldn't eat or sleep properly. I was just too busy with the work in the fields to find the time to see you." I spoke hastily out of concern for Xiao Zhe. You know Xiao Zhe used to get into trouble. I was just worried he would do something wrong again. Chapter 23. Caution is the better part of valor. Yu Pengchuan fell silent. In the past, Yu Zhe had a penchant for petty mischief, such as sneaking into others' henhouses to pilfer eggs. Thus, it was not entirely unreasonable for Lu Su Mei to harbor such an impression of him. However, that was in the past. The child was now married, and it was no longer appropriate to speak of him in such a manner, as he deserved to retain a semblance of dignity. Furthermore, amidst the busy farming season, could he not take a brief leave to assist? It was quite inconvenient for the new daughter-in-law to tend to me in the hospital. Yu Pengchuan wore a face of indignation. For several days, he had dared not drink much water, holding in his need to relieve himself until his son returned. If Lu Sume were present, he would not have felt so embarrassed. Lu Sume hesitated, acknowledging that it was not solely the farming that kept him occupied. Xiaoping was also engaged in discussions about marriage, leaving them with an overwhelming amount of matters to attend to. Peng Chuan, it is my fault. You have suffered. She lamented. What did the hospital say about your leg? The doctor stated that he would need a follow-up examination in a month, and it would be approximately 3 months before he could resume work. With the prohibition on heavy labor, Lu Sume's heart sank. 3 months without the ability to work? Would their situation not grow increasingly dire? Relying solely on her and Yuze's meager contributions would be insufficient. In the past, they had depended on Yu Pengchuan's hunting prowess to sustain them, which was also the reason she had married into the Yu family. Now, with his leg injured, it was a grave hindrance. While these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Sume maintained her facade of being an understanding and supportive wife. She hoped to glean some monetary assistance from Yu Pengchuan, as the urgency of her son's marriage loomed large. How much did the leg injury cost? She inquired. Hospital care in the town must be quite expensive. I heard from the village chief that he was helping us raise funds, and I went door to door to borrow money, but to no avail. I do not even know which scoundrel has stolen the family savings. Oh, Pengchuan, I feel utterly useless. As Lu Sume spoke, tears began to flow, well aware that Yu Pengchuan could hardly bear to witness her weeping. Yun Yao, watching from the side, couldn't help but smirk at her mother-in-law's dramatics. Despite being in her 40s, Lu Sume had a certain charm when she cried. Seeing Lu Sume in tears, Yu Pengchuan's resentment began to dissipate. Enough. Do not cry, he said. The medical expenses have already been settled. How was that accomplished? Lu Sume abruptly raised her head, her curiosity piqued. Noticing an unusual expression in Yu Pengchuan's eyes, she realized her excitement might have been excessive and quickly added, if we borrowed money from someone, we must repay them diligently. It was Xiao Xiao's husband who provided the funds. Lu Sume's eyes sparkled as she turned to Yu Xiao. Xiao, your husband is truly wonderful. He provided money and even allowed you to come home for a visit. A husband like that is hard to find. He must have given us a substantial amount, hasn't he? Such a good spouse. You should cherish him and live well. Yu Zhe's veins bulged as he prepared to rebuke her, but Yu Pengchuan shouted, enough. Stop talking. Xiao recently had a miscarriage and needs to recuperate at home. Our family, being nestled against the mountains, has fresher vegetables and meat than the city. Let her rest and recover her health. Upon hearing this, Lu Sume felt utterly despondent. One son with a broken leg, another daughter-in-law unable to lift a finger, and now a miscarriage requiring care. There seemed to be no hope left. She forced a smile. Xiao, how could you be so careless? Well, let us take this time for you to rest and recuperate. Lu Sume deliberately emphasized the words this time. Yu Xiao feigned ignorance, pretending not to grasp Lu Sume's insinuations. She had long recognized that Lu Sume was not a benevolent individual. As long as her elder brother and sister-in-law treated her well, that was sufficient. Yu Zhe carried the sewing machine and fabric back to his room. Lu Sume, eyeing the fabric, hatched another idea and coyly suggested to Yu Pengchuan, now that we have a sewing machine and all this fabric, might I make a set of clothes? Not for myself, of course. At my age, it matters little what I wear. It's just that with Xiaoping's upcoming marriage, making a set for the new bride could reduce the bride price, alleviating some of Xiaoping's pressure. Xiaoping has mentioned that Uncle Chuan has treated him well. He will surely take care of you in the future. And when the wedding comes, Xiaoping and his bride will certainly toast you. Yu Pengchuan still harbored resentment over the family's depleted finances and coldly replied, I have only one son. I do not need him to toast me. That fabric was purchased by Yu Zhe. If you want something, you should ask him, as I cannot make decisions for him. Lu Sume dared not approach Yu Zhe. His temper would certainly not permit it. In the afternoon, Shirtu returned with a bounty of fish. Lu Sume was taken aback by the haul, and, upon realizing they were all caught by Yu Zhe, she was even more astonished. When had Yu Zhe become so capable? Xiaozhe, where did you catch these fish? She pondered, secretly concluding that the fishing spot must be excellent. Yu Zhe cast her a sidelong glance, from the fish pond deep in the mountains. Oh, Lu Sume thought better of it. The deep mountains could be perilous, and she would not dare venture there for fish. Later that afternoon, the family busied themselves with preserving the fish. By evening, Yu Zhe prepared some wild boar meat wrapped in lotus leaves, along with 2 fish from that day's catch. Shall we take these to Mom and Dad tonight? He proposed to Yun Yao. She perused the offerings and shook her head. This won't do. Why not? Yu Zhe inquired. Closing the door, Yun Yao whispered, They cook very bland meals there. We cannot risk cooking these. If the aroma of the meat wafts out, the Revolutionary Committee would surely punish them severely, questioning them about the source of the meat. That would be disastrous. Yuzhe furrowed his brow, realizing he had not considered all aspects. Then we shall prepare something unseasoned and storable for them, he concluded. Yun Yao sighed. Alas, even with meat, we cannot send it openly. Do not worry, my dear. When we have children, we will separate and move out. There is a piece of barren land by Niupeng's side. I will discuss it with the village chief to build a house there. It will be much easier to provide food for mom and dad. Yun Yao gazed at Yuzhe with gratitude. Really? The location is quite remote. Living there would be quite inconvenient. Convenience is secondary. The primary concern is my parents' health. Thankfully, the Yun family has only recently been sent down. Had it been last winter, they likely would not have survived. Chapter 24. A meeting at the cow shed. My parents have undoubtedly been eating poorly over the past few months. If I were to present them with a rich meal now, it would surely upset their stomachs. After deliberating with Yuzhe, Yun Yao prepared a pot of thick vegetable and fish porridge along with 6 steamed buns. The pot was secured in a net bag, while the buns were wrapped in oiled paper and tucked under her coat. Yuzhe also brought along a pack of matches and 2 candles that he had purchased from the supply store in the town. As for other necessities, they would assess what was needed upon arrival at her parents' home. In the dead of night, as every household in the village had succumbed to slumber, Yun Yao and Yuzhe quietly slipped out of their home with their carefully packed food. The Yu family residence was a mere 10-minute walk from the cow shed, not far at all. It spanned roughly the size of 2 youth labor points in the village, separated by a wall, with a row of houses on either side, totaling about 10 rooms. Yuzhe thought of the shabby mud house of the Shi family, which seemed quite luxurious in comparison to the rickety straw shed swaying in the evening breeze. Hiding in the grass, Yun Yao peered at the distant shed and asked, "Do you know which room my parents are in?" "I don't know. Let me take a look," she replied, squinting at the exterior of the shed until she finally discerned a clue. At the entrance of the rightmost room hung a coat, her mother's garment, which she could not possibly misidentify. Though simple in style, it was well-fitted and had been purchased in Xiangjiang. "Azay, let us go. I know which room my parents are in," she said, tugging at Yuzhe's hand and crouching as they made their way to the rightmost room. The shed door was not locked, and Yun Yao pushed it open, pulling Yuzhe inside. There was no privilege of locking the door for the cow demons and snake spirits, allowing the committee to come by for education at any time. Once inside, Yuzhe swiftly closed the door behind them. The interior was cloaked in darkness, and Yun Yao vaguely heard someone in bed sit up abruptly, asking warily, "Who is there?" Yuzhe produced a match to light the candle. Under its flickering glow, Yun Yao finally beheld the faces of her long-missed parents, their pallor strikingly different from her memories. Her father's once genteel features were sunken, with stubble adorning his chin. Her mother, who once had a fair complexion, now bore a color akin to that of vegetables. Her lustrous hair, now speckled with gray. "Shoo, Dad, Mom, it's me," Yun Yao whispered, her voice quavering with emotion. The first to recognize her was her mother, Tang Yuehua, who gasped in astonishment, her voice trembling. "Yao Yao, how did you get here?" Beside her daughter stood a tall man holding the candle. Yuzhe, hearing faint sounds from outside, hurried to the door, peering through the slightly ajar gap to check the surroundings. The outside had returned to silence. Satisfied there was no danger, he whispered, "Wife, the sound insulation here is poor. Let us keep our conversation brief." Yun Yao's parents gazed in surprise at the man illuminated by the candlelight. What had this young man just called their daughter? Yun Yao nodded and sat by the bed, grasping each of their hands, tears brimming in her eyes. "Mom, Dad, let me explain everything slowly." She succinctly recounted her experiences as a youth laborer, her near drowning, and her recent marriage to Yuzhe. Tang Yuehua was taken aback by the immense changes that had transpired in her daughter's life over the past few months. "Silly girl, you have suffered. It is not worth it for your father and me." Yun Zhuoran's expression mirrored sorrow. Given the current circumstances, he was uncertain how much longer they would remain there. "If we leave, you will be left all alone in this mountain village. Yao Yao, you are throwing away your brilliant future." Yun Yao wept inconsolably. "Dad, Mom, I do not desire a brilliant future. All I want is to be with you, for our family to be together." The 3 of them embraced, sobbing quietly, stifling their cries in fear of being overheard by their neighbors. Yuzhe watched, feeling a pang in his heart. After their tears subsided, Yun Zhuoran turned to the man behind Yun Yao. "Yao Yao, is this your new husband?" "Yes, Dad, this is Yuzhe. We We just got married about a week ago. Yuzhe, displaying acute awareness, stepped forward. Mom, Dad, please eat something first. We can talk while you eat. He opened the pot he had brought, and the tantalizing aroma of fish porridge wafted through the air. Yes, please eat quickly, or the newlyweds might catch a whiff. Yun Yao swiftly took the simple bowls and chopsticks from the table and served each of them a bowl. Yun Zhuoran and Tang Yuehua had hardly eaten anything that day, surviving only on a lunch of a wild vegetable dumpling that was as hard as stone. Especially for Tang Yuehua, ever since being labeled as old right. She had not experienced a proper meal, her days filled with thin vegetable soup or wild vegetable dumplings. Her health, already fragile, had deteriorated further. She had not slept soundly, constantly plagued by fear. Days were filled with unending labor, and nights brought the terror of being dragged for public denunciation. They faced such sessions at least 3 to 4 times a week, during which committee members would spit on them and order them to walk barefoot on burning coals or roll on sharpened bamboo laid on the ground. Both bore countless injuries on their bodies, having reached the limits of their endurance. However, after consuming the fish porridge brought by Yao Yao, they felt an immediate alleviation of their previous suffering, their bodies feeling revitalized. Both had not been severely ill, and with Tang Yuehua's medical knowledge, they could have treated themselves had they not been constantly monitored, leaving them no chance to care for their health. As Yu Zhuoran gazed at the nearly empty pot, a hint of embarrassment washed over him. Yao Yao, it seems you still rely on your daughter for sustenance. When did your cooking skills improve so remarkably? Yun Yao, having been raised in comfort, could only claim to have mastered boiling water. She blushed and replied, Dad, it was Yuzhe who made it. My cooking is not that good. Her culinary skills had only begun to develop after she arrived at the youth labor site, currently limited to what was merely edible. Yuzhe made this. A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Zhuoran's eyes. A man from the village cooking for his daughter indicated his genuine affection for her. It is often said that fathers view their sons-in-law with a natural disdain. After years of raising their beloved daughter, the feeling of watching her marry and have her own family evokes a sense of loss akin to a prized cabbage being ravaged by a pig. Before being labeled as rightists, Yun Zhuoran and Tang Yuehua believed that no man in the world was worthy of their exquisite and talented daughter. As their daughter approached the age of marriage, they intended to meticulously select a partner with an impeccable lineage, striking appearance, and outstanding qualities, ideally, a paragon of perfection. However, fate played a cruel trick. In light of the current circumstances, Yun Zhuoran found himself grateful for the young man, Yuzhe. Although they had only met once, he sensed that Yuzhe possessed commendable character and treated their daughter well. Otherwise, Yun Yao would not be present here. An ordinary son-in-law would surely shun parents like them, fearing even a hint of association that might lead to complications. I once believed I would never witness a Yao's marriage. Yun Zhuoran solemnly declared, Xiaozhe, since you are married, I entrust Yun Yao to you. You must support each other and navigate life together. Tang Yuehua shared her husband's sentiments. The young man was tall and handsome, a sight difficult to critique. In the past, she would have deemed him unworthy of their daughter, but now, the fact that he did not disdain Yao Yao's family was a blessing to be grateful for. Yuzhe nodded earnestly. Dad, Mom, I will treat Yun Yao well. You must hold on. As long as you live, you will surely witness the day when the clouds part and the mist clears. Yuzhe thought to himself, it is now 1973, and in 4 or 5 years, Yao's parents might finally be vindicated. Both Yun Zhuoran and Tang Yuehua felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Would that day truly come? Some in the cowshed could no longer endure life there and chose to end their own existence. Yet, seeing the unwavering determination in their son-in-law, they refrained from expressing their despair and could only manage a wry smile and nod. After their meal, Yun Yao took her parents' pulses to check on their health. Her father, Yun Zhuoran, had been suffering from a low fever for several days, his health deteriorating. Her mother, Tang Yuehua, was afflicted with pneumonia, and without prompt treatment, her condition would surely worsen. Yun Yao had only brought herbal remedies for a common cold. Those for pneumonia needed to be prepared separately. As night deepened, thickening like ink, Yun Yao and Yuzhe could not linger much longer. Before departing, Yun Yao instructed, Dad, Mom, please save these buns for tomorrow. I will bring more food in the evening. Tang Yuehua, concerned for her daughter, declined. Coming every day might attract attention. It's better to avoid it. Yuzhe interjected on Yun Yao's behalf. It's all right. We will be cautious, and I will bring medicine for your illness tomorrow. He continued, in the future, We will prepare several days' worth of non-perishable food at once, and you can simply heat it up. Seeing the thoughtfulness of their daughter and son-in-law, Tang Yuehua and Yun Zhuan acquiesced. On the return journey, Yuzhe noticed a look of distress on Yun Yao's face and inquired, Xiao Yao, what troubles you? Yuzhe, I want. Yun Yao hesitated. Yuzhe, puzzled, asked, want what? Chapter 25. Teaching my younger sister A's, I desire a set of silver needles. Yun Yao hesitated to speak, feeling that having Yuzhe accompany her to the cow shed was already a burden. Now, asking him to procure silver needles seemed to impose further on him. The silver needles could likely be crafted by the village blacksmith, Wang. As for the materials, he could utilize the silver ingots collected in his previous life and offer old Wang a cigarette. It was a simple task. Would this be too much trouble for you? Seeing Yuzhe agree so readily filled Yun Yao with joy, as it meant her mother, Tang Yuehua, had hope for recovery. Yuzhe smiled, saying, what trouble is this? You are my wife. If you do not trouble me, should I trouble others? Under the moonlight, Yuzhe and Yun Yao returned home. They had already bathed before dinner, so they could directly brush their teeth and retire for the night. In the countryside, it was not customary to brush teeth twice a day, but Yun Yao cherished cleanliness, prompting Yuzhe to follow suit. After they finished brushing, Yun Yao sat at the table in their room applying snowflake cream, while Yuzhe lay in bed, eagerly watching her. He had abstained for a week, and tonight he could finally indulge. The thought alone filled him with excitement. As Yun Yao applied the cream, she appeared calm, yet her heart raced like a fawn. In her 2 lifetimes, she had experienced such intimate moments only a few times. Once she finished with the cream, Yuzhe pulled Yun Yao into the warm embrace of the bedding. Before they could indulge in affection, a soft knock resounded on their door. It was Yuxiu outside, calling out to Yun Yao in a whisper, sister-in-law, are you asleep? Yun Yao removed the large hand resting on her chest, quickly sitting up and putting on the coat from the head of the bed, asking, what is it, Xiao? Yuxiu's face was scrunched in distress as she replied, sister-in-law, I just had a nightmare. Can you come sleep with me? The Yu family had 3 rooms in addition to the main living area, one for Lu Sume and Yu Pengchuan, one for Yuzhe and Yun Yao, and one for Yuxiu. After sleeping for over an hour, Yuxiu's dream had been plagued by the terrifying figure of Li Monsong chasing her to Huaihua village, startling her awake. Yun Yao gently responded, all right, wait a moment. Yuzhe, reluctant to let go of his fragrant and soft wife, grasped Yun Yao's arm, pleading, wife. Observing Yuzhe's childlike demeanor, Yun Yao chuckled softly, be good, Xiao has been scared lately, we must help her. With his wife's words, Yuzhe had no choice but to allow Yun Yao to go out. However, this little sister would not be staying just 1 or 2 nights. It could not be like this every day. Yuzhe looked at his wife putting on her shoes and quietly asked, will it be like this again tomorrow? Yun Yao tilted her head, giving him a reassuring look. Tomorrow I will coax Xiao to sleep and then return. With his wife's promise, Yuzhe felt at ease letting Yun Yao accompany her sister to sleep. In Yuxiu's room, with Yun Yao by her side, she soon drifted into slumber. Yet, in the middle of the night, she still experienced nightmares, calling out phrases like don't come near me. Despite being a light sleeper with a gentle temperament, Yun Yao only used the softest tone to comfort Yuxiu, encouraging her to relax. As dawn broke and the rooster crowed for the 2nd time, Yuzhe rose. After completing his morning routine, his first task was to wake Yuxiu. It was just past 4 in the morning, and although Yuxiu was still groggy, her biological clock compelled her to rise at the sound, even with her eyes barely open. Rubbing her eyes, she mumbled, brother. Yuzhe lowered his voice, get up and practice with me. He feared waking Yun Yao, but she stirred awake upon hearing their voices. Unlike Yuxiu, she had dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating a lack of rest. Wife, you can sleep a bit longer, he said, knowing it was likely due to his sister's irregular sleep. Upon realizing it was only 4 o'clock and she could sleep for less than an hour more, Yun Yao obediently lay back down. At 5 o'clock, they would head to the fields for work. In Huaihua village during the busy farming season in April, everyone rose collectively at 5 to labor for 2 hours before returning for breakfast. Yuxiu yawned, following Yuzhe into the courtyard, where the air was infused with the fragrance of earth and greenery. Brother, it's so cold, she remarked, rubbing her arms. April mornings in the countryside are colder than in the city, especially since Yuxiu was dressed lightly. You won't feel cold once you start moving, Yuzhe reassured her. Considering Yuxiu's physical condition, he initially planned to avoid high-intensity exercises. He began with 2 sets of punches, and once she warmed up, He encouraged her to lift the stone he had prepared. Following her brother's instructions, Yun Yao strained to lift the stone above her head, managing to hold it for quite a while before setting it down. Although beads of sweat dotted her forehead and her breath became uneven, she had exceeded Yu Zhe's expectations. After all, she had grown up doing farm work and was certainly stronger than city girls. Her strength was commendable, but she needed more stability. Daily practice of punches or morning runs would be essential. Next, they practiced lethal moves. Yu Zhe demonstrated, and Yun Yao watched intently, her eyes brightening as she thought to herself how formidable her brother's techniques appeared. If these punches and kicks landed on Li Monsong, just imagining it filled her with motivation. Now you try, Yu Zhe suggested, stepping aside to observe Yun Yao. Taking a deep breath, Yun Yao recalled her brother's movements, striking a pose and executing the sequence Yu Zhe had just taught her. Yu Zhe nodded, occasionally correcting her form, urging her to focus her strength. Remember, lethal moves are not mere show. They must be swift, precise, and fierce. 40 minutes later, Yun Yao's hair was soaked with sweat, and the eastern sky began to glow with gold. Let us call it a day for now. From tomorrow on, come to practice at this hour. You need not work in the fields. Just stay home to look after father, prepare meals, and deliver lunch to us. Also, practice the breathing techniques I taught you diligently. Understood? Yes, I understand, brother. In Yun Yao's heart, her brother's figure grew larger. He was no longer just the childish sibling who used to bully her. Returning to the house, Yu Zhe found Yun Yao already awake and ready, her hair styled in a charming side braid, looking pure and captivating. Yu Zhe's throat tightened as he closed the door. Chapter 26. One should guard one's purity after closing the door. Yu Zhe could no longer restrain himself. With one hand gripping the delicate neck of Yun Yao and the other embracing her, he kissed her deeply. The two became entangled for a long time, their kiss reluctant to end, until Lu Su Mei's voice called from outside, announcing the start of work, prompting Yu Zhe to release Yun Yao. As she was freed, Yun Yao's legs grew weak, and she leaned against Yu Zhe's chest, her eyes filled with playful reproach, her lips as red as petals kissed by rain, igniting a deep yearning within Yu Zhe. Holding a water jug, Yu Zhe accompanied Yun Yao to the fields for the first time. The villagers and the educated youth in the fields gazed curiously, as it was the first time they had seen the newlyweds walking together since their marriage, inciting whispers among them. Among the most curious were the educated youth, Duan Yucheng and Yi Hongxia. Duan Yucheng, the most handsome and privileged of the new batch of educated youth, had sent 2 large parcels from home shortly after arriving in Huaihua village. He had always harbored feelings for Yun Yao, captivated by her unparalleled beauty. Not only was she the most striking in Huaihua village, but even in the city, he had seldom encountered such a stunning woman. Her beauty was accompanied by an aloof demeanor, reminiscent of the moon in the sky, which kept others at a distance. Duan Yucheng had made several attempts to express kindness towards Yun Yao, all of which she had rebuffed. As the saying goes, what one cannot have is often what one desires the most. Although Duan Yucheng felt displeased by Yun Yao's rejections, they only fueled his affection for her. Unexpectedly, fate took a turn, and Yun Yao suddenly married the village's ne'er-do-well, Yu Zhe. He had attended the wedding, and it was evident that Yun Yao was not a willing participant. He longed to rescue her, yet he was at a loss for how to do so gracefully. Moreover, Yun Yao had not sought his help. He envisioned a scenario where she would plead with tear-streaked cheeks, allowing him to assume the role of her savior. However, today he noticed an unusual expression on Yun Yao's face, a hint of bashfulness befitting a newlywed. This was a stark contrast to the previously untouchable Yun Yao. As a man who had experienced relationships before coming to the countryside, he recognized this demeanor all too well. It was clear that Yun Yao had been intimate with Yu Zhe. How could she, a woman of such virtue, share her bed with an ne'er-do-well? Although she was now married to Yu Zhe, it was under duress. She ought to have preserved her purity and, after enduring Yu Zhe's roughness, turned to seek solace in his embrace, rather than displaying the demeanor of a newlywed wife, which pained him deeply. As Duan Yucheng pondered this, his agitation grew, causing him to push the seed drill with increased force, producing a loud clatter. An elder nearby admonished him, "Stop looking around. There are only so many seed drills in this village. Be careful." Duan Yucheng's face flushed with embarrassment, and he concentrated on his work. Yi Hongxia, who had instigated the match between Yun Yao and Yu Zhe, shared his sentiments. She could not tolerate the amiable demeanor that all the educated youth displayed towards Yun Yao. She was determined to see Yun Yao marry an ne'er-do-well, ruin her reputation, and subsequently have her beauty eroded by the trials of family life. As a woman herself, she resented Yun Yao's beauty, which overshadowed her own. Yi Hongxia feigned busyness while sowing seeds, her eyes constantly darting towards the newly arrived Yuzhe and Yun Yao. Strangely, the usually menacing Yun wore a smile today and appeared to be engaging in conversation with Yun Yao. Unfortunately, the distance made it impossible for her to overhear. Frustrated, Yi Hongxia threw the seeds in her hand forcefully into the ground, lamenting within herself that things should not be this way. An ant working nearby noticed Yi Hongxia's actions and exclaimed, "Oh dear! Yi, you can't scatter so many corn seeds in one hole." Realizing her distraction had led to an excess of seeds, Yi Hongxia hurriedly returned to gather some back. Today's task was to sow corn, and Yuzhe was assigned to a seed drill. This wooden seed drill, creaking throughout the day, could only cover 3 acres. Yuzhe longed for a seed drill machine, which would be far more efficient. However, it was evident that such a machine could not be procured in their village. He pondered if there were any modifications that could enhance this seed drill. As they worked until 8 or 9 o'clock, it was time for breakfast. The workers found patches of ground to sit on and pulled out their provisions from home. During the busy farming season, it was rare for anyone to return for breakfast, and even lunch was often brought by the elderly who could not work. Yuzhe and Yun Yao had brought fragrant pork buns for breakfast. The filling and dough had been prepared the previous day, and early in the morning, as he called for Yu Xiu to practice, he steamed the buns. While Yuzhe and Yun Yao savored their pork buns, Lu Su did not enjoy the same luxury, as she could only eat the coarse cornmeal buns she had made the day before. Initially, Yu Pengchuan felt guilty, but Yuzhe had convincingly argued with their father, stating that Aunt May had lost the family's money and had expressed her remorse. If she felt guilty, it was not enough to merely voice her regret. She needed to demonstrate it through actions, such as abstaining from the meat that the one who had erred could not consume. After hearing this, their father agreed, reasoning that since he lay in bed, the meat and flour were brought by his son, and if he spoke too kindly for Lu Su Mei, knowing Yuzhe's temperament, he might end up without any food himself. The people of Huaihua village were poor and seldom ate meat, fearing it would incite jealousy. Thus, Yuzhe and Yun Yao sought refuge beneath a large tree far from the fields to enjoy their meal. The pork buns Yuzhe prepared were particularly large. Consuming 2 could suffice for a meal. The buns were also glistening with oil, and with a gentle bite, the outer layer was incredibly soft yet resilient. With another bite, one would taste the succulent, juicy pork filling, each mouthful immensely satisfying. As Yuzhe and Yun Yao shared a smile, reveling in their happiness, some unobservant individuals disrupted the moment. Yi Hongxia, having worked all day, pulled out her meager lunchbox, which contained a solitary cornmeal bun, golden in color. This bun was a result of Duan Yucheng's kindness. Yesterday, he had taken cornmeal from a parcel sent by his family and combined it with a little white flour to steam a large pot of buns, distributing half to each educated youth. Due to her frequent assistance in washing Duan Yucheng's feet, she even received an extra half. This cornmeal bun was far tastier than the wild vegetable dumplings she had previously consumed. Yi Hongxia rose to her feet, casting her gaze towards the distant shade of the great tree where Yun Yao and Yuzhe were situated. She mused that the food they had brought must have been rather unpalatable, prompting them to venture such a long distance. Relenting, she decided to begrudgingly share a portion of her steamed bun with Yun Yao, eager to witness the gratitude etched upon her face. With this thought in mind, a smirk danced upon the corners of Yi Hongxia's lips as she hastened towards Yun Yao's direction. Chapter 27. Transforming the seed sower. As Yi Hongxia proudly approached Yun Yao and the others, Yun Yao was just savoring her second baozi. Yuzhe was encouraging her, insisting that she should eat another to ensure her health. It was evident that Yun Yao had become too slender, and he felt the need to remind her to eat more. "What are you eating?" Yi Hongxia inquired, her gaze fixed on the soft, white baozi in Yun Yao's hand. Her eyes widening in disbelief, hoping that she was mistaken. She had brought cornmeal buns, yet it was clear that Yun Yao held a pure white flour bun. Was this not a direct comparison that cast her in a less favorable light? As Yun Yao took a bite of her baozi, she suddenly realized that Yi Hongxia had appeared before them. Her opinion of this woman was non-existent. She had pushed her into the water and spun countless lies. Yun Yao shifted her position, turning slightly away from Yi Hongxia, pretending not to notice her presence. Yuzhe discerned Yun Yao's displeasure and sensed Yi Hongxia's unfriendly demeanor. The calculating glint that flickered in her eyes did not escape him. She is not a kind soul, he thought with a smirk. Wife, it seems a beggar has come to stare at you. Yi Hongxia seethed with anger. Who are you calling a beggar? Yuzhe rolled his eyes, replying, whoever responds to me is who I mean. Yi Hongxia then noticed the two baozi that Yun Yao had bitten into, revealing a mouth-watering meat filling. Meat baozi. How could Yun Yao, alongside her good-for-nothing husband, be indulging in meat baozi here? Yi Hongxia felt her grip on the aluminum lunchbox tighten, her fingers whitening from the excessive pressure. If the box had been made of tofu, it would have been reduced to crumbs by now. She queried Yuzhe, didn't your father break his leg? Where did you get the meat? Yuzhe was somewhat taken aback. This unfamiliar educated youth seemed genuinely concerned about his family. He let out a scoff. My goodness, have you never seen anyone eat meat? My father didn't ask you for money to buy meat. Why do you care how I got it? Ridiculous. Yun Yao couldn't help but chuckle at his response. She appreciated Yuzhe's sharp tongue that could wound even the most unpleasant of people. You, it's just a meat baozi. Why act so superior? Yi Hongxia stomped her foot in frustration. Yuzhe and Yun Yao exchanged sweet glances, continuing their meal, while Yi Hongxia's fury was ignored. She found herself stuck, unable to leave or stay, as she watched their affectionate interactions ignite her ire. Just a good-for-nothing. Yet Yun Yao acted as if she were someone important. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Yi Hongxia opened her own lunchbox, saying, I was sick of the meat that you Chunga shared with everyone last night, so I specifically brought a cornmeal bun to cleanse my palate. Sharing the same educated youth commune with Duan Yu Chong, we often enjoy the bounty sent from his family or delivered by the village chief's daughter. Yuzhe felt disgusted by her exaggerated performance. In the rural setting of the 1970s, no one would dare claim to be weary of meat. Having finished her baozi, Yun Yao took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and declared, Yi Zhiqing, your bourgeois demeanor is unacceptable. Many people still struggle to fill their stomachs, yet you claim to be weary of meat? I believe it is necessary to report your conduct to the commune. Yun Yao's words carried significant weight, causing Yi Hongxia to glance nervously over her shoulder to ensure no one had overheard. Once she confirmed that no one had caught wind of Yun Yao's statement, she became flustered, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? I said nothing like that. I'm leaving. Yi Hongxia fled in haste, nearly stumbling as she did. Yuzhe watched her foolish retreat and shook his head. Is this all she is? Wife. What happened to her before? Yun Yao, burdened with her thoughts, gathered her belongings and recounted to Yuzhe the unsavory actions Yi Hongxia had previously committed. So she was the one who pushed you into the river? Yuzhe furrowed his brow, contemplating. This woman has a heart more venomous than a snake. If she dares to approach again, I shall make her regret it. But I suppose she is incapable of any further mischief. Yun Yao felt that their current life was already splendid enough, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications that might disrupt their peace. After a brief rest, the two returned to the fields to work. Yuzhe remained still, crouching down to examine the seed sower. This morning, he had discovered that one reason for its inefficiency was the uneven spacing of the seeds. When the seeds spilled from the funnel, they were always too densely scattered. If he could move the crossbar slightly and add a spring and lever, they could sow 2 acres simultaneously. Yuzhe, stop daydreaming and get to work, called a nearby woman sowing seeds, unable to hold back her impatience at his inaction. It was rare for Yuzhe to come to work every day, and it was frustrating that he had come only to slack off. Auntie, no rush. I'm just going home to grab something. Please don't touch my sower. Yuzhe hurried back home to fetch his tools. As he left, the women in the field began to gossip animatedly. That old Yu, I thought with his father's broken leg, he would be more responsible, yet he is still the same. Indeed, he didn't even give notice before running off. How outrageous. Is he trying to modify that sower? Isn't it better to stick to the basics? Playing around with fancy ideas, does he think he is an inventor? Yi Hongxia chuckled to herself, teasing Yun Yao. Your husband has fled at a critical moment. Why don't you chase after him to see what he is up to? Yun Yao focused solely on sowing seeds, disregarding Yi Hongxia's taunt, for she trusted Yuzhe. Before long, Yuzhe returned, panting heavily. He had brought back springs, a hammer, new wooden sticks, and other tools, and began to work noisily. His actions drew shouts from the villagers nearby. Oh dear, Yuzhe, what are you doing? Damaging public property will lead to punishment. Yuzhe paid no attention, concentrating on the sower in his hands. All explanations would pale in comparison to the practical demonstration of his modifications once completed. Humph, this Yuzhe, wanting to be like Liu Ban before he has even matured? The newcomers from the city hesitated to touch the ancestral tools. Yi Hongxia's eyes flitted over Yu Zhe's deft movements. Her curiosity piqued. She turned to Duan Yucheng and asked, "Brother Yucheng, you are the most educated among us. Can you discern what Yu Zhe is trying to accomplish?" "Huh. It's merely a ploy for attention," Duan Yucheng replied, having long harbored disdain for Yu Zhe and seizing every opportunity to belittle him. Chapter 28. The fiancé is in jeopardy. The villagers were oblivious to the meaning of seeking attention, which certainly did not sound like a favorable term. After nearly half an hour of fine-tuning, the new sowing cart was finally completed. Yu Zhe pushed the improved cart to begin sowing, and the seeds fell into the soil just as he had envisioned, evenly spaced and perfectly distributed. What once required multiple trips to complete could now be finished in one go. The skeptics and mockers who had previously derided Yu Zhe were now rendered silent. Someone muttered softly that it indeed seemed quite effective. Yun Yao observed the once boisterous Yi Hongxia now lost in silence, and couldn't help but scoff, noting that while the young intellectuals came to the countryside to contribute, they should not stifle innovation, yet some had adopted the habit of gossiping. Although Yun Yao did not name anyone directly, the fellow young intellectuals sewing nearby knew precisely to whom she was referring. Yi Hongxia had become the subject of ridicule. Except for a brief half-hour break at noon to enjoy the meal sent by Yu Xiao, the new sewing cart had completed what was intended to be a day's task by 3 in the afternoon. This was accomplished in half the usual time. As the sun dipped towards the west, the scorekeeper, the old accountant, adjusted his glasses and marked 6 positive marks for Yu Zhe in his notebook. The village head, having heard of Yu Zhe's successful modification, made a special trip to the fields to inspect the sewing cart. "You've done splendidly this time. Tomorrow, let us modify all the carts in the village," he said, his heart brimming with joy. If this 2-wheeled sewing cart is this efficient, imagine how much faster the 3-wheeled ones would be with your improvements. 1 ox pulling the cart, 1 person guiding it, and another steadying it could save considerable time. Yu Zhe was not so easily persuaded. "Village head, the work in the fields is quite demanding. Today, those people are still saying I'm merely showing off my skills. I dare not waste time on modifying the sewing carts." The village head, Hong Xuejuan, chuckled. "Oh, why concern yourself with their opinions? Tomorrow, you will be responsible for modifying these sewing carts, and your labor points will be doubled. You won't even need to work." He leaned in closer to Yu Zhe and whispered, "In a few days, it will be Labor Day. If you perform well, we may have a greater chance of being recognized as an exemplary production team. Typically, a brigade corresponds to 1 village, but some brigades are composed of several merged villages, such as Huaihua Village. Both Huaihua Village and Taipingzhuang belong to the Hope Brigade within the progressive commune of Heilongjiang Province." Yu Zhe smirked. "Since you put it that way, I shall give it my all." After finishing his work, Yu Zhe went to assist his wife, Yun Yao. With his swift sewing cart, he quickly earned enough labor points for Yun Yao for the day. After reporting his completed work to the old accountant, he departed with Yun Yao. A nosy ant in the fields teased Lu Sume. "Sume, your daughter-in-law has finished, yet she didn't offer to help you?" Lu Sume forced a smile. "The young ones are tired too. I am nearly done myself." "Nearly done? There aren't many sewing carts in the village, and I am utterly exhausted from relying on sheer manpower." It was understandable for Yu Zhe, not being her biological son, to refrain from assisting her. However, for Yun Yao, a newlywed, to leave without a word and not extend a helping hand was truly lacking in upbringing. "Aze, where are you taking me?" "This isn't the way home. We're going into the mountains to gather some shepherd's purse. The ones up there are tender right now, perfect for making dumplings." Yun Yao felt shy. "Shepherd's purse? I've heard of it, but I've never tasted it." "No way, you've never had shepherd's purse? I used to live in the capital, and my family rarely bought wild vegetables. I might have had it before, but forgotten." At this moment, with the sun still high in the sky, Yu Zhe led Yun Yao into the mountains. Along the way, Yun Yao collected numerous herbs, her bright, sparkling almond-shaped eyes lighting up more at the sight of the herbs than at any delicacy. "Wife, will you teach me how to identify herbs?" Yun Yao chuckled. "What? Do you aspire to be a barefoot doctor? Knowledge is never burdensome. It's beneficial to learn more." Given his extraordinary memory, not to remember more would be a waste. That's a fine mindset. "Look, this is dandelion. It can help with diuresis and detoxification. This is maidenhair fern. It can stop bleeding and reduce swelling. This is mountain pepper. It can treat stomach pain and loss of appetite." Yun Yao, holding the herbs, looked particularly enchanting as she earnestly explained to Yu Zhe. If she had been the same girl back in school, Yu Zhe would have never dared to stare, yet now she was his wife, and he couldn't help but grin. Shortly after entering the mountains, Yuzhe and Yun Yao discovered the shepherd's purse. They filled a basket to the brim and, hand in hand, descended the mountain. Only upon exiting the woods did Yun Yao release Yuzhe's large hand, whispering, "It wouldn't look good if the villagers saw us." In this era, even married couples holding hands in the village would be the subject of gossip. Yuzhe chuckled, not disagreeing. He appreciated Yun Yao's modesty and shyness far more than the passionate and exuberant women of his previous life. Yun Yao's innocent demeanor stood in stark contrast to Chen Zuohua of Chen's family in Xiao village, who was facing her own troubles. Qiao Zhaoping came to see me today and said he would no longer give the original 50 yuan dowry, only 10. The difference between 50 and 10 was as vast as the sky and the earth, leaving Chen Zuohua utterly unable to accept it. Qiao Zhaoping, how can you be so untrustworthy? You promised my family 50. If you couldn't afford it, you should have said so earlier. Now everyone knows I'm getting married, and with such a reduced dowry, how am I supposed to explain it to my mother? What will happen to my reputation? Qiao Zhaoping hung his head. Zuohua, you know my family was robbed recently. Otherwise, I would have offered you 50 or even 60. Chen Zuohua was skeptical. What a coincidence. Just when it's time to pay the dowry, your family gets robbed? This is true. If I were lying, may I be struck by lightning and suffer a terrible fate. You can ask around in Huaihua village. My family was indeed robbed, and my stepfather broke his leg and has no money for treatment. I speak nothing but the truth. Chen Zuohua crossed her arms, snorting in discontent. So what? Even if I agree to marry you, my mother won't. Her brother, Chen Jinbao, still depended on her dowry to marry his wife. At this point, she had nothing to spare, not even 25 yuan. With her profound understanding of her mother, she was aware that the Chao family would soon change their stance, allowing her to promptly summon a matchmaker the following day to seek a suitable marriage prospect. Rather than being subjected to the whims of men presented by the matchmaker, she preferred to select her own partner. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Chen Zuohua's lips as a particular individual crossed her mind. Zuohua, rest assured, I will speak with Auntie earnestly. I will assure her that once you marry in, I shall treat you well. When you have children, my mother will help take care of them, and any fortune we amass will be used to supplement your dowry. Chen Zuohua extended her finger and emphatically tapped Qiao Zhaoping's chest, demanding, "What is your promise worth? Why should I trust you?" In a flurry, Qiao Zhaoping retrieved 2 coins from his pocket, declaring his intentions. "Zuohua, aside from that 10 yuan, this is all the money I have left. It is yours. Use it to buy whatever you desire. Just wait. I will prove my sincerity through my actions." Although Chen Zuohua had nearly resolved to abandon Qiao Zhaoping, she accepted the 2 coins with a sense of justification. This would serve as her consolation for the emotional turmoil she had endured at the hands of the Chao family during this time. Chapter 29. Interrupted by Wang Chao, Chen Zuohua accepted the money from Qiao Zhaoping and instructed him to return home. Noticing her discontent, Qiao Zhaoping, obediently, took his leave. Chen Zuohua resolved to visit Wang Chao's home that evening. Although Wang Chao resided in Huaihua village, he had recently been recuperating from a hand injury at his uncle's house in Xiao village, a hand that her elder brother had broken. Wang Chao, in her eyes, was someone she had previously looked down upon while she was involved with Qiao Zhaoping. However, her perspective had shifted. Upon careful consideration, she concluded that marrying Wang Chao might be preferable. Firstly, Wang Chao's family in Huaihua village only had a young sister, and once married, the entire Wang family would be hers. In contrast, Qiao Zhaoping lived in Xiao village, cramped together with his grandparents. She had visited his room and found it woefully inadequate. Qiao Zhaoping had once claimed that his mother would find a way to build him a new house after marriage, but reflecting on it now, it seemed utterly nonsensical. If the bride price could be reneged, constructing a house was out of the question. Secondly, Wang Chao was somewhat more handsome than Qiao Zhaoping. Thirdly, the bride price Wang Chao offered would certainly exceed $10. At 10 o'clock that night, Chen Zuohua quietly donned her clothes and left the Chen household. Throughout her journey, she was anxious about being discovered by fellow villagers, hiding and dodging at the slightest noise. Eventually, she arrived at her uncle's house. She approached the window of the room where Wang Chao was sleeping and imitated the call of a cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Wang Chao, who had not been asleep, immediately sat up upon hearing the sound. This was their secret signal from when he would visit her at night. Recently, he had encountered Chen Zuohua on the road to his uncle's house, and her enticing gait had captivated him. Her eyes seemed to carry an alluring charm. Although she was far from the beauty of the educated youth Yun Yao, She was enough to occupy his thoughts day and night. Sometimes, he would dream of her waist and legs at night, waking up needing to change his clothes. Thus, when he returned to Xiao village, he could not resist the urge to seek her out. He avoided the villagers and began bringing her food, braised pork, pastries, canned fruits. During that time, he exhausted all his meat, grain, and pastry coupons, receiving a scolding from his mother when she discovered his actions. Fortunately, his efforts were not entirely in vain. He managed to caress her waist and steal a kiss, with Chen Suihua occasionally yielding to him based on the value of his offerings. After a few months of this arrangement, he heard news that Chen Suihua was to be engaged. Was he to be cuckolded? In a fit of impulse, he gathered a few brothers and stormed to the Chun household. When it was rumored that he had taken advantage of the younger sister, Chen Suihua's brothers engaged him in a fight. They broke Wang Chao's hand, and the few who accompanied him left with bruises as well. As Wang Chao opened the window and looked outside, he saw, under the moonlight, none other than Chen Suihua. This audacious woman had come to seek him out on a chilly night, dressed so tightly. He still harbored resentment over the altercation. Coldly, he asked, "What do you want?" Chen Suihua, taken aback by his demeanor, retorted, "Did you not wish for my presence? If so, I shall take my leave." As she turned to walk away, Wang Chao, leaping from the window, embraced her from behind. His hand slid along her waist, and he questioned, "Why would you come dressed so lightly on such a cold night?" Chen Suihua sighed. "What? Are you no longer angry with me? I could never be angry with you. It was your brother who was too harsh. Look at my hand, it's still bandaged." Chen Suihua turned to caress Wang Chao's injured hand, feigning concern. "I scolded my brother for that. He was unaware, hence his heavy hand. See, I have come to comfort you now." Wang Chao inhaled deeply, suppressing his affection. "But you were set to marry Chao Xiaoping. Why come to find me?" It was inconvenient to speak at Wang Chao's doorstep, so Chen Suihua pulled him towards the threshing ground, where several haystacks stood, an old rendezvous for them. "I have no intention of marrying that fraud." Wang Chao, puzzled, recalled how Chen Suihua had previously spoken of marrying Chao Xiaoping in silence, now suddenly throwing herself at him. "What has changed? I simply do not wish to marry him any longer. He is as dull as a block of wood, and now his family is backing out of the agreed bride price. They are utterly untrustworthy." Chen Suihua's complaints were grounded in truth. Chao Xiaoping could not hold a candle to Wang Chao's charm. Wang Chao could always enchant her with mere words, leaving her delighted. Puffing out his chest, Wang Chao declared, "If you do not wish to marry him, then I shall marry you. After having a fight with my brother, do you think my family would ever consent to your marrying me? That fight only proves how deeply I love you. As long as you, Suihua, give your word. No matter what my brothers say, it shall not matter." Chen Suihua shot him a skeptical glance. "Do you truly hold me in such high regard?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I run all the way from Huaihua village to Xiao village? Knowing you were to marry Chao Xiaoping, I have been losing sleep and appetite." Chen Suihua lay in Wang Chao's embrace, twirling a strand of her hair. "So, how much are you prepared to pay for my hand?" Wang Chao hesitated briefly before gritting his teeth. 20. He lowered his gaze to gauge Chen Suihua's reaction, and upon seeing her lack of enthusiasm, he quickly added, "Suihua, think about it. If Chao Xiaoping offers 60 to your family, how much would you actually keep?" Chen Suihua paused. "Not a single cent exactly. I can offer you 2 large red coupons and some fabric coupons right now. You can use them to make new clothes. These 2 large coupons are entirely yours, and you need not give them to your family. As for the wedding, my family will cover the expenses in both Xiaohe village and Huaihua village. We can have 2 celebrations. Nowadays, hosting a wedding merely involves inviting close acquaintances to a decent meal. It does not cost much, and the goal is simply to rid oneself of the bachelor title. Even someone like Yu Zhe, a ne'er-do-well, has married a beautiful bride. I cannot fall behind. All the bride price for me." Chen Suihua was indeed tempted, but the image of her mother's wrath dimmed her enthusiasm. "But my mother will not approve." Wang Chao licked his lips, pondering the implications of his words. "As long as you belong to me, your mother's objections would be rendered moot." Chen Suihua paused for a moment, her understanding dawning upon her. In the past, during their midnight rendezvous, she had always maintained a certain decorum. Yet today, clad in such scant attire to discuss matters of marriage, he would not be a man if he did not take action. At this moment, the night enveloped the world in inky darkness, spilling over the expansive threshing ground. Garments lay scattered beside the haystack, while the only sounds that punctuated the stillness were the distant chirps of insects and the croaks of frogs, accompanied by the subtle rustling of straw within the haystack. Chapter 30. This time, she truly jumped into the river an hour later. Chun Suihua returned home. She enjoyed decent treatment at the Chun household, having a room to herself, which allowed her the audacity to venture out in the dead of night. Trembling with anxiety, she longed to slip into bed, only to be startled by her mother, who sat in the dark on her bed. "Ah, Mom, what are you doing awake at this hour? Where have you been?" Chin's mother groped for the kerosene lamp on the table and lit it. As the flame flickered, her expression grew even more foreboding. "I went to relieve myself." Chun Suihua feigned calmness. "You're lying. I woke up in the middle of the night to find you missing." Taking a step closer, her mother's nostrils flared as she detected the lingering scent of dew on her daughter's clothes, confirming that she had been outside for quite some time. Chun Suihua, unable to bear the pain between her legs, could not help but sit on the calm. Her mother narrowed her eyes, her tone stern. "Did I tell you to sit? Stand up." "Mom, what are you doing?" Chun Suihua, already exhausted, had no desire to engage with her mother. Chin's mother, perceptive as she was, finally recognized something amiss and yanked down her daughter's pants. Covering her mouth with both hands, she exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, "Suihua, you." Her loud voice startled the other members of the Chin family, who rushed in, Chun Suihua's father, brother, and younger brother. In a hurry, she pulled the blanket over herself. That night, the Chun household was in disarray, a night of sleepless turmoil. The following day, Chun Suihua requested a day off from the production team. After 2 more days, the Chun family began to prepare for a wedding. The event was modest, inviting only a few relatives for a meal and distributing wedding candies to neighbors. By the time Chao Zhiqing learned of it, the celebration had already concluded. In disbelief, he rushed to confront Chun Suihua. "Suihua, you clearly promised to marry me." Chun Suihua cast him a disdainful glance. "Yet you promised my family 60 yuan as a betrothal gift. Why is it acceptable for your family to go back on their word?" Chao Zhiqing was so incensed by Chun Suihua's remarks that he felt blood rush to his head. He dashed to the fields, heedless, and shouted at Lu Sumei, "Mom, my wife is gone." His voice was so tragic that anyone unaware of the situation might think his father had died again. In his heart, Chao Zhiqing harbored a singular thought. It was all his mother's fault. Had she been able to provide the money, Suihua would not have married someone else. He contemplated ending his life, wishing his mother would regret it for a lifetime. With these thoughts, he ran towards the river. Huaihua village had a river that flowed down from Taiping Zhuang, meandering through Huaihua village and Shaokong village. At this moment, due to the melting ice and snow from the past few months, the river swelled with rushing waters. Lu Sumei, who was chasing after her son, watched as Chao Zhiqing dove in without hesitation. "Zhiqing!" Someone jumped into the river. "Hurry, get in and save him." Most villagers from Huaihua village were skilled swimmers, having grown up by the river. Though the current was swift, due to the topography, the river was not deep, and the villagers quickly rescued Chao Zhiqing from the water. Soaked to the bone, his eyes tightly shut. His wet hair clung to his forehead in a disheveled manner. Lu Sumei, wailing, collapsed on her son's chest. "Oh, my unfortunate child. Why are you so foolish?" Nearby, villagers who were helping put on their clothes exchanged bewildered glances at Lu Sumei's dramatic display. "Your son just fell in and was pulled out right away. He only choked on some water." "Let me see." A well-meaning villager unbuttoned Chao Zhiqing's collar and, after applying some pressure to his chest, he promptly coughed up a few mouthfuls of water and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing her son awake, Lu Sumei was overwhelmed with joy and rushed towards him, inadvertently knocking over the villager who had been aiding them. "Zhiqing, you're awake. Tell mother who harmed you." "Boo-hoo." The villager, puzzled, cast a few more glances at the mother and son before hastily departing. He sensed that both of them were not quite right in the head. A young man jumps into the river. The mother, instead of recognizing her son's own actions, questions who harmed him. Truly, they were both in a state of distress. Having narrowly escaped death, Chao Zhiqing felt some trepidation. The two clung to each other, weeping bitterly for a long while. "Son, do not be disheartened. I will certainly find you a better wife than that wretched Chun Suihua." Chao Zhiqing, disheartened, replied, "No, there will be no one better than Suihua." Suihua was the most enchanting girl he had ever seen in Shaokong village. He fell for her at first sight. Lu Sumei, clutching her son with a twisted expression, exclaimed, "Ah, you simply haven't encountered enough women. What is so great about Chun Suihua?" Lu Sumei had once praised Chun Suihua to the heavens, but now she denigrated her, wishing to cast her down to the depths of hell. Lu Sumei recalled Yun Yao. Wasn't she more beautiful than Chun Suihua? Had she not already married Yuzhe, she might have been a suitable match for her son. The commotion created by Lu Sumei and Qiao Zhaoping spread throughout the village in just half a day. Lu Sumei brought Qiao Zhaoping back to Yu's home and rushed to Yu Pengchuan, beginning to weep. "Old Yu, my son Zhaoping is unfortunate. His good marriage was disrupted by the Wang family." Yu Pengchuan was seated on the bed, weaving a round winnowing basket. His son Yuzhe had mentioned that his future daughter-in-law needed to dry medicinal herbs, so he was keeping himself busy at home. Yu Pengchuan was aware of Qiao Zhaoping's marriage arrangement. Without lifting his head, he replied gruffly, "When you initially demanded such a high betrothal gift, I disagreed. Now that you cannot provide it, it is only natural for the girl to marry someone else." Lu Sumei, enraged, replied, "Old Yu, why are you siding with them? Wang Chao used to frequently visit our home. I recall he got along well with Yuzhe. Now that Wang Chao has taken Zhaoping's wife, do you not suspect Yuzhe's involvement?" Yu Pengchuan frowned. Little Zhe is a grown man. How could he possibly be scheming in such a convoluted manner? You are overthinking it. Moreover, Zhaoping not marrying does not benefit Yuzhe in any way. How does it not benefit him? That scoundrel despises me. If Zhaoping cannot marry, he will be pleased. Nonsense. If little Zhe truly harbored such hatred for you, he wouldn't let you have a single bite of the meat he's been eating these days. In recent days, the only meal that Liu Sumei brought to the fields during lunchtime was somewhat lacking. However, whenever they dined at home, she partook in the meat and rice without reservation. Yu Pengchuan felt that his son had become quite understanding. Before marriage, he would have never allowed Liu Sumei to partake in any of the food he acquired. Liu Sumei was infuriated, wishing to retort, but finding no grounds to do so. Nevertheless, she sensed that something was amiss. Each time Yu Xiu prepared an abundance of dishes, logic dictated that some should remain, yet astonishingly, every time, the portions were perfectly consumed, leaving not a morsel behind. Chapter 31. The wedding candies. She guessed that surely Yu Ziyun and Yun Yao had secretly hidden away to indulge themselves. Lu Sumei had initially contemplated that Yu Pengchuan would summon Yuzhe to Wang Chao's home to seek an explanation on behalf of her son, Xiaoping. However, given the present circumstances, that seemed impossible. Yu Pengchuan lifted his gaze to Lu Sumei and said slowly, "Do not fret so. Instead of worrying, why not come and help me weave a round winnowing basket? Xiaoping is still young. He can find another partner in the future." Lu Sumei dared not voice her anger, for finding another would not be so simple. Chun Sohua's loose tongue had already spread the word throughout the commune that her son had acted dishonorably regarding the betrothal gifts. Lu Sumei silently vowed that next time her son sought a bride, she would ensure he had ample gifts to make Chun Sohua regret her words. But therein lay the problem. Where would the money come from? At that moment, her son, who had been lost in thought in the courtyard, suddenly approached her, speaking in hushed tones. "Mom, I just remembered that Uncle gave me a packet of sleeping pills. They were soaked in water. I'm not sure if they're still effective." "What do you need those pills for?" He said he wanted to retrieve his bicycle tonight, but was worried that the dogs at the Yu household would bark at midnight. So he asked me to mix the pills into their food. Qiao Zhaoping had been sitting in the courtyard for quite a while, and it was only upon seeing the large dog that he recalled this matter. His uncle had mentioned it that morning, and upon hearing of Tsuowa's marriage, it had slipped his mind. What a splendid idea. A glimmer of delight sparked in Lu Sumei's eyes. The soaking was no matter. Just give me the pills, and I shall take care of it. As dusk descended like a veil, enveloping the sun, Yuzhe and Yun Yao returned home, sharing laughter along the way. No sooner had they entered than Wang Chao arrived. Although Chun Sohua and Wang Chao's wedding had been a rather subdued affair in Xiao village, it was different in Huaihua village, where Wang Chao had grown up. Naturally, every household with someone at home was obliged to offer a few wedding candies, loudly proclaiming to the village that Wang Chao had tied the knot. Wang Chao, with his head held high, knocked on Yuzhe's door. At that moment, Yuzhe was inside with Yun Yao, preparing for their visit to her parents that evening. "Dear, please ask your younger sister to coat the fish pieces in starch and fry a batch for your parents. It will be more convenient for them," he instructed. Yun Yao hesitated, questioning whether it would be too wasteful of oil. "It matters not. The oil used for frying can still be used for cooking." In the courtyard, Qiao Zhaoping, lost in thought while staring at the large dog, heard the sound of knocking. He stood up, incredulous, rubbing his ears. Had he misheard? It sounded like Tsuehua's voice outside. What could she possibly be doing here? Slowly, he opened the door. Indeed, it was Tsuehua. Wang Chao, upon seeing Qiao Zhaoping, was taken aback as well. Did Yuzhe have such a person in his family? He couldn't remember. Chun Tsuehua's eyes darted nervously. She cursed her luck silently. having just witnessed Chao Xiaoping's frenzy that morning. Encountering him again was an annoyance. Wang Chao cheerfully reached into his bag and pulled out a handful of candies, asking, "Is Yuzhe home?" "Today, I married Sui Hua and brought some wedding candies to share." Chao Xiaoping, already on the verge of a breakdown, could no longer contain himself upon hearing those words and swung a powerful fist. Sui Hua, anticipating trouble, pulled Wang Chao back and urged, "Chao, quickly call your friend out. Chao Xiaoping has gone mad." Wang Chao, intrigued by Sui Hua's mention of Chao Xiaoping, grinned mischievously. "Oh, so you are brother Chao? What is this? My wife and I are here to share sweets, and yet you resort to violence. Truly, a person raised without proper guidance." Chao Xiaoping, fists clenched, glared fiercely at Wang Chao, exclaiming, "You stole my wife. My mother said Sui Hua is my bride." Wang Chao retorted, Your mother said, what does that even matter? Are you still nursing?" Wang Chao's mocking words caused Chao Xiaoping to raise his fists once more, and hearing the commotion, Yuzhe arrived to separate them. "Xiaoping, we are all from the same commune. Let bygones be bygones and preserve your dignity." Chao Xiaoping had no idea how to write the words dignity. He shot Yuzhe a furious glare, shrugged off his hand, and ran away. Wang Chao watched Chao Xiaoping's retreating figure with a mocking gaze, chuckling, "What a failure." Chun Suihua, equally disdainful, felt embarrassed to have ever considered a marriage with such a spineless individual. Wang Chao reached into his bag again, retrieving an even larger handful of wedding candies than before, beaming with pride. "Yuzhe, I just married Sui Hua. Please accept these sweets and share in our joy." Yuzhe raised an eyebrow, perceiving Wang Chao's boastfulness. "I shall accept the candies, but as for sharing in the joy, I believe I wed before you. So that one tea be necessary." Wang Chao chuckled, "Though you married first, my son may very well be born before yours." He wrapped an arm around Suihua's shoulders, boasting that the slender figure of the educated youth could not compare to his robust bride. With a newlywed wife, he certainly intended to revel in their union nightly, confident that he would soon have a healthy son. Yuzhe chuckled heartily, "Just days into your marriage. And you're already thinking of children. Did you engage in certain activities before the wedding? Otherwise, how could you be so eager?" Chun Suihua's expression faltered now. Wang Chao was merely speaking auspiciously. "Brother, you just too much." Yuzhe had only intended to make a light-hearted remark, but seeing Chun Suihua's anxious demeanor brought a smirk to his lips. "Ah, if that is the case, then I wish you both a swift arrival of a fortunate child." Regardless, it was unlikely they could surpass him and Yun Yao. After all, his own twins were already nestled in Yun Yao's womb. Since their falling out, Wang Chao had made it his mission to outshine Yuzhe at every turn. Yuzhe had married the most beautiful educated youth in the commune, and just days ago, he had received high praise from the village chief for his innovative improvements to the seed drill. Wang Chao felt overshadowed by Yuzhe. His only hope lay in Suihua bearing a son. Once that happened, he would see if the educated youth could keep up with Yuzhe's current triumphs. After Wang Chao and his wife departed, the Yu family sat down for dinner. Lu Sumei called out to Chao Xiaoping to come eat, only to find he had vanished. Xiaoping. Yuzhe, holding a bowl and chopsticks, dipped a helping of dandelion greens in sauce, remarked, "Mei, your son has already left." "Left?" Lu Sumei exclaimed, anxiously pacing in circles. They hadn't even eaten yet. Where could he have gone? Looking at the pork rib stew with dandelion greens on the table, her anxiety grew. He hasn't even had a bite of meat yet. "Yuzhe, did you upset Xiaoping and make him leave?" Chapter 32 The Clever Yellow Dog. What does it have to do with me? Just now, Wang Chao came by to distribute wedding candies, and when Chao Xiaoping opened the door, it seems he was quite rattled. Lu Sumei's eyes widened with fury. "Wang Chao is here. Why didn't you stop him?" "No, Aunt May. Was it Chao Xiaoping who fell into the water, or was it you? Why does it seem to me that your head is also filled with water? He came to distribute wedding candies. Why should I stop him? If your Xiaoping had graciously accepted the candies, he might have found a wife sooner." Yu Pengchuan cleared his throat a few times. "Let us eat. Xiaoping has probably returned to Xiao village." Lu Sumei thought about how she had to meet up with her two younger brothers at midnight to transport the bicycles. Whether Xiaoping returned home would be known once night fell. She reached into her pocket to grab the packet of drugs. "I will go feed Lightning. This woman is acting strangely today." In the past, whenever he fed Lightning meat, Lu Sumei would always sarcastically remark that he treated the dog better than people, claiming it was a waste of food to feed a dog so well. Today, why is she so eager to feed Lightning? Yuzidao said, "Lightning is not hungry. Shower fed it fish this afternoon." Most of the fish caught last time is drying in the yard. Lu Sume awkwardly smiled. The fish eaten in the afternoon should have made it hungry by now. She busied herself with fetching the dog bowl, filled it with food, and left the main room. Yuzhe narrowed his eyes. Show her, go keep an eye on her. Yu Shower, now dutifully obedient to her brother, followed her with the bowl of rice. Just as Lu Sume opened the paper bag, ready to pour the contents in, Yu Shower emerged. She hurriedly shoved the paper bag back into her pocket. Pretending to feed the dog, she said, "Come on, Lightning, eat up." She felt somewhat awkward. Shower, why are you standing there? I still want to ask Aunt May what you're doing. Lightning is shaking its head, and you're still feeding it? Lightning is a very disciplined dog, eating at specific times. If food is placed in front of it before that time, it won't touch it. At that moment, faced with Lu Sume's unnecessary attentiveness, it merely sniffed its bowl and returned to its nest. Fine, if it doesn't want to eat, can it refuse water? Later, I'll just sprinkle the drug in its water bowl, and that will suffice. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened. The family members returned to their respective rooms. Before entering his room, Yuzhe added some spiritual spring water to Lightning's bowl. Ever since Lightning drank the water mixed with spiritual spring water, it has shown little interest in ordinary spring water. Lightning happily licked the water in the bowl, its tail wagging joyfully. Once Yuzhe entered his room, Lu Sume stealthily emerged. She carefully opened the paper bag and poured all the drugs into the water bowl. Lightning barked a few times in confusion. It could tell that this was not something good. Why was something strange being added to its water bowl? Lu Sume was startled by Lightning's barking. Shoo, drink quickly. Lightning had already drunk its fill and would not touch this peculiar water, turning its head away, refusing to even glance at Lu Sume. Lu Sume grew anxious. If this mutt doesn't drink, how will her brother come at midnight? A cold glint flashed in her eyes. She would not show mercy. When her brother arrived, they would simply knock the dog out with a club. At the stroke of midnight, a faint sound of pebbles dropping could be heard outside the Yu family's door. Lu Sume, who had been feigning sleep on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. She turned to look at Yu Pengchuan, confirming he was fast asleep, and quietly got out of bed. Lu Sume tiptoed out of the Yu household. Outside, her two brothers were already trembling by the wall. Upon seeing their sister finally emerge, they whispered angrily, "Why did it take you so long? It's freezing out here. We could have frozen to death." I had to wait until the whole family was asleep. Lu Sume glanced around. Where's Zhaoping? Zhaoping is at home, looking grim. He went inside and locked the door as soon as he got back. Lu Sume frowned, biting her fingers. Brother, I helped bring the bicycles back. I will surely be scolded by the Yu family. You need to give me more money so I can find a good match for Zhaoping. Don't worry, Zhaoping is also my nephew. We will take care of him. Lu Liang replied ambiguously. Lu Ming was more concerned about the dog. Did the Yu family's dog eat the drug? That dog is clever, it won't eat. Lu Sume urged, brothers, just knock that dog out first, then take the bicycles. I knew you would mess things up. Knocking it out will make too much noise. Lu Ming was aware that the Yu family's dog was a hunting dog and not so easy to handle. With a sly grin, he pulled out a sack. This sack is laced with tranquilizer. Just throw it over the beast's head, and it will make no sound. You are indeed clever, big brother. Lu Sume praised, giving a thumbs up, and then turned to lead the way for Lu Ming and Lu Liang. It can only be said that Lu Ming had only foreseen part of the scenario. He anticipated the hunting dog's cunningness, realizing it would not be easily knocked out with a single strike. However, he did not foresee that a sleeping hunting dog could still sense the proximity of a living person, especially one that had consumed an abundance of spiritual spring water. Lightning felt as if it had become incredibly astute. The moment Lu Sume and her brothers entered the yard, it had already detected their presence. Yet, it lay on the ground, pretending to be asleep. Only when the Lu siblings approached did Lightning suddenly open its bright, glass-like black eyes. Leaping up with incredible swiftness, its claws glinting. The three Lu siblings froze in place, watching as the once sleeping large dog sprang into action, lunging toward them. In 3 swift motions, the faces of the 3 Lu siblings were marked. In the moment when the dog's claws tore through their skin, they felt pain akin to a sharp knife stirring within their wounds, sending tingles of agony through their scalps, causing them to instinctively scream. Lightning pinned the 3 of them down, barking excitedly. Yuzhe and Yun Yao, who had been waiting inside for the night to unfold, immediately rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Lu Sume, in a most disheveled state, curled up on the ground, her hands covering her face, blood already seeping through her fingers. Yuzhe, Come quickly and restrain this mad dog. It has gone wild. The other two, Lu Ming and Lu Liang, fared no better. Their clothes reduced to tattered rags by lightning's claws, exposing their flesh beneath. Chapter 33. A tangle of trouble. Shan Dian, Yuzhe called, and the dog instantly ceased its actions, obediently running to Yuzhe's side, standing proudly like a victorious general. Mei, at this late hour, you are here with 2 men in your own yard. Such behavior is truly disgraceful. Lu Ming winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Yuzhe, do not speak nonsense. We are Su Mei's brothers. Have you forgotten we have met before? Your dog has injured us, so take us to the hospital quickly. Lu Liang echoed angrily, attempting to shift the blame. We, the 3 siblings, are in agony due to that beast's attack. Medical expenses will not be less than 100 yuan. I say, young you, return our bicycle, and we shall let this matter slide. Oh, is that so? It is too dark for me to discern who you 2 are. However, I know that your presence in my yard at this hour is indeed unusual, Yuzhe replied, his eyes darting to Shan Dian's water bowl. He approached it, pinching the edge and sniffing. This water is suspicious. You intend to steal my hunting dog, do you? This is a serious matter, and I must report it to the village chief. Shan Dian is not merely a beloved pet of the Yu family. It is an indispensable ally during the annual hunting excursions in Huaihua village. Should anyone attempt to harm the dog, the village chief would not be lenient. In truth, upon seeing the Lu brothers, Yuzhe had already surmised their intentions to steal the bicycle. Yet, he deliberately twisted their motives into an accusation of dog theft. Hearing Yuzhe mention the village chief, Lu Su Mei hurriedly intervened. No, Xiaozhe, my brothers are here because Xiao Ping is missing. We came to discuss his whereabouts. She continued, who knew that the dog would suddenly go wild. Then what is the meaning of that drug in the water bowl? You fed Shan Dian today, and you dare claim no ulterior motives? Yuzhe countered. I do not know how that drug came to be there. Lu Su Mei's gaze faltered, adamantly denying her involvement. Confident that Yuzhe had no evidence against her. It's just a dog, not a person. Moreover, it hasn't eaten anything. Had it consumed anything, my brothers and I would not be injured as we are now. Inside, Yu Pengchuan and Yu Xiu had already been roused by the commotion outside. Hearing the chaos, Yu Pengchuan insisted on leaning on his cane, with Yu Xiu supporting him as he emerged. What he saw was the Lu siblings, disheveled and awkwardly standing in the yard. What is happening here? He inquired. Father, your wife has conspired with her 2 brothers to steal our dog in the dead of night. Old you, that is absurd. Why would I steal a dog? Yuzhe presented his evidence. Whether for food or sale, the possibilities abound. You mentioned before that the utility of our dog was negligible and suggested we might as well eat it. Once. You even claimed to have encountered someone in town seeking to buy large dogs to sell for profit. As if understanding human speech, Shan Dian lifted its front paw and barked at the Lu siblings as soon as Yuzhe finished speaking. Lu Su Mei's complexion paled. She indeed had made such comments years ago when the dog was still young and of little help during hunts with Yu Pengchuan. How could Yuzhe remember that so vividly? That is not true, old you. Lu Su Mei felt overwhelmed, as if 100 mouths could not clarify her position. Father, look. Yuzhe brought the dog's water bowl. Tonight, Shan Dian's food was all given by Lu Yi. You can tell just by smelling it that something is amiss. Yu Pengchuan struck the ground with his cane. Lu Su Mei, have you lost your mind? How has our family mistreated you that you would secretly sell our dog? The Lu brothers, their wounds still oozing, could not comprehend why they were now being labeled as dog thieves without obtaining the bicycle or medical expenses. Yu Pengchuan sighed heavily. It is late. Let us not air our family's dirty laundry to the village chief. Lu family, you may return. I shall consider tonight's events as if they never occurred. The Lu brothers left in dismay. Having gained neither the meat they sought nor the bicycle, and with Yuzhe's demeanor suggesting he would call for help if they lingered, they could only retreat in defeat. As the absurdity of the night drew to a close past midnight, Yu Xiu helped Yu Pengchuan back to rest, while Lu Su Mei sat alone in the main room, tending to her wounds, harboring resentment toward Yuzhe. Since Yuzhe's marriage, he had become sharp-tongued. And Yu Pengchuan, who once favored her, now treated her with cold indifference. Lu Su Mei fixed her gaze on the faint light emanating from Yuzhe's room, a plan forming in her mind. For now, she could not contend with Yuzhe, but as for Yun Yao, that outsider, she certainly had a scheme in mind. In Yuzhe's room, Yun Yao stowed away the silver needles in the cabinet. Given the commotion, tonight was not suitable for visiting the cattle shed. Wife, come here, he called her over, drawing her close under the dim glow of the kerosene lamp. "Do not worry, dear wife. I brought food yesterday, and my parents are in a better state now than when we first met." "Yesterday?" Yun Yao was astonished. "Indeed. I have been watering and fertilizing the apple trees near the cattle shed, and I took the opportunity to bring them food. It should last them for several days. Rest assured, as long as I have food, your family will not go hungry." "Aze." Tears welled in Yun Yao's eyes, filled with gratitude. This man continually surprised her. Thinking of this, Yun Yao could not help but lean in, pressing her soft lips against his. However, to her surprise, Yuzhe gently pulled away. What is wrong?" Yun Yao's eyes were dazed, an expression of submission. "Xiaoer has not been having nightmares lately, has she?" Yuzhe was fearful, concerned that when his guard was down, she might knock at the door again. Yun Yao shook her head. "No, ever since I started practicing martial arts with you daily, I have not had any." Yuzhe's eyes darkened with desire. "That is good." The orange glow of the kerosene lamp filled the room, casting two silhouettes that appeared to merge as one. An hour later, Yun Yao felt as if she had been run over by a cart. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing after tasting the affections of a man who had abstained for more than a week, it was all too overwhelming. Chapter 34. The daughter-in-law fainted the following day. Lu Sumei requested a 2-day leave from the village. Early in the morning, she hurried back to Xiao village. The reasons for her leave were twofold. Her facial wound had yet to scab, appearing quite ghastly, and she needed to check on her beloved son and provide comfort to her maternal family. After spending a night in Xiao village, she faced a barrage of scolding from her elderly mother and 2 sister-in-laws throughout the day. Lu Sumei soon returned to Huaihua village, unable to endure it any longer. Upon her return to the Yu residence, she caught a whiff of a delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. Having spent a day and night at the Lu family, she finally realized how well she was treated at the Yu household. Intrigued by the scent, she made her way to the kitchen. Yun Yao was busily engaged inside, her sleeves rolled up, revealing her delicate arms akin to lotus roots, as she skillfully flipped the sizzling ribs in the iron pot with a pair of long chopsticks. A light sheen of perspiration glistened on her forehead from the heat, yet it did nothing to diminish her beauty. She was clearly not a woman cultivated in a rural setting. Since Yuzhe had mentioned that eating pork daily had become rather monotonous, he had instructed Yun Yao to coat the ribs in sweet potato flour and fry them for a change in flavor. Lu Sumei peered curiously into the kitchen and, upon discovering Yun Yao at work, asked in a rather unfriendly tone, "What are you doing?" Yun Yao wiped her brow and replied, "Aunt Lu, you're back. I'm frying ribs." Lu Sumei gazed at the golden brown ribs in the pot, swallowing hard at the sight of them. They looked delicious, but she also deemed it extravagant. It was already fortunate to have meat to eat, let alone frying it in oil. With disdain, she chastised, "Yun Yao, you are being quite wasteful. Ever since you married here, the cooking oil has been depleting at an alarming rate. Now everyone is hesitant to use oil for their dishes. And you are using such precious rapeseed oil to fry these measly ribs? Are you out of your mind? Or am I?" Yun Yao, while acknowledging that it might be a bit wasteful, defended herself, stating that the oil was brought by Yuzhe and that the method of cooking was his request. As a devoted wife, she merely wished to please her husband and had no other intentions. "Aunt Lu, this oil can be reused. It doesn't consume much." Yun Yao's defense held some truth. The frying involved merely a shallow layer of oil, not enough to submerge the ribs. How can you argue back? Don't you have any semblance of being a junior? Having endured frustration at both the Lu and Yu households, Lu Sumei was now overwhelmed with anger and unleashed it upon Yun Yao. Noticing the kitchen was devoid of others, she reached out and pinched a handful of flesh at Yun Yao's waist with considerable force. Caught off guard by the sudden pain, Yun Yao dropped her chopsticks, gasping sharply. "Aunt Lu." The intensity of the pinch left her waist burning. Lu Sumei, pleased with her action, retorted, "Hurry up and move aside, you extravagant girl. Do you think you can still indulge in city comforts here in Huaihua village? You must learn the value of frugality." Yun Yao, already feeling nauseous, was further unsettled by the pinch. She stood there, frowning, desperately attempting to suppress her discomfort with her hand over her mouth. This sensation of nausea had recently plagued her, making her feel perpetually unwell. Seeing Yun Yao remain rooted in place despite her scolding, Lu Sumei grew irate and gave her a shove. Yun Yao stumbled, managing to steady herself against the edge of the stove to avoid falling. Lu Sumei was convinced that this soft-spoken young woman would not dare to complain to Yuzhe about being bullied. Even if she did, with no visible injuries, Yun Yao could easily deny it. However, unexpectedly, after regaining her balance, Yun Yao swayed slightly, her eyes slowly closing as she fell backward. With a thud, she collapsed onto the earthen floor beside the stove. Lu Sumei's shoulder twitched, her eyes darting in panic as she exclaimed, "Don't pretend to faint. I merely touched you." Having often feigned weakness before Yu Pengchuan, she assumed Yun Yao was doing the same. Yet, Yun Yao's distress appeared genuine. Oh no, this Yun Yao is truly going to ruin me. The ribs in the pot had begun to emit a burnt aroma, and Lu Sumei, flustered, hastily served them out, crouching down to scoop up a handful of ash to extinguish the flames. It was at that moment that Yuzhe entered. What he saw was his scheming stepmother crouching on the ground, while his wife lay unconscious beside her. Lu Sumei trembled as she turned, stammering, "Let me explain." Yuzhe rushed to lift Yun Yao, sprinting back to the house and placing her on the Kong. Though her breathing was steady, her complexion appeared poor. "What have you done to her?" Lu Sumei found herself unable to defend her actions, claiming that she had fainted suddenly, insisting that once she woke, he could ask her. Yu Xiu also hurried over, gathering around the bedside. She suggested, "Brother, try pinching her philtrum to see if sister-in-law will awaken." Yuzhe reached out to pinch Yun Yao's philtrum, and this did yield some effect. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Lu Sumei's expression brightened. "See, I told you she would be fine. Look, she's awake now." Yuzhe shot Lu Sumei a furious glare, his voice stern. "Whether she is fine or not is not for you to decide. Why didn't you help her when you saw her lying there? How dare you bully her while I'm at home?" His heart ached as he turned to Yun Yao, asking, "My love, how do you feel now?" Yun Yao felt a throbbing pain at the back of her head and her waist. Lowering her gaze, she reached to touch her waist. Noticing this, Yuzhe lifted the hem of her garment, revealing a bruise the size of a thumb. Earlier that morning, he had seen Yun Yao in good health, confirming that this injury had not been present then. What happened? Yun Yao met Lu Sumei's anxious gaze, and, with a slight parting of her lips, fabricated a clumsy lie. "Perhaps I fell when I fainted. I'm fine, Ace." She was not afraid of Lu Sumei, but desired a harmonious family atmosphere, understanding that Lu Sumei was, after all, her father-in-law's wife. Any conflict between Ace and her could strain their father-son relationship. It was implausible that merely fainting would result in such an injury. Yuzhe, perceiving Yun Yao's evasiveness, understood the underlying truth. However, he had no time to confront the malicious Lu Sumei. His priority was to ascertain Yun Yao's condition. Even though Yun Yao had some medical knowledge, one could not treat oneself. "We need to go to the town hospital now." Yun Yao shook her head. "The town hospital? Too far and too troublesome. Then I shall fetch the barefoot doctor." Without further ado, Yuzhe dashed out to summon Old He. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yuzhe brought the panting Old He to the room. Taking advantage of Yuzhe's absence, Lu Sumei frantically administered eye drops to Yu Pengchuan in another room. I had mentioned before that Yun Yao appeared quite frail. Marrying her seems futile. I merely brushed against her, and she fainted. "Old Yu, please do advocate for me later. Yuzhe currently seems fierce enough to devour me whole." Yu Pengchuan tapped his pipe, his expression inscrutable, waiting for Old He to finish his examination before speaking. After taking Yun Yao's pulse, Old He chuckled, proclaiming that your wife is pregnant. The fainting spell is due to a lack of energy and blood. She simply needs to replenish and avoid overexertion. "What? Pregnant?" Lu Sumei expressed disbelief, questioning Old He's diagnosis. With Yun Yao's delicate demeanor, how could she be expecting so soon after marriage? Chapter 35. Gifts. Are you a doctor? If you think you can do better, then step up. The elderly he was infuriated, his beard bristling with indignation. He could not abide any challenge to his medical expertise. Although he had treated more animals than humans throughout his life, he had successfully healed every ailment in Huaihua village, and he was confident in his ability to take a pulse. The people in the room cast disapproving glances at Lu Sumei, who, realizing her faux pas, awkwardly fell silent. Yuzhe had long been aware of Yun Yao's pregnancy, but hearing it confirmed by the barefoot doctor stirred an uncontainable excitement within him. He escorted He outside and presented him with a salted fish as a token of gratitude. "Yuzhe, there is no need for such courtesy," he replied. In the village, it was customary to offer a few vegetables or an egg for medical services. A fish seemed excessive. Yuzhe smiled and gently pressed down on He's hand as he attempted to return the gift. "Please accept it as a gesture of filial piety from a younger generation. By the way, I have a question for you." Seeing Yuzhe's earnest demeanor, he couldn't help but relent. What is it? Is it permissible for a woman to engage in intimate relations during early pregnancy? You rascal. He chuckled heartily, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned elder. He replied in a hushed tone, for the first 3 months, take it easy, especially since your wife's pulse is unstable. After 3 months, you may indulge freely, but do exercise caution in the final 2 months before delivery. Yuzhe blinked, understanding the implications. Understood, Uncle He. I shall be gentle tonight. Upon returning indoors, Yuzhe informed the family that Yun Yao should no longer be burdened with kitchen duties, and that everyone should share the household chores. Lu Sume, feeling disgruntled, muttered, who hasn't he been pregnant before? Not everyone is as delicate as she is. Yuzhe sneered, keep your silence. No one considers you a mute. You are the one responsible for Yun Yao's injuries, aren't you? Yesterday you stole a dog, and today you've harmed someone. Your audacity grows by the day. Turning to Yu Pengchuan, he demanded, Father, are you really going to protect such a malicious woman? If you don't strike her now, I will go after Chao Xiaoping. He won't die from it. Disappointment etched on Yu Pengchuan's face as he regarded Lu Sume. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, your conduct this time is utterly outrageous. Lu Sume, clutching her face, collapsed to the ground. Old you, she cried, her voice trembling and shrill. Yun Yao wastes too much oil when cooking. I was merely trying to guide her. How could you strike me over a minor issue with the younger generation? Yu Pengchuan turned away in silence. Yuzhe scoffed, if you wish to avoid punishment, does that mean you want your son to bear the brunt instead? Should I find out that you lay a finger on Yun Yao again, prepare for Chao Xiaoping to suffer broken bones. His tone was so severe that it sent a shiver down Lu Sume's spine. With a woeful expression, Lu Sume pleaded, can I make amends? I will take on all the cooking and household chores from now on. Yuzhe burst into laughter. You are unattractive, but your aspirations are quite grand. Allowing you to cook would likely result in you sneaking bites. Henceforth, you are forbidden from entering the kitchen. Furthermore, having harmed Yun Yao, you shall forego meat for the next month. Each night before bed, you must prepare a basin of foot-soaking water for my wife. Hearing the meat ban, Lu Sume felt a pang of regret. While the Yu family had enjoyed meat in the past, it had never been as frequent as recently. The thought of watching others eat while she went without was unbearable. Had she known, she would have kept her mouth shut regarding Yun Yao. The idea of serving foot-soaking water to Yun Yao, a younger relative, seemed utterly embarrassing. Xiaozhe, do we really have to go through with this? How can I, a senior, serve a younger relative in such a manner? What if it shortens Yun Yao's lifespan? Yuzhe was unconvinced. Ridiculous. Serving foot-soaking water shortens lifespans. If that were true, your excessive care for Chao Xiaoping would have long since led to his demise. How can you curse others like that? Old you, look at him. Lu Sume attempted to draw Yu Pengchuan into the fray. Yu Pengchuan seemed oblivious, rising with the aid of his cane as Yu Xiu helped him return home. If you refuse to comply, that's fine. 2 months, 3 months, for months. You can eat meat again when I feel inclined. Lu Sume, in her ignorance, believed she could manipulate circumstances as she once did under her father's indulgence. But now, Yuzhe was the one in charge. If he remained dissatisfied, he could easily introduce a new wife for his father, one without children. I will do it. I will do it. Lu Sume hastily acquiesced. Suddenly, serving foot-soaking water didn't seem so dreadful. It was merely fetching water, something she could manage. Yuzhe felt that the farm work would be too strenuous for Yun Yao, who was carrying twins. Spring plowing was particularly taxing, and he worried for her well-being. During his last visit to town, he had purchased several packs of cigarettes for emergencies, which now seemed fortuitous. He took 2 fish and a bag of golden gourds and made his way to the village chief, Hong Xuejuan's home. When the village chief opened the door, he raised an eyebrow. Yuzhe, what brings you here? Yuzhe chuckled. Chief, I am here to discuss a matter with you. What matter? Have you come up with another brilliant idea to enhance our farming efficiency? The chief teased, finding Yuzhe increasingly likable. Yuzhe grinned. Not quite. My wife is pregnant. Hong Xuejuan patted Yuzhe on the shoulder, exclaiming, pregnancy is wonderful news. You're going to be a father. Yuzhe couldn't contain his smile. Indeed, but my wife is rather frail. She fainted at home today. I was hoping you could assign her the task of cutting pigweed for the time being. As he spoke, he handed over the cigarettes and placed the string of salted fish on the chief's table. Only then did the chief notice that Yuzhe had brought gifts. The darkness had concealed them upon his entrance. You should have brought something more suitable. Your wife is pregnant and needs to eat well. Hong Xuejuan bluntly returned the fish to Yuzhe, and as for the cigarettes, What do you think I will do with them? I don't smoke that stuff. It is indeed remarkable that he does not abstain from smoking. Hong Xuejuan has a penchant for cigarettes, and each day he can only bring himself to indulge in the modest paper-wrapped de Yezi brand. He typically refrains from purchasing them in bulk. Village chief, please accept this. My family has an abundance of fish. Yuze promptly presented the fish to the village chief's wife, Wei Qiaoyan. As she gazed upon the cured fish, her mouth watered, for it had been quite some time since she had savored such a delicacy. The cigarettes are a token of respect for you. You have taken such good care of my family, so please do not refuse. You, my dear child, even if you did not offer these, I would still compensate Yun Yao for her work. The modified plow that Yuze had crafted had significantly enhanced the village's productivity. It would be of little consequence for Yun Yao to exert herself less, especially since she had fainted. He truly could not bear to see her toil in the fields under the sun. With a cheerful demeanor, Yuze remarked, "That is quite different. Your assistance to Yun Yao merely reflects your kind-heartedness and consideration for the younger generation. My intention in presenting this gift is not tied to Yun Yao's affairs. It is simply a gesture of filial piety towards you." Yuze's words were so eloquent and flawless that the village chief found himself at a loss for a reason to decline. He could not help but marvel at how Yuze had transformed into such a perceptive individual. The act of giving was not a means of bartering for positions. It was merely a matter of local camaraderie. What reason could he possibly have to refuse? Chapter 36. The skirt. The village chief, Hong Xuejuan, beamed with delight, his eyes crinkling with joy as he urged Yuze to stay for a drink. "But chief, my wife is waiting for me to return home for dinner," Yuze replied. Hong Xuejuan blinked, momentarily taken aback by the happiness radiating from Yuze, thinking to himself how enviable it was. It seemed as though everyone had a partner except him. After Yuze departed, Hong Lijuan, the village chief's daughter, emerged from her hiding place in the room, a frown etched across her face. "Dad, I don't wish to gather pigweed with that vixen, Yun Yao." Due to her frail health since childhood, Hong Lijuan had always been relegated to menial tasks such as gathering pigweed. Her disdain for Yun Yao stemmed from her infatuation with Duan Zhiqing, Duan Yuqing, having witnessed numerous instances of Duan Zhiqing showing concern for Yun Yao. Duan Zhiqing was handsome and cultured, undoubtedly captivated by Yun Yao's beauty. If Yun Yao were truly to be with Duan Yuqing, Hong Lijuan felt she could endure the heartache and wish them well. However, the fact that Yun Yao disregarded such an extraordinary man and instead flirted with the village's Yuze filled her with disdain. She had long contemplated a day when she would confront Yun Yao and scold her for her ungratefulness towards Duan Zhiqing. Hong Xuejuan cast a disapproving glance at his daughter. "If you don't want to, then go sow seeds or transplant rice. Would you prefer that? Really, Yun Yao is an educated youth from the city, and it is a privilege for you to work alongside her in gathering pigweed." Although Hong Xuejuan found the educated youth to be somewhat troublesome, he acknowledged their cultural refinement, unlike his daughter, who dozed off at the sight of any written material and was perpetually dissatisfied with everything around her. "I absolutely refuse to work with her," Hong Lijuan retorted in a huff as she stormed back to her room, slamming the door. She resolved to give Yun Yao the cold shoulder the next day. When Yuze returned home, his sister had prepared a sumptuous meal, and the family sat at the table waiting for him to begin. Yuze felt a surge of happiness and hummed a little tune. Being married was indeed a blessing. In the past, his father would never have waited for him to eat. Although his father, Yu Panchuan, had suffered an injury, it had its silver lining. Had his leg not been hurt, he would have spent his days boasting about Yuze's shortcomings while indulging Lu Sume, squandering family resources to support his in-laws and younger brother. In summary, Yuze had been engaged in nothing he enjoyed. After washing his hands, Yuze sat down at the table, winking at Yun Yao. "Let us eat." On the table were 3 dishes, a slightly burnt plate of fried ribs, a dish of stir-fried chives, and a bowl of egg soup. Yushio ladled a bowl of egg soup for Yun Yao. "Sister-in-law, this soup is specially made for you. You scared me today." Yun Yao smiled gently, responding, "Thank you, sure." Yuze's intention to serve soup was thwarted, as his younger sister had already taken over his task. Halfway through the meal, Lu Sume, who had been trying to diminish her presence, glanced at her bowl of chives, and then at the others relishing their meal. Unable to contain herself any longer, she slowly reached for the plate of ribs. There had been a large portion of fried ribs, yet only 3 pieces remained. Surely, no one would object to her taking one. However, her chopsticks had barely grazed the edge of the plate when Yuze swiftly knocked them away with his own. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten what we discussed just 2 hours ago? I merely wanted to dab a bit of the oil from that plate, Lu Sume stammered, feeling humiliated to be chastised by a younger generation. Yuzhe maintained a firm stance. No oil. And once you finish eating, you can go wait for your turn to wash the dishes. Yu Pengchuan felt a pang of sympathy, but refrained from speaking up, recalling how Lu Sume had recently injured his daughter-in-law. Lu Sume angrily finished her last few bites of brown rice and left the table in a huff. If they wouldn't allow her to eat, they could forget about living well. She thought of Yu Pengchuan's parents and younger brother. Relatives who relished taking advantage of others, knowing that their visits often left Yuzhe worse for wear. Tomorrow, she would pay them a visit and invite them over. After dinner, Yu Pengchuan resumed weaving a winnowing basket. Yu Xiu practiced her skills. Lu Sume washed the dishes, while Yuzhe and Yun Yao retreated to their room. Yun Yao sat before the sewing machine, gazing at the half-finished garments, lamenting their fate. These shouldn't be for me. Wearing them while pregnant wouldn't look good. I'll repurpose them for the baby instead. How could that be? Yuzhe, standing behind Yun Yao, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, resting his chin gently against one side. My wife is beautiful, even when pregnant. Yun Yao felt a warm glow from his words, playfully responding, You're just being sweet-tongued. That's the truth, not flattery. You've misused your words. I must punish you, Yuzhe teased, lightly nibbling on Yun Yao's tender earlobe. Yun Yao, sensitive in that area, shivered at his playful assault. You're insufferable, she exclaimed, her face flushing red as she reached to tug at Yuzhe's ear. He dodged her grasp, finding her reaction so amusing that he nearly burst into laughter. All right, my dear, I was wrong. Suppressing his mirth, he shifted the topic. I think you don't need to alter those clothes. Just add some fabric to make them looser. Then you can make a few summer skirts. Next month, we can wear summer outfits. Pregnant women are sensitive to heat. Skirts are much cooler. Yun Yao felt differently. I can't wear skirts while working in the fields. They're not practical at all. There will be times when you're not in the fields. There are at least a few days each month for rest. At the very least. Make 2 skirts. I enjoy seeing you in them. Don't be ridiculous. We've only known each other for less than 2 months, and you've never even seen me wear a skirt. I can imagine it, my wife. With your slim waist and long legs, you would look absolutely stunning in a white dress, but let us keep it above the knee. He certainly didn't want anyone else to see her fair, smooth legs. Fine. I'll make 2 skirts and the rest will be tops and pants, Yun Yao calculated, realizing that after making clothes for herself and Yuzhe, she could also sew 2 sets for Xiu'er, yet the fabric would be exhausted. This fabric was truly insufficient. She needed to conserve it. Yun Yao estimated the timeline. She anticipated that her child with Yuzhe would be born in February of the following year, with twins likely arriving before full term. Meaning a December or January birth was quite possible. 2 babies would require a substantial amount of clothing and cotton, and she needed to plan carefully. Seeing Yun Yao diligently jotting down notes, calculating expenses, Yuzhe chuckled as he playfully tapped her nose. Wife, go ahead and make your plans. I will procure more fabric for the baby, so rest assured. Chapter 37. The living Yun Yao paused with the cloth in her hand. You aren't planning to sell your catch in the black market, are you? It's far too perilous, and I worry for your safety. If you can avoid it, please do. Rest assured, my dear wife, I shall take good care of myself. With a beautiful maiden like you waiting at home, I would never allow myself to fall into danger, Yuzhe replied, suppressing his urge to be affectionate towards Yun Yao, as he feared it might hinder her mobility, leaving her too weak to even walk to the cattle shed. After the night had deepened into silence, Yuzhe escorted Yun Yao to the cattle shed, where Tang Yuehua and Yun Zhuoran were indeed awake. Ever since they had heard from their son-in-law that he would visit in the coming days, uncertainty about the exact date had kept them restless, longing for their daughter until the late hours. This time, Yuzhe and Yun Yao brought fried fish, fried ribs, and a dozen large steamed buns prepared 2 days prior. The buns were a convenient food, easily heated and filled with meat, and nearly tasteless. Fried meat could be consumed cold or softened in hot water, remaining delicious despite its lack of flavor. Upon entering the house, Yun Yao noticed 2 suspicious men stealthily crouched nearby in the grass, whispering to each other while observing the dark cattle shed. Brother, does the physicist reside here? One asked. It should be, replied the other. With so many rooms, which one is it? As long as we confirm this location, the photos will arrive in a few days, and we can identify him from there. All right, let us head back. Once inside, Yun Yao first took the pulse of her father and mother. Father's health is somewhat better, but Mother's condition has worsened. Mom, I will administer acupuncture now, and I will return weekly for 3 sessions. Yuzhe watched in admiration as his wife skillfully and swiftly performed the acupuncture, her precision unparalleled. He dared say that even with a model and a textbook on acupoint therapy, he could not achieve the accuracy she displayed. Yun Zhuan appeared melancholic. His daughter's medical skills were extraordinary, yet they remained unrecognized in this remote village. After Yun Yao concluded the acupuncture and handed over the medicine, Yuzhe eagerly shared the news of her pregnancy with his in-laws. Sure enough, upon hearing this news, joy illuminated the faces of Yun Zhuan and Tang Yuehua. Would they soon become grandparents? As Yun Yao was the only daughter, and the Yun family had a tradition of single heirs for generations, Yun Zhuan's elation overshadowed the hardships they had endured and his earlier lament over his daughter's talents. The arrival of new life symbolized renewed hope. Even if they were to depart from this world, their daughter would still have kin to carry on their bloodline. As a mother, Tang Yuehua felt joy intertwined with worry, for she understood the challenges of childbirth. In the city, they had ample medical connections to ensure Yun Yao would have a smooth pregnancy and delivery. Now, in this village, giving birth felt as perilous as walking through the gates of death. Yao Yao, you must take care to rest during your pregnancy, and if you feel unwell, do tell Xiaozhe, she advised. I will, mother. Yun Yao fervently wished that this time her parents could witness the arrival of her two little treasures. In her previous life, or rather, in the dream she had, she sometimes doubted the existence of a past life, believing it all to be a mere illusion. In the dream, Yuzhe was absent, and her parents vanished one autumn day. The villagers had claimed they had defected. Yun Yao knew this was impossible. She had met her parents before. They would never abandon her without a word. After leaving the cattle shed, Yun Yao contemplated and turned to Yuzhe. Azhe, when you water and fertilize the fruit trees, please keep an eye out for any unfamiliar faces in the village. Unfamiliar faces? He inquired. Yes, because my father is a physicist who, before his exile, researched many crucial matters for Xiagua. I fear someone may try to harm him to extract information. Yuzhe's expression turned serious. I will be vigilant, my wife. Upon returning home, Yuzhe realized it had been quite some time since he had used the lottery machine. He entered the space in the restroom and placed a rather inconsequential Qin half-tail into the machine. As the lottery machine whirred, it dispensed 3 packs of cigarettes. Yuzhe examined them, noting they were fine quality, to Qianmen. Although he did not smoke, acquiring cigarettes in this manner would be impossible without proper identification. These 3 packs would serve to foster relationships for a while. Yuzhe gazed at the treasures he had saved from his past life within the wooden house. Aside from a box of relatively worthless ancient coins, he was reluctant to use any of the other items for the lottery. If he used them all for a fleeting need, it would be challenging to replace them later. He resolved to sell more game in the black market, convinced that the leader there possessed numerous antiques. When Yuzhe exited the restroom, he found Yun Yao already asleep in bed. Her serene features brought him joy. Indeed, the notion of pregnant women experiencing profound sleep was true. The former Yun Yao would not have closed her eyes without him beside her. He wished her a night of pleasant dreams. The following morning, as he prepared to work in the fields, the village chief assigned Yun Yao the task of gathering pigweed, instructing his daughter Hong Lijuan to accompany her. Take Yun Zhiqing with you to find the best places for pigweed. Teach her well. While the youths were present during the assignment, they were unaware of Yun Yao's pregnancy and envied her ability to gather pigweed. A brash male youth even called out, "Village chief, I want to gather pigweed too." "What nonsense. Off you go. Tend to your own tasks." Hong Lijuan put on a show of compliance with her father, but once the crowd dispersed, she led Yun Yao to a sparse area of pigweed, leaving her there. "Gather it yourself. If you don't fill 2 baskets by noon, you won't earn any work points," Hong Lijuan said coldly before turning her back and walking away. Recognizing the situation, Yun Yao understood that Hong Lijuan was intentionally making things difficult for her. With her memories from a past life, she was well aware of the terrain of the mountains, including where pigweed was abundant and where it was scarce. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Yao recalled that Hong Lijuan seemed to have feelings for Duan Yuqing and harbored numerous misunderstandings towards her. Perhaps this was the reason for her hostility. Yun Yao dismissed any need to engage with Hong Liwan, recognizing that her youth rendered her incapable of discerning right from wrong. As long as no genuine harm was inflicted upon her, she chose to regard the incident as though it had never transpired. After Hong Liwan departed, Yun Yao followed her memories to a location abundant with pig grass, quickly filling her basket to the brim. Having completed her gathering of pig grass, and with time still on her side, Yun Yao stumbled upon a plethora of useful herbs, which brought her immense joy as she harvested them. She thought to herself that after drying them at home, she could enlist the village chief's assistants to sell them to the supply and marketing cooperative, thereby earning some income. In her previous life, this was how she had made a living. Otherwise, relying solely on work points, she could not have sustained a household. While Yun Yao was busy collecting herbs, she was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps behind her. Turning around, she found Duan Yucheng staring directly at her. Yao Er. Upon hearing such a familiar address from Duan Yucheng, a shiver ran down Yun Yao's spine. She furrowed her brow and replied, Duan Zhiqing, we are not acquainted, so please refrain from calling me that. Chapter 38 Entanglement. Duan Yucheng gazed at Yun Yao with what he believed to be an incredibly affectionate expression, saying, Yao, you have suffered. Yun Yao appeared as captivating as the first time they met, her skin fair as snow, and her bright eyes and white teeth striking. In the shadows, Hong Lijuan concealed herself in the grass, fixated on every movement between Duan Yucheng and Yun Yao. She had noticed Duan Yucheng approaching, prompting her to hide. She was eager to discern the methods by which Yun Yao had ensnared the heart of the educated youth, Duan Zhiqing. How can you tell that I have suffered? Yun Yao inquired, genuinely puzzled. Recently, her waist had thickened a bit, her face had rounded slightly, and her mood was quite good. Had Duan Yucheng lost his sight? Why would he claim she was suffering? What kind of suffering was he referring to? Seeing Yun Yao's outright denial, Duan Yucheng felt a bit embarrassed. You are an educated youth. Marrying a villager is undoubtedly a form of suffering. By marrying Yuzhe, you will never return to the city. He lamented, adding, but rest assured, if one day you cannot endure it with Yuzhe, leave him and come with me. When I return to the city, I will send you money every month and visit you often. Duan Yucheng longed for the Yun Yao of the past, who was suitable to be a wife, but now, as she was married and her purity compromised, he could only begrudgingly consider her a mistress. When he returned to the city, even if he found a girlfriend, he could still visit Yun Yao occasionally to rekindle their fleeting romance. Yun Yao was taken aback by Duan Yucheng's shameless remarks. Taking a deep breath, she replied earnestly, I married Yuzhe of my own free will. I think he is wonderful. Please do not sow discord between us, nor speak ill of him. In my eyes, he is far superior to you. Duan Yucheng's eyes widened in disbelief. While he could initially interpret her previous words as mere stubbornness, her last statement was incomprehensible. Yun Yao, how can you compare me to him? I am an educated youth. He is merely a good-for-nothing drifter. What of being an educated youth? Does it elevate you above others? To me, everyone is equal. You claim others are idle, yet others work in the fields and earn more work points than you do. What right do you have to judge them? Duan Yucheng, possessing a frail and unathletic physique, found it awkward to discuss his shortcomings, especially as his current condition was a recent development. Hadn't he once been different? Hadn't she heard the rumors in the village? So, Duan Zhiqing, you prefer to hear about others from the mouths of others. In that case, I see no reason to continue this conversation. From her hiding place in the grass, Hong Lijuan listened to their exchange, her worldview shattering multiple times. How could Duan Zhiqing be like this? Her illusions of him crumbled instantly. She could hear Yun Yao clearly rejecting him, yet he persisted in his entanglement. Truly a fool. Was this what her father meant when he said that studying made one foolish? Yun Yao, continue to deceive yourself. Right now, you have just married. Even if Yuzhe treats you well, it is merely superficial. With time, you will come to understand what kind of person he truly is. Then, you will recognize my worth. Yun Yao scoffed at his claim. His worth? She recalled how, during their time at the educated youth station, Duan Yucheng delighted in using the little money he had to make both boys and girls run errands for him while he commanded them, relishing his sense of superiority. Such a person lacked any awareness of hard work and equality, acting as if he were distinctly different from others, as though he were exceptionally refined. She could not abide such pretentiousness. This was precisely why she had rejected Duan Yucheng's confession. She could not bring herself to like someone so insufferably arrogant. Previously, countless suitors had pursued her in Jing City, and she would never demean herself by associating with someone like him just because she had moved to the countryside. Her marriage to Yuzhe was indeed unexpected. She acknowledged that she had not liked him in the past, but now she genuinely felt his transformation and missed their 2 children. Yun Yao was determined to build a happy home with Yuzhe. They looked down upon her husband now, and she felt indignant on Yuzhe's behalf. Just wait. Her husband would one day earn their respect. Yun Yao spent the entire morning gathering pigweed and collecting medicinal herbs. When she recorded her work points, She was met with envious stares from a group of educated youth. Most were driven by genuine jealousy, with the exception of Yi Hongxia. Watching Yun Yao's silhouette, her eyes turned red with resentment. Why was it that both were women, yet Yun Yao could gather pigweed, while she had to toil in labor-intensive sewing? During this busy farming season, every night in bed, her body felt as if it belonged to someone else, aching painfully. Other, more attractive educated youth occasionally received assistance from men who would flatter them, but she did not possess such beauty. Nor did she desire help from the village men. If they offered assistance, it would surely be with the intent of marrying her. She refused to end up like Yun Yao, marrying a villager. Marrying a villager meant the end of her life. She had pushed Yun Yao into the water to witness her downfall. Why did it seem that, over a month later, Yun Yao appeared increasingly radiant? Moreover, the grayish-blue coat she wore today was unfamiliar to her. Though its color was dull, it was undoubtedly new and devoid of patches. Yi Hongxia recalled the villagers mentioning that the Yu family had acquired a sewing machine. It must be that Yun Yao had made this coat with the new machine. If that sewing machine were hers, she would craft beautiful, stylish garments, becoming the most fashionable woman in the village. As Yi Hongxia daydreamed, she anxiously pondered where Yu Zhe had obtained the sewing machine ticket. He could barely afford 2 coins for the betrothal gift. Where did he find the money and ticket? And why had the village head suddenly assigned Yun Yao the task of gathering pigweed? This work had never before fallen to the educated youth like them. Yi Hongxia maliciously speculated whether Yu Zhe had sent Yun Yao to the village head's home, allowing her to sleep with the old man, which would explain how they suddenly became wealthy. In light of the prior incident where the village chief assisted in rallying the villagers to raise funds for the Yu family, alongside the peculiar distribution of tasks today, Yi Hongxia felt increasingly certain that her suspicions were well-founded. She resolved that it was imperative for the entire village to be made aware of the repugnant nature of Yun Yao and Yu Zhe as a couple. However, such a truth could not be disclosed directly by her. For if it proved untrue, Yu Zhe would undoubtedly retaliate against her. Once, she had witnessed Yu Zhe brutally assault a man in the village. The gruesome violence of that scene had haunted her with nightmares for 2 consecutive days. As her gaze swept the crowd, Yi Hongxia's eyes fell upon another educated youth among the throng. Chapter 39. Honor. Yi Hongxia cast her gaze upon an inconspicuous young woman from the crowd, Niu Aixiang. Niu Aixiang harbored feelings for Duan Yuqing as well, and her penchant for gossip proved advantageous. If anyone within the youth commune dared to confide a secret to Niu Aixiang, by the next day, even the village dogs and chickens would be privy to the tale. Seizing the opportunity during lunch, Yi Hongxia discreetly approached Niu Aixiang and whispered, "Did you know? Yun Yao's new in-laws have acquired a sewing machine." "A sewing machine?" Niu Aixiang replied incredulously. "But sewing machines are in short supply. They require both money and tickets." "Where would they get tickets?" Believe it or not, when Yun Yao's husband returned from the town hospital with his father on a cart, there was a large object covered on the cart. It was indeed a sewing machine. You must admit, this is the first of its kind in Huaihua village. The Yu family works just as hard as we do. How could they possibly have procured such an item? Yi Hongxia shared her conjectures with Niu Aixiang, intending for her to spread the rumor to the ants while working. As the gossip circulated, no one would trace it back to her. This plan was flawless, and Yi Hongxia felt a sense of pride. Niu Aixiang, upon hearing this explosive news, was astounded. Was there truly such levity in their village? A mere sewing machine could inspire a wife to flirt with the village chief, and did the chief's wife truly acquiesce? Despite some skepticism regarding the veracity of the gossip, it did not hinder Niu Aixiang from sharing it with the other women that day. What is life without a bit of gossip? Unbeknownst to her, she had been unwittingly manipulated. The target of her rumors was not an ordinary individual, but rather Yu Zhe, who was to be formally recognized for his contributions at the upcoming May Day commendation ceremony. May Day had previously been an unremarkable holiday in Huaihua village. If it were to be distinguished at all, it would be due to the additional labor expected to honor the day. However, this year was exceptionally different. Village Chief Hong Xuejuan hurriedly assigned tasks in the morning, then eagerly departed to receive accolades for the brigade. After many years in office, it was his first time receiving such recognition for the village. In the afternoon, he returned, brimming with joy. Upon arriving in the village, he promptly announced over the loudspeaker to the laboring villagers that they should temporarily cease their work and gather at the threshing ground for an important announcement. Within 15 minutes, the threshing ground was packed with villagers. Standing atop a large stone alongside Yu Zhe, who wore a radiant smile, Hong Xuejuan proclaimed, "Everyone, please listen. Our comrade Yuze has successfully improved the seed drill, which has garnered attention from higher authorities. Consequently, our brigade has been recognized as an exemplary production team. Huaihua village has also received commendation and will have road construction assistance next month. Upon hearing this news, the villagers erupted with excitement, engaging in animated discussions. Road construction was a significant boon. With improved roads, there would be opportunities for the village to receive tractors next year. With tractors, their production efficiency would further increase. Yet, some voices of dissent arose. A mere improvement to that old seed drill is enough to make our brigade exemplary? That's a stretch. Others, lacking in understanding, remarked, so what if our village is commended? Does that mean we get half a day off? We gathered here thinking we might receive meat or grain. Jealousy lingered, especially from Wang Chao and Duan Yuqing, who both felt that Yuze did not deserve such honor, attributing his success to sheer luck. Had Yuze been aware of their sentiments, he would have proudly flaunted the 10 yuan and 20 jin of grain reward bestowed upon him by the village chief right before their eyes, relishing in their envy. Unbeknownst to him, Hong Shuejuan could not hear everyone's thoughts. He continued with the loudspeaker, I hope everyone can learn from Comrade Yu. Let us unite and strive for a tractor for our village next year. With increased efficiency, we will produce more grain, and life will improve. Don't you agree? The villagers, in unison, emphatically responded, yes. Hong Shuejuan's concluding remarks resonated deeply with their hearts. No honor could surpass the prospect of receiving 2 extra jin of rice or 2 pieces of meat. However, amidst the crowd, Niu Aixiang grew pale with fear. Was this indeed the Yuze she had gossiped about earlier? If so, then the information regarding the sewing machine must have been false. She had been deceived by Yi Hongxia. Standing there, she clasped her hands together, invoking every deity she could think of, pleading that her words would not reach the ears of the village chief or Yuze. A skeptical aunt tapped her on the shoulder, asking, Niu Aixiang, what are you muttering about? The village chief sent us back to work. All right, I shall go, she replied. In the fields, Yun Yao and Yuze found themselves surrounded by a throng of men and women. The attention directed at Yuze stemmed from his recent commendation, as everyone sought to engage with him. Meanwhile, the fascination surrounding Yun Yao was due to her striking hairstyle, which captivated women of all ages in the field. It was remarkably fresh and unique. Unlike the conventional twin braids favored by the village women, Yun Yao sported a side braid today. It was not the stiff, tightly woven style, but rather fluffy, natural, and playfully crafted. The tail of the braid curled slightly, complemented by a floral headband that served as the finishing touch, making it utterly enchanting. Last night, using remnants of fabric from her dressmaking, Yun Yao had fashioned several simple headbands. She possessed a keen sense of fashion. Prior to her family's political downfall, she had an abundance of beautiful hair accessories, transforming even the most mundane scraps of fabric into something extraordinary. For instance, a small, irregular piece of dark blue cloth was designed into the shape of 2 delicate leaves, cleverly concealing the uneven edges within, resulting in an elegant and appealing headband. Today, Yun Yao adorned the ends of her braid with a delightful accessory, featuring white floral centers and delicate pale yellow lace. Each petal nestled closely to its neighbor. Upon first glance, the women of the village were momentarily deceived, believing that a genuine flower had been placed in her braid. They were puzzled, as April was not the season for sunflowers to bloom. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was merely a hairband. One by one, they abandoned their chores and gathered around her. Yun Zhiqing, where did you acquire this exquisite hairband? It is truly beautiful. Yun Zhiqing, does this hairband come in other styles? Did you purchase it in town? Yun Zhiqing, how did you braid your hair? Could you possibly teach us? It was evident that this hairband could not have been bought in the town, for during every market day I had ventured there, only plastic hair flowers in shades of pink and vibrant red were available. Chapter 40 Rumors. Yun Yao smiled gently, answering one by one. This headband was crafted by me, not purchased. If you like it, during the break, I can teach you how to make it. However, I have run out of fabric, so I cannot create new ones. Even if I could, it would be impossible for me to sell them to you. Currently, private trade is not permitted. If reported by someone with ill intentions, it would be disastrous. The most I could say is that someone else might trade something for a headband. Hearing that this headband cannot be bought, the beauty-loving women let out a collective sigh of disappointment. Yun Yao's eyes sparkled. Although trade was prohibited now, in a few years, it would be allowed again. By then, perhaps she could earn money for her family by selling these items. Yun Yao agreed to teach several women how to braid hair, instantly elevating her reputation in the village. Those who were previously unfamiliar with her now praised her beauty and kindness. A straightforward aunt remarked, "I think Yun Zhiqing is quite different from what you all said. Having so many people around is wonderful." The gossiping aunts nearby chimed in. Among the crowd, someone whispered, "Didn't you say yesterday that she was a loose woman?" Yun Yao's expression changed. "What do you mean?" One person chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing. Just some heartless gossip." Yun Yao was unaware of these rumors, but the village chief's wife, Wei Xiaoyun, had heard them. At this moment, she was parting the crowd, her face filled with anger. Upon seeing Wei Xiaoyun, those who had previously discussed the rumors lowered their heads sheepishly, as if caught in a classroom by a teacher. Some curious onlookers felt a twinge of anticipation. Wei Xiaoyun was formidable. She wouldn't directly confront Yun Zhiqing, would she? After pushing through the crowd, Wei Xiaoyun placed her hands on her hips, glaring at everyone as if she intended to devour them. Ultimately, she fixated on Sun Lan, spitting with rage. "Have you eaten too much salt or done too little work? Can't you go a day without spreading rumors? I will report this to the commune so that you, a gossiping woman, can undergo a thorough ideological transformation." Upon learning of the rumor, Wei Xiaoyun found it amusing rather than infuriating. Her husband, Hong Xuejuan, was a genuinely honest and loyal man. And regarding Yun Yao, she could tell from the way Yuzhe had delivered items to her home that the couple shared a strong bond. How could these two unrelated individuals be rumored to be together by that vile woman? Upon hearing the mention of ideological transformation, Sun Lan panicked. "Xiaoyun, it wasn't me. It was Zhou Xiuhua." Zhou Xiuhua, being pointed out, hastily waved her hands. "Not me. I heard it from Tian Xiaojun." Just as Tian Xiaojun was stealthily preparing to leave, her mouth was quicker than her legs. "It was by Baoji who told me." By Baoji then implicated another person. It was Zhao Fengjiu who said it to me. One after another, Wei Xiaoyun felt her head spinning. Who was it? Stop playing past the buck. Zhao Fengjiu eventually revealed that it was Niu Aishang from the youth station who was the first to say it. Niu Aishang thought she had escaped scrutiny when the village chief showed no reaction, but little did she know that she would be confronted by the village chief's wife in the fields. She certainly did not want to be taken for ideological reform. Niu Aishang summoned all her strength, forcefully dragging Yi Hongxia to Wei Xiaoyun. Village chief's wife. It was her. Yi Hongxia told me. Wei Xiaoyun immediately took Yi Hongxia to the village office, summoning her husband, Hong Xuejuan, to handle the matter. In the village office, Hong Xuejuan's brow furrowed deeply. "Yi Hongxia, what do you mean by this? When did I offend you?" "Village chief." Yi Hongxia stammered, calculating the days in her mind. It had only been a day since she had spoken ill of someone, and now she was caught so quickly. "Speak up." The village chief's voice thundered like a storm. Yi Hongxia trembled as she replied, "It was. I saw Yun Yao could go gather pig grass and buy a sewing machine, so I was just guessing. I didn't know Niu Aishang was spreading it everywhere. I told her to keep it a secret." "You told her to keep it a secret?" Hong Xuejuan had long known that this Niu Zhiqing enjoyed gossiping while working in the fields. Niu Aishang's loose lips could rival those of 10 gossips in the village. Being a fellow youth, how could Yi Hongxia not know what kind of person Niu Aishang was? He couldn't possibly believe her. This was deliberate. "With your behavior, we cannot accommodate you in Huaihua village. Come with me to the brigade office." Hong Xuejuan was genuinely annoyed. He was already of an age to be a grandfather, and now his reputation was tarnished. What kind of situation was this? Upon hearing she would be sent to the brigade office, Yi Hongxia panicked, her voice trembling. "Village chief, I don't want to go to the brigade office. If it weren't for your differential treatment, I wouldn't have acted this way." Hong Xuejuan scoffed. Yi Hongxia still refused to admit her fault. "You can avoid going to the brigade office, but your work points for April are nullified." Yi Hongxia opened her mouth. The village chief intended to deduct her work points? A month's worth of work points lost would significantly reduce her grain share at the end of the year. In Huaihua village, heavy snow in winter would halt all work, leaving only the option to eat through their reserves. Losing grain would be tantamount to losing her life. Unlike the other youths at the station, she depended entirely on her work points for sustenance. Hong Xuejuan continued, "Yun Zhiqing is pregnant. She fainted a few days ago, which is why I allowed her to gather pig grass. You only see how easy it is to gather pig grass. The work points for it are low. She has a man helping her earn work points. Do you?" Yun Yao is pregnant. Upon hearing this news, Yi Hongxia froze, quickly replaced by a smug smile. This was excellent news. If Yun Yao was pregnant, she would be utterly dependent on that good-for-nothing. Pregnancy would make her gain weight, become unattractive, and show signs of wear. She could hardly wait to see Yun Yao's disheveled appearance in a few months. The village chief, noticing Yi Hongxia's peculiar expression, felt a shiver run down his spine. He cleared his throat. As for the sewing machine, the Yu family is not impoverished. Their father is a hunter, and their daughter married into the city. You are envious of them for buying a sewing machine. Yi Zhiqing, you must broaden your perspective. Hong Xuejuan had thought that the youths from the city were worldly, but he was taken aback by her pettiness, to the point of spreading slander over a mere sewing machine. Moreover, do not think my punishment is excessively harsh. Your recent slander not only disparages me, but if Yuzhe were to discover your insinuations about his wife, how furious would he become? I have deducted your work points as a means of punishing you on his behalf. In the future, he will not hold any grievances against you. Well, that is settled. You may return now. Regarding the lengthy discourse from Hong Xuejuan, Yi Hongxia, lost in her thoughts, only grasped the final remark. All right, village chief. With a light step, she exited the village office. A month's work points are merely a month's work points, and upon learning of Yun Yao's pregnancy, it is something she can accept. After all, it is evident that Yun Yao is far worse off than she is. Yu Zhe received accolades, and his grandfather, Yu Zhiqing, boasted about it at the threshing ground for an extended period. Completely forgetting that there was a time when he wished to sever ties with his grandson due to his tarnished reputation. When a grandson's name is sullied, one tends to distance oneself. However, when he is praised, it reflects well on the Yu family's lineage. Yu Zhiqing recalled that his eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Sume, had visited him the previous day, urging him to check on Yu Pengchuan. Initially, he had declined, fearing that the eldest might come to him lamenting about financial woes. Yet today, circumstances have changed. With Yu Zhe's commendation, a visit seems rather agreeable. Chapter 41. Tea Talk. As evening descended, Yu Zhiqing completed his work tally and prepared to visit his eldest son's home when Li Xiufan hastily approached him, expressing her concern that her great-grandson was suffering from a fever. Besides an alarmingly hot forehead, he was also experiencing intermittent convulsions. Reluctantly, he accompanied his second son's family to the barefoot doctor, which caused a delay of an entire evening. Fortunately, the barefoot doctor reassured them that it was nothing serious, attributing it to a congenital issue that would manifest as convulsions during fevers, advising them to lower the child's temperature promptly. The following day, on the morning of May 2nd, Yu Zhiqing decided against going to work and boldly made his way to Yu Pengchuan's house. He had heard that his eldest son was now able to walk with the aid of crutches, so upon arriving at the doorstep, he knocked loudly, calling out, "Pengchuan, Pengchuan." The door was opened by Yu Xiao, as the rest of the family had gone to work, leaving only her and her father, Yu Pengchuan, at home. Upon seeing Yu Zhiqing, Yu Xiao greeted him in a rather indifferent manner, "Grandfather." Surprised, Yu Zhiqing responded, "Yu Xiao, why are you still lingering at home?" He had heard that she had returned to her maternal home, but it seemed she had overstayed her welcome, which was rather unbecoming. Yu Xiao pursed her lips, unsure of how to respond. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to remain silent, dismissing his remarks as mere bluster. As Yu Zhiqing entered the courtyard of the Yu household, his eyes widened at the sight of numerous dried fish laid out in the sun. So many fish, not a single one brought to honor me. Truly, I have wasted my efforts raising your father, he exclaimed. Yu Xiao's expression darkened as she retorted that she had done nothing wrong, but she could not bear to listen to her father's grievances. Since her childhood, her father had tirelessly brought countless gifts to her grandfather and uncle. "Grandfather, have you received fewer gifts from my father?" "Hey, you girl, since marrying, you haven't gained any wisdom, but your temper has certainly grown. You dare to retort me?" Yu Pengchuan, seated in the main room, was nearly finished crafting his third round wicker basket. Hearing his father's voice, he paused, his heart warming with the realization that his father still cared for him. Yu Zhiqing entered the living room and, upon seeing his son, cleared his throat and remarked with a cold demeanor, "So, you are at home after all. What is this? Are you the father, or am I? You don't even come to greet your father upon his arrival. This is unacceptable." Yu Xiao stood behind Yu Zhiqing, biting her lip in exasperation, thinking that her grandfather had become more imperious than ever. Yu Pengchuan smiled. "Father, my leg isn't fully healed yet, which is why I asked Xiao to open the door." Yu Zhiqing scrutinized his leg and snorted in response before taking a seat. "Will you be able to hunt in the future?" Yu Pengchuan hesitated, recalling Yu Zhe's words, uncertain about whether he would ever return to his previous vigor. Yu Zhiqing clicked his tongue, shaking his head. It seems I will have to rely on your younger brother Peng Jiang for my old age. Peng Chuan, I must say you are not embodying the role of an elder brother. Your nephew Yu Xiao has already celebrated his full month, yet you have not sent any gifts or even visited him. Father, my leg is injured, so I haven't had the chance. You lack the time? I will collect for you. Hand me 10 yuan, and I will take it to Yu Xiao. Father, I don't have any money right now. Yu Zhiqing, unconvinced, pressed, where is your money? Yu Peng Chuan offered a bitter smile. Our home was robbed recently. You are not unaware of that. The entire village knew of the robbery, so it was certain his father had heard. Yu Zhiqing detected a hint of resentment in his son's tone, feeling slightly uncomfortable. What do you mean? It sounds as if I am forcing you. You are the elder brother, Yu Xiao's uncle. You ought to treat him well, for he will honor you in return. In the past, Yu Zhiqing had often advised Yu Peng Chuan to treat Yu Xiao kindly, as the family's future depended on him, given Yu Zhe's lack of ambition. Yu Peng Chuan had previously shared this belief, but recently he had begun to think that his own son was not as dreadful as he had once believed. Rising from his seat, Yu Zhiqing declared, "Then it is settled. If you have no money, I shall take the fish from the courtyard." He turned away from his son without another glance and strode into the yard. From his pocket, he retrieved a crumpled snakeskin bag. Shaking it vigorously before swiftly tossing dozens of fish hanging on the rack into his sack, like a locust swarm. Yu Xiao anxiously paced beside him. "Grandfather, why are you taking all of them? My brother will be angry when he returns. He caught all of these. Is your brother not my grandson? What is wrong with offering him a few fish? Now, step aside and do not create a fuss." Yu Xiao felt utterly helpless. Yu Zhiqing was her grandfather, and the tactics she had learned to defend herself were not applicable to elders, leaving her only to stew in frustration. She rushed back to the living room and urged Yu Peng Chuan, "Father, you must persuade grandfather. How can he take everything?" Yu Peng Chuan pinched the bridge of his nose, reflecting that his father had visited without uttering a single word of concern for him. Yet it had been quite some time since he had last received any support from him. "Let it be. He is your grandfather. If he wants it, let him have it." Sighing, Yu Xiao stamped her foot and returned to the courtyard, only to find that Yu Zhiqing had already departed, leaving the yard desolate. As dusk settled and the sun sank slowly in the west, Yu Zhe returned home from work, and Yu Xiao immediately relayed the events to him. "You start cooking. I will visit grandfather's house and return shortly." Hearing this, Lu Sumei's heart soared with delight. Her scheming father-in-law had indeed come to pillage. Yu Zhe was so naive, believing that the food Yu Zhiqing had taken would ever be returned. Grandfather Yu Zhiqing's home was not far from Yu Zhe's, and he arrived quickly, with a basket on his back and a machete in hand. He knocked loudly on the wooden door of Yu Zhiqing's house, calling out, "Grandfather, open the door. It's Yu Zhe." Inside, Yu Zhiqing was stewing fish when the thunderous knocking startled him, causing the spoon to slip from his hand and fall into the pot, jolting his heart. "It's Yu Zhe. What business does that boy have here?" he thought to himself, recalling that his visits were seldom for good. Yu Zhiqing paced restlessly. Suspecting that he had come to reclaim the fish, which was unacceptable, the items he had brought home could not simply be returned. He decided to remain hidden in the main room, pretending not to be at home and refusing to open the door for Yu Zhe. Outside, Yu Zhe knocked even louder, his voice echoing, "Grandfather, open the door. I know you're home. You cannot take all those fish. My father suffers from leg ailments and requires nourishment. My wife and Xiao are both malnourished and lack sufficient meat. After treating my father's leg, our family has been left financially depleted, and now you have taken away the fish, leaving us in despair. Grandfather, please open the door." Yu Zhe's cries attracted a crowd. "Yu Zhe, what are you doing? What fish are you referring to?" With a sorrowful expression, Yu Zhe recounted, "I spent days fishing in the river, even catching a cold in the process, and finally managed to bring home a bag full. Yet my grandfather came to my house and took everything away. I understand he is elderly and deserves good food, but must he leave us with nothing?" His final words, laden with grief, stirred the passerby's indignation. "Your grandfather's actions are indeed unjust. Indeed, I've heard tales of the Yu family's favoritism, particularly towards the eldest son's household, and it appears to be true. Yu Zhiqing is heartless, after all. Yu Zhe is his eldest grandson. How shameful." Having inhaled the scent of fish from their home all day, it was disheartening to learn it was pilfered from his eldest grandson's residence. Such shamelessness. The number of neighbors gathering at Yu Zhiqing's doorstep continued to swell, and with each new arrival, Yu Zhe pathetically reiterated his earlier lament. Inside the main room, Yu Zhiqing could hear the cacophony of neighbors vehemently criticizing him for his lack of humanity. their voices rising in a crescendo. If this continued, Yuzei's fabrications would tarnish Yu Shixing's lifelong reputation. Chapter 42. Filial piety. Yu Shixing could no longer feign ignorance. With a surge of anger, he flung open the door, exclaiming, "What are you ruckusing about at my doorstep? Come in at once." Upon noticing the throng gathered outside, he was eager to pull Yu Zhiqing inside without delay. "Grandfather, I won't go in. There's nothing to eat at home tonight. We're just waiting to bring back some fish from you to cook." Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Yu Shixing felt his face flush with embarrassment. "Nonsense. I haven't taken any fish from you," he retorted vehemently. Yuzei turned to the onlookers, saying, "Dear neighbors, look at my grandfather. He still won't admit it. Why don't you all come into grandfather's house? With so many of you here, he might be generous enough to share some fish with my family." Such a delightful spectacle was not to be missed by the villagers, who eagerly agreed to join him. Yu Shixing was dumbfounded. What on earth did this crowd intend to do in his home? Some individuals rushed into the kitchen and discovered the bag of fish. "Come look. This bag is indeed full of large fish." Yuzei wasn't exaggerating. Yuzei stepped forward, gratefully accepting the bag of cured fish and placing it into his backpack. "Thank you, dear neighbors, for your kindness." In truth, he had no need for such fish, as he had ample meat stored in the mountains behind his home, served as his natural larder. His true grievance lay in his unscrupulous grandfather taking advantage of his family. Yu Shixing surveyed the familiar faces of his neighbors, people he often chatted with, and felt his nostrils flare with indignation. "How can you assist this rascal Yuzei in robbing me? This is my property." "Old Yu, although your eldest grandson has been a bit mischievous in the past, he is not wrong this time," a neighbor chimed in. "Indeed, he just mentioned that your Pengchuan's leg hasn't healed yet, and your family is struggling to make ends meet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come asking for food," another added. "Your Pengchuan is truly unfortunate this time, and Yuzei is merely acting out of filial piety," the neighbors chimed in, each reiterating the notion of filial piety, effectively silencing Yu Shixing. Ironically, he often preached the importance of filial piety, yet now it rebounded upon him like a boomerang. When did Yuzei become the pitiable figure? If it weren't for the undeniable presence before him, Yu Shixing might have doubted the identity of the person standing there, in front of so many witnesses, especially with the gleaming knife in Yuzei's hand. Yu Shixing found himself at a loss for words. What a calamity, he thought. This Yuzei is utterly incorrigible. What good is the honor bestowed by the commune if he remains as unruly as ever, merely adopting a different guise of mischief? As Yuzei departed with the fish, he called out to the two villagers who had aided him, inviting them to his home for a meal, which infuriated Yu Shixing even more. This scoundrel was inviting others to dine while neglecting to invite him. Yuzei hummed a cheerful tune as he returned home. "You really went to your grandfather's for fish?" Yu Pengxing frowned. "Did he get angry?" Yuzei set down his basket, replying earnestly, "He didn't get angry. He even called me his darling and insisted I stay for a meal." "Really?" Yuzei rolled his eyes. "Dad, do you actually believe that? Are you a 3-year-old child? It's a pity you didn't go." Grandpa was so angry he nearly turned back into a child. Yu Pengchuan was momentarily speechless, unable to imagine his father being put in such a humiliating situation. "Is your grandmother not home?" "Not here. She probably hasn't returned from work yet." Yu Pengchuan nodded, realizing that if his grandmother had been present, Yuzei likely would not have fared well, for the old lady was adept at causing a scene. Lu Sumei chewed on her vegetables, feeling frustrated. How could her father-in-law let Yuzei off the hook this time? It was highly unusual. In the past, Yuzei would have thrown a punch, and her father-in-law would clutch his chest pretending to be ill, while a crowd would scold Yuzei for bullying his elder. Yet today, Yuzei returned home with a broad smile, unscathed. Lu Sumei regretted not going along. She would have surely added fuel to the fire, ensuring Yuzei had a difficult time. Seeing Yu Pengxing's demeanor, Yuzei felt a surge of anger. "Dad, did Grandpa inquire about your leg today?" Yu Pengxing remained silent, focusing on his meal. Yu Xiu scoffed, responding on his behalf. "Grandpa came in asking for money right away. He didn't care about Dad at all." "Dad, with Grandpa behaving like this, you let him take the fish? Are you going to let him slap you, and then turn your face for him to vent his anger on the other side? Don't speak nonsense. No matter how bad Grandpa is, he is still my father. It's only natural for a son to care for his father in old age," Yuzei retorted with a cold snort. "But Grandpa has more than just you as a son. My uncle is merely 2 years younger than you. Has he ever shown any filial piety? Not a penny has he contributed, yet Grandpa and Grandma dote on his family. When we were young, neither I nor Xiu Xiu were cared for by them. It was always uncle's children, Yu Xiao and Yu Fong, whom they helped raise. Now, after all these years, they are helping to raise the great-grandchildren. Has our family ever received any assistance from Grandpa and Grandma? Yuzhe paused before continuing. Dad, you should reflect. If it were my uncle who had injured his leg this time, what do you think Grandpa and Grandma's reaction would be? Yu Pengsheng gave a self-deprecating smile. They would probably blame him for not taking good care of his younger brother and then fret over how to help. After years of such dynamics, he had grown accustomed to it. Yun Yao, who had been silent until now, could no longer hold her tongue, saying, Dad, only the child who cries gets the candy. You should communicate with Grandpa more so he understands your struggles. Forget it, dear wife, you don't know my father. No matter how miserable our lives are, he remains as unyielding as a stone. Reasoning with him is futile. I just hope you want to use our family's provisions to support them in the future. His kindness to Uncle S family is naturally reciprocated by Uncle S filial piety. There's no need for you to worry. Seeing Yu Pengchuan fail to refute Yuzhe, Lu Sumei's frustration reignited. Xiaozhe, your words are too extreme. Filial piety is paramount. Your father is being dutiful to another person, and you should assist him in being dutiful to Grandpa and Grandma. Yuzhe found Lu Sumei's perspective amusing. Oh, is that so? I recall my father recently giving Grandpa 50 yuan. If that money hadn't been given to Grandpa, wouldn't it have been possible for Chao Xiaoping to have married by now? While the money was indeed given, Yuzhe could not ascertain if it was precisely 50 yuan. Lu Sumei looked at Yu Pengchuan in disbelief. Old Yu, how could you take such a large sum without discussing it with the family? Chapter 43. Badger Oil. Yu Pengchuan awkwardly cleared his throat and said, No, at that time I saw that there was still money at home, and I didn't give that much. Then you really did give it. Lu Sumei was infuriated. If you hadn't given that money, Xiaoping wouldn't be so gloomy every day now. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you hadn't lost the money, it wouldn't have mattered even if you had given it. I already said that money isn't my fault. The two began to quarrel, exchanging heated words. Yuzhe, meanwhile, took his already finished wife and sister away from the battlefield, amused, letting them argue on. After 10 minutes of bickering, Lu Sumei not only failed to gain the upper hand, but also had to suppress her anger while preparing foot-soaking water for Yun Yao. In the room, Yun Yao soaked her feet in warm water, her delicate, pale feet shimmering with a light pink hue in the mist. She lazily leaned against Yuzhe. Ace, the water in this tub is all from your hard work. It's such a waste for you to bring it for me to wash my feet every day. Yuzhe chuckled. Not a waste at all. Your husband has plenty of strength, don't you know? As he spoke, Yuzhe's hand slipped under Yun Yao's clothing. Recently, Yun Yao had gained some weight under his care, and her curves had become more pronounced, making him unable to resist. Yun Yao pouted and looked at him reproachfully. Stop it. I'm not even 3 months along yet. Hearing Yuzhe mention his strength reminded her that he had recently switched to gentler exercises to avoid hurting the child, which was even more torturous. Wife, I'm just touching, not doing anything else. Yuzhe thought to himself that he couldn't indulge every day, but a kiss should be acceptable, right? Yun Yao's face also flushed as she soaked her feet. Her pouting lips looked irresistibly soft, and he couldn't help but immediately capture her lips with his own. The sweet, rich taste of her mouth mingled with their entwined tongues, and Yun Yao felt herself growing weak, surrendering. How had this man become so adept at kissing? Days passed in this manner. One sunny day, Yuzhe discovered that the apple tree he had been nurturing had begun to bear small fruits. Though each fruit was tiny, barely reaching a centimeter, it was a sight never seen before on this 3-year-old tree. Yuzhe promptly shared the news with the village chief, who was initially skeptical. Accompanying Yuzhe to see for himself, the chief's eyes nearly bulged when he witnessed the pale green fruits. Well done, young man. You truly have a connection with this apple tree. If you can cultivate these apples well, you won't need to toil in the fields every day? All right, chief, just wait to enjoy the apples. With a few flattering words, Yuzhe managed to secure himself 2 days off. The monotonous daily labor was tedious, and with the pleasant weather, he was eager to venture into the mountains for some delicious treats. This time, Yuzhe took the family gun along, with plenty of ammunition stored in several large boxes, more than sufficient for his needs. He stored the gun and bullets in his space, donned a large backpack, and armed with a machete, set off into the mountains with Lightning. Lightning wagged its tail, exuberant as always, eager for the mountain trip, which promised a feast. Upon entering the mountains, Yuzhe chose a wooded area, chopping down several bundles of firewood and storing them in his space. When Lightning saw the wood suddenly vanish, it barked anxiously. Calm down, buddy, it's our secret, understand? Lightning ceased barking, circling around Yuzhe twice, realizing it was his master who had caused the disappearance. As man and dog continued onward, Yuzhe heard a rustling sound, and suddenly, Lightning leaped into a thicket beneath a large tree, returning with a small brown creature in its mouth. Dropping the small creature on the ground, Yuzhe focused and realized it was a badger. He chuckled, stroking the fur of his big dog. Well done, Lightning, your skills are improving. Before he could even make a move, Lightning had captured its prey. The injured brown badger lay on the ground, unable to move. Lightning raced back to the previous spot, barking excitedly at a large tree. Are you saying there are more badgers here? Lightning barked a few times, its eyes shining brightly. Yuzhe nodded. All right then, let us gather them all. The meat of the badger has a strong earthy taste and is not particularly palatable, but the fat rendered into badger oil is immensely useful. It can treat frostbite and burns, acting as a natural remedy. This valuable oil would certainly pique his wife's interest. Yuzhe stored the ailing badger in his space and began to survey the area with Lightning. Badgers are notoriously cunning, and while there appeared to be one den, there were likely several nearby. However, Yuzhe had keen eyes. After a careful examination, he discovered all the entrances without missing any. He blocked all but 2 entrances with stones and other materials. For one entrance, he prepared a net in his space, while for the other, he ignited some wild grass and placed it at the entrance to smoke them out. Before long, he heard rustling sounds from within the den, accompanied by chattering noises. 6 or 7 badgers dashed out one after another, running straight into his trap. A smirk crept across Yuzhe's face as he gathered the net. Catching badgers like this was truly exhilarating. He tossed one to Lightning as a reward and stored the rest in his space. He was eager to see if the grassland in his space could sustain life. Previously, a dead wild boar had been placed there, but it had not been as fresh. However, he had yet to try keeping live animals. Continuing his hunting journey, Yuzhe soon spotted 2 wild rabbits. With quick reflexes, he struck them with stones, careful to only injure their legs. Perfectly, he had caught 1 male and 1 female rabbit. He applied a few drops of spring water to their wounds, witnessing the healing occur at an astonishing rate. Both rabbits were stored in his space. Known for their remarkable breeding capabilities, if they could survive there, he would never need to worry about a shortage of rabbits again. Thus, he meandered through the mountains, hunting and pausing intermittently, until he realized it was already noon. The once misty, deep mountain was now illuminated by the bright sun, with the humidity completely evaporated, revealing its lush greenery. Finding a large tree with ample shade, Yuzhe settled down cross-legged. He retrieved the marinated meat pancakes he had brought from home that morning and began to eat heartily. While his sister's cooking was generally mediocre, these pancakes were truly exceptional, especially paired with the marinated meat he had made, still warm from the space. The forest was occasionally filled with the delightful chirping of small birds, creating a natural symphony that complemented the delectable taste of the braised meat wrapped in a thin pancake, a culinary experience that brought immense pleasure to Yuzhe, causing his eyes to squint in contentment. Suddenly, with a hiss, Yuzhe halted his chewing, slowly turning his head to the right. Perched upon a branch was a snake, as thick as his wife's wrist, its triangular head raised high, eyes fixated on him, hissing as it flicked its tongue. Yuzhe was taken aback for just a moment. In the next, he swiftly drew a curved dagger and plunged it into the creature's vital spot. Instantly, the snake became rigid, collapsing to the ground like a limp rope. Oh my! This snake, known as the Bai Tiao Jin Shi, would surely complement a wild chicken, making for a sumptuous dragon and phoenix soup, a true delicacy. Just as Yuzhe tossed the snake into his spatial storage, he noticed wisps of smoke rising from a nearby grove. Someone was starting a fire. Could it be a fellow traveler? Yuzhe suddenly recalled a piece of advice from old Yu: beware of fire, theft, and fellow travelers. Chapter 44. The father-in-law falls into the hands of the T-Bureau in the depths of the mountains. Encountering unfamiliar hunters is not a fortuitous event for the hunter. It often culminates in a trifecta of robbery, murder, and the disposal of corpses. Should one be slain in these wilds, their remains would soon be devoured by ferocious beasts. However, endowed with spatial abilities, he was unlike the average individual. No peril could penetrate the sanctuary of his domain. Driven by curiosity, Yuzhe resolved to stealthily investigate the source of the smoke rising in the distance. As he approached the source of the smoke, he feared that the crack of thunder might alert them, prompting him to retreat into his spatial realm. With utmost caution, Yuzhe parted the underbrush and gazed ahead, beholding a substantial gathering of individuals. Upon counting, he discerned 7 heads in total. 3 stood, 2 were seated upon stones, and 2 more were bound tightly on the ground. A chill raced through Yuzhe as he recognized one of the bound individuals. It was none other than his father-in-law, Yun Yao. This was troubling. These must be the nefarious figures his wife had warned him about. Aside from one man clad in patched garments, the others bore firearms at their waists. 2 of them even carried baskets, from which protruded the unmistakable shapes of rifles. Yuzhe felt the gravity of the situation. Had there been only 2 adversaries, he could have attempted a covert rescue of his father-in-law. However, with 5 present, any surprise attack would surely alert the others and endanger Yun Yao's safety. Yuzhe remained vigilant, observing their movements intently. A man with a sharp face and protruding cheekbones addressed the bound Yun Yao and another middle-aged man, saying, "There is a saying in Xiagua that I particularly admire. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I hope you will be wise. If you conduct your research well, unfathomable wealth and honor will be bestowed upon you." The manner in which this man spoke felt discordant to Yuzhe. Despite his Asian features, he was undoubtedly not a native of Xiagua. He must be an operative from the Wagua. Wang ergo. The man clad in patched clothing spoke with a local accent. "Did you hear? It is your fortune that we rescued you from the cow shed. Would you prefer to return to that filth instead of enjoying a life of luxury?" Yun Yao remained expressionless and silent. Even if Xiagua had temporarily turned against him, he would not stoop to treachery for personal gain. Moreover, his daughter and wife were still in Huaihua village. He could not abandon them. Noticing the silence from Yun Yao and the other man, Wang ergo, ingratiatingly, turned to the leader, Lord Shanbin. "They are both tough nuts to crack. Shall we just kill them?" Gu Shanbin replied vehemently, "Silence. They are both exceptional talents. Killing you does not equate to killing them. If they refuse to comply in the future, we can deal with them then, but not here and now. Talents like these, even if they cannot be utilized by us, must not be allowed to return to Xiagua." Gu Shanbin, fixated on the flickering campfire, instructed Wang ergo, "Feed them and untie them. Tied up, they are too slow, they cannot escape anyway." After releasing Yun Yao and the other man, the patched clothing man hesitated before timidly saying, "Lord Shanbin, I seem to have forgotten the way." Gu Shanbin immediately drew his gun and aimed it at him. "Didn't you say that you are more familiar with these nearby mountains than your own home? Are you deceiving me?" No. I merely feel a bit dizzy after walking all morning. If I rest for a moment, I will surely remember." The man trembled, realizing that while they were treating the other 2 with kindness, they would not hesitate to threaten him with violence. Listening to their exchange, Yuzhe confirmed that this group intended to take a detour to leave the mountain with his father-in-law. He needed to devise a plan to thwart them. After a moment of contemplation, Yuzhe transferred the snake he had captured earlier into his backpack. He then rolled up his pant legs and pricked his ankles to simulate fresh snakebite marks. "Ouch! Finally, I see people. Is anyone there to help me?" With a snake in one hand and a makeshift crutch in the other, he limped into view. The armed men instinctively placed their hands on their waists, but Gu Shanbin gestured for them to hold. He questioned Yuzhe, "Who are you?" "I am merely a villager seeking herbs. My father injured his leg, and I hope to find some wild ginseng. Instead of ginseng, I was bitten by a snake. What misfortune I have." Yuzhe's demeanor resembled that of a simple farmer. Yun Yao's eyes flickered. This was indeed his son-in-law. His heart raced with anxiety. What reckless fool would emerge from hiding in such danger? Gu Shanbin scrutinized Yuzhe carefully and responded, "Yes, we are indeed hunting. Can you help me ascertain if this snake is venomous? If it is not poisonous, you have fire, and we can roast it to avenge my injury." Gu Shanbin stepped forward, taking the snake from Yuzhe's hands and tossing it to Wang ergo. He also discreetly observed Yuzhe's hands. The calluses revealed he was not a hunter. Wang ergo examined the snake and proclaimed, "It's a non-venomous snake." "Non-venomous? How splendid. I almost thought I was doomed." Yuzhe exclaimed, feigning relief and gratitude. Gu Shanbin felt his tension ease. A man who could not even distinguish between poisonous and non-poisonous snakes posed no threat to them. "You are from the village?" "Indeed." "Then guide us. We wish to descend the mountain." Once they had utilized this man, they could dispose of him at their leisure. "Very well, but let us roast the snake first. I am famished after wandering these mountains all day." Gu Shanbin remained non-committal, and the other 4 observed his expression. Gradually lowering their guard against Yuzhe, Wang ergo prepared the snake, and Yuzhe produced a jar of seasoning, saying, This is my family's barbecue spice. I was hoping to set a trap for a wild rabbit, but alas, there were none to be found. Wang Ergo sniffed the seasoning, drawn in by its rich aroma. The roasted snake meat, adorned with Yuze's spices, exuded an enticing fragrance, causing the onlookers to salivate uncontrollably. Just the scent alone indicated the meat was of exceptional quality. Gushan Bin, still wary of Yuze's handling of the snake, insisted he taste it first. Then I shall not hold back. As Yuze took his first bite, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he began to chew voraciously, his cheeks puffing out as if he feared others might snatch away this delectable treat. Gushan Bin swallowed hard, immediately instructing someone to seize the snake meat. And soon everyone shared in the feast, leaving Yuze with nothing. Yuze continued to feign discontent, lamenting, "Why do you leave me nothing at all? This is the snake I caught. Enough of your complaints, there's nothing for you," someone retorted, brandishing a gun, the threat unmistakable. Wang Ergu, his mouth smeared with grease, mocked Yuze, asserting that even being allowed that one bite was a stroke of luck for him. This fool, it seemed, would not last long, yet he still dared to covet the snake meat, truly a simpleton. Chapter 45. The arrival of guests Yuze could not partake, and naturally, those restrained, including Yun Yao, were equally deprived. Observing them consume the snake without leaving a morsel, Yuze subtly curved his lips downward, thinking to himself, "Indulge, you shall not perish from it." The flesh of the serpent bore no poison, yet he had sprinkled a concoction of Yun Yao's unique sedative upon the serpent's stick. After a brief wait, these individuals would soon find themselves in a slumber deeper than that of swine. Yun Yao had prepared a multitude of defensive potions for him, including sedatives, vermin repellent, and itching powder, all stored within his spatial realm. Once the group had satisfied their appetites, they settled down to rest. Shortly after, when they attempted to call Yuze for guidance, they sensed something amiss. Each felt a throbbing in their heads, followed by a series of dull thuds as they collapsed one after another. Gushan Bin, ever the leader, fought to resist the effects of the drug long enough to draw his pistol. Alas, as soon as he withdrew it, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yuze rose, delivering a few kicks to the fallen, a bunch of foolish swine. 5 individuals, handed over to the authorities, would certainly earn him considerable merit. Yuze mused that this endeavor was more rewarding than hunting down 10 wild boars. Yun Yao and another elder, Shen Lao, were startled by the sudden turn of events. Yun Yao cast a worried glance at Yuze, questioning whether they had fainted from consuming the snake meat. "Yet, you two partook, Yuze?" Yuze smiled, reassuringly. "I am unharmed. What I consumed was devoid of toxins." Yun Yao, being astute, quickly deduced that this was all Yuze's stratagem. How formidable he is, single-handedly incapacitating a group. It is Yao Yao's brilliance that provided the drugs. Yet, it was your ingenuity that conceived this plan. Yun Yao grew increasingly appreciative of his son-in-law, recognizing his valor and cunning, managing to extricate them from peril without shedding a drop of blood. Beside them, Shen Lao, who had known Yun Yao in the capital, noticed their familiar exchange and inquired, "Zhiqing, do you know him?" "Indeed, he is my son-in-law, but this matter must remain confidential." Shen Lao understood that individuals like them could bring harm to the youth. He offered generous praise, "Fortuitous indeed to have encountered you, young man. Your ruse of playing the fool to ensnare the tiger is truly masterful." "Haha, merely a trifling effort. Are you both well?" Yun Yao and Shen Lao bore numerous injuries, all inflicted by this wretched group. Upon Yuze's mention, both exchanged glances and mimicked Yuze's earlier actions, delivering a thorough beating to the unconscious figures. Yuze chuckled, finding their sense of vengeance amusing. After their exertion, Shen Lao panted, "How do we transport these heavy weights down the mountain?" Observing Yuze's calm demeanor, Yun Yao sensed that he had a solution. "This is simple. I have brought a hunting dog." Yuze instructed them to wait while he ventured to a remote area to unleash his dog, Shandian. He then pinned a note, affixing it to Shandian's collar, instructing the dog to deliver it to the village chief. With the intellect honed through training and enhanced by the spirit spring, Shandian was now akin to a primary school student, capable of understanding and executing Yuze's commands. Shandian raced down the mountain, and an hour later, reached the village chief. The chief, engaged in labor, initially overlooked the note hanging from Shandian's neck, perplexed as to why Yu's dog was barking at him. Some envious villagers remarked sarcastically about Yu's family, lamenting their own hunger while Yu's family kept the dog that roamed aimlessly. The chief, at a loss for words, understood that Yu's dog was merely an ordinary hunting dog. Did they expect it to plow the fields? After a moment's silence, the chief finally noticed the note. He removed it and unfurled it, his wrinkled, dark face turning grave as he murmured, "A grave matter has arisen." The chief, Hong Shuejuan, immediately summoned dozens of young men from families possessing firearms, with Shan Dian leading the way as they marched toward the depths of the mountains. Due to annual militia training during the agricultural off-season, Huaihua village was well stocked with households bearing weapons and ammunition. It could be said that in their province, any two villages could engage in battle with the arms they possessed. By the time Shan Dian led them to the mountain, night had fallen. A sense of trepidation gripped the group as they mentally prepared for a fierce confrontation that night. The chief and other young men envisioned the enemy as highly skilled agents armed with advanced weaponry, having taken Yuze hostage. Yuze had risked everything to enable his dog's escape to deliver this crucial message. Unbeknownst to him, the chief and his men had concocted elaborate scenarios from his brief instructions. Upon reaching the site, illuminated by the flickering firelight, the chief and his companions were taken aback at the sight of several incapacitated agents sprawled haphazardly on the ground. The chief's eyes widened in disbelief. "What has happened to them?" "I rendered them unconscious with a sedative," Yuze replied. After recovering from his shock, the chief gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You have truly done well." They had expected to assist, yet Yuze had silently taken care of everything. The chief circled the incapacitated figures, pondering how to transport them down. Why complicate matters? Yuze had already disarmed them, placing their weapons aside, and bound their hands and feet. Before their arrival, Yuze had discovered a thick stack of banknotes on the leader, estimating it to be around 1,000 yuan, which he had hidden in his spatial realm. With a smirk, Yuze quipped, "Who among you wishes to relieve themselves? A simple stream of urine will awaken them." For any ne'er-do-wells, expecting to be carried away was simply out of the question. The others were taken aback by this rather unpleasant method of awakening. Ultimately, the chief opted for a gentler approach, delivering a few sharp slaps to rouse them before binding them for the descent. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, the chief wasted no time in summoning old Zhang for a vehicle, intent on transporting the captives to the commune without delay, lest the night prolong their troubles. The chief's heart raced with excitement, for Huaihua village had achieved a significant feat this time. He wondered what the higher-ups would say in response. Yun Zhuoran and Shin Lao naturally accompanied the chief to the commune. Yuze watched their departing figures, sensing a premonition that his father-in-law might garner attention from above. He needed to return home promptly to share this good news with his wife. With Shan Dian beside him, Yuze made his way home. To his surprise, an uninvited guest awaited him at the door. Li Mansong stood there, grinning widely. "Father Aze, I have come to escort Xiao home." Chapter 46. Work. As Yuze gazed upon Li Mansong's smile, he was reminded of the vividly colored venomous snakes hidden deep within the mountains. Li Mansong embodied such a serpent, outwardly amiable, yet harboring a twisted psyche. However, his younger sister Xiao, having undergone a rigorous period of training under his devilish tutelage, required such a peculiar target to hone her skills. The few sandbags he had fashioned at home had already succumbed to Yu Xiu's relentless assaults. Observing Yuze's frigid demeanor, Li Mansong followed closely behind him into the house, contemplating that, regardless of what excuse the Yu family concocted this time, he was determined to bring Yu Xiu back home. Their aging mother was burdened with the task of caring for the child alone, constantly lamenting her aches and pains. If he did not retrieve Yu Xiu soon, he feared he would develop calluses on his ears from her incessant complaints. Upon entering the inner room, Yuze scrutinized Li Mansong with disdain, remarking, "You claim to have come to fetch someone, yet you arrive only after nightfall. What mode of transport do you intend to use to take Xiao home?" Li Mansong smiled, unperturbed. "I worked half a day today, which is why I arrived later than expected. I shall spend the night in the village and return with Xiao tomorrow. It is customary in our village that married daughters and sons-in-law cannot share the same room. Should you wish to stay at my home, you must sleep on the floor of the main room." Li Mansong cast a disdainful glance at the filthy earthen ground and, gritting his teeth, conceded, "Very well. Xiaoze, where is your sister?" "Do not keep calling me Xiaoze." Yuze shot him a sidelong glance. "My sister is inside preparing dinner." Internally, Li Mansong chuckled, having previously assumed that bringing Yu Xiu home would elevate her to the status of a pampered young lady. Yet, it appeared she was still tasked with cooking daily meals, just as she was at home. Furthermore, in families with numerous members in rural areas, the struggle for sustenance was even more pronounced. Half an hour later, as the dishes were presented on the table, Li Man-song felt his earlier musings transform into mere folly. The table was laden with a feast of meat and vegetables, far surpassing his dining experiences in the city. Li Man-song forced a smile. "Father, uncle, you need not go to such lengths for my sake. It seems my previous monetary contributions have indeed borne some fruit, as you have generously increased the offerings upon my arrival. You flatter yourself. Our family has always dined this way. The meat is from our mountain haunts. Unlike Xiao at your home, where the rations are limited, my sister often goes without proper nourishment." Li Man-song fell silent. Yu Pengchuan cleared his throat and, with a weighty tone, said, "Man-song, I must advise you to work diligently. The household consists of an elderly mother and a child. As the saying goes, a growing boy will drain his father's resources. Your son alone could consume the family's entire meat supply." Li Man-song internally pondered how they were aware of Peng Peng's voracious appetite. It must be Xiao who informed them. He glanced at Yu Xiao, conveying an ambiguous look that only she could decipher. Instinctively, she shuddered. She understood all too well the implication of that gaze. It meant she should brace herself for a beating upon returning home. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Why should she fear? Fear would signify defeat. She resolved to maintain the indomitable spirit her brother had advised. Yu Zhe continued, "You express a desire to bring Xiao home, yet it will not be so simple. My sister has endured considerable hardship at your residence. It is not merely a matter of you arriving to take her back." Li Man-song set down his chopsticks, straightening his posture. "Zhe, tell me what you desire. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall fulfill it." Lu Su Mei, standing nearby, felt a surge of excitement. Surely, Yu Zhe intended to extract a favorable sum from the Li family. The more he demanded, the more she could whisper sweetly into Yu Pengchuan's ear, and the funds would ultimately fall under her stewardship. My sister Xiao does not embody the ideal image of a daughter-in-law in the city. She resembles more of a caretaker for your family. I insist that you secure her a job, or else do not expect her to return home. Yu Zhe was aware that the Li family would likely scheme, but he also understood that if his sister remained idle at home, she would be at a disadvantage. Securing employment would afford her a reason to avoid being burdened with the care of a dependent. Li Man-song, having anticipated a request for financial support, was taken aback by the demand for work. "Zhe, finding a job in the city is no simple task. Did you not previously boast of your capabilities? You mentioned leading a team at a factory, yet you cannot arrange a single job? I am merely a team leader, not a director. You know well that you are no high-ranking official. Seeing how your mother behaves, one might assume you were the factory manager." Yu Xiao, concealing her amusement behind her bowl and chopsticks, chimed in, "Indeed, that Shixiang Mei always seems eager to elevate her son Li Man-song to the heavens. You have no recourse at your factory? Seek employment at another, perhaps a textile or canning factory. If there are exams, do your utmost to secure a position for Xiao. Yu Xiao excelled academically and possessed a sharp intellect. Jobs within the factories could sometimes be privately negotiated, with sporadic recruitment exams that were not overly challenging, merely requiring an opportune moment. A textile factory? Li Man-song hesitated. Xiao has never even touched a sewing machine. Who says that? Xiao can indeed operate a sewing machine. During her time at home, she learned from her sister-in-law Yun Yao, mastering various techniques and producing commendable garments. Li Man-song was astonished. He, a mere group leader at a factory, had not acquired a sewing machine, yet Yu Zhe had managed to obtain one? The once self-satisfied Li Man-song, who believed himself to be infinitely superior to Yu Xiao, now felt a pang of insecurity. It appeared he truly had not achieved enough. Finding work is feasible. I shall do my utmost, but Xiao must first return with me. You merely offer verbal assurances. Who would believe you? Secure a job first and return with confirmation before discussing further. Yu Pengchuan interjected at an opportune moment. Indeed, we cannot do without Xiao at home. My leg is injured, and her sister-in-law is malnourished from pregnancy. We find joy in having her around. We would gladly support her for a lifetime. Li Man-song found some semblance of truth in this statement. He had not seen Xiao earlier, but now that he did, he noticed she had filled out considerably. Once pale and emaciated, her complexion now glowed with a healthy radiance, more vibrant than when they had just married. This sight stirred a yearning within Li Man-song. However, Peng was still young. If Xiao took up work, who would care for the child? Yu Zhe gestured dismissively. Excuse me, but is not the child's grandmother capable of providing care? Do you not realize how robust her health is? When she visited the doctor, You were oblivious to her vitality. Li Mansong was left speechless. During this period, their mother had consistently complained of various ailments, all mere pretexts to summon Yu Xiu home, when in fact, her health was quite sound. It seems that having two individuals to care for a child at home is indeed unnecessary. As evening fell, Li Mansong, burdened with thoughts, prepared for bed, only to realize that no one had made a bed for him in the main room. Make a bed? What bed? Surely, one can simply sleep on a bench. Staring incredulously at the narrow bench, barely half a person's width, he thought, this is far too small to sleep on. Such trivial matters abound. Yuzhe brought him some straw from the woodshed and tossed him a thin summer quilt. Li Mansong was taken aback once more. This quilt is far too flimsy, isn't it? In early May, the nights can be quite chilly. Cover yourself if you wish. This is all there is, Yuzhe replied. With no other choice, Li Mansong reluctantly settled for it. Consequently, he found himself freezing in the middle of the night, his back sore and prickly. In his heart, he vowed never to spend another night at the Yu household. It was simply torturous. In stark contrast, Yu Xiu slept soundly in her room, undisturbed by dreams until dawn. The following day, Li Mansong caught a cold. Dragging his ailing body back to the town, he realized he truly needed to find a job for Yu Xiu. Li Mansong had also been successfully brainwashed by Yuzhe. Having a job was indeed advantageous, providing an additional source of sustenance for the family and alleviating some of his burdens. Chapter 47. Why are the flowers so red? Li Mansong returned to the town, yet before he could seek employment for Yu Xiu, he fell ill and lay in bed, suffering from a fever that lasted an entire day and night before he finally awoke. Observing her son's ashen face, Zhiqing berated, "That scoundrel Yu family. How could they let you fall so ill?" "It's nothing, mother. I simply have a weak constitution and caught a chill on the way back. I'm feeling better now," Li Mansong replied. Zhiqing stubbornly blamed all misfortune on Yu Xiu, vowing, when she returns, I shall teach her a lesson. She had concocted countless ways to torment Yu Xiu. Having endured her own trials as a daughter-in-law, she was well versed in how to treat one. Yu Xiu, having returned to her maternal home, had caused Zhiqing to be confined at home, caring for her grandson, leaving her no time to play chess with Zhang Laotu. Upon returning to work at the factory, Li Mansong, through several acquaintances, learned that a female worker from a nearby textile factory was selling her job. This worker, having grown older and burdened with family responsibilities, intended to retire and sell her position for a pension. Although the benefits at the textile factory were inferior to those at the canning factory, they were still decent. The job was priced at a flat rate of 500 yuan. With Li Mansong's savings totaling over 2,000 yuan, 500 yuan represented a significant quarter of his savings. However, considering that a monthly wage at the textile factory exceeded 300 yuan and included 3 meals, he concluded that Yu Xiu would recoup the investment in approximately 2 years. Gritting his teeth, he decided to purchase the position. He first paid the deposit and then rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some pastries, hurrying to Huaihua village. After much negotiation, he successfully brought Yu Xiu back home. As soon as Yu Xiu returned, Li Mansong received notice from the factory that he was to be on a 3-day business trip, leaving that very night. He told Yu Xiu, I have already paid the money. You need to report to the factory tomorrow. If all goes well, you can start working the day after. He added, I am going on a business trip, so take good care of your mother and Peng Peng. Make sure you earn back the money for the job quickly. Do you understand? Yu Xiu feigned compliance, responding, I understand. The money was now in her pocket, and the thought of returning was out of the question. Li Mansong sensed something peculiar about Yu Xiu's smile, but dismissed it, hastily packing 2 sets of clothes before departing. After he left, Zhiqing leaned against the door, mocking Yu Xiu, You think you deserve to work at the textile factory? Just don't embarrass my son tomorrow. Zhiqing only learned of Li Mansong's purchase of the job after the fact. Had she known beforehand, she would have certainly intervened. This village daughter-in-law was not worth such a hefty sum from the Li family. She secretly hoped that Yu Xiu would be turned away upon reporting to the textile factory, which would allow her to conveniently sell the job to her sister-in-law's daughter-in-law, earning a favor in the process. Yu Xiu was destined to serve her family like a workhorse, and she did not believe her son's claims that Yu Xiu could operate a sewing machine. She scoffed at that notion. Take Peng Peng back from daycare at noon. I'll be out and 1T return until evening. Remember to prepare a few extra dishes for dinner, Zhiqing instructed before slinging her cloth bag over her shoulder and sashaying out the door. She intended to invite several old friends for a chess dinner. Although she instructed Yu Xiu to prepare more dishes, She had not provided her with a single cent to do so. Yu Xiu sneered, thinking to herself that she would surely treat the entire family well. At noon, Yu Xiu picked up Li Monsong's 5-year-old son, Li Peng, from daycare. Normally, daycare provided meals, but Shi Xiangmei, believing her picky grandson would not eat well, insisted that Yu Xiu pick him up every day without fail. Upon returning home, Li Peng immediately clamored for food. I want braised pork. I want braised pork. Yu Xiu presented him with a plate of dark stir-fried greens, saying, your grandmother didn't give me any meat tickets, so you'll have to make do with vegetables. Li Peng glared at the unappetizing greens and the bowl of sorghum rice, pouting, I don't care. I want to eat. If there's no meat, I want to eat it all. Suit yourself, Yu Xiu retorted, grabbing her bag and leaving. She made her way to the state-run restaurant, ordered a generous serving of braised pork, and filled her stomach. Afterward, she bought 2 buns from a street vendor to serve as dinner. Only after satisfying her hunger did she feel ready to confront the troublesome family. Back at Li Monsong's home, Li Peng, furious that Yu Xiu had abandoned him, cried and stomped his feet, mimicking Shi Xiangmei. You little wench, I'll make you pay. Spotting Yu Xiu's enamel cup on the table, he grabbed it and spat into it several times. Feeling unsatisfied, he unzipped his pants and urinated into the cup, exclaiming, ha ha ha, if you want to give me meat, then you can drink my pee. After finishing, feeling ravenous, he reluctantly prepared to eat the greens and rice. However, upon tasting a bite, he promptly spat it out, exclaiming, it's so bitter. This rice isn't even cooked. Enraged, he erupted. Just then, Yu Xiu returned home, and the disgruntled Li Peng hurled insults at her. You wicked woman. You little wench. How could you serve me such awful food? These wild vegetables are inherently bitter. They clear heat and detoxify. I see your mouth is so filthy. You ought to eat more of them, Yu Xiu retorted. Yu Xiu's nose wrinkled as she caught a whiff of a foul odor in the air. Did you wet your pants? She questioned, eyeing him suspiciously. The half-grown child, unable to contain himself, glanced towards the cup, laughing so hard he could barely stand. Yu Xiu swiftly approached and discovered her cup filled with yellow liquid, emanating a repugnant stench. Li Peng, yes, it's my pee, and there's nothing you can do about it. Li Peng boasted, confident that this woman would not dare retaliate, thinking that his father would punish her. Yu Xiu could no longer tolerate the situation. Originally, she had intended to deal with this little rascal gradually, but now she had no time for such patience. She would make him understand why the flowers were so red. Striding purposefully towards the window, she retrieved the duster hanging there and locked the door behind her. Chapter 48. A thrilling experience upon witnessing Yu Xiu seize the chicken feather duster. Li Peng felt a surge of panic, retreating in fear while stammering threats. Why you? Don't come any closer. I will tell my grandmother. The air was filled with the sound of swishing as the duster struck Li Peng with force. Yu Xiu, irritated by his clothing, stripped him of his coat and trousers, leaving him clad in only a thin shirt, ensuring her strikes were more effective. His screams echoed through the corridors. Help! Help! Grandmother, I want my grandmother. Li Peng wailed like a banshee, flailing about as Yu Xiu's rage intensified. This child had often reported her for unfounded grievances, leading her to endure many beatings. The loss of her own child had also been partly attributed to this little demon's mischief. As a stepmother, she deemed it her duty to assert her maternal rights. After several minutes of punishment, Li Peng bore numerous welts across his body. The sound of his cries was, to Yu Xiu, quite melodious. She reveled in the sensation, her every cell invigorated by the experience. While the neighbors remained indifferent to the commotion. After all, the Li family was notorious for their domestic dramas. Today's outcry was particularly unusual. Exhausted from her exertions, Yu Xiu settled onto the sofa, while Li Peng continued to writhe and howl on the floor like a fish out of water. Woo-woo. My grandmother and father will not let you get away with this. He lamented, feeling utterly pitiful for being mercilessly beaten by this wretched woman, unable to defend himself. Yu Xiu smiled broadly. Your grandmother is out watching a chess game, and for this entire afternoon, it is just you and me spending quality time together. A shiver ran down Li Peng's spine as he scampered back to his room, urine running down his legs. By evening, as the sky turned a fiery orange, Zhiqing returned with 2 men and a woman. Before even entering the house, her self-aggrandizing voice rang out. Of course, you must enjoy a lavish meal at my home. It was Zhiqing's weekly custom to invite her chess friends for dinner, and she had set the expectation for Yu Xiu to prepare an elaborate feast of 3 dishes and a soup. all visually appealing and flavorful, to maintain her pride. Upon entering, Zhiqing glanced at the dining table and confirmed that there were indeed 4 dishes. However, upon closer inspection, her expression soured. What is this? Wild vegetable soup, wild vegetable mush, wild vegetable dumplings, and a plate of something unrecognizable? There is not a whiff of fragrance, only an air of poverty. Yuxiao, what on earth have you cooked? Yuxiao, having just finished 2 steamed buns in her room, emerged with a mouthful, swaggering confidently. What's wrong, mother-in-law? Isn't this what you instructed me to prepare? I was only going to make the wild vegetable soup, but since you said we had guests, I made extra dumplings and mush, such a large pot. I was determined to ensure your friends left satisfied. Zhiqing's friends exchanged awkward glances. This was hardly an acceptable meal for guests. Zhiqing, we suddenly remembered we have things to do at home. Let us gather another day. Yes, I must return to care for my grandchildren. I think my laundry is still undone. I should get back. One by one, Zhiqing's friends hastily made their exit. Yuxiao, you shameless woman. You've grown bold after a few days back at your parents' home, daring to play tricks on me. Just wait until Li Monsong returns. I will see to it that you are punished. In her room, Li Peng, hearing Zhiqing's voice, rushed out. Tears streaming down his face as he cried, Grandmother, Grandmother, please come back. I am going to be beaten to death by this woman. Oh dear, my precious grandson, what has happened? Zhiqing exclaimed, her heart aching as she stroked him, eliciting cries of pain from Li Peng. Upon noticing the multitude of bruises covering his body, she realized something was terribly amiss. Yuxiao, you heartless wretch, how dare you inflict such harm on my grandson? I will make you pay. In a fit of rage, Zhiqing dashed to the window, grabbing a clothes hanger, intent on confronting Yuxiao. Yuxiao scoffed, old hag, just the opportunity one need to practice my skills. Fueled by anger, Zhiqing charged forward like a warrior, wielding the hanger as if it were a sword. However, her cumbersome frame limited her agility, making her appear as a slow-motion clown to Yuxiao. As Zhiqing approached within half a meter, Yuxiao swiftly pivoted, extending her leg to trip her. Zhiqing stumbled forward, crashing into the corner of the dining table, striking her nose against its edge. As she raised her head, warmth trickled from her nostrils. Ah, Yuxiao, you will pay for this. Zhiqing seethed, her vision clouded by fury as she resolved to avenge her son and subdue this insolent woman. With venomous intent, Zhiqing focused her gaze on Yuxiao, intending to seize her hair and slam her head against the wall, a tactic she had often employed in her youth. Yuxiao, however, discerned Zhiqing's intent. Damn it, I forgot about that. I need to keep my hair short to avoid this. Determined to take the initiative, Yuxiao struck first, delivering a slap that sent Zhiqing spinning. Caught off guard, she stood frozen, unable to comprehend that the once malleable daughter-in-law could retaliate. The tides had indeed turned. Had Yuxiao consumed some audacious courage? As Zhiqing's blood splattered onto the floor, Yuxiao recalled the day she had suffered a miscarriage due to Zhiqing's push. With the opportunity to strike, Yuxiao resolved to seize it, knowing that once Li Monsong returned, the chance would be lost. With determination, she approached and boldly sat atop Zhiqing. Chapter 49. Haircut. Yuxiao revealed a charmingly wicked smile as she grasped Zhiqing's collar, unleashing a flurry of slaps upon her. The sound of the impacts echoed sharply, and with each strike, Zhiqing's face visibly swelled. This series of actions from Yuxiao was akin to dousing Zhiqing with a bucket of ice-cold water. Doubt crept into Zhiqing's mind. Could she truly contend with this lunatic? Whimpering as she shielded her face, she implored the stunned Li Peng beside her. Peng, hurry outside and call for help. Li Peng, being of diminutive stature, was utterly unable to reach the door latch, which Zhiqing had secured after her chess companions had departed, intending to teach Yuxiao a lesson. Yuxiao sneered. Go on, take a look outside and see who will come to your aid. She was all too aware of her neighbor's reluctance to intervene. Zhiqing, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, hastily covered her face and rushed to open the door, desperate to seek assistance. Meanwhile, the instigator, Yuxiao, yawned and retreated to her own room, locking the door behind her to rest. A good night's sleep was essential for her to muster the energy for work at the textile factory the following day. Yuxiao felt an invisible weight that had long burdened her heart lift partially. It turned out that this elder was not as formidable as she had presumed. Why had she been so submissive in the past? She had yet to unleash any of the techniques her brother had taught her, and already, her mother-in-law was faltering. How amusing. As Shi Xiangmei stepped outside, a gust of cold night air hit her flushed face, bringing her back to her senses. She could tell without a mirror that her appearance resembled that of a pig's head. She had always prided herself on managing her daughter-in-law with utmost authority. Now, seeking help at the door felt like a slap to her own face. Her son, Li Monsong, would not return for another 2 days, and she felt a lump in her throat that desperately needed release. Thus, she began to wail at her doorstep. "Oh, my wretched daughter-in-law! How cruelly I suffer! Being beaten by her! Who will stand up for me?" Her lamentations soon attracted the attention of half the building's residents, yet not a single door opened to offer her solace. The neighbor from next door, he, remarked to her mother, "Mother, the Li household is causing a ruckus again. Just ignore them. They always stir up trouble." They had all heard Shi Xiangmei's cries about her wretched daughter-in-law countless times before. Each time she was bullied by the rural girl, she would emerge to wail, seeking sympathy. It was truly unprecedented to witness someone so adept at theatrics. Shi Xiangmei continued her lament for what felt like an eternity, but the biting cold wind filled her with despair, and not a single neighbor opened their door. Meanwhile, her grandson Li Peng incessantly complained of hunger. With no other choice, she reluctantly took him home to prepare a meal and tend to her wounds. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, wanting to settle the score with Yu Xiu, yet the memory of Yu Xiu's fearsome demeanor extinguished her fury. Shi Xiangmei tossed and turned, consumed by her thoughts, and by morning, she had developed a low fever, oblivious to Yu Xiu's departure. Yu Xiu, armed with the identification provided by Li Monsong, rode his bicycle to the textile factory. The female worker who had facilitated Li Monsong's employment guided her to the workshop, where a figure resembling a supervisor nodded approvingly after a brief assessment. "You can start working tomorrow. Our factory operates in 3 shifts. The day shift runs from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., the evening shift from 4 p.m. to midnight, and the night shift from midnight to 8 a.m. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, esteemed supervisor," Yu Xiu replied, feeling quite satisfied with the hours. "May I request accommodation? Isn't your home in the town? If you choose to stay, there will be a small deduction from your monthly wages." The deduction was minimal, and Yu Xiu readily agreed. With accommodation, she could secure a small locked box for her valuables, ensuring their safety compared to leaving them at the Li residence. Previously, she had deposited the cash her brother had given her in the bank. Additionally, she would have a place to sleep, avoiding sharing a room with Li Monsong. Yu Xiu had conspired with Yu Zhe on a plan. By the end of the year, she would ensure that the Li family would be pleading for her to divorce them. Not merely a simple divorce, but one that would strip them of their pride. Having secured employment, Yu Xiu proceeded to a local barber shop named Qingnian Li Fadien. Unlike state-run establishments, this shop was less crowded. Yet, during a past visit, she had observed the barber's amiable demeanor, in stark contrast to the haughty stylists at the state-run salon. "Comrade, what kind of hairstyle would you like?" "I would like to have my hair cut shorter. There are various short styles, ear length, layered, and even curls. Do you have a specific style in mind?" The barber spoke with a warm smile, embodying youthful exuberance. Gazing at her waist-length braid in the mirror, Yu Xiu felt a pang of reluctance, but ultimately replied, "I want something that cannot be tied up." The young barber chuckled lightly. "Comrade, only a boy's buzz cut would completely prevent tying up. Then give me a buzz cut." Yu Xiu was determined to leave no weaknesses for Li Monsong to exploit. "A buzz cut may not suit you. You have a delicate appearance. How about I give you a short haircut instead? You can check if it works for you, all right?" "Go ahead and cut," Yu Xiu replied, her expression akin to that of one resigned to their fate. The barber, Wang Ji, could not help but smile at her spirit. Half an hour later, as her long black hair fell to the floor, Yu Xiu's new hairstyle was unveiled. She gazed into the mirror. The front was cut above her ears, adorned with a few casual bangs. This length accentuated her facial contours, rendering her appearance more capable and assertive, devoid of the softness and approachability that her long braid had conveyed. Tilting her head, she admired the lovely layers at the back, which were neither blunt nor uniform, but beautifully graduated from top to bottom, creating a harmonious silhouette. "What is this hairstyle called?" "I absolutely love it." Although it did not reach the level of a buzz cut, attempting to seize her hair for an attack presented significantly more difficulty than if she had long braids. Wang Ji held a hairdryer in hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as he stated, "This style is nameless. I designed it freely based on your facial features." "Indeed, master, you are truly talented," Yu Xiu replied. After paying, she departed from the barber shop. By the time Yu Xiu returned home, it was already noon. After Yu Xiu left in the morning, the ailing Shi Xiangmei had still managed to rise, for her eldest grandson was clamoring for braised pig trotter. Having been bullied the previous day and now famished, Shi Xiangmei wasted no time in purchasing several pig trotters, which she began to stew at 10 in the morning. By the time Yu Xiu arrived home, the delightful aroma permeated the entire house. In the room, Shi Xiangmei and Li Peng were fast asleep. Yu Xiu lifted the pot lid and inserted a chopstick into the pig trotter. It appeared tender and soft, ready to be savored. Yu Xiu carried the entire clay pot, along with the pot of rice, into her room. Locking the door, she unveiled the lid to reveal the stewed pig trotters, glistening with a rich, appetizing hue. Merely gazing at them made Yu Xiu feel ravenous. She picked up a piece of the succulent meat, dripping with sauce, and combined it with rice before savoring it. It was tender and smooth, rich yet not greasy. Indeed, the fruits of another's labor were simply delectable. Chapter 50 Internal Digestion 3 pig trotter dishes and 2 bowls of rice were consumed entirely by Yu Xiuquan. Overindulged, she felt drowsy and pulled the curtains shut before wrapping herself in the quilt and drifting off to sleep. Just as she surrendered to slumber, Shi Xiangmei and her eldest grandson, Li Peng, awakened. "Grandma, I'm hungry," Li Peng mumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Just wait a moment, Peng Peng. The pig trotters should be ready. Grandma will serve them for you." However, a minute later, Shi Xiangmei stared in disbelief at the empty kitchen. Not a single pig trotter remained. The entire clay pot had vanished. The front door was still tightly locked, with the only difference being Yu Xiu's room, which was now shut. "This little wretch must have sneaked away with the pig trotters I prepared." Enraged, Shi Xiangmei began pounding on Yu Xiu's door, the sound echoing loudly. Yu Xiu, in a haze, heard the commotion and stuffed 2 pieces of red tissue into her ears, determined to continue her slumber. "Yu Xiu, open the door," Shi Xiangmei shouted. "You have the audacity to steal, yet you cannot muster the courage to open the door." The door rattled fiercely, shaking dust from the walls, yet no response came from within. Left with no options, Shi Xiangmei realized she couldn't destroy the door. After all, it belonged to her family. "Just you wait. I will call Li Monsong to teach you a lesson. You insolent little harlot." Unable to contain her anger, she dragged her grandson and stormed off to find Li Monsong at his workplace, the lumber mill. "Madam Shi, we do have a landline, but we do not have the number for your son Li Monsong's business trip location. Perhaps you should wait a bit longer. He will return tomorrow." "What? I have to endure another day?" As a woman in her 50s, she was being bullied by her daughter-in-law, yet she was expected to swallow her pride? "Oh dear, if Monsong does not return soon, I will be trampled upon by that little wretch." Curious colleagues at the lumber mill overheard the commotion and inquired, "What is the matter, madam? What has happened with your daughter-in-law?" Shi Xiangmei grasped the hand of one of Li Monsong's colleagues, finally finding a sympathetic ear, and began to vent her frustrations towards Yu Xiu. Li Monsong's colleagues were bewildered. Was this truly the same person they knew? The gentle Yu Xiu they had encountered bore no resemblance to the woman Shi Xiangmei described. "Madam, this must be a misunderstanding," one colleague ventured. "It is no misunderstanding. It is the truth." After a night of rest, Shi Xiangmei's face bore no trace of swelling, and thus her words lacked conviction. Desperate, she felt her lips nearly blistering from the frustration. Why did no one believe her? Meanwhile, Yu Xiu took a leisurely afternoon nap, tossing the clay pot into the sink before packing a couple of garments and relocating to the textile mill dormitory. She had no desire to engage in a staring contest with Shi Xiangmei. The thought alone made her itch for confrontation. Thus, Yu Xiu enjoyed the most tranquil and pleasant 2 days of life she had ever experienced in town. During work hours, she fulfilled her tasks diligently, and after work, she need not worry whether her cooking would please Li Monsong's family. 2 days later, Li Monsong returned from his business trip. As soon as he entered the house, Shi Xiangmei clung to him, weeping uncontrollably, reminiscent of the time his father had passed away. "Mother, you claim that Xiu Xiu has harmed you and Peng Peng? That seems implausible." Li Monsong could hardly believe that his gentle and delicate wife Yu Xiu would ever resort to violence against his mother and child. "Oh, I will show you the marks on Peng Peng's body. They have persisted for days." Indeed, upon inspection, Li Monsong noticed faint red marks on his son's body, indicative of a severe blow. Both Li Peng and Shi Xiangmei were sobbing, struggling to catch their breath. "Daddy, you must punish that wicked woman. It seems I have been remiss in disciplining Yu Xiu. She has truly overstepped her bounds." Just then, the door swung open, revealing Yu Xiu, her expression as if she had stumbled upon a shocking revelation. "Oh, I seem to have arrived at an opportune time." Li Montsong hastily pried his weeping mother away, angrily admonishing, "Yu Xiao, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing at all," Yu Xiao replied, feeling regret that the earlier scene had not been witnessed by the gossipy neighbors in the building. It was then that Li Montsong noticed Yu Xiao's hair had been cut short, no longer reflecting the image of a devoted wife. Furrowing his brow, he demanded, "Explain why you would strike Peng Peng? Son, why do you even bother asking? Just punish her. This woman is incorrigible. Mother, please hold your temper. I want to hear her side of the story. Regardless of what Yu Xiao says today, she is destined to face my wrath." Yu Xiao gazed at the three furious faces before her, finding the situation increasingly amusing. Nonchalantly, she remarked, "Li Peng urinated in my cup. I must discipline him. If I do not, he might grow up to take revenge on his classmates in society, becoming a societal scourge." Li Montsong paused, finding a semblance of logic in her reasoning. However, Li Peng was his son, and it was not Yu Xiao's place to discipline him. Shi Xiangmei, filled with indignation, interjected, "How dare you? Peng Peng is just a child. What harm is there in a little urine? People even seek out children's urine to boil eggs for nourishment. You should be grateful. Indeed, Yu Xiao, as a stepmother, you must be more magnanimous. My mother says you should cook proper meals. Yet you only prepared a few wild vegetables to appease her? You neither honor your elders nor care for the young. What is wrong with you? Ha, your mother did not give me any money for groceries. How could I possibly buy anything?" Li Montsong frowned. "Did I not give your brother money? Did he not share any with you?" Shi Xiangmei, hands on her hips, spat. "I suspect you are hoarding money for yourself or sending it back to your family." Yu Xiao remained unbothered. "If you are so impoverished, why did you marry a wife?" "I have an idea," Yu Xiao continued. "Li Montsong, you should simply sleep with your mother. That way, she won't feel lonely and seek out an old man. You can keep it all in-house without spending a dime." Li Montsong was left utterly stunned, his face turning pale as he rolled up his sleeves, realizing that Yu Xiao had truly gone too far. Shi Xiangmei thrust a stick into Li Montsong's hands, swiftly closing the door to prevent Yu Xiao from escaping. "Son, punish her. Make her pay." Li Montsong refrained from using a stick. He relished the sensation of striking with his palm. Today, he was determined to draw blood from Yu Xiao's mouth, to silence her reckless chatter. With his hand raised, he advanced towards Yu Xiao with the imposing demeanor of a king of hell. Yu Xiao, her gaze resolute and her calf muscles taut, swiftly calculated the distance. As Li Montsong approached, she suddenly raised her knee and delivered a powerful kick, striking precisely at his groin. Chapter 51. Reporting to the authorities, Yu Xiao's foot struck like a cannonball, producing a dull thud that caused Li Montsong's eyes to widen in shock, nearly bursting from their sockets. "Ah!" Li Montsong contorted his face in agony, clutching his groin, his limbs curling as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Observing Li Montsong rolling on the floor in torment, Yu Xiao trembled with excitement. Shi Xiangmei rushed to her son's side, her voice filled with anguish. "Montsong, Montsong, you vile woman, what have you done to him?" The more frantic Shi Xiangmei became, the more delighted Yu Xiao felt. In the past, when Li Montsong had beaten her to the point of being unable to stand, Shi Xiangmei had only ridiculed her, claiming she was merely pretending to be weak. Now, who was truly incapable of enduring pain? "Li Montsong, stop fainting. Get up, you're a grown man. Can't you recover from a mere kick?" "Yu Xiao." Li Montsong's features contorted in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, his tall frame towering over Yu Xiao. He lunged forward, attempting to grasp her arm. However, Yu Xiao, swift as an eel, slipped beneath his outstretched arm and seized his own, dislocating it with a sharp crack. The excruciating pain drove Li Montsong to his knees, and Yu Xiao took the opportunity to deliver a kick to his back, sending his face crashing into the ground. "Is this such a big deal?" Crying out like a child, Shi Xiangmei waved her arms frantically, screaming, "Murder! Yu Xiao has committed murder." Li Peng, terrified, had already hidden beneath the table. Yu Xiao nimbly positioned herself in front of Shi Xiangmei, blocking her path. "My dear mother-in-law, where do you think you're going?" 2 hours later, with his arm bound like a zongzi, Li Montsong returned home, accompanied by 2 police officers, a street office worker, and a women's director. Shi Xiangmei pointed at Yu Xiao, who was lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, her voice hoarse. "Officer, it's her. Quickly arrest her and send her away for peanuts." The police officer attempted to soothe Shi Xiangmei. "Calm down, madam. Let us gather the facts first." Shi Xiangmei, tear-streaked and disheveled. Cried out, "What more is there to understand? She hit me and my grandson the day before yesterday, and now she has broken my son's hand. She's a harbinger of doom. Arrest her and throw her in jail. No, take her to the shooting range immediately." The police officer, with a serious demeanor, addressed Yu Xiao, "Comrade Yu, regardless of the issues at hand, resorting to violence is unacceptable. This constitutes intentional bodily harm." Yu Xiao uncrossed her legs and stood, her tone softening. "Officer, how can you say this? I am but a frail woman. How could I be violent? Moreover, it was Li Montsong who struck first. I merely acted in self-defense. If he accidentally fell and broke his arm, can that be blamed on me? After all, who doesn't have their share of domestic squabbles? He is just a big man being overly dramatic, wasting your time." Yu Xiao adeptly employed her brother Yuze's teachings. He had told her that domestic violence within marriage was not a crime. It was simply a family dispute. Shi Xiangmei shouted, "What do you mean he fell? That little wretch broke my son's hand." Her incessant derogatory remarks caused the police officers to frown in disapproval. They collectively thought, the one calling the police is terribly ill-mannered, while the daughter-in-law who struck is surprisingly polite. Unbeknownst to Shi Xiangmei, her frantic outbursts had already left the police with a negative impression of her. The Women's South director and the street office worker stood beside Yu Xiao, initiating their mediation. Yu Xiao feigned compliance, listening attentively, occasionally murmuring affirmations. Half an hour later, she noted that their mediation process mirrored exactly what her brother Yuze had described. They inquired about the incident, criticized her, then chastised Li Montsong and Shi Xiangmei, concluding with a lengthy lecture. Shi Xiangmei, unable to tolerate the cordiality towards Yu Xiao, berated her with the most venomous words she could conjure. Yu Xiao lowered her head, pretending to wipe away non-existent tears, and meekly said, "Mother-in-law, I understand you care for your son, but he is already married. If you truly cannot let go, perhaps you should find someone else. I and Montsong would not oppose." Shi Xiangmei. The police officers appeared to have uncovered a monumental secret, their expressions shifting dramatically. The Women's South director and street officials began to sympathize with Yu Xiao, exclaiming, "No wonder." Shi Xiangmei and Li Montsong, bewildered by their companion's sudden change of heart, prepared to leave, utterly confused. Li Montsong blocked their exit, exclaiming, "Wait, officer, my hand is in this condition, and you still want to arrest Yu Xiao? Comrade Li, this is indeed a family dispute, and you also resorted to violence, which constitutes mutual assault. As your wife mentioned, you must learn to coexist peacefully." The Women's director chimed in, "Yes, as the saying goes, couples may quarrel but should reconcile. You should both be willing to concede." Shi Xiangmei was beside herself, unable to accept this outcome. How could one be assaulted yet receive such a trivial resolution? What kind of life is this? I refuse to have such a daughter-in-law. The Women's director maintained her composure. Then, "Mrs. Shi, what do you propose? Have her promise never to strike us again." Shi Xiangmei thought long and hard, finally articulating such a demand. She considered suggesting divorce, but Yu Xiao had been married into the family at great expense. Divorcing her son would be a tremendous loss. Little did Shi Xiangmei know, 2 months later, both she and Li Montsong would deeply regret not demanding a divorce that very day. "Comrade Yu, will you guarantee that you will not resort to violence in the future?" Yu Xiao replied earnestly, "Yes, I promise not to resort to violence." She assured them that she would refrain from violence today, but that promise might not hold for tomorrow. She wondered if Li Montsong's injury was serious. If not, she would need to exert herself even more. Yu Xiao's ultimate goal was to subdue Li Montsong to the point where he would kneel and plead for a divorce. Divorce has become a formidable challenge, requiring an array of documents such as union certifications, street office attestations, community committee approvals, and village endorsements, presenting a labyrinth of obstacles. Her intent is to render the Li family's existence unbearable, a means to achieve her goal. Having already endured sufficient violence and lost a child, she is prepared to risk her life to confront the Li family. After receiving verbal assurances from Yu Xiao, the police, the Women's director, and the street office personnel departed. Once they left, Yu Xiao's demeanor shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing her expression, Li Montsong felt a pang of discomfort. Her ruthlessness was striking. Shi Xiangmei perceived Yu Xiao as possessed, displaying contrasting personas in public and private. The police's indifferent handling of the situation raises concerns about her future with her son and grandson. They trivialize the matter, questioning the need for police involvement, asserting that they must continue living as a family. With that, Yu Xiao announced her departure for work, requesting her mother-in-law to keep an eye on Li Man Song's hands. Having vented her frustrations, unscathed and in high spirits, Yu Xiao returned to the textile factory, utilizing the factory's landline to call Huaihua village. The village only had one landline in the village chief's office, where her brother Yu Zhe could receive her call. Chapter 52. Recognition from the commune. Brother, it's Yu Xiao. How did you answer the phone so quickly? Yu Xiao held a red microphone in her hands, her face radiating joy. Well, I just happened to be with the village chief. What is going on? It's quite a coincidence. Today, the village chief Hong Xuejuan called Yu Zhe to come over and receive commendation from the Xingfu commune. Just as they were about to set off, Yu Xiao's call came in. Brother, let me tell you, you're amazing. I followed your advice, and all those officials have softened their attitudes. Hearing his sister's success brought genuine happiness to Yu Zhe. Of course, I would never let you down. Just take good care of yourself and handle their demeanor well. I'll be waiting for your good news. All right, brother. Phone bills are expensive. It's almost 2 minutes. I won't keep you any longer. Beep, beep, beep. Yu Xiao hung up quickly, leaving Yu Zhe with no chance to share his good news. That girl. Come on, village chief. I'll take you on my bicycle. The village chief hesitated but finally agreed. Just ride slowly. Last time, I almost got sick from the bumps. Yu Zhe helped the village chief onto the bicycle, heading towards the Xingfu commune. The Xingfu commune is an organization above their Xinfeng brigade. To elaborate, the commune typically comprises several brigades, each corresponding to one or more villages. Their Huaihua village belongs to the Xinfeng brigade, which in turn is part of the Xingfu commune. Village chief, what kind of reward do you think I will receive? I'm not sure. What reward do you want? Yu Zhe was reluctant to be the one to seek accolades. I'll accept whatever the commune offers. I wouldn't dare to make demands. Really? That is not like you at all. Hong Xuejuan mused that in the past, Yu Zhe would have immediately asked for a year's worth of work points as a reward. Yu Zhe smiled and changed the subject. However, I wouldn't dare to ask the commune. But you, village chief, have watched me grow up, so I feel bolder asking you. You're just waiting for me to say that. Rest assured, I will definitely reward you. What do you want? Might like to obtain a hunting license or a gun permit. Currently, the regulations on gun ownership aren't too strict, but they will become more stringent in a few years. Having a permit would allow him to carry a firearm openly, whether for hunting or cultivating fruit trees, which is far more interesting than mere farming. Moreover, he wanted to find a way to relieve his wife, Yun Yao, from the drudgery of subsistence farming. Working is not Yun Yao's forte. Yu Zhe believed her medical skills far surpassed those of the barefoot doctors in Huaihua village. She just lacked an opportunity. You're still thinking about hunting? Aren't your fruit trees doing quite well? You've just made a contribution. Why pursue such a precarious endeavor? As the village chief, Hong Xuejuan had no objections to having more hunters in the village. His concern was for accidents like those that befell Yu Pengchuan. Hong Xuejuan preferred stability. Although there were plenty of game in the back mountains, the militia helped villagers hunt each year, which was generally sufficient. Village chief, I've taken down the spies. I'll be even more careful with the game. Humans can be far more terrifying than animals. This statement struck a chord with the village chief. He pondered that Yu Zhe was indeed both brave and astute. He had previously misjudged him. The hunting license isn't difficult to obtain. Next time our brigade organizes a hunt, as long as you perform well, it will be yours. That sounds great. I'll be looking forward to it. Upon arriving at the commune, Yu Zhe first listened to the village chief and the commune secretary chat for quite a while. The secretary cheerfully clapped Hong Xuejuan on the shoulder and said, "Old Hong, your village has gained quite a reputation this time. Besides the personal reward for Yu Zhe, there's also one for the brigade. If all goes well, your brigade will likely be recognized as an advanced brigade this year." Hong Xuejuan's face beamed with joy. I'll take your words as a good omen. The secretary turned his attention to Yu Zhe. I see great potential in you. Have you ever considered joining the army? Our commune can provide you with a letter of recommendation. Yu Zhe replied, Secretary, I'll pass on joining the army. I was just lucky this time. Once in the military, I wouldn't measure up. Besides, I just got married, and my wife is pregnant. I'm waiting for her to give birth. Yu Zhe's only desire in life was to enjoy a simple domestic life with his wife and children. If he joined the army, he would miss seeing his adorable children. The secretary looked surprised. You're going to be a dad? That is wonderful. Yu Zhe's name had often come up in complaints from Hong Lao, and now he was settled down and mature. Here. The secretary opened a cabinet and took out a package. This is your reward from above. Yu Zhe opened it to find a certificate 50 yuan, a stack of food coupons, and an industrial voucher for a radio. Aside from the certificate and industrial voucher, the rest were not particularly valuable, even less than what Yu Zhe had confiscated from the head of the spies. However, the certificate would look quite nice displayed at home. In these times, who wouldn't regard such an honor with respect? The secretary remarked, "There are 2 certificates, one for your village and one for you personally." Hong Xuejuan laughed heartily. "Ah, that's great. I'll frame it when I get home." Then, the village chief inquired about the whereabouts of Yu Zhe's father-in-law, expressing concern that if he remained missing, both his wife and mother-in-law would be frantic. Upon mentioning this matter, the secretary's expression grew serious. Chapter 53. Teaching. The secretary spoke solemnly, stating that this matter was a confidential directive from above. However, he assured that the 2 individuals would undoubtedly receive protection. Hong Xuejuan was well acquainted with the residents of the cattle shed in Huaihua village, knowing their names and circumstances, which naturally led him to question, "That person surnamed Shun is single, but what about the one named Yun? His wife is still in the cattle shed, isn't she?" The secretary replied that there were instructions to look after Yun Zhuran's wife in the future. Finally, the secretary gave Hong Xuejuan a knowing glance. Hong Xuejuan understood that Yun Zhuran's wife was likely to be rehabilitated eventually, which explained the directive for care. The village chief then inquired whether comrade Tang Yuehua still resided in the cattle shed. "Yes, for the time being. After Yun Zhuran completes the tasks assigned by above, he may return in a year, and we can reassess their living arrangements then." Hong Xuejuan gulped. "He will come back? Aren't we afraid of spies returning?" The secretary lowered his voice. "The organization intends for there to be this possibility. If any spies do appear again, Comrade Yun Zhuran can collaborate with the organization to counter them." Hong Xuejuan grasped that the organization intended for Comrade Yun and his associates to act as bait. However, it was presumed that the spies would be deterred from returning, as the militia in Huaihua village had significantly increased in strength. The secretary sighed, stating that Tang Yuehua and Yun Zhuran would no longer be subjected to the oversight and education of the Revolutionary Committee. Nevertheless, their rehabilitation would still require patience. The current circumstances did not allow for immediate vindication. "I have an idea," Yu Zhe interjected at an opportune moment. The secretary responded with interest. "Oh, what do you propose?" "Next month marks Children's Day, and I have been contemplating establishing a school in our village. Yun Zhuran's wife should be an intellectual, and I believe she would be well suited for the role of a teacher." This notion had just occurred to Yu Zhe. The village children had to traverse several hours of mountainous terrain to attend elementary school. He was willing to fund the construction of the school, and the village chief would certainly assist with the logistics. The expenditures would only involve desks, chairs, blackboards, books, chalk, and stationery. The secretary's eyes lit up. "How did you know?" "Yun Zhuran's wife is indeed an intellectual. She was previously a professor at a university in the capital. To have a university professor teach at your village elementary school. Old Hong, you have truly struck gold." Hong Xuejuan hesitated. "While this idea is commendable, Yu Zhe, you have yet to warm up that 50 yuan before wanting to allocate it for the village children. How will you sustain yourselves afterward?" The village chief reassured, "You need not worry. Our work points suffice for our sustenance. Establishing this school will provide a place for my future children to learn as well." "Haha, you young lad, planning for a school even before your child is born. Even after they arrive, they will need to wait 5 to 6 years before attending elementary school. Unlike the town, Huaihua village lacked nursery schools for children aged 3 to 6. Once children could walk, they were often left to roam freely until they were 5 or 6, and those with ambitions would trek several hours to attend the commune's elementary school. In families with financial constraints, children were often expected to contribute labor early on. The village chief, Hong Xuejuan, remarked, "Then I shall consult Tang Yuehua regarding her thoughts on teaching. That too counts as work points, and she can continue to farm during busy seasons." He mused that she would likely agree, as her husband was being reinstated by higher authorities, and she could teach instead of laboring in the fields. If this endeavor succeeded, it would greatly benefit the village, akin to winning accolades for the collective. There were indeed many children in the village, all of whom Hong Xuejuan had watched grow. Some were so small that they barely reached the height of being plants, yet were already tasked with caring for younger siblings. Others, at just 4 or 5 years old, prepared meals for the family. Each year, a few children tragically drowned while playing by the river due to their parents' preoccupation with farming. Had there been a nearby school for enlightenment, these children would have not only had a place to go, but would also have brighter futures. "Very well, I understand. Yuzhe, I will return and consult the accountant to calculate the location and expenses for establishing a school. This is indeed a significant matter. He already had a location in mind, recognizing the establishment of a school as a vital initiative for the villagers. Labor, adobe, and timber could be provided voluntarily by the villagers, which would not incur costs. He would meticulously calculate the necessary expenditures and, as the village chief, he too had to contribute financially. It would not be right to expect Yuzhe to bear the entire burden. As Yuzhe accompanied the village chief back home, it was midday, and the warm sunlight bathed the surroundings. The village buzzed with activity, with some delivering meals and others returning to eat. After his sister left, the household was managed by their father, Yu Pengchuan, who leaned on a cane while preparing lunch, as everyone returned home for the midday meal. Yuzhe stayed in the yard, tinkering to create a photo frame. With a piece of glass and a few wooden planks to be cut and nailed, the frame would soon be complete. After finishing work, Yun Yao remained by Yuzhe's side, watching him craft with admiration. Ace. How do you know how to do everything? It's amazing. Yuzhe smiled subtly, feeling as if Yun Yao's praise was akin to complimenting a child, as this task was rather simple. Once I finish, I have good news to share with you. Lu Sume passed by, scoffing. Is making a photo frame such a remarkable feat? It looks nice but serves no real purpose, especially without any photographs. Why emulate the urbanites? Yuzhe suddenly pinched his nose, distaste evident on his face. Where is this sourness coming from, my wife? It surpasses the pickled vegetables my grandmother has fermented for 3 years. Yun Yao burst into laughter, fully understanding the jest. Lu Sume retorted, who says a frame must hold a photograph? I have certificates. Yuzhe retrieved a certificate from the room and framed it in front of the entire family. Lu Sume's eyes widened, scrutinizing the certificate as if attempting to bore a hole through the paper with her gaze. She felt a pang of envy, thinking that if this certificate were displayed in her son's home, it would surely attract suitors from far and wide. Is this the certificate you received for capturing spies? Just one certificate, nothing else? Whether there is more is none of your concern. Lu Sume choked on her words, feeling that Yuzhe's sharp tongue could easily ensnare him. Being a stepmother was indeed challenging. Her biological son, Chao Xiaoping, would never dare speak to her in such a manner. After lunch, Yuzhe pulled Yun Yao into the room, recounting the day's events regarding the award and the situations of Yun Zhuoran and Tang Yuehua. Dear wife, initially, I intended to wait until our child is born before constructing a house and dividing our family. However, your parents' organization has been released from the oversight of the Revolutionary Committee, which signifies that they no longer need to reside in the cattle shed. The conditions in that shed are deplorable. During winter, the grass hut is prone to collapse under the weight of a few snowfalls. Hence, I propose that we commence building our house before this winter. We could also erect a modest dwelling adjacent to ours for your parents, presenting it to the outside world as a temporary arrangement, which the village chief would surely approve. Upon hearing that her parents might soon be vindicated, Yun Yao's hands trembled, and as she absorbed the entirety of the news, her heart raced with excitement, nearly leaping from her chest. She covered her face, tears of joy streaming down as she struggled to contain her emotions. Azay, this is truly wonderful news. I am overjoyed. At long last, her parents would see the light of day after enduring such hardship. Yet, with the prospect of building a house and establishing a school, I pondered whether our finances would suffice. Do not worry about the money, my dear, we will have enough. There is ample time to build the house in a few months, Yuzhe reassured her. He had over 1,000 yuan acquired from the spies, and with the additional earnings from selling game, alongside the funds collected from Lu Su Mei and Li Mansong, there was a little over 2,000 yuan in total. He estimated that the cost for the school would not exceed 200 yuan. The village chief would likely approach our mother soon to discuss the matter of teaching. During this period, Tang Yuehua's health has improved significantly under Yun Yao's care, and with Yuzhe and the others providing ample nourishment. Her complexion has returned to its former vitality. Nevertheless, to avoid burdening her daughter, every morning she applies a specially concocted herbal powder to disguise her skin tone, crafting an appearance reminiscent of the malnutrition she once faced. Yun Yao's skin is remarkably delicate, and after her mother's disguise, the disparity in their complexions became evident, causing their once similar features to be overlooked. My mother will surely be delighted, for she has a passion for teaching and nurturing others. As for my father, I wonder how he fares over there now. Chapter 54. The grass fears pain. Yuzhe pondered. I believe there is someone who might possess some information. Yun Yao raised her gaze. Who? The elder Shun, who was mistakenly apprehended along with my father by the agents that day, has already been returned to the cattle shed. Elder Shun. I am familiar with him. My mother mentioned that he is a retired senior officer from the military district, a pitiable soul. He has a grandson serving in the army who sneaks away to visit him whenever he has a holiday. When my parents first arrived at the cattle shed, it was this elder who shared some food with them, making their struggle a bit more bearable. Yuze reflected, indeed, this elder Shun is quite a significant figure, albeit temporarily swimming in shallow waters. In the future, we shall send him additional provisions to look after one another. We shall surely await the dawn. Cultivating a good rapport with the elder will open more avenues once justice is restored. My dear, the authorities have also issued industrial vouchers for radios. When we have the time, let us exchange them at the department store, and then you can use it for prenatal education every day. Yun Yao chuckled. You even know about prenatal education? What is there to be unaware of? I have heard the tale of Meng Mu and her prenatal teachings. According to legend, when Meng Mu was pregnant with Meng Zi, she would not sit on an improperly arranged mat or eat meat that was not cut evenly, thus restraining herself for the sake of prenatal education. Yun Yao smirked. I have heard that tale as well. I believe that Meng Mu was merely a perfectionist. By the way, Zhe, my father-in-law mentioned that you did not complete elementary school. How do you know so much? Yuze was at a loss for how to explain his reincarnation, fearing that it might frighten the pregnant Yun Yao. He resorted to jesting. Those are mere rumors. In truth, your husband is exceptionally knowledgeable, a treasure you have stumbled upon. Yun Yao was amused. You are becoming increasingly glib. The child will be influenced by your banter. Can he hear us already? In that case, I must converse with him daily. As he spoke, Yuze gently pressed his ear against Yun Yao's abdomen. Little darling, do not bully your mother. Be good, and your father will buy a radio for you to listen to music. Yun Yao, aware that Yuze was oblivious to the fact that she was carrying twins, playfully inquired, do you prefer a boy or a girl? I like them all, Yuze replied without hesitation. What kind of answer is that? You must choose one. What a question. My child, I shall love you all equally. With a mischievous grin, Yuze enveloped Yun Yao in his arms. And who says I can only choose one? I work so hard. Why not aim for at least 3? Before heading to work, Yuze slipped into the restroom to check on his space. The dogs, badgers, and rabbits were all lively. Remarkable. They truly can be sustained. This is excellent. Henceforth, I need not worry about feeding such easily bred creatures. In the afternoon, Yun Yao, as usual, engaged in light agricultural tasks while Yuze toiled in the fields. Armed with a forked stick in one hand and a sickle in the other, he worked with the speed of a multitude while his mind was filled with popular melodies from the future. After a while, Yuze noticed something quite amusing. The educated youth cutting grass seemed to be overly cautious of soiling their clothes, crouching down and gingerly plucking at the weeds. Yuze seized the opportunity to tease one of them. Duan Yucheng, are you afraid the grass will feel pain? His remark elicited laughter from the surrounding villagers. It was not that they had a low sense of humor, but rather that Yuze's description was rather apartment. The appearance of the educated youth at work did indeed resemble that of individuals concerned about the grass's feelings. However, Yuze's words also offended several other new educated youths who were similarly meticulous, and they displayed subtle discontent towards him. Duan Yucheng stammered, attempting to retort, Yuze, I am striving for excellence. What about you? Are you proud of merely cutting grass? He then added with a derisive grin, well, without any education. I suppose you find superiority in such trivial matters. Indeed, I am proud. Labor is the noblest endeavor. What is wrong with that? You may be educated, but can your knowledge help you earn more work points? You barely manage to accumulate the minimum daily, yet you have the audacity to flaunt your education. I think you are embarrassing the intellectuals. Duan Yucheng's face flushed crimson. He dared not contradict the notion of labor being honorable. Any rebuttal would surely lead to someone confronting him with his errors. Duan Yucheng, with a stiff neck, insisted, do not underestimate me. My knowledge will soon prove useful. I hope you do not feel ashamed when you see me later. He had overheard the village chief and accountant discussing the establishment of a school. The school would certainly require teachers, and with the villagers being illiterate, it seemed only the educated youth would be suitable for the role. Yuze looked at him skeptically. He truly could not envision a scenario in which Duan Yucheng's scholarly pursuits would be of any use. Duan Yucheng puffed out his chest. Yes, me. Just wait and see. Once the school is built, I will be the teacher. No matter how skilled you are in the fields, it cannot compare to my position. And as for Yun Yao, She will come to understand that I am on an entirely different level from you. After 2 days, the village chief finally conferred with accountant Li regarding the estimated costs of building the school. He immediately sought out Yuzhe to discuss it. The construction will be done by villagers, so labor costs will be minimal, but materials will require approximately 30 yuan. We will have the village carpenter craft the desks and benches. And since it is the busy farming season, we should compensate him appropriately. We will collect fees for books from parents willing to send their children to school, so no cost will be incurred there. The total will be around 153 yuan. I can personally apply for a subsidy of a few dozen yuan from above, and I will encourage the villagers to contribute. This is a good cause, and they should be willing to contribute something. This price is truly quite reasonable, demonstrating that both the accountant and the village chief are genuinely striving to save costs. Village chief, I have already stated that I will anonymously cover this expense. Why are you still seeking contributions? Hong Xuejuan sighed. You foolish child, tall and strong, yet still naive in the ways of the world. If you silently shoulder all the expenses and they find out later, the kind-hearted villagers might think you are a benevolent soul. While those with less scrupulous thoughts might question whether you have committed some wrongdoing or if you came into a fortune to cover these costs. Trust me, I will ask everyone to contribute. If, after the contributions, it is still insufficient, then you may provide according to your means. The village chief, Jiang, is indeed seasoned and astute, as evidenced by Yu Zhe's enthusiastic thumbs up. However, he mused that such words could easily be misinterpreted as an insult. If one lacks the ability to offer genuine praise, it is better left unsaid. Yu Zhe realized that his previous thoughts had been rather simplistic. He envisioned anonymously funding the construction of a school, thereby alleviating the hardships endured by his mother-in-law and ensuring the happiness of his wife. The reward of 60 coins he received from capturing spies and handling carts remained a secret. The villagers still perceived him as nothing more than a destitute youth. In a world where no secret remains hidden, it is likely that, should the villagers discover his role in funding the school, their perceptions would shift. Village chief, you truly embody the essence of leadership. Yet, his words seemed to convey little more than empty platitudes. The village chief, brimming with enthusiasm, assured him, rest easy. I shall take charge of the school project and rally everyone to ensure its success. Yu Zhe could not help but acknowledge that Hong Xuejuan, unlike many approaching 50, displayed a vigor that surpassed that of the youth when it came to matters beneficial to the village. However, he remained uncertain about the villagers' sentiments regarding the establishment of a village school. Chapter 55. Calamity in the fields. On this particular day, the village chief summoned the villagers to the threshing ground to discuss the establishment of a school. Dear villagers, I intend to construct a primary school in our village after Children's Day next month. Our village is far too distant from the commune's primary school, and with so many children here, building a school will only bring benefits and no drawbacks. As the villagers gathered, they enthusiastically chimed in, each contributing in their own way. If we have a school, my son Erden won't have to wake up at 4 every day. My children are already teenagers and can't attend primary school. What use is it for my family? But if we build a school, where will the teachers come from? We can't just hire anyone off the street to teach our children. My children can't go. They have to take care of their younger siblings. They don't have time for school. My children should go. They drive me crazy at home. Sending them to school is better than having them farm. My child loves to read and often asks the educated youth for help with their studies. After a lively discussion, Hong Xuejuan took the microphone and cleared his throat. Everyone, please quiet down. I will address the questions you may have. For those who say their children are too old or that they don't have children and therefore do not wish to contribute financially or physically, what about your grandchildren? Will those without children never have offspring? We must think long-term. He continued, as for the teachers, Comrade Tang Yuehua will be our future village school instructor. Although she has been assigned to our village, the higher authorities have confirmed that she is not a dubious character. Henceforth, she should be respected. Comrade Tang was a professor at Jing City University, and having her teach our village's children is a blessing for Huaihua village. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into even louder discussions. Goodness, a university professor teaching primary school? That sounds impressive. I've changed my mind. We must send our children. Those willing to contribute financially or physically should register with Accountant Li. After registering, please return to your tasks. Duan Yuqing, who had come to the threshing ground to join the conversation, was taken aback. What? Only Comrade Tang will be teaching? He skeptically approached Hong Xuejuan and asked, will our village school really have just one teacher? Hong Xuejuan looked at him quizzically and replied, For now, yes. It depends on how many families are willing to send their children. This isn't sufficient. I've never heard of a primary school having only one teacher. Besides, Comrade Tang has come from a difficult background. I find that rather unreliable. Duan, mind your tone, Hong Xuejuan admonished sternly. Comrade Tang has been approved by the organization to teach. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such statements to the villagers. The number of teachers is determined by those of us involved in the school's establishment. It is not for you to question. Have you finished your work points for today? Are you that idle? Duan Yuqing fell silent, pondering his future of toiling on the land for mere work points. He then asked, Village Chief, will Comrade Tang have to work in the fields as well? Yes, during busy farming seasons, children attending school at the commune must also assist in the fields. What are you getting at? Duan Yuqing felt somewhat reassured, realizing that teaching also required hard work. After he departed, Hong Xuejuan shook his head, thinking that yet another young person was reaching for lofty ideals without a willingness to engage in practical matters. After Children's Day, the fundraising for the village school finally came to a conclusion. A total of 40 yuan was allocated from above. Hong Xuejuan contributed 13 yuan, and the villagers raised 70 yuan. Ultimately, Yuzhe supplemented with 30 yuan. With the funds secured, Hong Xuejuan selected an auspicious day, and construction of the village school commenced. The rainy season in northeast China falls in July and August, so it was imperative to complete the school before the onset of the rains. By mid-June, Hong Xuejuan and the villagers managed to finish building the school. However, the number of students was limited. Ultimately, only 16 children were willing to pay for textbooks and attend. 2 days after the school opened, a villager inquired about how it felt to send their child. The villager replied, My child went during the day and clamored to return in the evening, saying that teacher Tang's lessons are incredibly fun. With her remarkable abilities, Tang Yuehua garnered the respect of many villagers. Anyone who recognized her would greet her as Teacher Tang and even bring her vegetables from their gardens. Tang Yuehua could hardly have imagined that just a few months ago, she was close to despair. After reuniting with her daughter and receiving her son-in-law's support, she found herself living a life she had once deemed unattainable. She often contemplated that if one day she achieved true freedom and could leave the village, she would ensure that all her assets, currently held in trust in Xiangjiang, would be handed over to her daughter and son-in-law, as these were her debts to her children. The legacy of the Tang family and her wealth would be sufficient to ensure that Yu Zhe and Yun Yao would not have to struggle for the rest of their lives. The village school brought prosperity to the community, and Hong Xuejuan should have relished this achievement, but calamity struck the fields. Not only Huaihua village, but the entire Hope Brigade's 3 villages suffered losses due to wild boars descending from the mountains, wreaking havoc on the crops. In the brigade's office, brigade leader Lu Weidong sat at an old elm-wood desk, facing the village chiefs from the 3 villages. Lu Weidong stated, Our 3 villages, Taipingzhuang, Huaihua village, and Xia village, have all incurred losses due to the wild boars descending from the mountains. We can no longer allow this to go unchecked. The village chief of Taipingzhuang, Wu Gui, dismissed the concern. We can have the militia help us drive them back and increase patrols. That should suffice. Chapter 56. The consequences of inaction. Lu Weidong cast a stern glance at Wu Gui, explaining that the militia unit was currently burdened with heavy tasks and could not spare the entire contingent to hunt wild boars in the mountains. His proposal was to assemble a hunting team composed of a few hunters from each village in the brigade to clear the wild boars from the mountains. The boars had been descending from the hills repeatedly, no longer a mere case of losing their way, indicating a significant surge in their population. Wu Gui and Zhu Taifang, the village head of Xiaohe, expressed their agreement. However, Hong Xuejuan felt overwhelmed, as his village had only one hunter, Yu Pengchuan, who had a broken leg. How are we to manage this? He queried. Captain, must it be a hunter? We have some young men in our village who are quite adept with firearms. Lu Weidong frowned slightly. Is it true that your hunters are so few? Indeed, our Huaihua village has the smallest population and the fewest hunters. Finding someone with a license and good shooting skills is quite a challenge, he lamented. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Weidong suggested, select a few capable individuals with firearms and have them practice at the brigade's shooting range tomorrow. At the very least, they must demonstrate acceptable accuracy. Going up the mountain is no trivial matter, and we cannot afford to have unqualified individuals. Hong Xuejuan nodded in agreement, confident that he could find several capable shooters among the many in Huaihua village. He planned to have them practice shooting before the wild boar hunt, while leaving the rest to fate. Zhu Taifang scoffed, Old Hong, Struggling to find a few hunters? Your village must be lagging behind. Not at all. We have recently received 2 commendations, along with certificates awarded to our village, which I have displayed in my office. Do you have any? Zhu Taifang retorted quietly. It's just a certificate. Zhu and Hong had never seen eye to eye, often exchanging barbs whenever they met. Hong shot him a look, asserting that while they would eventually gather hunters, those certificates were not easily obtained. Upon returning to his village, Hong Xuejuan drafted a list and planned to visit each household to inquire about volunteers for the wild boar hunt. He compiled an extensive list, knowing that even if some were eliminated by the captain, he would still have options. After visiting half the village, he managed to enlist 7 or 8 young men, including Che Shi, Wang Chao, and Lu Feng, all eager to join the hunt. Yu Zhe, however, hesitated and asked, "How will the spoils from the hunt be distributed?" Hong Xuejuan chuckled, assuring him, "You needn't worry about going home empty-handed. The brigade will supply the firearms and ammunition, and the spoils will be shared between the commune and individuals at a ratio of 60-40. The personal share will be distributed according to effort. Those who contribute more will receive more meat. You can keep your share for personal consumption or have the commune converted into work points, redeemable for grain at the year's end. You've always wanted a hunter's license. If you perform adequately during this hunt, it will be awarded to you." Yu Zhe was satisfied with this arrangement, relieved that the brigade wasn't enforcing an equal distribution regardless of performance, which would have been quite disadvantageous. The following day, Hong Xuejuan led 12 young men from Huaihua village to the brigade's shooting range. Although referred to as a shooting range, it was a rather rudimentary practice area with a few solitary targets set up on an open field. This setup was far less formal than the training grounds established in villages along the border of Xiaogua. Lu Weidong bellowed, "Pay attention. Hunting wild boars is no child's play. Today, we will assess your accuracy. If your shooting skills are lacking, you may as well stay behind. Going out there would be tantamount to courting death." In addition to the young men from Huaihua village, a few from Xiaohe village and Taipingzhuang were also present for evaluation. Yu Zhe stood at the back of the line, and Wang Chao, noticing his position, mocked, "Hiding at the back. Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself with a poor shot?" Yu Zhe shot him a glance, retorting, "Please, I'm merely concerned that my accuracy will put too much pressure on you. Stop boasting. Just because your father is a hunter doesn't make you some great marksman. Who in the village hasn't handled a gun? It's practically child's play." Before Wang Chao could finish, Lu Weidong squinted, urging him forward. "Wang Chao, hurry up, don't dawdle." Each participant was allotted 3 bullets, and Wang Chao swaggered up, raised his gun, aimed, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Che Shi whispered to Yu Zhe, "Wang Chao is quite confident, firing all his shots without pause." Yu Zhe scoffed, "He's just showing off. If he can even hit the 5-ring, I'll consider it a loss." Lu Weidong scrutinized the results, frowning as he called out, 6, 1, and the last one. Didn't he even hit the target? He cast a disdainful look at Wang Chao, who had exuded such confidence moments before. Lu Weidong had no time to reprimand him. He needed to proceed to the next participant promptly. "Next. Captain, wait. Does this mean I can go hunt the boar?" Lu Weidong scowled. "Didn't your village head inform you? You must score above the 5-ring to qualify, and you missed 1 shot completely. How can you even ask? The wind was strong just now, Captain. Let me shoot again. I can definitely hit the 5-ring. Just move aside. We'll discuss this later." Next up was Lu Feng, who performed even worse than Wang Chao, missing 2 shots and scoring only a 2-ring on the last. Among the remaining young men from Huaihua village, half passed the test while the other half did not. Che Shi and Yu Zhe were the last 2 to take their turn. Che Shi, standing before Yu Zhe, took several deep breaths to calm himself. After their last hunting expedition, he had followed Yu Zhe's advice, practicing his aim by focusing on mosquitoes every night before sleeping. He often borrowed Yu Zhe's gun to practice shooting blanks at home. While he lacked inherent skill, he was determined to improve through hard work, aspiring to achieve a level of marksmanship where every shot found its mark. Che Shi loosened his wrist, raised the gun, and fixed his gaze on the target in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Weidong approached to inspect the shots, noting 5, 4, and 3. "Not bad. Report back tomorrow morning for the boar hunt." Che Shi beamed with joy, thrilled at the prospect of hunting alongside his comrades once more. The final shooter was Yu Zhe. For him, this target was as effortless as using chopsticks to eat. He raised his gun, aimed, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sharp, piercing sound erupted unexpectedly beside him. Chapter 57. The Duel of 2 Dogs. It was the voice of Lu Feng, And I must say, where did that enormous hornet come from? It startled me. The young men from the countryside, having spent their lives catching insects and birds, would never fear such creatures. Yuzhe thought to himself that Lu Feng's attempt to disrupt his performance was rather clumsy. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, echoing through the heavens, immediately following Lu Feng's words. Lu Weidong, as usual, checked the targets, and upon doing so, his eyes widened with surprise as he exclaimed, 3 shots, 10 rings. How formidable. Young man, you are a gem from Huaihua village, with a bright future ahead. Yuzhe raised an eyebrow, chuckling. It's merely basic operations. You flatter me, Captain. Lu Feng, in a playful tone, remarked, as the saying goes, a dragon produces a dragon, a phoenix produces a phoenix. The child of a mouse knows how to dig holes. I remember your father was a hunter. You've clearly inherited his marksmanship. Yuzhe found Lu Feng amusing, realizing that marksmanship could not be inherited but was the result of personal practice. However, as Lu Feng was joking, Yuzhe merely smiled in agreement. Both Lu Feng and Wang Chao stared at Yuzhe's target, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Did they not recall Yuzhe's previous shooting skills being so extraordinary? Lu Feng, feeling frustrated, said, Chao Ge, Yuzhe must be secretly hunting in the mountains every day without us. Is he planning to abandon us? Wang Chao, equally puzzled, replied, How would I know? Oh, here he comes. Yuzhe approached Lu Feng, scanning him from top to bottom. Lu Feng felt uneasy under Yuzhe's gaze, asking, What are you looking at me for? He had the distinct impression that Yuzhe's eyes were fixated on something rather private. I am just trying to determine whether you are a man or a woman. Do not embarrass yourself with such cowardice. Even the women from our northern region are braver than you. It's truly laughable. Yuzhe's loud remarks incited the crowd, prompting some to begin calling Lu Feng Yitzi. Lu Feng, thoroughly annoyed, realized that the idea to disrupt Yuzhe had originated from Wang Chao, yet he was the one receiving all the scorn. Wang Chao ran over to the captain, persistently pleading with Lu Weidong until he finally secured another chance to shoot. This time, he managed to hit a 5-ring target, which sent Wang Chao bouncing with excitement. Yuzhe covered his face and urged Che Shi, Let us go quickly. We cannot let anyone know he is from our village. It's too embarrassing. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, just as dawn began to break, Yuzhe and Che Shi accompanied 3 young men from their village to a designated spot at the foot of the mountain, as instructed by Lu Weidong. Zegu, you even brought lightning along. Of course, he loves going up the mountain. In addition to the youth from Huaihua village, over 20 individuals from Tapingswang and Xia village had gathered. Among these, several were seasoned hunters, and a few specialized in setting traps, of whom Yuzhe had heard. This expedition to hunt wild boars comprised nearly 30 individuals in total. Zhang Xiaolu from Xia village, being an experienced hunter, noticed that everyone had arrived and decided to speak up, seeking to be appointed as the leader for the hunt. He placed his right hand over his left, ready to clap to attract attention, but from a distance, a man called out and waved as he approached, diverting everyone's focus. Yuzhe, thankfully, you haven't set off yet. Yang Dalan came running, panting heavily. Yuzhe focused and realized it was his uncle. His uncle, Yang Dalan, lived in Tapingswang. In the years following his mother's death, his uncle frequently visited, bringing delicious treats during the new year. Since Lu Sume married his father, the visits had become infrequent. Uncle, what brings you here? Yang Dalan handed Yuzhe a still warm bundle, stating, I happened to be delivering tofu nearby and heard you were going hunting. This is a pancake made by your aunt. It's delightful. Be cautious up there. It turned out that apart from farming, his uncle worked tirelessly at the communal tofu workshop in Tapingswang. As Yuzhe held the warm pancake, he felt a warmth in his heart. His uncle and aunt were kind-hearted individuals, and if given the chance, he would prefer to live in the same village with them, caring for one another, far better than enduring the malice of his grandparents. All right, uncle, I will be careful. We are heading up the mountain now. All right then, I'll be on my way. Bring Yun Yao over to visit when you can. Your aunt mentioned she didn't get enough of seeing your new wife last time, and is looking forward to your visit. Haha, sure. Once Yang Dalan left, Zhang Xiaolu cleared his throat, sounding like a rusty wind instrument, and announced, Everyone, I am Zhang Xiaolu, an experienced hunter for over 10 years. Today, just follow my lead, and I guarantee everyone will have a successful hunt. Zhang Xiaolu was indeed the most seasoned among the hunters from Xia village. But Tapingswang had its own experienced hunters as well. Su Dage, an experienced hunter from Tapingswang, crossed his arms and scoffed lightly. Why make such a fuss over hunting a mountain pig, like you're leading a conference? I have no interest in managing anyone. Those of you from Huaihua village who lack hunting experience, remember, once we enter the mountains, do not shout recklessly. Disturbing the mountain spirits is ill-advised. Also, do not hunt pregnant animals. That is a rule among us. Feeling disrespected by Su Deji's comments, Zhang Xiaolu attempted to maintain his dignity, saying, I know you are also an experienced hunter, but today I brought Hazy, raised from a wolf I found in the mountains. Your dogs cannot compare to my Hazy. With over 30 individuals, they had only 3 hunting dogs, Zhang Xiaolu's Hazy, Yuze's Lightning, and the yellow dog belonging to Su Deji. Yuze could not suppress a laugh. Was Zhang Xiaolu implying that because he had a formidable hunting dog, he should be in charge? Thankfully, Zhang Xiaolu was not a significant character. Otherwise, with his current arrogance, he could have easily embezzled an entire city if given authority. Just as Yuze finished laughing, Hazy suddenly growled at him. Lightning, hearing the growl, also became fierce and barked back. The moment Lightning barked, Hazy lunged at him. And the 2 dogs, one black and one yellow, unexpectedly engaged in a scuffle. Yuze was puzzled as to why Zhang Xiaolu's foolish dog had suddenly chosen to provoke Lightning. That foolish dog, with its sharp teeth, attempted to bite Lightning's leg. Yuze remained calm, knowing that Lightning was a powerful dog, infused with the strength of the spiritual spring. The little black dog was nothing to worry about. Zhang Xiaolu observed 2 dogs engaged in a fierce altercation and chuckled mischievously. Yuze, your female dog seems to be in heat, clashing with my black dog. Yuze scoffed and took a step back in disdain. Zhang Xiaolu, you appear quite experienced. It seems your understanding of women in heat is akin to your foolish dog. How unimaginable. The onlookers burst into uproarious laughter, while Zhang Xiaolu's expression darkened, his gaze as menacing as a stormy sky. After a brief skirmish, the dog named Lightning gained the upper hand, pinning Blackie down and biting ferociously. Zhang Xiaolu's black dog struggled desperately to shake off Lightning, but found its ears clamped in the latter's jaws, only able to emit sharp, anguished cries. Yuze began to comprehend the situation. He recalled tales of an unspoken hierarchy among hunting dogs. Lower-ranking dogs often dared to challenge those of higher status in hopes of elevating their own standing. Zhang Xiaolu's hunting dog initiated the conflict, and Lightning responded with all its might. Wang Chao exclaimed in astonishment, Yuze, you must intervene. Blackie has fought alongside Lu Gu and is battle-hardened. If that dog gets injured, it will be disastrous. Chapter 58. Separate actions. Zhang Xiaolu's dog, Hazy, emitted a piercing, pitiful cry, signaling surrender like a hunted hound, prompting Shandian to retract its sharp teeth. Hazy's ears were already wounded, with blood dripping onto the muddy ground. Yuze shrugged. The dog could not continue. Zhang Xiaolu cradled his dog, heartbroken, lamenting how his little wolf dog could possibly lose to the Yu family's yellow bitch. It was utterly inconceivable. Yu family, you shall compensate me for my dog. He exclaimed. Wait, did you forget to take your medication before stepping out today? Your dog instigated the trouble itself. Chaser also voiced his discontent for Yuze, remarking, and they claim it's a fierce creature bred from wolves? Just look at this. A few moments earlier, Zhang Xiaolu had boasted about his dog. Now, those words felt like slaps echoing back to him. Su Deji crouched down to observe Shandian with newfound interest. Yuze, how did you train your dog? It's quite fierce, he inquired. Yuze, with a hint of irony, replied, just trained it like an ordinary hunting dog. His words plainly indicated that Zhang Xiaolu was merely speaking nonsense. His wolf dog was not even comparable to a regular hunting dog. This small farce delayed them for over 10 minutes, and the crowd urged Zhang Xiaolu to send his dog home so they could ascend the mountain. If they hurried before sunrise, they might encounter a water-drinking jumping cat or flying grass. With Hazy finally home, Zhang Xiaolu felt deflated, harboring resentment towards Yuze. With a hunting party of over 30 individuals traversing the forest, it was imperative to split into smaller groups. Otherwise, their large presence would scare away any potential game. After walking for a while, as the foliage thickened, Su Deji suggested, let us divide into 2 teams. Several seasoned hunters readily agreed, recognizing that a larger group would create too much noise, easily alarming the prey. Zhang Xiaolu immediately rallied a dozen people behind him, akin to a pre-battle roll call. These individuals were either from his village or had recently ingratiated themselves with him, such as Wang Chao. In the mountains, there were only so many well-populated areas. A smaller entourage could yield more game. Zhiqing, a young man from Huaihua village, appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of which side to join. He scratched his head and asked, if we split into two teams, how will we regroup later? Zhang Xiaolu scoffed, regroup? Each for himself. If you catch something, just take it down. Realizing Zhang Xiaoyou's disdain towards Yu Zhe after their earlier exchange, Zhiqing opted to follow Su Dage and Yu Zhe instead. Once separated, Zhang Xiaolu seized the opportunity to inquire of Wang Chao. Is Yu Zhe from your village really skilled at hunting? This provided Wang Chao with a chance to ingratiate himself. Aware of his own lack of marksmanship and poor rapport with Yu Zhe, he needed to lean on an experienced hunter to bring back more game. He preferred Zhang, as they shared a common disdain for Yu Zhe. Ah, Lu Ge, you don't know? His father broke his leg on the mountain last time. What skills could he possibly possess? Zhang Xiaolu scoffed, is that so? If he had any real abilities, I would have surely heard about them. Meanwhile, Su Dagwai led his group without objections from Yu Zhe. A successful group effort in hunting relied not solely on marksmanship, but on collaboration. No matter how skilled a sharpshooter, they could not compensate for incompetent allies. Su Dagwai instructed the team to spread out, maintaining a safe distance for mutual support without alarming the prey. And he took the lead. Yu Zhe and Che Shi closely followed, attentively monitoring their surroundings. Before long, Yu Zhe's keen eyes spotted a herd of wild boars in the distance among the underbrush. He whispered, hush, we have game. Everyone turned in the direction of Yu Zhe's gesture, holding their breath in anticipation. What a sight of wild boars. They were approximately several hundred meters away, and without careful observation, one might not discern them. Yu Zhe's eyesight was indeed impressive. They could vaguely make out several large wild boars, accompanied by a few yellow piglets. The group stealthily approached within mere meters of the piglets. After silently strategizing their approach, they commenced their ambush. A flurry of gunfire erupted, causing the wild boars to scatter amidst a cloud of dust. Their coordination was impeccable, resulting in 7 wild boars captured. 5 were large, and 2 small yellow piglets were dispatched by the hunting dogs. Su Dage's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, no wonder our fields suffer. There are so many wild boars. We must bring these back first. Yu Zhe concurred, stating that leaving the bloodied carcasses behind would only serve as a meal for other predators. Using nearby vines, they secured the wild boars, and the group worked together to carry them down the mountain. When they encountered steep slopes, they simply used ropes to drag them down. Yu Zhe, having imbibed from the sacred spring, possessed strength and stamina far exceeding that of his companions. While the other men struggled and paused to catch their breath, he remained unperturbed. The others couldn't help but regard Yu Zhe with newfound respect. With such strength, he could easily survive without hunting. Upon reaching the base camp with the wild boars before 10 in the morning, the captain beamed with delight, showering them with praise. With ample time remaining, the wild boars were registered and would be accounted for later. After a brief rest and some nourishment, the group resumed their ascent. However, Zhang Xiaolu's luck was not as favorable, having only managed to catch a few jumping cats. Despite the meager haul, the trek from 5 in the morning until 10 had certainly taken its toll. Even the most resilient among them felt the need for a break. Not a single wild boar in sight, and you suggest resting? Let us press on until noon. Zhang Xiaolu felt like a general akin to Cao Cao, who depicted plums while he envisioned wild boars. The group grumbled but followed Zhang Xiaoyou's lead. As noon approached, they finally discovered traces of wild boars. Following the tracks on the ground, Zhang Xiaolu and his team found 3 large wild boars, one appearing to weigh around 300 to 400 pounds. A series of gunshots rang out. One escaped, but 2 were hit. Zhang Xiaolu grinned broadly, exclaiming, what a successful start. Let us haul these back and show the captain. Exhausted, they dragged the wild boars down the mountain. After a grueling morning, upon arriving at the base camp, they learned that Su Dagwai's group had captured 7 wild boars, which dampened their spirits. Someone quietly muttered, had I known, I would have followed Old Su. Don't disturb the morale. Old Su may not keep up with me on the mountain. They were merely lucky this morning. Zhang Xiaoyou's competitive spirit surged to its peak. We will certainly surpass Su Dagwai and his team. Su Dage was indeed over a decade older than Zhang Xiaolu, nearing 50 this year. The others remained silent, and Zhang Xiaolu turned to Lu Weidong, the captain, and asked, what do you say? Chapter 59. Cherished you Captain Lu Weidong delivered a sharp reprimand to Zhang Xiaolu, exclaiming, what on earth are you doing? It's merely a wild boar, not a battle. Safety must come first, do you understand? There are already 9 wild boars here. Lu Weidong surmised that such a display of force would deter the wild boars from descending and raiding his crops. With 2 wild boars and a dozen individuals present, the spoils would have to be shared. leaving little for each person. After a midday respite, Zhang Xiaolu and his companions resumed their ascent into the mountains. Those who had already hunted more could not simply abandon their efforts. Zhang Xiaolu led his team up a different route. Typically, hunters possess established territories for their pursuits, switching locations only when they become barren. Zhang Xiaolu felt that the morning's spot had been unproductive, thus opting for a change. Brothers, let us work diligently today, if necessary. We can spend the night in a cave and aim for something substantial. Wang Chao, following closely, echoed his enthusiasm. Yes, let us aim for something grand. The others remained silent. While Wang Chao was unaware of the underlying motivations, several younger villagers who accompanied Zhang Xiaolu understood his true intentions. It was not merely about the prey, it was about reputation. Su Dage, a veteran hunter from Taipingzhuang, had taken on several apprentices over the decades within the Hope Brigade. Having apprentices was advantageous, akin to employing laborers. In contrast, Zhang Xiaolu, now in his 30s, had never received a request to take on a disciple. He undoubtedly harbored ambitions to eclipse Su Dage in renown, hoping to establish his own legacy as a master. Unfortunately, the youth preferred to hone their skills independently rather than seek guidance from Zhang Xiaolu, who was perceived to lack significant prowess. If they were to find a mentor, they would seek someone as benevolent as Su. Despite their grievances, they remained united under Zhang Xiaolu's leadership. As the afternoon waned, Su Dage and Yu Zhe's team stumbled upon another wild boar nest, yielding even more than the morning's catch. While binding the wild boars, Su Dage conversed with Yu Zhe, noting, "Youth is a blessing. If only my son possessed half your keen senses, I would wake from dreams with a smile." "Uncle Su, does your son often hunt? Why isn't he with you today?" Yu Zhe inquired. "He is a slacker, preferring to remain at home whittling wood, which infuriates me. He lacks the fortitude for the hunt," Su Dage remarked, tying a secure knot. "He claims hunting is too arduous and tedious, yet he does not take on substantial projects, only crafting trivial items. Allow me to show you." With that, Su Dage produced a palm-sized wooden sculpture of a bird from his pocket. Yu Zhe examined it closely, exclaiming, "This bird is exquisitely carved. With a coat of paint, it seems as though it could take flight. Uncle Su, this is remarkably lifelike. Your son possesses considerable talent. I adore this little piece. It's so charming." Yu Zhe enthused. "What good is charm if it cannot be eaten?" Su Dage retorted. "Once everyone in Xiaogua is well fed, people will begin to cherish such trinkets. With such realistic craftsmanship, many will likely buy them for their collections." As Yu Zhe admired the wooden bird, he contemplated commissioning Su Dage's son to create toys for his future child, such as wooden tops, rocking horses, building blocks, and models, believing the child would surely treasure them. Su Dage chuckled. "Let us hope so. After all, I have many sons. He can choose as he pleases." The group returned to the brigade headquarters with the wild boars, where the accountant began weighing their catches to determine their respective contributions. Yu Zhe received 3 wild boars and 2 yellow-haired ones. Captain Lu Weidong inquired whether he intended to sell them to the commune for credits or handle them himself. "I'll handle them myself," Yu Zhe replied. Lu Weidong frowned, leaning back slightly. 3 large boars? It's not winter. How do you expect to consume all that? Trust me, sell 2 to the commune and keep the yellow-haired ones for home, Lu Weidong advised. Yu Zhe was taken aback. The captain had already mapped out his plans, questioning him only to make a point. It was clear Lu Weidong disdained the commune's lower prices compared to the black market, hence Yu Zhe's desire to process them himself. Lu Weidong then addressed the others, stating, "For your wild boars, aside from what you intend to consume, bring the rest to the commune for credits. Do not think of selling them yourself. If you get caught, I want to be able to help you." His words served as a warning to the group. Selling to the commune mattered little to Yu Zhe, for there were still plenty of game in the mountains. The rules set by Hong Shuejuan for the hunters of Huaihua village mandated an annual contribution of 600 pounds of meat to earn a full year's worth of credits. Yu Zhe estimated that 3 wild boars would more than suffice for his efforts. When the accountant completed the weighing, deducting the portion for the collective, Yu Zhe's 3 large wild boars were valued at 800 credits, while he kept the 2 yellow-haired ones for home. Chaisher received 300 credits and a yellow-haired boar. Gazing at the figure recorded by the accountant, he felt a tremor of excitement. Such a bounty of credits would translate into a substantial amount of grain by year's end. Chaisher embraced Yu Zhe, exclaiming, "Zhich, from now on, you are my true brother. I cherish you dearly." Yu Zhe responded, "Please, let go of me. You're too excited." He whispered to Chaisher, Perfect your marksmanship. And we shall secretly venture into the mountains to hunt, then trade our game in the black market. Chaser's eyes widened in astonishment at the prospect. After departing from the brigade headquarters, Yuzhe affixed the yellow-haired boars to his bicycle, with Chaser seated behind him. The wheels rolled over the sun-drenched, muddy paths as they pedaled homeward. It was the hour when workers returned, and men, women, and children strolled in pairs along the road. An elderly woman spotted Yuzhe on his bicycle and halted him, asking, "Yuzhe, have you returned from hunting the wild boars?" Yuzhe squeezed the brake, one foot on the pedal and the other on the ground as he came to a stop. "Indeed," he replied. Chaser, carrying his yellow-haired boar, dismounted from the back seat. The elderly woman scrutinized them before inquiring, "Is this all you caught? Just these few yellow-haired boars?" "Not at all. We caught more, but we traded the larger ones to the commune for credits. You need not worry about the wild boars troubling the fields any longer." Her face lit up with joy. "Ah, I knew it. That is wonderful. You two young men are truly remarkable." She beamed. "How capable you both are." As I passed by a group of female intellectual youth, I overheard a conversation between an elderly woman and Yuzhe, which prompted murmurs and discussions among them. "Ah, isn't that the hunter husband of Yun Yao?" "Indeed. I heard that he accompanied the hunting team today to exterminate wild boars. Look at the boar on his vehicle. It appears so tender, it makes my mouth water." Given the current collectivist system, shouldn't the wild boars they have hunted be distributed for the entire village to enjoy? Chapter 60 Envy. They were the educated youth sent to the countryside, and naturally, they were entitled to a share. One young woman remarked that she had heard a portion had already been allocated to the commune, leaving only the remainder for themselves. "Ah, then there's none left for us. You know, if I were to marry a hunter, would I never have to worry about meat again?" "Of course. In fact, Yuzhe is quite handsome. And Yun Yao is truly fortunate. Indeed, he is quite impressive. Previously, I thought he had a cold demeanor, but did you see how he smiled at that elderly lady just now? He looked so charming. So, are you really thinking of getting married? Should I seek a matchmaker for you tomorrow?" "You're insufferable." The once disdainful young women cast aside their previous judgments. They had all previously insisted they would never marry a rural man. But now they yearned for a version 2.0 of Yuzhe to come knocking at their door, dreaming of a life filled with meat every day. When Yuzhe returned home, he asked Yun Yao to prepare the yellow-haired chicken while he went to take a bath. After his bath, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Having subsisted on dry rations all day, he relished the warm meal before him, indulging until he was fully satisfied. As night fell, he embraced his wife and returned to their room to sleep, drifting into a peaceful slumber. While Yuzhe enjoyed warmth and comfort, Zhang Xiaolu and his companions remained in a cave. They had taken a different route into the mountains that afternoon and had been walking for quite some time without encountering a wild boar den. However, in a secluded valley, they stumbled upon a small herd of goats. The group comprised about 5 or 6 large rams, each weighing approximately 100 pounds, with impressively thick horns that could easily be fatal if someone were to be gored. Alongside the goats were 2 wolves, one large and one small, locked in a tense standoff. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. "Oh my, this spectacle is simply too thrilling." Zhang Xiaolu squinted, urging everyone to take aim. "Let us capture this entire group." One young man hesitated, saying, "Sixth brother, perhaps we should wait a bit longer. We might be able to reap the benefits without effort." Zhang Xiaolu, lacking patience, was eager to secure their prey and retorted, "What are you waiting for? If we delay, the meat will spoil." The group climbed trees to gain a better vantage point for shooting. A chaotic barrage of gunfire erupted. With so many present, Zhang Xiaolu failed to coordinate their hunting positions effectively, resulting in the escape of 2 goats. Most critically, someone inadvertently shot the small wolf cub, allowing the adult wolf to flee. "Damn it, sixth brother, that wolf's eyes were truly terrifying. Who shot the cub? Don't you know the rules? If we must shoot, we should target the adults first. Pregnant beasts and cubs should be spared." A young man weakly admitted, "Sixth brother, it was me. You didn't say we couldn't shoot before I fired." Zhang Xiaolu was exasperated, urging everyone to gather the goats as darkness approached. There was a nearby cave where they could rest for the night. The same young man hesitated again. "Sixth brother, aren't we descending the mountain? I told my grandmother I would return today." The return journey would take at least 2 to 3 hours, and with darkness approaching, how could they possibly carry the goats? Foolishness. The group secured the goats and walked for half an hour before finding the cave Zhang Xiaolu had mentioned. Inside, They gathered some grass to lay on the ground as makeshift bedding for the night. With 4 large rams and a small wolf in their possession, Zhang Xiaolu felt a sense of relief. These goats were worth far more than wild boars. He commanded, "Let us start a fire. We'll roast a couple of goat legs for dinner." After saying this, he lay down on a bed of grass. Exhausted from the day's labor, everyone was eager to prepare the meat. The fire was lit, but without any seasonings, not even salt. The flavor of the old goat legs was quite unremarkable. "Sixth brother, are we heading back first thing in the morning? Why return so early? If we rise early, we might encounter something worthwhile." "But, sixth brother, I've run out of bullets." "So have I, me too." Zhang Xiaolu was taken aback. "Wait, are you all joking with me? You shot 4 goats, and my share is included in that. Where have all the bullets gone?" The 7 or so men without ammunition hung their heads in shame. They had fired at wild boars in the morning and hadn't replenished their supply at noon, using bullets liberally on the goats, leading to their current predicament. Faced with this situation, Zhang Xiaolu abandoned his plans for further hunting the next morning. They hastily finished their meal and discussed night watch arrangements, deciding that each person would keep watch for about an hour, with 10 of them managing to stay vigilant until dawn. In the dead of night, a piercing scream startled everyone awake. Apparently, someone on watch had neglected the fire, which had gone out, allowing a wild chicken to attack a young man. This incident left everyone restless, particularly Zhang Xiaolu, who gazed up at the heavens. Why had his first experience leading a team been so fraught with misfortune? Fortunately, someone in the group had knowledge of snake venom and managed to provide rudimentary treatment, assuring that they would make it back by dawn without issue. However, fate had other plans. At daybreak, a pack of wolves with glowing green eyes approached their cave. In Huaihua village, the village chief Hong Xuejuan sought out Yu Zhe, requesting him to gather a few individuals from yesterday's expedition to accompany Su Dage from Tapingswang back into the mountains. A family from Xiaohe village had gone to the brigade office early in the morning, crying and making a scene, claiming that their grandson had gone hunting with the brigade and was supposed to return the same day, but it had been an entire night. Yu Zhe was perplexed. "Village chief, what does it matter to me that the people from Xiaohe village haven't returned? Shouldn't they be sending someone to look for them?" "Well, that is true, but Captain Lu insists that since you went up the mountain together yesterday, you should know better where they might be." "What nonsense. We separated as soon as we entered the mountains yesterday." Su Dage from Tapingswang claimed he had a good idea of the path Zhang Xiaolu and the others had taken, suggesting that Yu Zhe, with his keen eyesight, could accompany him to search for the missing individuals more efficiently. Yu Zhe thought to himself, "Fine, next time the brigade organizes a hunting trip, I'll be sure to avoid it. Then you should let Captain Lu know beforehand that if we don't find them, it's not our responsibility." "All right, consider it done." Chapter 61. Wild ducks. Yu Zhe, Che Shi, and Su De Gue, accompanied by 2 dogs, ascended the mountain together. Each carried a rifle, fully stocked with ammunition. Su De Gue was quite familiar with the routes often traversed by hunters in the mountains. As they walked, he remarked that the hunters must have spent the night on the mountain, suggesting they first check a few caves where the hunters typically rested. Yu Zhe, with a blade of grass clenched in his mouth, replied, "Uncle Su, we shall follow your lead. Whether we find anything or not, we shall leave it to fate." Che Shi interjected, "Lu Qing's grandmother seems a bit unhinged. Is it not common to hunt and spend the night in the mountains? She made such a fuss at the brigade, compelling us to come up here." Su De Gue continued, "It appears that the old lady had a nightmare last night, claiming she dreamt of her grandson being bitten by a snake. Before dawn, she rushed to the brigade to find the captain." Che Shi nodded in understanding. Along their journey, Yu Zhe and Che Shi chatted incessantly like elementary school children on an outing. Upon passing a small mountain lake, they managed to catch 4 wild ducks. Yu Zhe caught one, and with the assistance of lightning, managed to secure another. Che Shi and Su De Gue each caught one as well. As wild ducks could not be shot without being damaged, they captured them alive and rendered them unconscious before stringing them together with vines. Yu Zhe, thrilled as he had not tasted wild duck in a long time, exclaimed, "This is the first wild duck of the year. I have longed for this flavor." Su De Gue chuckled, "Your aunt's duck soup is delicious, especially with some dang shun and red dates. It's simply divine." Yu Zhe laughed. "Duck with dang shun and red dates is indeed nourishing. My aunt truly knows how to cook. I plan to keep one for raising and the other for dinner." Su De Gue shot him a glance. "Where could you possibly raise wild ducks? You might as well eat them both." Che Shi chimed in, "Indeed, Zhe Gue. Wild ducks would go on a hunger strike if kept at home. Why not stew one and pan-fry the other?" "Hunger strike? Nonsense. A few drops of spiritual spring water, and they would thrive even longer than humans. Yuzhe suggested they capture a few more wild ducks to raise in the space, so they could enjoy duck soup throughout the winter. How delightful. According to village customs, each household was allowed to raise 3 of each type of livestock. His family currently had 3 chickens and planned to acquire 3 live lambs. This way, when children were born, if there was insufficient human milk, they could rely on sheep's milk. The trio arrived at the first cave, finding it deserted, overgrown with weeds concealing the entrance. Near the second entrance, they heard gunfire accompanied by the howling of wolves. "There are wolves. Be cautious," Sudagu warned. The 3 quickly climbed a large tree, preparing to ascertain whether it was Zhang Xiaolu and his group. Clearing the obstructive leaves, Yuzhe beheld a pack of wolves surrounding a cave's entrance. The gunfire that had echoed moments ago had ceased, and the wolves seemed emboldened, with the alpha wolf howling defiantly towards the cave. Yuzhe detected a faint scent of blood in the air. If I were a wolf, I would be frenzied by this scent. Inside the cave, Zhang Xiaolu trembled, gripping a knife, drenched in cold sweat. The wolves had long been fixated on them. Initially, they had hurled torches outside, which quieted the wolves for a while. Then, with only a few bullets left in their 2 rifles, they fired a shot whenever the wolves stirred. They had managed to hold out until now, but with the last bullet fired, their situation was dire. Heaven help me, I do not wish to die. Among the remaining 9 individuals, 1 lay unconscious from a snake bite, while the other 8 huddled together for safety. Yuzhe communicated silently with Sudagu and Che Shi, raised his rifle, and aimed at the wolf pack. As he pulled the trigger, he mentally recited, "Wolf fur coat, wolf collar, wolf gloves. Yes, let us aim for the whole set today." The forest erupted with the sounds of fleeing birds and howling wolves. Wolves are cunning creatures. After several of their brethren fell, the remaining wolves quickly changed direction, darting towards the trees where Yuzhe and the others were perched. The wolves' eyes glinted menacingly. As they approached, the alpha wolf recognized something amiss. Yuzhe also realized that the charging wolf was the pregnant female he had saved before. Their eyes locked for a moment, time seemingly frozen. In the next instant, the alpha wolf screeched to a halt, howled once more, and swiftly retreated with the other 6 or 7 wolves. Their speed was astonishing, leaving behind mere afterimages. This peculiar behavior left Sudagu and Che Shi bewildered. What just happened, Zego? I cannot comprehend it. Yuzhe descended from the tree. The female wolf we saved together last time is right there. Che Shi was astonished. I truly did not recognize it. It remembers us. That's incredible. Sudagu was even more confused, having never seen a wolf charge and then retreat so swiftly. After climbing down, Yuzhe rushed past the cave to assess their victories. Each of the 3 had taken down 2 wolves, resulting in a total of 6 lying on the ground. The 10 individuals inside the cave heard the gunfire and the wolf howls, which eventually subsided, and they erupted in joy, embracing one another and shouting in celebration. They had been rescued. The 4 most beautiful words in the world are, indeed, surviving a catastrophe. Zhang Xiaolu joyfully dashed out, only to freeze upon seeing Yuzhe, Sudagu, and Che Shi. How could it be that these few had saved him? A few hours later at the brigade headquarters, Sudagu expressed to the brigade leader, Lu Weidong, this escape was largely thanks to Yuzhe. Zhang Xiaolu and his sheep ought to share at least half with him. Lu Qing's grandmother, her eyes ablaze with fury, retorted, "Pa, my grandson caught the sheep. Why should he share it with him?" The brigade leader, Lu Weidong, gazed sternly at her. "Auntie Pang, cease your protests. Had it not been for Yuzhe's medicinal herbs, your grandson would have succumbed to poison long ago." Lu Qing, now slightly more lucid, although pale, made an effort to sit up. "Grandmother, I wouldn't have received much of the sheep anyway. I nearly perished on the mountain. It was Brother Yu who saved me. Otherwise, you would not see me today." Yuzhe, possessing antidotes crafted by Yun Yao in his space, administered one to Lu Qing upon seeing him. The toxicity of the wild chicken neck is not particularly severe. It can be stated that due to environmental factors, there are no exceptionally venomous snakes in the Northeast. Lu Qing was indeed correct. Had it not been for his medicine, merely enduring the delay for the better part of a day and then navigating the descent would have cost at least half of one's life. Lu Qing was bitten by a snake, while the others, who were fortunate enough to escape such fate, accompanied Zhang Xiaolu and spent an exhausting day and night, now experiencing varying degrees of dizziness, with a few even beginning to exhibit signs of fever. Lu Weidong felt an intense anger surging within him, having not experienced such fury in quite some time. He gazed at Zhang Xiaolu, his entire being brimming with indignation. Zhang Xiaolu, you, being an experienced hunter, have led 9 vigorous individuals into the mountains, and look at the state we are in. Did you not heed my words about prioritizing safety? Hearing Su Degu recount that harrowing scene nearly terrified him. Had they not arrived in time, the Hope Brigade under his management would have suffered a loss of 10 lives. 10 lives. As the captain, he could have faced dire consequences. Chapter 62. Setting a trap. Lu Qinglao, notorious for her stubbornness in Xiao village, directed her ire towards Zhang Xiaolu after listening to the team leader. If you lack the skill, do not take on such delicate work. You have harmed my grandson to this extent. You must compensate me. What money should I pay? He was on night watch and failed to keep an eye on the fire, resulting in a snake bite. How is that my responsibility? Zhang Xiaolu protested vehemently. It's one thing to share 4 sheep with you, Zhe, but now you demand compensation? That's utterly unfair. Amidst this heated exchange, Zhang Xiaolu and Lu Qinglao clashed fiercely, while on another front, Hong Xuejuan berated Wang Chao mercilessly. Hong Xuejuan pointed sternly at Wang Chao's forehead, his words spit with fervor. Look at you. The folks from Xiao village have split into teams, and you, from Huaihua village, just had to meddle. I told you not to go to the shooting event, yet you insisted, and even then, you couldn't unite with your team. Look at Yuze, the same age as you, who returned unscathed from hunting. Recently, Yuze has done so much good for our village. Can't you learn from him? You infuriate me with your nonsense. We are all young men. Why is there such a vast disparity? Wang Chao stood chastened, feeling like a quail, burdened with frustration and exhaustion, returning from a hunt only to share his spoils with Yuze while being compared unfavorably. Yuze, observing Wang Chao's resentful expression, pondered thoughtfully. Wang Chao had repeatedly opposed him, and now he bore this look of grievance. This fellow was not to be trusted. Perhaps he should be sent to the farm to experience true hardship. Team leader Lu Weidong was driven to distraction by the commotion in the office. He shook his head and pulled Yuze aside to calculate work points. The 2 wolves were designated for Yuze to take home, counted as his merit, and thus not required to be submitted. Che Shi and Lao Su each brought back a catch as well, opting to sell theirs to the commune for money. The sheep were divided, with part allocated to the collective, and the remaining half distributed to Yuze by the team leader. After a long day and night of labor, Zhang Xiaolu crafted a wedding gown for Yuze, simultaneously enduring the grumbling of 9 families. Upon exiting the team office, Yuze lingered, waiting for Che Shi at the door. Che Shi, bewildered, asked, Zige, why are we waiting for that scoundrel Wang Chao? Shu, play along with me. Just follow my lead when I speak, Yuze instructed, facing away from the team office door. As soon as he heard Wang Chao's footsteps, he smugly declared, the apple trees I helped plant for the team have begun to bear fruit. I estimate by July or August, we will be able to harvest. The village chief will surely be overjoyed. Che Shi swallowed nervously, hesitating for a moment before responding. Zige, if you can grow apples, you're truly impressive. Wang Chao's ears perked up, and he paused momentarily before continuing on his way, his thoughts lingering on the apple trees. If they truly bore fruit, that old man Hong Xuejuan would undoubtedly compare him to Yuze and chastise him further. He must not let Yuze succeed. Once Wang Chao departed, Che Shi finally voiced his concerns. Zige, that Wang Chao is quite scheming. If you tell him, he will surely do something malicious. We can't keep the apple tree secret. It's better for him to hear it from me than from others and plot against me. Do you understand, Shirtu? Che Shi didn't grasp the meaning of the idiom, but he genuinely disliked Wang Chao. When he was younger and his family was better off, the 3 of them played together, but once his family fell into poverty, Wang Chao changed his demeanor, often urging Yuze not to associate with him. Wang Chao was nothing but a sycophant. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Che Shi inquired. You need not involve yourself in dealing with him, Yuze replied. Yuze returned home with 2 wolves and a ram in tow, intending to sell them on the black market as he had little taste for wolf meat or mutton. If the meat were tender, he would keep it for a succulent roast lamb, but otherwise, it was better to exchange it for goods on the black market. He hoped to establish contact with the black market's ringleader for more convenient transactions in the future, whether for money, antiques, or favors. In the yard, Yuze prepared the entrails for Lightning, who was exhausted from recent endeavors. He fondly stroked the wolf pelt, reluctant to part with it, yet reassured by the thought that winter was still months away, and he would have the chance to hunt more wolves. Before heading to the black market, Yuze needed to finalize the large gift he had prepared for Wang Chao. He tossed a small box of worthless antiques and coins into the lottery machine in his space, then clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring, "Traps, traps, traps." Finally, he pressed the button, and the machine responded with a cacophony, producing nearly 100 animal traps that piled around his feet. Acquiring traps from the supply store was a hassle, and one could hardly procure many, but the lottery machine proved bountiful. With over 100 traps, combined with the dozen or so his father had left from hunting, he was more than equipped. Yuzhe transported the traps to the orchard, placing them beneath each apple tree, and spent additional time constructing a simple doghouse. After surveying the orchard with Lightning, Yuzhe earnestly instructed, "Lightning, you will sleep here for the next few days. I will bring you meat daily, and once we catch the bad guys, you can return home." Lightning jumped up to nuzzle Yuzhe, barking affirmatively. A guard dog that cannot watch over the orchard is not a good hunting dog. Yuzhe would not employ this tactic with others, but he knew Wang Chao all too well. A foolish person's spontaneity often outshines the scheming of the wicked. Wang Chao, having overheard his earlier words, would undoubtedly attempt to sabotage the apple trees in the days to come. In the afternoon, after exchanging pleasantries with Yun Yao, Yuzhe headed to town. Once night fell, he found an empty house near the black market to house the 2 wolves and the ram, draping himself in a black cloth before venturing into the black market. As he approached the entrance, 2 individuals stood guard, one of whom inquired whether he was buying or selling. Yuzhe lowered his voice, altering his tone, and stated, "I have a significant shipment. I need to speak with your boss." The guard scrutinized him and asked, "What kind of goods?" Chapter 63. The Black Market Antique Collection. Wolves, sheep, and several heads. "You stay here." One of the men left to send word. Shortly thereafter, a man with a brown scar at the corner of his eye appeared. His gaze resembled that of an eagle perched upon a mountain, fixating on Yuzhe as he inquired, "Is the merchandise fresh?" Yuzhe nodded, "It's packed." 2 wolves weighing approximately 160 pounds and a ram over 70 pounds. "What do you think?" "I'll take it." "Where is it?" Scarface, Yuan Fonglin, pondered that the wolves were acceptable, though the ram was a bit light, weighing just over 70 pounds, with a meat yield of only about 50%. Nearby, he replied. This was Yuan Fonglin's first encounter with someone so straightforward in seeking him out, and he found it rather curious. "How did you think to sell to me? Isn't the black market sufficient for your needs?" Yuzhe raised an eyebrow, impressed by the cleverness of the black market leader, who immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "I will frequently have goods in the future. Let us establish a long-term business relationship. It's far simpler than selling in the black market." "Agreed." Yuan Fonglin understood. "Xiao Zhou, fetch a cart and follow him." Half an hour later, the man named Xiao Zhou returned with Yuzhe and the cart laden with meat to a small courtyard. This modest abode seemed to be Yuan Fonglin's residence. His subordinate produced a hook scale, measuring the weight, which closely matched Yuzhe's earlier estimate. Yuzhe remarked, "You can see the wolves. The bullets struck their heads and legs. The pelts are intact and can be skinned for processing. The price for the 2 wolf pelts is 5 each. What do you think? For the meat, over 220 pounds, just 200 yuan. Yuan Fonglin scrutinized Yuzhe anew. This masked man, appearing unremarkable, spoke with remarkable shrewdness, exhibiting no inclination to incur a loss. Nonetheless, the price was reasonable, as Yuan Fonglin was in need of wild animal pelts. "All right then, as you say. Xiao Zhou, go fetch the money." "Wait," Yuzhe interjected, having just heard Xiao Zhou refer to the leader as Boss Yuan. He followed suit. "Boss Yuan, I would like to use this money to exchange for some antiques. A person of your stature must have quite the collection. Could I take a look?" Yuan Fonglin chuckled. "I am no notable figure. I do have antiques, but those items cannot be consumed. What do you intend to do with them?" He found it peculiar. Anyone visiting the black market was typically in search of sustenance or a few pieces of silver. What use are antiques? They cannot be eaten and may lead to misunderstandings if kept at home. Yuzhe silently crafted an image of a devoted son, as his elderly father cherished such relics, and it would bring joy to the old man to acquire them. "I see." Yuan Fonglin understood at once, as he too had an affinity for these old treasures. Otherwise, he would not have amassed a significant collection over the years. "Come with me into the back room. I will show you what I have." Yuzhe followed Yuan Fonglin into the inner chamber, and before long, Yuan Fonglin emerged with a substantial camphor wood chest. With a click, the lock was released, and the interior sparkled in vibrant hues, nearly dazzling Yuzhe's eyes. "Ah, Boss Yuan's treasures truly abound," he mused, though he pondered whether there were more genuine items or forgeries among them. The Space's lottery machine claimed to authenticate antiques and gemstones, but surely some must be real. Yuan Fonglin said, "Take your time to look. Let me know if anything catches your interest." Yuzhe first picked up a deep purple jade disc intricately carved with dragon patterns, recalling its historical significance as an item used in ancient sacrificial rites. He mentally connected with the Space and utilized the lottery machine to evaluate the jade disc. The machine emitted a series of beeps. Well, it's a forgery. It was convincingly crafted, however. Yuzhe then selected a small carved wooden box, opening it to reveal a jade pendant depicting a dragon and phoenix, which also elicited beeps from the machine. Another counterfeit, he thought, frowning in disbelief. Surely, Boss Yuan could not be so unfortunate as to possess only forgeries. Yuzhe rummaged through the collection and selected a stunning jade vase. This vase was exquisitely thin, with certain areas appearing almost translucent. The floral carvings of Buddha's hand blossoms were vividly lifelike. This time, the lottery machine displayed a small line of script, Ming Dynasty Chinese thin-walled jade vase. Yuzhe's eyes sparkled. Finally, he had found a genuine piece. He inquired of Yuan Fonglin, "How much for this?" Yuan Fonglin examined it closely, recalling, "I acquired this for 30. I'll let you have it for 20. Yuzhe was taken aback. 20. What a fortunate find. He maintained a composed demeanor, suppressing a smile. "Very generous of you, boss." Ultimately, Yuzhe also acquired a gold hairpin adorned with birds and a red-glazed high-footed porcelain cup from the Yuan dynasty. The hairpin was too exquisite to risk putting through the lottery machine. He intended to save it for a surprise gift for his wife. The porcelain cup and jade vase were remarkable finds, and upon returning home, Yuzhe was eager to explore what treasures they might yield. The hairpin cost 40, the vase 20, and the porcelain cup 30, totaling less than 100 yuan. Had he not feared raising Yuan Fonglin's suspicions by acquiring too many items, he would have gladly spent the entire 200. The transaction concluded pleasantly, and as Yuan Fonglin bid Yuzhe farewell, they shook hands, with the leader reminding him to bring any substantial goods his way in the future. "No problem, Boss Yuan." Yuzhe contemplated that this leader likely had a penchant for hunting tigers or sick deer, envisioning the substantial profits he could reap. In the brief time spent with Yuan Fonglin, Yuzhe found him to be remarkably straightforward. After purchasing the antiques, Yuan Fonglin even voluntarily exchanged a portion of the remaining funds for ration and fuel tickets. Although Yuzhe recognized this gesture was intended to foster goodwill for future dealings, he appreciated it nonetheless. Such was the distinction of a leader. His mindset was far superior to that of a fool. Having completed the transaction and pocketed the money, Yuzhe resolved to return to the village and check on whether that scoundrel had visited his precious orchard. Chapter 64. Exposure. Yuzhe perfectly anticipated Wang Chao's forethought. On this particular night, the moonlight was dim and hazy. Unable to wait until dawn, Wang Chao stealthily approached the orchard around 10 o'clock. He crouched low, weaving between the fruit trees, a large pair of shears clutched in his arms, his heart racing with trepidation. Gazing at the small fruits, no larger than eggs, under the moonlight, he was momentarily stunned. Had Yuzhe truly nurtured them to such size? Although the orchard belonged to the community, if Yuzhe was the sole caretaker, all the labor points would undoubtedly be credited to him. The sight of those promising little fruits only served to frustrate Wang Chao further. They must be pruned. With both hands raised, he poised the shears to strike at the branches, oblivious to the lurking danger beneath his feet. A sharp snap echoed, not from the cutting of branches, but from a metal trap that clamped down on Wang Chao's foot with a cruel bite. Agony surged through him immediately. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, looking down to see the dark trap's steel teeth embedded deep into his calf, blood oozing forth, staining his shoe a vivid red. "Damn it! Who set this trap?" His cries alerted the vigilant dog, Flash, who sprang from its den, charging towards Wang Chao. The sound of barking sent a chill of fear through him. "What is a dog doing here?" he thought, bewildered that such a fierce creature was unleashed near the tiny fruits. His mind raced. Had Yuzhe lost his sanity? Ignoring the excruciating pain in his leg, Wang Chao attempted to flee. The trap still clung to his leg, and with every step, he felt as if his limb might perish. Woof! Woof! Flash was upon him, and Wang Chao raised the shears, attempting to intimidate the dog. While it might have worked on an ordinary canine, Flash was a hunting dog, and the sight of the shears only ignited its excitement. With an agile leap, Flash sank its teeth into Wang Chao's other leg. The pain was unbearable, far worse than the trap. Once caught, the trap remained steadfast, but Flash's grip only tightened, as if it intended to devour his other leg. Desperately, Wang Chao brandished the shears, aiming for Flash's back. The dog dodged skillfully, refusing to release its hold. With a decisive strike, he brought the shears down upon Flash's head. Finally, the dog relented, allowing Wang Chao to wrench his leg free and flee homeward in a panic. If he didn't escape soon, he feared he would be mauled to death. The dog's foolishness bewildered him. They had crossed paths before. What has gotten into this mad creature? As he stumbled home, blood dripped intermittently from his leg. Upon reaching his abode, he was drenched in cold sweat, his hair clinging to his forehead, a mix of pain and fear enveloping him. Wang Chao called for Chun Suihua to turn on the light, trembling as he examined his leg. The sight was horrendous, a bloody mess, with one area even exposing bone. Chun Suihua gasped, nearly fainting. Chao Gu, how did this happen? Quick, help me remove the trap. If we don't stop the bleeding, my leg will be ruined. Chun Suihua gritted her teeth as she pried off the merciless trap and fetched some liquor, ointment, and a towel. Bite down on the towel, she instructed, pouring the liquor over his wound. Wang Chao gritted his teeth, the pain causing his body to spasm, even worse than the bite itself. How did it come to this? How will I work tomorrow? Request leave. Do you think I look fit to work with this leg? Wang Chao fretted over how to explain the injury to the village chief. No one would believe it was from a fall. It's fine, just wrap it up with some bandages. No one will see how it looks. When asked, just say, it was burned. Knowing Wang Chao's intentions, Chun Suihua inquired, did you manage to prune the fruits? Prune? I am truly cursed. I barely managed to pluck one before stepping into that trap. Meanwhile, Yuzhe had returned from the black market in town. Upon arriving at the village, he headed straight for the orchard. After conferring with Flash, he confirmed his suspicions. One trap was missing, indicating someone had intruded. Not one to delay, Yuzhe immediately sought out Hong Xuejuan. Hong Xuejuan, draped in a coat, opened the door, his eyes barely open. Village chief. Someone is attempting to ruin our village's fruit trees. The village chief's eyes widened, instantly alert. What are you saying? Are the fruits unharmed? For now, yes, but if we do not apprehend the culprit, we cannot predict future consequences. One of my traps is missing, and Flash bears traces of blood. This fool suffered greatly for his failed theft. The village chief inhaled sharply. Is it a wild beast or a person? Could it be one of our own? He pondered, knowing that the apple trees were communal property. If they bore fruit, it would benefit the village. Could someone from within act so unscrupulously? It is indeed one of our own. There are blood stains on the ground. Village chief, I have a strong suspicion as to who it might be. The following day, while the sun was still rising, the village chief, accompanied by several militia members, knocked on Wang Chao's door. Chun Suihua answered. Where's Wang Chao? The village chief inquired, his expression inscrutable. Today, Wang Chao is on leave. He was burned yesterday and has a fever tonight. Really? The village chief's suspicions deepened. Yesterday, the blood trail had ended near Wang Chao's home, and now he had fallen ill? A fever shouldn't be neglected. I will call Old He to check on him. No need. Chun Suihua's voice unexpectedly rose, then softened. I mean, he has already recovered. He just needs to rest at home. Village chief, what is this? Chun Suihua had recently married from Huaihua village and did not recognize the militia members accompanying Hong Xuejuan. How could he be burned? I need to speak with him. Let us go in. Hong Xuejuan insisted, leading his men inside, and Chun Suihua could not intervene in time. Inside, Wang Chao lay on the bed, his leg wrapped in coarse, yellowed bandages. His face, now shadowed with stubble, looked far more haggard than during their last encounter. How could a burn leave him looking worse than a woman after childbirth? Goodness, Wang Chao's complexion is dreadful. Shaoli, hurry and fetch Old He to examine his leg. Wang Chao's wife remarked that the burn should be exposed to the air to dissipate heat, questioning the need for such a tight bandaging. Chun Suihua, with a forced smile, explained that she applied herbal medicine and feared that exposing it might soil the clothes and bedding. Old He arrived in haste at Wang Chao's home, disregarding Chun Suihua's objections, determined to unveil the wound, his face etched with urgency. This leg, wrapped in so many layers, is at risk of infection. It must be opened. The barefoot doctor, Old He, was unaware of the events from the previous night and, driven solely by the compassion of a healer, genuinely believed that Wang Chao's injury was a burn. As the bandages were hastily removed, a shocking sight of the wound was revealed to all present. Old He gasped in horror. Good heavens, the bone is visible. This is not a burn. He questioned if Wang Chao had accidentally struck himself with an axe while chopping wood and, feeling ashamed, had claimed it was a burn instead. The village chief approached. Recalling the animal trap he had seen the night before, and upon comparing the two, Hong Xuejuan's pupils dilated in realization. It was indeed the same cause. Besides the wound that matched the trap, there were several marks clearly made by canine teeth. Unaware of his exposure, Wang Chao lied along with old He's conjecture. Yes, I accidentally caused this with an axe yesterday. An axe? The village chief scoffed, retrieving a trap from his satchel and tossing it onto the ground. You were injured by this, weren't you? The trap clattered as it rolled and fell to the earth. Chun Suihua was left dumbfounded. She had placed that trap in the kitchen, so how could it be with the village chief? Chapter 65. Mother of stones old he bent down to pick up the animal trap and, comparing it to the wound on Wang Chao's leg, exclaimed, Ah, you were caught by this. Wang Chao anxiously retorted, No, this is from a saw. I hurt myself while cutting wood yesterday. With the constant mention of an axe and a saw, coupled with his flustered demeanor, village chief Hong Xuejuan was now fully convinced that Wang Chao intended to wreak havoc upon the orchard. The saw was plausible, but the injury did not resemble one inflicted solely by a sharp tool. Old He, a former veterinarian, observed, Look at this mark. It is clearly a dog bite. Hong Xuejuan closed his eyes, suppressing his anger, and inquired, Speak, Wang Chao. Where were you last night? Wang Chao stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Hong Xuejuan's face flushed with rage, his voice rising, still not telling the truth. Did you go to the orchard? That is communal property. Each word was a forceful shout. How dare you? Village chief, let me explain. Wang Chao's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. I couldn't sleep last night, so I went for a walk and just happened to pass by there when that dog went mad and suddenly bit me. Yes. Wang Chao's expression shifted dramatically. That dog belongs to Yu Zhe's family. Village chief, you must stand up for me. I was simply out for a stroll when that rabid dog attacked me. Chun Suihua, Wang Chao's wife, interjected, Village chief, a hunting dog that bites is nothing short of a mad dog. Fortunately, it bit my strong husband, but what if it had bitten an elderly person or a child? That would have been serious. Chun Suihua then shifted her tone. However, since Yu Zhe is from the same village, if he compensates us and puts that dog down, we can be magnanimous and let it go. People may truly laugh when faced with absurdity, and Hong Xuejuan had never encountered such shamelessness. He felt like defending Yu Zhe even in his absence. Old He, having come in without context, finally grasped the situation. He spoke gravely, Yu Zhe's dog is trained. Not an ordinary pet. If you had not done anything wrong, it would not have bitten you. Just then, a comrade from the militia emerged, holding a blood-stained animal trap. Village chief, we found it. With a sigh, Hong Xuejuan acknowledged, the evidence is irrefutable. Shaoli, take Wang Chao away. Chun Suihua panicked. No, village chief, where are you taking my husband? To be re-educated for harming communal property. Hong Xuejuan made his intentions clear, indicating that Wang Chao would be taken to the farm for labor reform. This is unacceptable, village chief. My husband is injured. He cannot handle the farm work. Humph, it won't matter. His leg will heal soon. Shaoli from the militia added, Village chief, if Wang Chao cannot perform heavy labor, his wife can accompany him to help at the farm. Chun Suihua was taken aback. No, that won't do, village chief. How long will my husband have to stay? Hong Xuejuan's expression grew cold. Fruit trees are the lifeblood of our village. How long do you think is appropriate? Shaoli supplemented, a minimum of 2 years. Chun Suihua was stunned. Her legs gave way, and she fell heavily to the ground. They had only recently married. What was she to do if he went to the farm? Upon hearing the news of Wang Chao's departure, Yu Zhe felt an invigorating shift in his surroundings. The village chief even brought him the hunting permit, allowing him to hunt freely in the mountains. It was time to celebrate with a feast. At noon, Yu Zhe killed a duck and prepared duck soup, while Yun Yao sorted herbs nearby, her movements gentle and practiced. Wife, after lunch, let us visit the Shi family. His mother's lung illness has not improved, and I am concerned. All right, but is Shi reliable? Yun Yao asked. He's honest, absolutely dependable. Yu Zhe understood her apprehensions. Many traditional doctors had been reported over the years, simply to evade their meager consultation fees. Yun Yao, lacking a medical license, would be considered practicing medicine without authorization if she accepted payment. Zhe, what if I pursue a medical license and treat patients? She proposed, though being a barefoot Dr. Wun Ti allow her to fully abandon farming. Patients would compensate her with eggs, vegetables, and grains, which would help supplement the household, sparing him the dangers of hunting. Yuze's heart softened. His wife was worried for him. Never mind. Those things aren't worth exhausting yourself over. We don't lack for money, so you need not work so hard. If I truly want to practice medicine, I must discuss it with the village chief. Just consultation, without labor. Otherwise, how will you manage? We've never heard of a barefoot doctor who doesn't work in our commune. It must be difficult, right? You are different, my wife. Your medical skills are excellent. Merely preparing herbal pills takes considerable time. Those with talent deserve special consideration. Yun Yao smiled. You have a way with words. Well, let us take it one step at a time. After lunch, Yuze and Yun Yao went to the Shi household. Shi's mother appeared even worse than the last time they visited. Zhiqing, you really brought your wife to see my mother. I thought you were joking. Shi feigned a smile. Fool, why would I joke? Wife, please examine her condition. All right. Yun Yao took a seat on the stool beside Shi's mother and felt her pulse. After a few minutes, she began to understand the situation. Shi's mother was suffering from pulmonary tuberculosis, known in Western medicine as tuberculosis, a chronic illness. Shi, sit down. I will also check your pulse. Me? Shi was surprised, pointing at himself. Aren't you examining my mother? Listen to your sister-in-law, Yuze instructed. Shi obediently sat down for Yun Yao to check his pulse. Yun Yao's brows furrowed slightly, indeed. Your mother has tuberculosis, which is somewhat contagious. When you are together, it is best to wear a mask and keep the windows open for ventilation. Use separate dishes and disinfect them with boiling water daily. Be sure to burn any phlegm she expels. Tuberculosis. Shi's mother appeared bewildered. The health clinic said my illness was pneumonia. Hearing Yun Yao's detailed explanation, Shi's heart sank. He was aware of the severity of tuberculosis, having lost a distant relative to the disease. Sister-in-law, is there any hope for my mother's recovery? Chapter 66. The package and letters. The symptoms of pneumonia and tuberculosis are eerily similar. Yun Yao unfurled her silver needles, declaring her ability to cure, albeit over an extended period. After administering the acupuncture to Zhiqing, she crafted 2 prescriptions. This one is for your mother, and this one is for you. The medicinal ingredients are quite common and can be found at the supply and marketing cooperative. I will return regularly to perform the acupuncture. Zhiqing clutched the prescription, his eyes welling with tears. Sister-in-law, Zegu, thank you so much. A few days prior, they had visited the health clinic, where the newly appointed male doctor had coldly declared that his mother was beyond saving. The myriad of medicines he had taken over the years paled in comparison to the hope that Yun Yao's prescription ignited in his heart. Yuze furrowed his brow, lamenting the doctor's unprofessional demeanor. How can a physician speak so discouragingly? The sickest of souls fear such negativity the most. Many doctors conceal the severity of their patients' ailments, only disclosing the truth to family members. Sometimes, the mere thread of hope is what keeps the gravely ill clinging to life. One careless statement, and that thread snaps, leading to despair. Upon hearing Yun Yao's assurance of her ability to heal, Zhiqing's body jolted with renewed vigor. Her once dull eyes sparkled with life. Her lips moved in excitement, yet words eluded her. After a moment, she regained her voice. Yuze, is this true? Can you truly heal me? From behind the mosquito net, Yuze replied, Indeed, Auntie. You need not worry. Stay strong. Shi too is waiting for you to witness his marriage. Zhiqing's shoulders trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. She wiped her face with her hand, exclaiming, This is wonderful. I had lost all hope. How can I ever thank you? Zhiqing's heart swelled with emotion. Mother, focus on your recovery. Once you are well, I will dedicate my life to repay Yuze. Yuze chuckled softly. Why would you follow me? I already have a wife. You should be with your own. Zhiqing beamed. Yuze, you truly have a wonderful wife. You are so fortunate. Indeed, Shi too will be with me. Basking in my good fortune, Yun Yao replied with a radiant smile. Auntie, having Yuze as my husband makes me the happiest. Zhiqing laughed. Oh, you two are so sweet. Shi too, once your mother recovers, you must hurry to find me a daughter-in-law. While Yun Yao conversed with Shi and her son, Yuze stealthily made his way to the courtyard, pouring some Lingquan water into the family's water tank. Though Lingquan water cannot cure all ailments, it significantly aids in recovery. As they left Che's home and walked along the path, Yun Yao remarked to Yuze, If only we had some ginseng. Zhiqing is severely deficient in vitality. Yuze mused, There must be ginseng on the mountain, though it is hard to come by. Ginseng is a precious herb. I must seek it out, for when Yun Yao gives birth, if she lacks strength. A lozenge of ginseng and a sip of Lingquan water will surely ease the process. Upon their return home, a postal worker rode up on his bicycle, halting before them. He opened his army green bag, announcing, "Yuze, there are letters and a package for your family." The package was from Jing, while the letter originated from the county town. "Wife, your package is quite large. Who sent it?" Yun Yao leaned in for a closer look. Noting the sender's address, "It is from my aunt." As she gazed at the package, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. In her previous life, her aunt frequently sent her care packages. Had it not been for the devastating loss of her 2 children and her aunt's occasional support, she might have succumbed to despair. The package was wrapped tightly, and it took Yun Yao quite some time to unwrap it. Inside, she found a bag of cured salted meat, 2 bags of rolled flour and fried wheat flour, a packet of white sugar, a cotton shirt, and a straw hat. Additionally, there was a small cloth bag wrapped in several layers, containing 20 jin of national grain tickets and 50 yuan. At the very bottom of the package lay a letter in a brown paper envelope, stamped with a red serving the people seal. The address bore her aunt's handwriting, and the postage featured images of agricultural and industrial construction. Observing the abundance of items, Yuze remarked, "Wife, your aunt is incredibly generous to send so much." Yun Yao, overwhelmed by the gifts, felt her eyes welling with tears. "Yes, my aunt doesn't even know I've married." She opened the letter, and Yuze leaned in to read along. "Yao Yao, as if meeting you in person. The shirt has been tailored to accommodate an additional ½ inch in width for ease of wear during labor. While the fabric is not as absorbent as cotton, it is wrinkle resistant. I have heard that the summer sun in the northeast can be quite harsh. Be sure to wear your straw hat while working to avoid heat stroke. Your sudden departure to the countryside worried us greatly. Your aunt has many questions for you. How do you get along with the educated youth and the villagers? Do they still like you? Please write to me if you have any grievances. Life in the countryside is challenging, but it is a valuable experience. Remember, regardless of what happens, we are here for you. We hope all is well with you. I look forward to your reply. Aunt." The sincerity of the letter moved Yun Yao to tears, causing her shoulders to tremble. Yuze embraced her gently. "Wife, why are you crying?" "I miss my aunt," she replied. She had gone to the countryside alone due to her parents, yet her aunt, being her father's sister, surely longed for him as well. However, the letter could not mention their father, as it would bring her aunt sorrow. Yuze comforted her. "Separation paves the way for a better reunion. We shall visit your aunt together in the future." Yun Yao wiped her nose, her emotions gradually settling, responding softly, "All right." She resolved to write a heartfelt letter back to her aunt, sharing the news of her marriage and her happiness. "Oh, but this other letter is from Xiao. I must see how she is faring." She was deeply concerned about her sister-in-law's well-being. Yuze unfolded the letter. "Dear brother and sister-in-law, Li Mansong has already been hospitalized 4 times. And now he insists on divorcing me, demanding the return of the betrothal gifts and the money for my job. What should I do? If convenient, could you come to the town for a visit? Xiao." Yun Yao rubbed her eyes in disbelief at the number 4 in the letter, astonished. "My goodness, my sister is truly remarkable. How has she managed all this?" Yuze tightened his grip on the letter. Realizing that Xiao likely wrote concisely to avoid drawing attention to its contents. "Let us visit the town and see what is happening," he suggested thoughtfully. "If we can help her finalize this divorce, it would be for the best." Chapter 67. Possession in the town and the hospital. Shi Xiangmei wept uncontrollably, lamenting, "Oh, my son, please hurry and divorce that wretched woman. If you do not, our family shall be tormented to death by her." Li Mansong, unshaven and utterly despondent, had transformed from the spirited man he was a month ago into a mere shadow of himself. "Is it my desire to remain in this situation? It is that vile woman who refuses to divorce." This month had been unbearably difficult for their family. The decision to bring Yuxiu back from the countryside had been a grievous mistake. First, he ended up in the hospital due to a fracture caused by her, and after a few days, food poisoning from a meal she prepared sent both him and his mother back to the hospital. His mother, unable to contain her fury, uprooted the flowers Yuxiu had nurtured on the windowsill. Upon learning of this, Yuxiu pursued her mother with a knife up 5 flights of stairs, and had it not been for the intervention of neighbors, the outcome could have been dire. Upon returning from the lumber mill, Li Mansong, incensed by the news, sought to teach her a lesson, only to have his hand broken in the encounter, leading him once again to the hospital. The humiliation was unbearable. His colleagues expressed astonishment, questioning how a grown man could be bested by a mere wife. Was it truly a matter of strength? Yu Xiao was simply too unhinged. While others might engage in brawls, she fought for blood. One time, a kitchen knife came perilously close to his head. Had his hair not provided some height, he would have lost a piece of himself. After his third discharge from the hospital, Li Montsong could no longer endure the torment and resolved to rectify Yu Xiao's behavior. He surmised that her drastic change in temperament was due to a prolonged absence of intimacy. If he could only subdue her in bed, he would then have the upper hand. He instructed Shi Xiangmei to procure a certain medicine, feigning a desire to reconcile with Yu Xiao, and prepared a lavish feast, secretly dosing her drink. Li Montsong anticipated that after dinner, he would witness Yu Xiao's return to her former self. Little did he know, she had not touched the drink. It was all an act. As he prepared for a romantic evening, Yu Xiao unexpectedly stabbed him with a fruit knife. The blood flowed profusely. That night, he found himself in the emergency room. While the vital parts were preserved, the doctor warned that functionality had been irrevocably lost. Such barbaric actions prompted the police and neighborhood committee to merely require Yu Xiao to sign 2 guarantees. To hell with those guarantees. During his third hospitalization, Yu Xiao had already pinned identical statements, which would amount to nothing but empty promises on her part. Li Montsong feared that continuing to live with Yu Xiao would eventually lead to his demise at her hands. Shi Xiangmei, with a glimmer of inspiration, suggested, "Son, what if we invite a master? I believe Yu Xiao must be possessed. Otherwise, who undergoes such a drastic change? The crackdown on superstitions is severe. Where can we find such a person? I know. Your aunt in the west of the city knows a master. Let us invite her." Shi Xiangmei seemed to have discovered a glimmer of hope and hastily left the hospital to find the master. In the village, Yu Zhe used the village landline to call his sister at the textile factory. "Show her, we will come to the town to see you tomorrow." "All right, brother, I will take a day off." Yu Xiao's heart raced with joy. Lately, she felt lost and without support, but her brother's arrival brought her solace. The next day, Yu Zhe and Yun Yao set off early for the town's textile factory to find their sister. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, Yun Yao anxiously examined her from all sides, asking, "Xiao, are you well? Have you been injured?" "No, sister-in-law, I am perfectly fine." Yu Xiao held her head high and smiled. "Look, I've even gained a bit of weight. Your letter terrified me. I feared for your safety. How did you end up sending Li Montsong to the hospital so many times?" "Sister-in-law, I will protect myself. Those incidents occurred while I was at the Li household. The rest of the time, I stayed at the factory, unafraid of them. The first time, their son urinated in my cup, and I couldn't take it, so I gave that brat a beating. Then Li Montsong tried to hit me, and I broke his hand. The second time, they insisted I cook, so I mixed sprouted potatoes with moldy flour to prepare a meal, and they all ended up in the hospital with stomach issues. The third and fourth incidents were also instigated by the Li family, although I did not suffer any significant harm. It was truly exhausting. Fighting is tiring. Brother, now they are begging me for a divorce and want their money back. What should I do?" Yu Zhe's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. "Don't worry, we are going to the Li family now. The divorce is inevitable, but we must strip them of their pride first." At that moment, the master capable of dispelling evil and averting disaster had also been brought to their home by Shi Xiangmei. Dressed in a Taoist robe and holding a compass, the master circled the Li residence twice before stating solemnly, "Your family's feng shui is problematic, which has caused your wife to undergo such a drastic change in temperament. Go buy a chicken. I require its blood." Chapter 68. It seems you are facing a blood calamity, all right. All right, Shi Xiangmei promptly agreed, eager to procure whatever blood was necessary to treat Yu Xiao. After much effort, she managed to obtain a live chicken and filled a large bucket with warm chicken blood, setting it aside in the kitchen. The master nodded in satisfaction. "Good, now go fetch your daughter-in-law. I shall perform the ritual for her." Shi Xiangmei, recalling Yu Xiao brandishing a glinting kitchen knife, shuddered and turned to Li Montsong. "Son, perhaps you should go find her. If I approach her, she may not come out with me." "Very well, I shall go now." Anxious, yet excited, Li Montsong collided with Yu Zhe, who was ascending the stairs, followed closely by Yun Yao and Yu Xiao. "Ah, Li Montsong, where are you rushing off to?" Yu Zhe inquired. "You again? Why are you here?" Li Montsong felt a pang of discomfort upon seeing Yu Zhe. This rogue's presence complicated matters significantly. "What is it to you? Aren't you just the town secretary? Mind your own business. Look at yourself. I might just lose my breakfast at the sight of you." Yu Zhe wrinkled his nose. Yikes. There's even a foul odor. Li Montsong was taken aback. He hadn't bathed in days, and the hospital was hardly conducive to cleanliness. He hadn't seen his reflection for quite some time. Embarrassed, he sniffed at his collar and took a few steps back. Yu Xiao, since you've arrived, please invite your brother inside. The master had stated that once the chicken blood was sprinkled, he would ignite the talisman to drive away the evil spirits afflicting Yu Xiao. Even with Yu Zhe present, today's chicken blood ritual would proceed without fail. Yu Zhe narrowed his eyes. Something was amiss with Li Montsong. According to his sister, he should be demanding a divorce and money by now. Yet here he was, not even mentioning divorce and devoid of complaints. Highly unusual, indeed. Yu Zhe discerned that he was likely concealing something sinister. Yu Zhe followed Li Montsong into his home, where the master sat on the sofa in the living room, eyes closed, muttering something under his breath. Upon spotting Yu Zhe, Shi Xiangmei leapt up as though she had stepped on a cat's tail. Yu Zhe, you scoundrel, how dare you come to my home? Look at what kind of abomination your family has produced. Yu Zhe dismissively waved his hand. Keep your distance. I was bitten by a dog when I was young, and now I find you somewhat frightening. Shi Xiangmei stood frozen for several seconds before realizing Yu Zhe had just insulted her, nearly choking on her indignation. Son, did you hear that? He just called me a dog. Listen, Li Montsong felt equally displeased, but with the chicken blood yet to be sprinkled, he couldn't afford to anger Yu Zhe, as that would complicate matters with Yu Xiao. He tugged at Shi Xiangmei's sleeve, whispering, Mother, please bear with it a little longer. Then, turning to the master, he inquired, Master, when can we begin? Shu, the auspicious time has not yet arrived. The master, Jia Tianxian, slowly opened his eyes, surveying the trio of Yu Zhe and the others. Ah, 2 more have arrived. This must be the elder brother. Perhaps I can collect a few more tokens. Where is Yu Xiao? Yu Xiao, bewildered, replied, Brother, I don't know him. Your sister is beset by malevolent spirits. If not addressed, she will face a blood calamity. Oh, is that so? Yu Zhe's eyes sparkled with challenge. How fortuitous. I calculated and found that you too shall face a blood calamity today. Jia Tianxian frowned and waved his sleeve in dismissal. Nonsense. Ignorant child. Yu Zhe smirked, stepping forward in a swift motion, delivering a resounding slap that echoed sharply in the quiet living room, causing Jia Tianxian to sway uncontrollably. You dare to lay a hand on me? Jia Tianxian rose, incredulous and furious. But Yu Zhe responded with a flurry of slaps, his arms swinging with such speed that it appeared to blur. 1, 2. A total of more than a dozen slaps sent Jia Tianxian spinning in place. Jia Tianxian let out a cry, his head spinning, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he trembled, attempting to retaliate, only to have Yu Zhe deftly seize his wrist. Quite the resilient fellow, it took all these slaps before you bled. Now, let us determine whether you indeed face a blood calamity. Yu Zhe tightened his grip, causing Jia Tianxian to break into a cold sweat. How dare you pretend to be a deity before me? I shall teach you a proper lesson today, so you understand the extent of my power. With that, Yu Zhe delivered a kick to Jia Tianquan's knee. Jia Tianxian buckled, collapsing to the ground, the excruciating pain compelling him to shout, The auspicious time has arrived. It was now or never. If he didn't act quickly, he would be beaten to death by this madman. Li Montsong watched in horror. Yu Zhe was truly ruthless, and it was fortunate he was not the target. This entire family seemed cursed, driven to madness. Upon hearing Jia Tianquan's words, Shi Xiangmei's dulled eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. She dashed to the kitchen, swiftly returning with a full basin of chicken blood, rushing toward the living room. For she had finally awaited this moment. Chapter 69. Jumping and shouting with delight, Shi Xiangmei rushed into the hall, holding a basin of chicken blood. Yu Zhe's nose twitched, and he could not help but chuckle inwardly. Unable to defeat them, have they resorted to grossing people out? Then let them experience the flavor of this concoction for themselves. Yu Zhe swiftly extracted his belt from his waist. Xiao, dear wife, step back. Opposite him, Shi Xiangmei, brimming with excitement, raised the basin of chicken blood, ready to splash it. Yu Zhe's reflexes were quick as he flicked his belt, striking the bottom of the basin with a resounding thwack. The basin of chicken blood flew into the air, and with another deft swing of his belt, he directed it towards Shi Xiangmei's position before retreating abruptly. With a loud crash, the basin of chicken blood cascaded down upon Shi Xiangmei, Li Montsong, and Jia Xuanji like a fountain. The pungent odor immediately permeated the room, splattering the three with warm, sticky, red blood. Startled, they instinctively shut their eyes and began to scream, Ah, ah, ah. Li Montsong felt the flowing chicken blood trickle down his hair and forehead, unexpectedly sliding into his open mouth. The taste was salty, bitter, and fishy, causing his stomach to churn violently as he bent over, retching. The other two were similarly affected, overwhelmed by nausea and violently heaving, the hall echoing with their retching sounds. Yuze let out a huff and pulled out a whip he had specially made for his sister, handing it to Yu Xiao. They are utterly disgusting. Show her, whip them. After passing the whip, he grinned mischievously. Show her, let me demonstrate. After flexing his wrist, he swung the belt forcefully at the three. Each crack of the belt sliced through the air, landing mercilessly upon them. Still reeling from the nauseating chicken blood, they were caught off guard by the relentless strikes of the belt. With each swing, Yuze exerted all his strength. Show her, look at them, jumping and screaming. How delightful. Make them even happier. Yu Xiao, watching Li Monsong and Shi Xiangmei, both drenched in chicken blood and scrambling in panic, felt a surge of satisfaction. She brandished the whip. All right. Her whip was more manageable than the belt. Although not as powerful, she targeted their vulnerable spots. As Li Monsong attempted to grab the whip, she struck him squarely on the mouth. Help! They are trying to kill me. In no time, the cries of the Li family echoed mournfully. Several neighbors, unable to contain their curiosity upon hearing the commotion, pretended to pass by the window and witnessed this chaotic scene, leading them to call the authorities. Half an hour later, the same two officers and staff from the neighborhood committee arrived. The four surveyed the crimson-stained Li household, with droplets of blood splattered across the furniture, nearly believing a murder had occurred. What on earth is happening? Seeing the officers, Li Monsong and the others cried out for justice. Help! They are trying to kill us. Yuze stepped forward. Officers, I wish to report that Li Monsong and Shi Xiangmei are engaging in feudal superstitions here. Shi Xiangmei, drenched in chicken blood, lamented on the ground. Officers, they are trying to kill me. Yuze and Yu Xiao are attacking me, an old woman. Yu Xiao rolled her eyes, exasperated, as Shi Xiangmei had been incessantly shouting about her impending demise without taking any action. Worrying about implicating her brother, Yu Xiao thought that her actions were a family dispute, but her brother's situation could become more complicated. Officers, my brother came to visit me, and my husband and mother-in-law called a charlatan, claiming we were cursed. Look, this chicken blood scattered everywhere is what they intended to use for my exorcism. In our socialist society, how can we allow them to engage in such quackery? Jia Tianxian lowered his head, feeling guilty. This is it. I'm done for. He cursed his misfortune. After deceiving for over a decade, he had never faced such a setback. He regretted coming to this household. The officers surveyed the scene and stated, everyone, please cooperate and accompany us to the station. At the station, Shi Xiangmei and Li Monsong lamented their plight, lifting their clothes to show the officers their injuries. These were inflicted by the wicked Yu family. You must arrest them. The officers, detecting the strong smell of blood, discreetly shifted their chairs back, keeping their distance. While it was wrong to resort to violence, they firmly opposed the practice of feudal superstition. The Li family had yet to pay Jia Tianxian. Had they done so, the situation would have been far more serious. The director of the neighborhood committee attempted to mediate, saying, you are all family. Can't you sit down and discuss this amicably? Li Monsong could no longer hold back. It's always like this. Every time, you protect Yu Xiao, downplaying the matter. He shouted in terror, I can't take it anymore. I want a divorce from this crazy family. The officers exchanged glances. Divorces were outside their jurisdiction. The neighborhood committee members sighed quietly, moving closer to encourage reconciliation, but no matter what they said, Li Monsong and Shi Xiangmei insisted on the divorce. They must return the betrothal gifts. And the money I gave to Yu Xiao. Shi Xiangmei urgently echoed her desire for her son to divorce. I can no longer endure being beaten by my daughter-in-law. Yuze crossed his arms defiantly, countering. As diligent comrades serving the people, how can you advise my sister to divorce? My sister is in the prime of her youth, meant to marry and live well. If she divorces, she becomes a second wife. Who will compensate her for the loss of her youth? The neighborhood committee members looked awkwardly at Li Monsong's family. If you wish to divorce, it would only be fair to compensate comrade Yu Xiao some money. Chapter 70. Absolutely not. Shi Xiangmei's expression was charged with agitation. How dare she claim any losses after siphoning so much money from my family? Yuze shrugged nonchalantly, stating that it was fine if there was no compensation. Shi Xiangmei and Li Peng were to belong to his sister, Xiaoer. Shi Xiangmei abruptly lifted her head, incredulous at what she had just heard. Li Monsong was utterly shocked. Yuze, are you out of your mind? That is my mother and my biological son. How can they possibly belong to you after a divorce? The clever Yu Xiao chimed in. But they are also my mother-in-law and my son. They rightfully belong to me. My mother-in-law could cook for me every day. How wonderful that would be. Yuzhe nodded in agreement. Indeed, Aunt Sure is currently single and could easily find an older gentleman, thus earning a dowry. As for Li Peng, in a few years, he could work and send money to my sister. It's simply perfect. Li Montong was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. How could there exist someone with such monumental audacity? Shi Xiangmei's face was painted with fear as she clutched her son Li Montong's arm, repeatedly refusing. No, Montong, I refuse to be with that lunatic. Ever since Yu Xiu had chased her with a kitchen knife, Yu Xiu had haunted her dreams every night with a sinister smile. It was terrifying. Fine, give me the money. I'll give you 100. Is that satisfactory? Yuzhe sneered. 100 is merely a pittance. It should be no less than 600. Li Montong has worked for many years. He can surely manage that. Yuzhe, I'm paying 100 for marrying Yu Xiu, another 200 for your father, and 500 for the job. Do you think I'm your family's money bag? Yuzhe shrugged, utterly indifferent. If you refuse to pay, then there won't be a divorce. Live with my sister. Don't be so petty. My sister only acted out of concern for you. Otherwise, why wouldn't she act against other men? She simply loves you too much. Yu Xiu nodded in agreement, her demeanor obedient. Yes. Li Montong nearly spat blood in disbelief. The Yu family truly possessed a genetic propensity for shamelessness. I'll do it. I'll go get the money. Director Zhao, please expedite the paperwork for us. Money could be earned again, but being with Yu Xiu was priceless. Director Zhao hesitated. Are you sure you want a divorce? This is no trivial matter. Perhaps you should reconsider. In their town, tales of hanging, poisoned drinking, and runaway brides were common, but a divorce? That was rarer than a flying mouse. Yu Xiu subtly pinched the edge of her garment. Her face contorted. I believe you have a point, Director. Shi Xiangmei's eyes widened in disbelief as she placed her hands on her hips, venting her frustration. Damn it. Mind your own business. This is about my son's divorce. What right do you have to interfere? Director Zhao's countenance turned pale. It was her first time being berated so harshly while mediating. At that moment, she began to empathize with Yu Xiu. Well done. Shi Xiangmei was genuinely fearful that the Yu family would heed Director Zhao's words and backtrack on the divorce, so she vigorously shoved Li Montong, urging him, what are you waiting for? Go get the money. 15 minutes later, Li Montong returned, drenched in sweat, with the money. Director Zhao had also prepared the agreement in triplicate. Normally, they would remember their first divorce well enough. Whether or not to formalize the agreement seemed trivial, but this family was too eccentric. Having a written agreement would be prudent. Li Montong and Yu Xiu are divorcing due to incompatible personalities. The male party shall compensate the female party 600 yuan. From this point forward, they shall lead separate lives. Both signed the document and pressed their red fingerprints. At the moment Li Montong pressed his fingerprint, his hand trembled. He was somewhat reluctant to part with the 600 yuan. Yuzhe's voice wafted from behind. Li Montong, are you still reluctant to let go of my sister? The divorce certificate hasn't been issued yet. You still have the chance. Absolutely not. Li Montong promptly tossed the bag containing the 600 yuan towards Yu Xiu with a loud thud. Life is paramount. At that moment, the divorce certificate for Li Montong and Yu Xiu was also ready. 2 sheets of yellow paper, resembling award certificates in size. Yuzhe glanced at them. The color seems quite fitting. Yellow signifies a separation. Li Montong, as if pursued by someone, hastily signed the divorce certificate. Yu Xiu picked up the document, her face betraying no emotion while she strove to suppress her excitement. Her brother had said that to win this time, she must not allow her feelings to show. Li Montong and Shi Xiangmei watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Yu Xiu signed her name. When the final stroke was made, both of their eyes sparkled with joy. They were divorced, finally. Li Montong felt as if he had been reborn. Shi Xiangmei was so overwhelmed with emotion that she began to cry. She was finally free from the fear of being overpowered by Yu Xiu at the slightest disagreement. The surrounding staff and passers-by were utterly captivated by the sight of the mother and son, alternating between laughter and tears. As Yuzhe, Yun Yao, and Yu Xiu prepared to leave, Yuzhe noticed the astonished gazes around them and thought, I cannot allow my sister's reputation to be tarnished. What if the onlookers think it is her fault? Thus, as they reached the door, he cleared his throat and spoke loudly enough for the entire room to hear. Li Montong, although you have divorced my sister, a mother and son cannot be severed. Be cautious. Li Montong and Shi Xiangmei paused, their expressions shifting like a painter's palette. desperately trying to defend themselves. No, that is not it. We haven't done anything. Don't listen to their nonsense. Chapter 71. Photography. Stepping out of the street office, Yu Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of relief as a smile graced her lips. She had succeeded. It turned out that divorce was not as daunting as it seemed. Yuzhe gently patted his sister, saying, "Xiao, from now on, your life will be a smooth journey. Come, let us celebrate with a delicious meal." Yu Xiao linked arms with her sister-in-law, Yun Yao, and smiled sweetly. "All right." Yuzhe led his sister and sister-in-law to a nearby state-run restaurant. He glanced at the menu for the day, ordered 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, along with 3 servings of staple food, and found a table for them. "Brother, I can't eat much, so don't order too much," she cautioned. "Rest assured, I have a hearty appetite, and I guarantee we will clear the plates. It's quite normal for 3 people to share 3 dishes. I could easily finish 2 on my own. After a day of hunting and working, followed by evening exercise, I simply must eat more." Soon, the food arrived. Although the waitstaff's demeanor was rather ordinary, seeing his sister and sister-in-law enjoying their meal with beaming smiles assured him of the dish's delightful flavors. Yuzhe picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and turned to his sister. "By the way, Xiao, has your household registration been transferred?" "Yes, brother. I moved it to the factory a while ago." "Good. You can work at the textile factory for now. It has restricted access, so it remains relatively safe. If Li Mansong continues to harass you, remember to call the village chief's office and inform me. Li Mansong better behave himself. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to deal with him in a more decisive manner. With no surveillance on the streets, I could eliminate him in a secluded alley without anyone ever knowing. Since Li Mansong has divorced Xiao, his disappearance would not raise any suspicions regarding her." Watching Yuzhe protect his sister, Yun Yao felt her admiration for him grow. A man who treats his family well exudes a comforting charm. After the meal, Yuzhe bought 10 large meat buns from the restaurant, splitting them with his sister for takeout. Looking at the time, he asked, "Xiao, do you have to work this afternoon?" "I don't need to this afternoon, but I do have the night shift." Yun Yao blinked in surprise. "There's a night shift as well? You should hurry home to catch up on sleep. You must be exhausted." Yu Xiao nodded. "That's right. The factory manager said we must maximize machine efficiency, so we have several shifts." "Well then, brother and sister-in-law, I shall take my leave for now. Let's meet again when we have the chance." As Yu Xiao thought about her upcoming paycheck next month, her first real salary, she planned to buy something for her brother and sister-in-law. "All right, hurry back. Your sister-in-law and I will stroll around a bit before heading back to the village." After parting ways with Yu Xiao, Yun Yao tilted her head and asked, "Where shall we go next?" "You'll find out soon enough. I'm taking you to a mysterious place." 15 minutes later, Yuzhe parked the bicycle in front of a state-run photography studio. Yun Yao looked up at the sign, intrigued. "So you brought me here to take photos?" Yuzhe secured the bike and replied, "Yes, we haven't had our registration photo taken yet. Let's get one now." Yun Yao felt a sweet sensation in her heart, though she was concerned about the cost. "It's all right if we don't. Film is so expensive now. It's not overly costly, and we should save where we can, but this is a memory worth cherishing for a lifetime." Yuzhe led Yun Yao into the studio, where a faint scent of developing solution lingered, and only 2 people were busy inside. Yuzhe approached one of the photographers. "Excuse me, how much for a couple's photo?" The photographer paused, looked at Yuzhe and Yun Yao, and brightened. "Oh, what a lovely couple. Our price for a double portrait is 50 cents each. Do you have color options?" Yuzhe inquired. The photographer shook his head. "Only black and white, but I can apply some oil paint to add a rosy hue to your cheeks." The couple exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. "That might work. Black and white is fine as well." The photographer instructed them, "Please sit on that long bench. This is for your registration photo, correct?" "Yes, it is." Yuzhe confirmed. "Then move a little closer. There's enough room for me to sit between you." The photographer's humor drew laughter from both, and they moved in closer, leaving only a fist's width of space between them. "All right, stay still. Look here. 3, 2, 1. The photographer pressed the shutter, and with a flash, the light momentarily blinded them. After the photo was taken, they learned they would need to wait for some time, as the studio had to finish the entire roll of film before developing it. With dozens of pictures to take, Yuzhe and Yun Yao could not complete them all in one go. They would have to return to town to collect the photos later. Exiting the photography studio, Yuzhe remarked, "Wife, let us make it a tradition to take a photo every year. Next year, we can bring the children along to capture their growth." Yun Yao envisioned the scene of them taking photos with their children and smiled. That would be wonderful. But won't that mean the photos will show them growing up while we grow older? Growing old is fine. Even then, you will still be the most beautiful little old lady on the street. Yun Yao chuckled, her heart blooming with joy. What shall we do next? Where would you like to go? Yun Yao pondered. I'd like to check out the bookstore. Reading was her passion, and the 2 books she brought with her to the countryside had already been thoroughly read. All right, let's go to the Xinhua bookstore. Yuzhe calculated that in 4 years, the college entrance examinations would resume. Coincidentally, that would be when their children turned 3 years old. With how diligent his wife was, he wondered if she was planning to take the college entrance examination in a few years. Chapter 72. The recycling station. The Xinhua bookstore is not far from the photography studio. Yuzhe rode his bicycle, inquiring of Yun Yao. My dear, what book would you like to purchase? I'm not sure. Let us just take a look for now. I may not even buy anything, she replied. I thought you might want to buy your high school textbooks. Yun Yao, seated on the back, held onto the hem of Yuzhe's shirt, stretching her legs to bask in the sunlight on her toes. What are you thinking? I am already married with children. Why would I need high school textbooks? So what if you're married? The country is developing rapidly. Who knows, they might reinstate the college entrance examination one day. My dear, you are so intelligent. Getting into university would be a breeze for you. Yuzhe's words resonated with Yun Yao, as she had contemplated the possibility of the examination's revival. Yet she pondered about their family. If she were to attend university, would he accompany her? What would happen to their child while they went out? I would also attend. You can supervise me. We can take the child along. While pursuing a university education, they also needed to earn money. Most importantly, the first cohort to attend university would be talented individuals. Getting acquainted with them would not hinder their financial pursuits. Moreover, if they attended prestigious universities, they could set a commendable example for their future son or daughter. Marriage would soon become competitive. It would be ideal if their in-laws were both cultured and affluent, a match in both status and strength. For now, a trip to the bookstore to buy a couple of books for his wife would suffice. He understood that even without examinations, reading was a habit for someone of her cultural caliber. Just flipping through the pages brought her immense comfort. The current Xinhua bookstore was not like those of decades hence, where one would enter to find aisles brimming with books to choose from. Instead, one had to request the books from a clerk behind the counter. Yun Yao leaned against the counter, peering through the glass at the books inside. Ultimately, she selected a copy of Hong Yin and another titled Peng Huang. Would you not like to purchase a few more? Yuzhe inquired, flipping through the books she held. What a coincidence. I have read these in my previous life. No, 2 is enough. Initially, she planned to buy just 1, but Yuzhe insisted on her taking an additional volume. He chose a few comic books for himself, thinking that while Yun Yao read her books, he could enjoy his comics. Occasionally, he would drop a spoiler about her book, which would surely elicit a delightful reaction from her. The prices were as follows. Hong Yen was 0, 46 yuan, Peng Huang was 0, 37 yuan, and with a few children's books added, the total came to 1, 50 yuan. After completing the transaction and exiting the bookstore, Yuzhe and Yun Yao passed by a recycling station. My dear, I would like to take a look inside, he said. All right, I will wait for you outside. Typically, one could enter the town's recycling station to search for treasures and pay upon exiting. Inside the duty room, a middle-aged man was keeping watch over the recycling station, reading a newspaper at a wooden table, which was adorned with a notebook, pen, and an enamel mug. Yuzhe entered and greeted, Hello, comrade. I am a student and would like to see if there are any books I can use. Is that all right? The man closed his newspaper and glanced at him. Sure, go ahead, but you cannot rummage through the unorganized section. Upon entering the recycling station, Yuzhe observed that it was divided into 2 sides. One side was neatly organized with newspapers bundled together and glass bottles and scrap metal sorted. The other side, which the man had referred to as unorganized, appeared somewhat chaotic. Yuzhe could sense the middle-aged man standing behind him, monitoring his every move. He found the situation amusing, realizing that the depictions of treasure hunting in recycling stations from his previous life were exaggerated. This public recycling station was meticulously organized. Even the toothpaste tubes were stacked neatly. A missing item would likely lead to suspicion directed at him. Yuzhe approached the section designated for books and selected a few high school textbooks, offering the attendant a dime before exiting the recycling station. He raised the books triumphantly. My dear, I bought you a few textbooks. Textbooks? Yun Yao took them, examining the notes within. These are quite good. I'll keep them at home. They might come in handy later. Indeed, it is getting late. Let us return home. Upon returning to the village, Yuzhe recalled the two treasures he had acquired from the black market, which he had yet to use for the lottery. Alas, it is truly unwise to rely solely on antiques for the lottery. It would be far more practical if one could use money instead. Presently, what he lacked was not money. He hoped that it would be upgraded in the future. Yuzhe entered the space and tossed the jade pot he had purchased from Yuan Laodao into it, silently praying, God of Wealth, Hu San Tai Yi, Hu Xian Tai Nai, Ma Zhu Nyang Nyang, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, Buddha, Heavenly Tao Father, Jesus Christ, grant me a grand prize. With a blend of Eastern and Western blessings, Yuzhe pressed the lottery button. The lottery button flashed 8 times, and a mechanical voice announced, 2 acres of arable land, 2 packets of Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, 100 green farm eggs, 2 red thermoses from the department store, 10 bottles of Maotai liquor, 30 grain coupons from Northeast General, 2 iron pots from the supply and marketing cooperative, and 1 premium piglet. Yuzhe was taken aback. What? A piglet? They are even offering live animals? In the next moment, a lively pink piglet materialized in the wooden house, snorting and rooting around. Stop that. Those are my treasures. As the piglet approached his antique vase, Yuzhe hurriedly shooed it out of the wooden house. This won't do. I need to create a pen for it, or eventually, all the items in the space will be ruined. The lottery machine ceased its sounds, and Yuzhe calculated that this was an 8-in-1 draw, yielding decent items, apart from the Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, which he found rather useless. With the spiritual spring in hand, do I suffer from kidney deficiency? Absolutely not. The Maotai and thermos were indeed excellent finds, as they required tickets and were quite difficult to procure. In the town, even locals had to wait a long time to buy them, let alone those from the countryside. As for the land, he had always thought that with so much grass in the space, one could plant anything. It turned out that one needed to win land in the lottery to cultivate. However, he hoped that the land would not be untilled. Yuzhe circled around the wooden house and noticed something different. The land was situated near the spiritual spring. The grass on the land appeared to have a different hue compared to the others. It truly had not been cultivated before. Well, it seems I have some work to do. Having land was advantageous. His reluctance to work in the fields stemmed from the fact that they were communal lands, offering little in terms of grain in exchange for labor. This, however, was private land. In a few decades, when high-rises adorned the landscape, this land would surely become quite valuable. He could even transplant some fruit trees from the mountains during his next hunting trip. As for seeds, the supply and marketing cooperative had some, albeit limited in variety. He hesitated over a glazed red high-footed cup acquired from the black market, contemplating whether to draw again. Chapter 73. Fetching water well. Perhaps it is best to refrain from drawing water for now and instead turn over the land. 2 acres of land is roughly equivalent to 3 standard basketball courts in size, which is ample for him to manage. If only he could acquire a robot to assist him with the labor. That seems rather impractical. Perhaps it would be wiser to venture into the mountains to see if there are any wild buffalo. Obtaining a couple of wild buffalo to help plow the fields would be ideal. Yuzhe stealthily dragged some wood from his yard into the space, hammering and crafting a pig pen for the piglets. Once the pig pen was complete, he noticed that the water in the large vat in the yard was nearly depleted, signaling that it was time to fetch more water. For such a large vat, carrying 4 buckets would suffice. Yes, tomorrow he would fill the vat and then head into the mountains for hunting. Yuzhe entered the kitchen, curious about what was being prepared for dinner. To his surprise, he found his father, Yu Pengchuan, busy at work. What are you doing, father? He inquired. Yu Pengchuan was whisking eggs and added a pinch of salt from a small container. Making fried mantis slices. Your favorite from childhood. Great, that sounds delicious. Yuzhe exclaimed. The mantis slices, when soaked in egg and fried until both sides are golden and crisp, are indeed the most delectable. Yuzhe rubbed his hands together, saying, Then I will go prepare some garlic. It pairs perfectly with the dish. As Yuzhe peeled the garlic, the enticing aroma of the frying mantis slices began to waft through the air, filling the room with a mouth-watering scent. Yu Pengchuan had prepared a plate of fried mantis slices, along with a large bowl of eggplant stew and some stir-fried cabbage. Tonight's dinner was simple, yet reminiscent of the delightful meals he had eagerly awaited in his youth. Yuzhe went into the inner room to call for Yun Yao. Wife, dinner is ready. What are you up to? Yun Yao, setting aside her work at the sewing machine, replied, Coming. I was just mending the mosquito net. It had a hole, and last night, the mosquitoes were unbearable. Indeed, our village has a pond, and this time of year, the mosquitoes are plentiful. At the dinner table, Yuzhe took a piece of fried mantis slice and bit into it, savoring the crispness that burst in his mouth. He glanced at his father and curiously asked, "Father, what is you in such high spirits? You have been smiling all evening." Yu Pengchuan chuckled, "I feel my leg is improving. I think I will soon be able to return to work. The doctor said it would take at least 6 months to heal, yet here I am, just 2 or 3 months in, and I am already on the mend." Yuzhe felt a pang of concern. This could be problematic. The Lingquan water might have been too effective. He coughed lightly. "Well, that's good news, but please do not boast about the doctor's predictions. People might think you are a miracle and try to capture you for study." Yu Pengchuan paused. "Oh, how could that be? This is merely the blessing of our ancestors. Just refrain from boasting too much," Yuzhe advised. Lu Sumei's heart stirred at the thought of his father being able to hunt again. "Yes, then I can pamper him nicely so he will entrust the finances to me." After dinner, they rested for a while. Yuzhe helped Yun Yao hang the mosquito net and glanced at her belly. "Wife, I feel like your belly has grown bigger." Yun Yao looked down at her abdomen, touching it. "Has it? It seems a bit larger. It is about the size of a plum now. Is it really that small?" Yuzhe asked, placing his hand on her belly. "You seem to be eating less each day. You must eat more for the baby to grow." Yun Yao furrowed her brow. "I have no appetite. If I eat too much, I feel nauseous. I haven't been able to step into the kitchen lately. I can't even eat a single grain of rice when I do. Would you prefer something sour?" Yun Yao's eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously, "Yes." "All right, I'll remember that. Tomorrow, I'll head into the mountains to gather some wild grapes for you. I've heard that many pregnant women lose weight in the first 3 months due to lack of appetite. They need something to stimulate their appetite." A night filled with sweet dreams passed. The next day, Yuzhe took a shoulder pole and iron buckets to fetch water from the village well. Upon his second trip, he noticed 2 unfamiliar young women glancing at him from time to time. Yuzhe wondered what they found so interesting about him. Did he have something on his face? After filling the buckets with clear water, which reflected his image, Yuzhe lowered his gaze to inspect his face. Everything appeared fine, still as vibrant as ever. He filled 2 buckets, bent down, and skillfully lifted the shoulder pole, balancing the buckets with ease. The pole swayed rhythmically with his steps as he hummed a tune, walking effortlessly. At the well, the young women, Bai Dandan and Li Li, were left in awe. How could a man carrying 2 full buckets of water appear as if he were lifting 2 puffs of cotton? Bai Dandan glanced at her own wooden bucket and tried to lift it. "Oh, how heavy!" she exclaimed, feeling frustrated. In the commune, the water-fetching duties were shared between men and women. The women, lacking strength, often teamed up to carry water, making several trips to fill their vats. "Li, why are you still here? Let's go?" Bai Dandan urged. "This water is too heavy. My hands are sore from just one trip. Let us wait here for that man to return and ask him to help us," Li suggested, frowning. "Isn't that a bit awkward? We don't even know him. What is awkward about it? It's only natural for a man to help a woman. Ever since I arrived in the countryside, whenever I express any grievances about the hard labor, there is always a man willing to assist. It's a natural advantage of being a woman. Just look at his muscular build. Even through his clothes, you can see his physique. It would be a shame not to have him help us." Li was somewhat speechless. "You can wait here. I'll take this bucket of water back." She felt hesitant to trouble a stranger. Bai Dandan watched Li walk away, stamping her foot in frustration. What a foolish girl. Bai Dandan sat by the well, waiting and waiting. Finally, she spotted Yuzhe approaching. Today, she wore a long dress and, from the corner of her eye, noticed Yuzhe drawing near. She lifted a corner of her dress, revealing a delicate and fair ankle. Bai Dandan anticipated that Yuzhe would inquire about her, but as time passed, he filled a bucket without even glancing her way. "Oh no, I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much." After saying this, a subtle smile crept onto her lips, hoping this time he would finally ask her about it. Chapter 74. The wife's little pet Bai Dandan caressed her ankle, pondering that any man would naturally wish to care for such a lovely girl as herself. As Yuzhe swung the iron bucket down with a rope, he overheard Bai Dandan's words and cast her a curious glance. Who was she speaking to? Yuzhe surveyed his surroundings, but no one was present. Why was she talking to herself? After filling 2 buckets with water, he bent down, preparing to carry them away, when Bai Dandan urgently called out, "Hey, wait." Yuzhe straightened up, a look of confusion in his eyes. "I sprained my leg. Could you help me carry the water back to the Zhiqing point?" Yuzhe replied. "Who are you?" Bai Dandan furrowed her brows. Was this man foolish? She had just stated that she needed help carrying the water back to the Zhiqing point, which naturally meant she was a Zhiqing. Realizing he was likely inquiring about her name, She suppressed her impatience and responded, "I am the Zhiqing by Dandan." Yuzhe shot her a disdainful glance, fully aware that she was a Zhiqing. Only certain Zhiqing in the village would possess such an air of entitlement. "I wonder what makes you think you can demand assistance. Who do you think you are?" He cleared his throat and mimicked by Dandan's tone. Feigning a high-pitched voice, "I sprained my leg. Could you help me carry the water back to the Zhiqing point?" By Dandan clenched her fists, her face flushed with anger. "Why are you mimicking me?" Yuzhe continued to bend down and lift the water buckets, remarking, "I haven't seen someone like you in ages." With that, he walked away, thinking that anyone who dared to assist such a woman would be a fool. Fuming, By Dandan shouted at Yuzhe's retreating figure, "Are you even a man? You see a girl injured and don't lend a hand." Yuzhe replied without turning back, "You only hurt your foot. Your hands are fine. You don't have a princess's status, so don't act like you have princess syndrome." At that moment, Lily returned with an empty bucket and, overhearing Yuzhe's words, felt a sense of schadenfreude. It was rare to witness By Dandan's humiliation. Among the girls at the Zhiqing point, By Dandan always reveled in the attention she received from the boys, often belittling the other girls for their perceived foolishness. Now, it seemed she had met her match. By Dandan's anger reached a boiling point, and she resolved to remember this face. Upon returning home with the last bucket of water, Yuzhe filled the water tank just enough to complete it. He then took his hunting dog, Shandian, packed some food, and set off towards the mountains for a hunting expedition. Each time he ventured up the mountain, he felt a tinge of worry about the best path to take. If only a clever bird could scout for him and indicate where the prey lay hidden. Birds, soaring high, could see far and wide, making his own search unnecessary. Yuzhe stroked Shandian's head, saying, "Shandian, if there are no birds, it's all up to you." The dog's keen sense of smell often allowed it to detect prey long before Yuzhe could. After walking for half the morning, Yuzhe managed to catch a few wild chickens. He spotted some hares as well, but chose not to pursue them, as the ones in his space were already plentiful and thriving. They multiplied in clusters, occasionally sneaking off to drink from the magical spring, growing exceedingly plump. Yuzhe even contemplated capturing a live wolf or lynx to introduce into his space to help maintain a balance in the ecosystem. At noon, Shandian unexpectedly brought back a small creature, a juvenile purple marten. This little marten, still young, had a diminutive form, and its fur was not the legendary solid purple, but rather a blend of black and gray. Only under the sunlight did it reveal a gradient of purple from deep to light. Upon flipping it over, Yuzhe found its belly to be a pale lilac, adorned with a crescent-shaped patch of white fur on its chest. The little marten felt as smooth as silk to the touch, and Yuzhe found it utterly charming. "Well done, Shandian. I like this marten." The marten was known for its gentle nature and was often referred to as a treasure-seeking rodent. It was said that some hunters trained them to locate medicinal herbs, since his wife loved foraging. Once he trained this little marten, it would become Yun Yao's pet. However, he pondered how to train it, as he had no prior experience. The marten's leg had been injured by Shandian's bite, and it lay listlessly in his palm. After a moment's thought, Yuzhe retrieved a wooden bowl from his space, filled it with magical spring water, and soaked the marten's injured leg. He visibly observed the marten's injury beginning to heal. The little creature appeared startled. Rolling over to inspect its leg, Yuzhe then dripped a few drops of spring water into its mouth. Initially resistant, the marten eventually licked the water off its lips after a drop grazed its mouth, even going so far as to suck on Yuzhe's fingers, which were damp with spring water. Yuzhe chuckled, "You have quite an appetite for good things." Originally contemplating how to tame the marten, he found that a sip of spring water had already made it obedient. He then caught a small rabbit from his space for the marten to eat, and upon tasting meat, the marten grew even more attached to Yuzhe, climbing onto his shoulder. "Little lazybones, are you too lazy to walk now that you're perched on my shoulder?" Thankfully, the marten was light, weighing just over 2 pounds. After having a bite to eat, Yuzhe leaned against a large tree to bask in the sun for a while, before continuing on with his rifle. As he walked, he encountered a fork in the path. Just as he lifted his foot to head right, Shandian tugged at his pant leg, pulling him left, while the marten chirped insistently in that direction. Yuzhe raised an eyebrow and changed course, following the left path. This route proved to be quite arduous. While other paths required merely clearing some underbrush with his machete, this one demanded he wield his knife both overhead and at his feet to carve out a trail where none existed. After several minutes of traversing the difficult terrain, Yuzhe grew impatient, observing Shandian struggling amidst the thickets. "You better ensure there is something worthwhile ahead." Fortunately, after a bit more walking, the path ahead began to clear. Upon breaking through the last thicket blocking his way, Yuzhe was greeted by an exquisitely beautiful sight. Oh, there's a small valley here. The valley was embraced by verdant mountains, and at its base, a crystal-clear stream flowed gently, sparkling under the sun's rays. On the opposite bank, a patch of tender green grass was home to several goats drinking from the stream. Yuzhe touched his hunting rifle, momentarily abandoning the thought of shooting, for he believed freshly slaughtered goat meat would be the most delectable. It would be splendid to bring 2 goat legs as gifts when visiting his uncle in Taiping village. He circled around, opting for a different route to stealthily approach the goats, hoping to capture them directly into his space. Chapter 75. Lamb Hot Pot. Yuzhe moved with remarkable stealth, managing to approach the goats without alarming them. After successfully capturing 2 large goats into his spatial storage, the other 2 quickly sensed something amiss and fled at a swift pace. Raising his hunting rifle, Yuzhe aimed at one of the fleeing mountain goats and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck its leg, causing it to stumble and crash to the ground, emitting a mournful cry. The other 2 kids, upon hearing the gunshot, bolted even faster, prompting Yuzhe to lower his rifle, adhering to his principle of not harming the young. He approached the injured goat, examining it closely. Remarkably, the creature's wool was exceptionally lush. After securing the goat in his spatial storage, he decided to return home. He envisioned shearing the goat's wool, which would yield ample material for future endeavors, transforming it into warm sweaters. After shearing, he planned to prepare a delicious lamb stew for dinner, a splendid idea indeed. On his way home, Yuzhe finally spotted the wild grapes that his wife had desired, clinging to a modest tree. However, they were disappointingly small, resembling mere grains of rice. Had it not been for his keen eyesight, he might have overlooked them entirely. It seemed these grapes would not fully ripen until around September, leading him to abandon the idea of harvesting them and instead search for other edible wild fruits. Fortune favored his diligence, as he meandered through the mountains and discovered mountain thorn berries and hairy cherries. The hairy cherries, resembling small red spheres, were covered with a fine fuzz. After washing one and tasting it, he found it to be pleasantly sweet and tart, seemingly beneficial for digestion and dampness. The mountain thorn berries, known in the city as raspberries, were rumored to lower blood pressure and possess antioxidant properties. Regardless of their purported benefits, he was pleased as long as they would stimulate his wife's appetite. With an empty backpack ascending the mountain and a full one descending, Yuzhe found his journey effortless, as his quarry resided within his spatial storage. Upon returning home, he discovered it was already 1 in the afternoon, and the house was empty. His family had taken their meals to the fields. This year, Yuzhe had accumulated sufficient work points, allowing Yun Yao to merely feign effort while gathering pig fodder. He suggested she forego her labor and remain at home, but she declined, insisting that walking was beneficial for her pregnancy. Calculating the months, he noted that when Yun Yao's belly began to show, it would be winter, conveniently allowing her to rest at home. Yuzhe entered his spatial storage with a pair of large scissors, intending to shear the goat's wool. Unfortunately, the wild goat resisted his attempts and bolted at the sight of the scissors. "Come now, it's summer, let me shear you to keep you cool." After several rounds of persuasion, Yuzhe conceded defeat. With a swift strike, he knocked the goat unconscious, recognizing that sometimes one must resort to force when diplomacy fails. Once subdued, the shearing proceeded smoothly. After collecting the wool, he filled a large tub with warm water and thoroughly mixed the wool, rinsing it clean before spreading it out to dry in his spatial storage. After processing 3 tubs of wool, several hours had passed. For now, this would suffice. He planned to comb and spin the wool into yarn once it dried. Lacking a spinning machine, he contemplated utilizing a spindle, which the village carpenter could craft. Although the process would be slower, it would serve as a pleasant pastime during the winter months. He recalled that there was also a laborer, Lu Su Mei, who could assist him before her employment was terminated by his father. With 2 hours remaining, he hastened to prepare the lamb. After sharpening his knife until it gleamed, he dispatched the goat swiftly. Following this, he drained the blood, removed the entrails for the dog, and set aside a portion of shoulder meat for dinner, placing the remainder in storage for tomorrow's visit to his uncle. Entering the kitchen with a basin of lamb shoulder and a fresh, plump white radish, Yuzhe first blanched the lamb with ginger slices for 5 minutes. After draining it, he heated the pan with oil, sautéing the ginger to remove any gamey odor until the lamb's surface curled slightly, before adding salt. Once seasoned, he incorporated pre-washed angelica, white atractalodes, and dried chili peppers. stirring in a splash of soy sauce to enhance the flavor. Lacking a pressure cooker, he resorted to a large iron pot with boiling water for stewing, transferring it to a small firewood stove atop, which he set a clay pot with the radish to simmer together. This clay pot had been crafted by his father last year from local clay, a labor-intensive endeavor that had resulted in several damaged pots. As evening approached, Yun Yao was the first to return home. From afar, she noticed smoke rising from the house. "Azay, what delicious food are you preparing?" In front of the stove, flames danced beneath the pot. Yuze took the lamb hot pot from Yun Yao's hands, along with the wild fruit she adored. Yun Yao smiled in delight. "How wonderful. I'll wash my hands and be right back." Leaning against the doorframe, Yuze watched her as she cleaned up. Dressed in a dark outfit, Yun Yao's attire, though simple, accentuated her ethereal beauty, setting her apart from others. Once finished, Yun Yao pulled Yuze into the house, where the wild fruits were already cleaned and arranged on the table. Just seeing her made his mouth water. She delicately picked up a bright red fruit, pausing with it near her lips, her sparkling eyes fixed on Yuze. "Have you eaten? Is it sour?" Yuze's gaze fell upon her luscious lips as he took a bite, finding the flavor perfectly balanced. Yun Yao bit into her hairy cherry, exclaiming, "Delicious. Why don't you eat more of these?" "I wish you would indulge a little more," he replied. Yun Yao's eyes sparkled with emotion, her heart swelling with contentment. "But there are so many. How much can I eat?" She offered him a fruit, bringing it close to his lips. Yuze admired her carefully manicured nails, the soft pink hue at the tips contrasting beautifully with the radiant red berry. He opened his mouth, allowing Yun Yao to feed him the wild fruit. The succulent flesh burst with juice between her teeth. Yun Yao asked, "How is it? Does each berry taste different?" "They're all equally delicious," he replied. "Indeed, you're extraordinarily fortunate today, having gathered wild fruit and hunted a lamb." "I've always been blessed with luck," he said, swallowing the tender morsel. "I'd like another." Even as he spoke, Yun Yao had already savored 2 more dwarf cherries. Their vivid juice stained her lips a delicate, rosy crimson, like the faintest whisper of rouge. Tilting her head, she smiled playfully. "Are you a child? Have you grown addicted to being fed by me?" "No," he murmured, eyes glinting with quiet mischief. "I don't want you to feed me. I want the very berry you're holding." She paused, startled. The fruit was nearly gone, so tiny, so fleeting, dissolved in just a few delicate chews. Seeing her wide-eyed innocence, he found her utterly enchanting. Gently cradling the nape of her neck, he drew her close and claimed her lips. Her mouth, youthful, tender, tinged with the bright, tart-sweet essence of wild cherries, was exquisitely intoxicating. She felt his presence, both commanding and refreshingly pure, deepen with quiet inevitability. Pressed back against the edge of the table, her fingers tightened instinctively around its rim at last, he released her. His Adam's apple rose and fell. Then, with lingering tenderness, he brushed feather-like kisses at the corners of her mouth. "Be good, I'll check the pot." Her cheeks burned crimson. How was it that every kiss from him sent her pulse racing like startled birds taking flight? He'd sworn, just as she had, that this was their shared first experience, yet each time, she surrendered like a fawn caught in moonlight, unguarded, trusting, wholly his. Meanwhile, Yuze, the natural-born virtuoso, stood before the hearth, inspecting the slow-simmered masterpiece he decoaxed from flame and time. With a damp cloth, he lifted the lid, and instantly, an opulent, heady fragrance unfurled through the air. Inside the cauldron, the mutton broth bubbled gently, a luminous, silken emulsion, clear yet profoundly rich. Ivory-hued and fragrant, utterly free of gaminess. He lifted a tender morsel of lamb to his lips, yielding, velvety, falling apart with sublime tenderness, not the least bit fibrous, not a trace of dryness. "Exquisite," he murmured, half in awe, half in jest. "The world has truly lost a master chef in me." At dinner, the lamb was served, and met with unanimous praise from the entire household save Lu Sume. She remained steadfast in her meatless vow. A month earlier, she'd pined for it desperately. Now, she'd grown so disciplined she could gaze upon it without stirring, stopping up her nostrils with 2 wads of paper to mute the aroma entirely. If only I'd never provoked Yun Yao, she lamented silently with every meal. Then Yuze wouldn't have barred me from even a single sip of broth. Yun Yao, having whetted her appetite with wild fruit, ate more than usual, savoring each bite with quiet delight. Once her inner temple was soothed, a deep, radiant contentment flooded her from crown to toe. Lately, she'd been plagued by persistent hunger, yet no desire to eat. leaving her weary and unsettled. One bowl of Yuze's mutton broth had restored her completely. Who else, in these humble times, could savor such a broth save at festival's peak? And even then, none could rival Yuze's alchemy. In her heart, she whispered to the life stirring within, "Little ones, you have a father of rare grace, gentle, gifted, and true. Your future shall be wrapped in warmth, in joy, in boundless love." The following dawn, as pale light gilded the courtyard, Yuze practiced his forms in serene stillness, until the village chief arrived, breathless and urgent. "Yuze, your chickens, are they unharmed?" He blinked, puzzled. "Unharmed? Yes, they're perfectly well. Chief, what is the matter? Why such haste?" Chapter 76. The bloodthirsty fox. Immortal village chief Hong Shuejuan let out a heavy sigh. "Do you not have any at home? Since the day before yesterday, several households in our village have suffered losses every night, and last night was particularly infuriating. Even the rear of the cattle in the barn was bitten." Yuze inquired, "What bit them? Was it a huangpizi?" He only knew that the creatures descending from the mountains to attack chickens were either huangpizi or foxes. It was not a huangpizi, Oldie declared after inspecting. It was a fox that did this. "This fox is truly bothersome. Not only did it harm our village's chickens, but it only consumed 2, while the others were bitten on the necks and drained of their blood, arranged neatly, as if to infuriate us." Yuze pondered. "I have heard that both huangpizi and foxes are bloodthirsty. Their killing spree must be for the purpose of bloodsucking, as they hardly ate any. My family has been spared, likely because the hunting dogs are near the chicken coop," the village chief lamented. "No wonder. I said that nearly 10 chickens have perished these past few days, yet only 2 were found. What should we do?" Yuze chuckled. "Why are you worried, village chief? Can't we just use a gun to deal with it?" The village chief hesitated. "That won't do. It is said that foxes and huangpizi cannot be casually harmed. Each one possesses a certain level of spiritual prowess." Hong Shuejuan recalled a story from his childhood told by his mother. Once, there was a man who returned as a deserter during a battle and accidentally kicked a huangpizi to death. As a result, he became lame, and his descendants suffered terribly. People say that huangpizi can cultivate immortality, and the one he killed was of a certain caliber, thus seeking revenge on him and his progeny. Foxes and huangpizi belong to the 5 great immortals of the Northeast. Hong Shuejuan continued. "You see, the day before yesterday, after I learned about the dead chickens, I set some traps and caught 2, but last night even more chickens perished. It must be revenge for our actions." Yuze shrugged. "Don't worry, village chief. Don't you know? Since the founding of the nation, there has been a prohibition against them becoming spiritual beings. The supply and marketing cooperative dares to accept huangpizi without fear. Moreover, we can use other means without a gun. Tonight, we can catch them in a pot." Hong Shuejuan scratched his head. "What pot? What turtle? Speak plainly." Yuze leaned closer to the village chief and whispered, "We'll first do this, then that, and it will work." The village chief's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a 1,000-watt light bulb illuminating. "Ah, I knew you would have a plan. Your mind is sharper than others combined." Yuze nodded. "All right then, let us do it. Let us gather in the barn tonight. Don't tire yourself too much during the day. We'll need to be alert at night." The village chief was momentarily speechless. "You've said everything I was about to advise you on. I was just going to tell you not to overexert yourself. Hey, I'm different. I'm the younger generation. I can manage without sleep for a night. By the way, village chief, my wife has taken a day off from work today. I'm taking her to visit my uncle." All right. Yuze wrapped 2 lamb legs in dry lotus leaves and brought along 2 pounds of flour. This gift, when visiting his uncle, was considered quite substantial in the countryside. Many sons-in-law do not present such generosity on their first visit. After Yun Yao finished washing up, she asked, "Wife, why aren't you wearing your new blouse?" It was June, and villagers both near and far had already donned short-sleeved shirts. Yun Yao's new dress was made from fabric Yuze had previously purchased at the supply and marketing cooperative, styled in the latest trendy blouse design. "This blouse fits snugly. It feels a bit tight around my abdomen. Normally, a pregnant woman's belly would fit comfortably in her adjusted size, but she carried twins, and at 3 months, her belly appeared slightly larger than usual. That's all right. You look stunning in this loose long skirt." Yuze glanced around, increasingly satisfied. Such a radiant girl was his wife, carrying his child. How delightful. Yun Yao hesitated, feeling that wearing a skirt was a bit too ostentatious. "I think I'll change into a short-sleeved shirt and long pants instead." "It's fine. It's still early. This skirt is so modest in color. What is ostentatious about it?" "All right then, let us go." Wayflower Village is not far from Tapingswang, about 2 to 3 kilometers. Yu Zhe and Yun Yao could walk there. Upon reaching the vicinity of Tapingswang, Yun Yao inquired, since we didn't inform them beforehand, should we go directly to the fields to find my uncle? I don't think my uncle is in the fields right now. It's still early. He is probably at the tofu workshop. In the village, besides the tofu workshop, there were also places for mountain goods, oil pressing, and grinding. The tofu workshop was situated in Tapingswang. Yu Zhe led Yun Yao directly to the tofu workshop, where indeed, his uncle was inside boiling soy milk. Uncle, I brought a Yao to see you. Yang Daling, wearing a patched gray short-sleeve shirt with a white towel draped around his neck, stood before a large pot, slowly stirring with a big spatula. Due to the constant exposure to the boiling soy milk, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yang Daling paused his stirring, looked up with delight. Zhe, you're here. And this is Yun Yao, isn't she lovely? Please, have a seat. I'm still busy. Yun Yao cheerfully greeted, Uncle. Yang Daling responded with a long "oh" and smiled so broadly that his face seemed to bloom with wrinkles. Zhe, go to the field and call your aunt to prepare lunch. We'll eat at home. Yu Zhe pulled Yun Yao to a small stool to sit down. Take your time, Uncle. You must have gotten up around 2 or 3 o'clock, right? Yes, I'm used to it. I grind the beans around that time, and this pot is nearly ready to pour out. By noon, we can cover the tofu. Is the tofu selling well in the village? Yu Zhe inquired. Chapter 77. Tofu Workshop. Yang Dalian continued to stir the soy milk in order to prevent it from scorching. Not long ago, he could sell a tray of tofu every 2 days, but now it was gone in a single day. This was fortunate, as with the current weather, any leftover tofu would have to be made into fermented tofu. Yang Dalian worked at the tofu workshop, and the tofu sold there contributed to the collective income. In their Zhiqing province, tofu was considered a luxury, not something every household could afford, which limited daily sales. Indeed, fermented tofu was priced even higher, and few people purchased it. Yang Dalian glanced down at the basket by Yu Zhe's feet. What have you packed so full? Yesterday's hunt yielded mutton, along with some flour, Yu Zhe replied. Well, what were you thinking bringing all this? How will you carry it back later? Yang Dalian chided lightly. But you really are quite skilled. It hasn't been long since you hunted wild boar, and now you've managed to catch sheep too? Hee, just lucky, I suppose. Uncle, I hunted this sheep myself. I have more at home. This portion is for sharing with my younger siblings. Yang Dalian furrowed his brow and waved his hand. You did the hunting, but the flour is something special. Your wife is pregnant. She needs proper nourishment. Take it back with you. Uncle Yu Zhe elongated his tone with a smile in his eyes. You used to bring rice and flour to my house often, yet when I request just once, you refuse. Yu Zhe stood up and directly snatched the keys hanging from his uncle's waist. Uncle, I'll take Yao home to prepare the mutton. You can return after you're done with your work for dinner. He had no intention of calling his busy aunt from the fields. The family's labor was hard-earned, and there was no need to waste time over him. Watching Yu Zhe and his wife hurry away, Yang Dalian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. His nephew had always been somewhat scatterbrained, yet now he had grown up and learned to be considerate. Yun Yao was pulled out of the tofu workshop by Yu Zhe, still in a daze. Are we really heading to your uncle's house to cook? What's wrong with that? When I was a child, I often snuck over to their house to grab some food while they were at work. My uncle never held it against me. Your uncle sounds quite nice. Yun Yao knew that, over a decade ago, many families in the village faced hardships, and some had to share their meager meals among all family members. Her uncle truly cared for his nephew. In a previous life, Yang Dalian frequently brought vegetables to the Yu family. With 5 children who demanded to be fed as soon as they woke, he had done what he could to help. Upon arriving at Uncle Yang Dalian's house, they found the door slightly ajar, the sounds of children's laughter echoing from within. It seemed that Xiao Chao and the others were home. Yu Zhe pushed open the door. I forgot to mention, my uncle has 5 children named Xiao Shu, Xiao Miao, Xiao Mai, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Chao. Yun Yao's eyes lit up with amusement. What memorable names. Are their ages in order from oldest to youngest? Yu Zhe opened the gate, and in the yard, 2 children were chasing each other. Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao halted in their tracks, staring at them for a few seconds before bounding over, calling out, Brother Zhe is here. Brother Zhe is here. Ha. It's great that you little rascals haven't forgotten me. Yu Zhe pulled out a handful of assorted candies from his pocket. Here, enjoy some sweets. Thank you, Brother Zhe. Yu Zhe smiled and handed a portion of the candy to Yun Yao. You should share with them. It will help you bond with these little tykes. Yun Yao laughed and accepted, quickly finding that Xiao Chao and Xiao Hua clung to her, calling her pretty sister with glee. You just asked if their ages match their names. It's close enough. Xiao Shu and Xiao Miao are twin boys. The third, Xiao Mai, is a girl. Xiao Chao is the fourth, and Xiao Hua is the youngest, 1.5 years apart. Xiao Hua, with 2 little braids and a smudge of dirt on her face, looked up at Yun Yao and said, "Pretty sister, I'm Xiao Hua, and I'm 4 years old." Xiao Chao, slightly shorter than Xiao Hua, chimed in eagerly, "Pretty sister. Pretty sister, I'm Xiao Chao, and I'm 5. Yun Yao affectionately patted their heads. "You are both adorable. Come, let us wash your faces. Your little hands are a mess. Eating sweets like this will upset your stomach. Yay, yay. Pretty sister is taking us to wash our hands." Yun Yao led the children to wash their hands while Yuzhe attended to the mutton. He had brought 2 legs of lamb and a piece of tender meat, planning to prepare 2 different dishes. One would be skewered lamb, served with flatbread and green onions. This was for novelty's sake, akin to the grilled skewers of later years, requiring only a small amount to prepare. The other dish would be lamb stew with pancakes. The skewers for the grilled lamb were already sharpened, and the stove in his uncle's kitchen would suffice for roasting. The stew would be made in the same manner as before, using the white flour he brought mixed with his uncle's cornmeal, thereby conserving precious grains while ensuring a delicious meal. Since Yuzhe had gone home to cook, Yang Dalian hastened his tofu-making process, eager to finish and call Liang Ying home to witness Yuzhe's culinary skills, which he felt were far beyond his own. Last year, he had heard Yu Pengchuan say that Yuzhe had nearly blown the roof off while trying to cook a meal. After hastily finishing a batch of tofu, Yang Dalian called for his wife, Li Liang Ying, and their 3 children to head home. As they approached their doorstep, Li Liang Ying sniffed the air. "Dear, do you smell that aroma?" Yang Dalian inhaled deeply. Yes, it must be Aze's wife's cooking. Aze is truly fortunate to have married a city-educated woman who can cook. Xiao Shu, Xiao Miao, and Xiao Mai were all in their teens, generally mature and responsible, often helping with farm work. However, upon hearing their parents mention delicious food, they shed their usual demeanor and raced inside, shouting with excitement, "Dad, Mom, it's cousin who's cooking something tasty, not cousin's wife." Yang Dalian's house was built of adobe, and unlike the homes in Huaihua village, the houses here were much closer together. The kitchen of Yang Dalian's home was in such proximity to the neighbors that the child from the Gao family, Gao Jin Man, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mom, I want to eat meat. That smells like meat." The last time Gao Jin Man had eaten meat was a long time ago, and the scent left a strong impression. His mother, Lu Baoyi, stretched up on her toes to peer towards the Yang family's home, and then, with a glint in her eye, said, "Don't worry, dear. I'll take you to Uncle Dalian's house to see." Chapter 78. The hat trick. Yang Daling was skeptical. Did he not know his own nephew? How could he possibly create such delectable dishes? Especially lamb, a meat renowned for its strong flavor and complexity. However, upon entering the kitchen and witnessing Yuzhe diligently at work before the stove, Yang Daling could not help but concede. His nephew had not only matured, but had also remarkably elevated his culinary skills. Had he known this would be the case, he would have sought a match for Yuzhe much sooner, thus sparing himself the embarrassment of visiting his sister's grave every year during Qingming festival. "Uncle, you've returned just in time. The meal is ready to be served. Come, children, step aside and be careful, it's hot," Yuzhe announced, grasping the pot with a damp cloth, carrying it to the dining table in the main room. The bubbling lamb, accompanied by golden, flaky bread, drew the attention of both adults and children alike, all salivating at the sight. Yun Yao followed closely behind, bringing forth the grilled lamb. This particular dish, with its skewers, was a favorite among the children. As soon as it was presented, 5 pairs of eager, wide eyes were fixated on the table. In the Yang household, it was customary that the children could not touch their chopsticks until Yang Daling gave the word, leaving the little rascals anxiously watching. Yuzhe chuckled, "Go ahead and eat. I've got you covered today. Hooray! Long live Brother Zhe. Long live the beautiful sister." The children cheered, swiftly grabbing skewers to indulge. "Remember to eat it sideways, or you'll poke your tongue," he demonstrated, showing them how to enjoy the accompanying flatbread. At that moment, the gate of the Yang family's yard remained ajar, and Gao Jin Man burst in like a cannonball, dashing straight for the dining table and reaching out for the grilled lamb. Yuzhe subtly positioned himself in front of Gao Jin Man, questioning, "What's this?" He suspected his uncle was acquainted with him, as he entered without so much as a word to take food from the host's table. Yang Daling and Li Liangying exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, particularly Li Liangying, whose gaze was laden with discontent. She directed her disdain toward Lu Baoyi, who was closely following Gao Jinman, saying, "Lu Baoyi, why didn't you announce your arrival before entering our home? Oh, we're neighbors. What is the harm? Did you have guests at your house?" Li Liangying felt agitated, as lately, Gao Jinman had taken to popping over during mealtimes, eager to snag a bite of their dishes like egg custard, brown rice, or cornmeal cakes. Whenever she mentioned it, Lu Baoyi would brush it off, claiming the child didn't eat much, which was exceedingly vexing. "Well, my nephew is here. Perhaps you should take your child outside," Li Liangying firmly stated. "Don't be like that. I saw you had meat, and your little one seemed to be enjoying it so much. Let G-Man have a taste too," Lu Baoyi replied. Had she been on good terms with the neighbor, Li Liangying would have obliged. However, Lu Baoyi had a penchant for taking advantage, and Li Liangying had no desire to entertain her. Gao Jinman plopped down on the ground, his legs flailing as he threw a tantrum. "I want meat. Right now?" Lu Baoyi stamped her foot. "Look, the child is so eager." Yang Daling replied coldly, "We don't have enough to go around. If he wants meat, he can go to the village market. They might have some for sale." Yu Zhe and Yun Yao were busy serving soup to the younger children. Yun Yao glanced over at Yang Daling, whispering, "What a peculiar situation." Yu Zhe frowned and scoffed. "Indeed, you keep serving the soup. I'll go take a look. Whose unruly child is throwing a fit at my uncle's place?" "Sister, it seems you've put on a mask, pretending to be two-faced. You, how dare you speak to your elders like that? Everyone else is vegetarian, yet your family eats meat and refuses to share with the children. This is..." Lu Baoyi suddenly recalled a phrase. "You have a problem with your principles. Is having a couple of bites of meat a matter of principle? Then all the workers in the city who buy meat with ration tickets must have a problem too, right? Oh, I see now. You are one of those malicious individuals trying to undermine the bond between the working class comrades." Yu Zhe turned to Yang Daling with a grave expression, declaring, "Uncle, this matter is quite serious. It must be reported to the commune." Yang Daling stifled a smile, feigning seriousness. "Indeed, you are right." Chapter 79. Aspiring to be an older sister, do not place that label upon me. "I have not," Lu Baoyi exclaimed, her voice a flustered jumble as she hastily pulled up Gao Jinman from the ground. "Jinman, we must depart swiftly." In a flurry, Lu Baoyi dragged her son away, recalling her husband's ominous tale of a person in the nearby commune who had been unjustly labeled and subsequently executed. She had no desire to meet such a grim fate. Naturally, Gao Jinman resisted, wailing and protesting, his piercing cries echoing even as they distanced themselves. Thus, the troublesome Lu Baoyi and her unruly child made their exit, leaving the Yang family in disbelief. Under normal circumstances, Lu Baoyi would not have been so easily dismissed. Yu Zhe, however, regarded her as a tempest without substance, feeling that there were still many unspoken criticisms he wished to express as she departed. "Aunt, does she often visit?" Li Liangying inquired, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, as you said, her audacity surpasses that of a city wall." Yang Daling suggested, "From now on, let us bolt the door during meals. Such brazen individuals are beyond reason. Let us eat. We must not allow such people to ruin our family's good mood." The family joyfully commenced their meal, and Yu Zhe and Yun Yao took their seats. Upon sitting down, Li Liangying noticed something unusual about Yun Yao's abdomen. "Ah Yao, you are merely 3 months along, and your belly is already so prominent. Perhaps, like me back then, you are expecting twins." Yu Zhe grinned. "Aunt, your eyes are quite keen. Indeed, Ah Yao is with twins." Li Liangying gasped in excitement. "I truly guessed correctly. As someone who has been through it, I must say, carrying twins demands extra caution. I overindulged during my pregnancy and nearly faced complications." "Curious," Yu Zhe asked, "Aunt, how did you manage to overindulge when times were so tough?" "It was your uncle, who would rather starve than spend on himself, saving every morsel for me. I, on the other hand, did not gain weight. My face grew gaunt, while all I consumed settled in my belly." She continued, "However, every pregnancy is different. Some gain weight without carrying, while others carry without gaining." At this, Li Liangying scrutinized Yun Yao closely, noting her rosy complexion and concluded that her childbirth would surely proceed smoothly. She proceeded to share numerous insights regarding pregnancy, which both Yu Zhe and Yun Yao listened to attentively. Meanwhile, the children, overhearing the adults' conversation, became engrossed. Little Hua, abandoning her meat, rushed to Yun Yao's side. "Pretty sister, do you have a little baby in your belly? Does that mean I am going to be an older sister?" Li Liangying burst into laughter. What pretty sister. Little Hua, you should call her sister-in-law. Little Hua placed her hands on her hips, her long eyelashes fluttering. Mother, pretty sister simply means a beautiful older sister. If you do not permit me to say it this way, I shall call her pretty sister-in-law. Little Hua's innocent musings elicited laughter from the entire family. Yuzhe lifted Little Hua onto his lap and playfully asked, Little Hua, are you eager to become an older sister? She nodded enthusiastically yes. I always call others older brothers and sisters. Now I want to be one too. What is so wonderful about being an older sister? Yuzhe inquired. Little Hua replied in her sweet voice, as an older sister, younger siblings will surely listen to me. I can teach them games, and my parents will praise me. How impressive. Yuzhe chuckled. Well, your wish has been granted. Your beautiful sister-in-law is currently carrying 2 little babies, and they will soon be clamoring to call you sister. Yay, that's wonderful. Little Hua exclaimed as she leapt off Yuzhe's lap, spinning joyfully in the main room. The other children joined in on the merriment, especially during the time they feasted on lamb stew, filling the air with their delighted praises for the dish, each competing to express their enjoyment. In a low voice, Yuzhe turned to Yun Yao. Aren't these children delightful? Yun Yao nodded vigorously, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, they are so entertaining. She cherished this warm scene, watching the Yang family's children, and began to dream of a future where she and Yuzhe would have a lively brood of their own. Listening to the cheerful chatter of the children, Yuzhe asked Yang Daling, Uncle, are Xiao Shu, Xiao Miao, and Xiao Mai working in the fields with you? Yang Daling waved his hand dismissively. They are merely playing. What work can a 10-year-old accomplish? They are already 10. Why not send them to the new school in our brigade? Learning a few characters is certainly better than remaining ignorant. The brigade school? Yang Daling appeared puzzled. Our brigade lacks a school. Only the commune has an elementary school, and the walk is terribly far. Chapter 80. A complete captivation. Why is there none? Our Huaihua village has a school. In fact, I contributed some funds for its construction. Yang Dalan abruptly raised his head. Ah, now that you mention it, I believe I have heard our village chief speak of it before, but I didn't pay much attention at the time and forgot. You contributed money too? You have a good heart. Yuzhe chuckled. No, uncle, do not misinterpret. I am not a philanthropist. I was merely thinking that in the future, my child with a Yao will also need to attend school, and it is indeed troublesome to go to the commune primary school. Teacher Tang in our village teaches excellently. Turning towards the children, Yuzhe asked, Xiao Shu, Xiao Miao, Xiao Mai, do you wish to attend school? Xiao Shu, whose hair resembled unkempt branches, blinked and inquired, Brother Aze, what is studying? Is it as fun as catching loaches or crickets? Studying is certainly enjoyable. It is a different kind of fun from catching loaches and crickets. As long as you study diligently, you can attend university, where you can learn to build trains, rockets, and engage in many other fascinating activities. Yuzhe remembered how Xiao Shu often pestered him with questions about locomotives and rockets, thus using this as motivation to guide him gently. Xiao Shu became excited. Really? We can learn those things in school. That sounds amazing. I want to learn. Yuzhe changed his tone. Of course, you won't start with building those things right away. If you can't even recognize the components of a train, how can you build one? Xiao Shu slumped slightly. How long will it take to learn? It is not about how long you study, but whether you are willing to put in the effort and persist. Think of it this way. Studying is like climbing the mountain in our brigade. At first, your legs will ache, but if you persevere, you will reach the summit and behold a different scenery. The books contain stories farther than the mountains, knowledge on growing sweeter corn, and how to decipher the words on a map, among other things. Xiao Shu listened intently, his face serious as he turned to Yang Dalan. Father, let us go to the school Brother Aze mentioned tomorrow. Yang Dalan laughed heartily. Aze, look at these 3 children. They are quite eager. They want to go right away. What is the fee for this school? Do we have to pay with grain? Yang Dalan asked, as he was aware that 90% of the villagers in the Hope Brigade relied on grain for their income, with less than 10% coming from cash. Therefore, during the autumn harvest, they had to store grains for the winter, or the long winter would be quite challenging. Each day was spent calculating expenses meticulously. You only need to pay a small book fee, approximately 1 yuan and 6 jiao per year. That isn't too expensive. Yang Dalan sighed with relief. Nowadays, even stationery required coupons, and paying 1 yuan and 6 jiao would save them much trouble with the brigade purchasing pens and paper. Then it is settled. I am quite familiar with Teacher Tang, and I will pay the book fees for Xiao Shu and the other 2 children. Yuzhe chose to temporarily conceal from Yang Dalan that teacher Tang from Huaihua village was his mother-in-law. Their situation had not yet stabilized, and the fewer people who knew, the lesser the risk involved. Yang Dalan immediately declined. Oh, come now. How can a brother pay for the children's book fees? You are not their parents. I can manage to scrape together a little over a yuan. Let us do it the day after tomorrow. I will take the children to see the teacher at Huaihua village, and since you know the teacher, you should come along too. All right. After dinner, in the afternoon, Yang Dalan went to sell tofu, while Li Liangying went to work. Yuzhe and Yun Yao felt it was inappropriate to linger at Yang's residence any longer. Before departing, Li Liangying handed a basket of goodies to Yun Yao. I made some sticky bean buns and tofu puffs. Take them home to eat. The tofu puffs were exchanged from the tofu workshop by your uncle. You can stew them with cabbage. They are quite fragrant. The young couple accepted the offerings with smiles. Thank you, Aunt. Yuzhe knew that tofu from the workshop cost 8 cents per pound, and the fried tofu puffs would surely be more expensive, indicating that Li Liangying had given them something precious. Upon returning home, Yuzhe was not idle. He retrieved 2 badgers from his space, slaughtered them, and prepared to render their fat. My dear, this badger fat can treat burns. It would be wise for us to keep some at home. That truly is a good thing. Yun Yao took out a kitchen knife. I'll cut it into pieces. The method of rendering badger fat is similar to that of pig fat. Yun Yao and Yuzhe worked in tandem. She cut the badger meat while he rendered the fat in an iron pot. With the sun descending in the west, a large pot of golden badger fat gradually reached completion. Yuzhe filtered the oil with a ladle and, once cooled, stored it in a ceramic jar. My dear, do you see what this is? After finishing the oil, Yuzhe took out the small purple marten he had forgotten about from his space. Yun Yao's eyes widened in surprise. Ah, how cute. What kind of animal is this? The small purple marten, unaccustomed to fearing humans in the forest, leaped into Yun Yao's embrace, seeking her warmth as it sensed Yuzhe's affectionate demeanor. Yuzhe stroked the marten's fur. This is a purple marten. You should take it with you when you go up the mountain to gather herbs. Feed it a little before heading up, and it will be very obedient. Oh, I know about the purple marten, but why is it so tame? Animals from the mountains are usually wary of us, aren't they? If it were another, it would be cautious. This purple marten is one I trained on the mountain before bringing it back for you. Yuzhe told a harmless fib. Consider it a little pet for you. I absolutely adore this gift. Thank you, Yuzhe. Yun Yao clutched the small purple marten with affection, suddenly recalling something. Aren't you going to catch foxes with the village chief tonight? You should take a nap now. All right, I will lie down for a bit. Yuzhe dozed off until it was dark. After dinner, he took Lightning and went to find the village chief. Why did you bring the dog along? The dog is clever. As soon as it sees a fox, it will bark and scare them away. What will we do then? It won't. I have trained it. If I do not make a sound, it won't bark either. Very well. The village chief set up the net as Yuzhe had requested on the roof of the cattle shed. Yuzhe assisted in crafting a simple mechanism. When the foxes entered the area of the net, all it would take was pulling a rope to capture them all. As night deepened, the village gradually fell into tranquility, the only sounds being the chirping of insects, the croaking of frogs, and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Yuzhe and the village head, Hong Xuejin, remained motionless behind the cow shed, refraining from uttering a word, lest they disturb the elusive foxes that might appear at any moment. The atmosphere, so profoundly silent, could easily lull one into slumber. Yuzhe observed Hong Xuejin, who had transformed from a state of vibrant alertness to a drowsy figure, nodding off while squatting. Thankfully, he was there, with Hong Xuejin dozing beside him. Yuzhe closed his eyes to practice his skills, yet remained acutely aware of the surrounding movements. Time slipped away, and Yuzhe's ears twitched as he caught the faint rustling sounds. He promptly nudged Hong Xuejin, his eyes sparkling like stars against the night sky, whispering, "They are coming." In the darkness, several foxes stealthily entered the cow shed, their bodies low to the ground, soft bellies nearly brushing the earth, their tails trailing behind like agile whips. As soon as Yuzhe noticed the foxes crossing the perimeter, he exchanged a knowing glance with the village head and declared, "Now." A large net suddenly descended from above, ensnaring the foxes that had been poised to attack the cattle. The cunning creatures, realizing the peril they were in, shrieked sharply and struggled desperately to escape the net. Yet, Yuzhe was not about to grant them such an opportunity. He commanded the hunting dogs, which dashed forward with lightning speed, swiftly bringing down 2 of the foxes. Whoever claimed that these cunning beasts could not discern danger was mistaken. Witnessing their companions fall, The previously frantic foxes quieted considerably. As Yuzhe reeled in the net, he found himself with over a dozen foxes. Most were the reddish-brown pelts of the common fox, with a few gray and black foxes among them, each weighing around 10 pounds. Village head. How much can these foxes fetch at the supply and marketing cooperative? What is the value of their pelts? Chapter 81. Parents of students. The village chief was overjoyed upon capturing the cunning fox that had been preying on cattle and chickens, his smile nearly reaching his ears. The pristine pelt, comprising 2 complete pieces, was indeed worth more than a squirrel's hide. I shall sell this fur at the production team and give you half of the proceeds. The remainder will go towards the team's account. Does that sound agreeable? Sure. I trust your judgment, village chief. Now, you have toiled all night. Let us together carry this fox to the storage cage and secure it, so you can return home to rest. Certainly, village chief. Please remember to instruct every household to place some goose droppings in the chicken coop, as this particular fox finds the scent quite detestable, which may deter them. The village chief, Hong Xuejuan, nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, I understand. By the way, please refrain from informing the villagers about the fox capture today. Some of the more superstitious villagers would chatter incessantly if they learned we had caught the fox spirit. You can rest assured, my lips are sealed. The commotion caused by the fox naturally disturbed the inhabitants of the dilapidated house beside the cattle shed. Mistaking the noise for another attack on the cattle, they rushed out armed with various implements, only to realize that the village chief and Yuzhe had already taken care of the situation, as evidenced by the large net of captured animals. With his hands behind his back, the village chief addressed the people, stating that there should be no further visits from foxes to the cattle shed for the time being. After all, cattle are the lifeblood of Huaihua village. Should you notice anything amiss, please inform me immediately. A ragged man stepped forward, apologizing. Village chief, I sincerely apologize. It is our fault for not keeping a closer watch on the cattle shed. The responsibility of guarding the cattle shed fell to those living there, and had it been some less amiable village officials, they would have been scolded mercilessly. However, the amiable nature of Hong Xuejuan, the village chief, spared them from such reprimands. Sighing, Hong Xuejuan replied, I do not blame you. These creatures are indeed elusive and cunning. You all should return home to rest now. Tang Yuehua stood within, observing Yuzhe, who had captured a large net of foxes amidst the night, feeling a sense of quiet admiration. This son-in-law truly possesses remarkable skills, a capable provider. Tang Yuehua's life had become quite structured. She rose early to work, taught at the school from around 8 or 9 until sunset, and then returned to the cattle shed to rest. Yuzhe wished to converse with his mother-in-law, saying, Teacher Tang, the day after tomorrow, my uncle's child will come to our village's school. He is from Tapingswang, and I will bring him to register. Tang Yuehua's face lit up with warmth. That sounds wonderful. The village chief's grandson is also attending school, and she could not help but praise, Teacher Tang, your teaching is truly enlightening. My little Liang can now write many characters. Little Liang is perceptive and eager to learn. You have cultivated him well at home, village chief. Tang Yuehua, eschewing the usual excessive modesty, praised the village chief's upbringing, which brought him even more joy, reinforcing his belief that hiring her as a teacher was an excellent decision. With the fox no longer posing a threat to the cattle, the inhabitants of the dilapidated house enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. The following day, Tang Yuehua went to the school as usual, but during roll call, she noticed something peculiar. The boy who had previously sat in the second seat of the last row, Zhang Shan, was now replaced by an unfamiliar girl. Tang Yuehua approached her, bending slightly, and inquired earnestly, Classmate, is this your first time at our school? The little girl, Zhang Panner, nervously pressed her lips together, afraid to breathe. She had not anticipated being discovered on her first day attending school in place of her brother. At 8 years old, she had always taken care of her 6-year-old brother. With the establishment of the school, their parents had chosen to send him to study but were unwilling to pay for her textbooks. Eager to learn, she would sit by the school wall every day to listen to the lessons. Yesterday, her brother suddenly expressed his reluctance to attend school, claiming the characters made him dizzy. Zhang Shan had suggested she take his place, reasoning that as long as she remained quiet at the back row, no one would notice. Thus, Zhang Panner foolishly complied, only to be discovered by the teacher on her very first day. Teacher, I did not intend to deceive. My brother is playing outside and does not wish to study, so he asked me to help him listen to the lessons. Do you think I could learn and then relay the information to him? Faced with such a diligent little girl, Tang Yuehua saw no reason to refuse. Yet she understood that the textbook fees were to be paid by adults. With such a sudden change, she wondered whether their parents would agree. Have you consulted your family? Do they approve of this arrangement for you to swap roles in your studies? Zhang Pan'er and her brother Zhang Shan dared not reveal this arrangement to their parents, who always hoped for Zhang Shan to excel in his studies. They often reiterated, boys must study hard to earn a good living. Girls should marry, for education is of little value. Fearing that Tang Yuehua might dismiss her, Zhang Pan'er fabricated an excuse, stammering, I told my parents. Tang Yuehua, half convinced, chose not to confront Zhang Pan'er directly, instructing her to pay close attention in class. She resolved to visit the Zhang household in a few days to inquire about their parents' thoughts on the matter. Indeed, Zhang Shan showed little interest in his studies. He not only ignored the lessons, but also frequently disrupted his classmates, whispering, pretending to trip, and engaging in various antics to distract others. Another day passed. At 8:30 in the morning, upon arriving at the school, Tang Yuehua found a throng of children gathered outside the classroom. Why are you all here so early today? Teacher Tang, the weather has warmed up, so we got up early to come to school. Then let us hurry inside. Today we will learn new characters. Hooray, we will learn new characters. The students were excited, for every time Tang Yuehua introduced new characters, she would share a story related to them, which they relished. Before class, Tang Yuehua, as was her custom, took attendance to see who was present and who was absent. If she found any students missing, she would make a point to visit their homes after class to check on them, concerned they might be unwell. As she called the roll, she noticed that Zhang Shan was absent today, noting it in her mind to visit the Zhang household after the first class to ascertain the reason. As Tang Yuehua began her lesson, she was abruptly interrupted by a woman who stormed into the classroom, exclaiming, Teacher, you must give me an explanation today. Following her were Zhang Shan and Zhang Pan'er, and Tang Yuehua quickly surmised that this was likely the children's mother. She was somewhat bewildered. Zhang Shan's mother, what is the meaning of this? Feng Lihui exclaimed. I clearly paid the tuition fee for Xiao Shan. On what grounds do you allow that wretched girl, Pan'er, to attend class? What does a mere child know about studying? Her words were laced with indignation, as if she had been subjected to the gravest injustice. Behind her, Zhang Shan was making faces, while Zhang Pan'er, clutching her right index finger with her left hand, was sobbing uncontrollably, her wrists marred with several alarming red scars. Tang Yuehua's heart sank. No wonder the two children had not come. It turned out they had been beaten at home. Zhang Shan's mother. That's not quite how it is. We have villagers who send their daughters to our school, and look, several of the students seated here are girls. Their parents are foolish. I would never engage in such senseless folly. Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow. This matter had been agreed upon by Zhang Shan and his sister, not something I imposed upon them. If they wish to switch, then let them do so. They are just children. What do they understand? What authority do they possess? Zhang Shan was absent from class yesterday. I intended to discuss this matter with you today. Do not come here with your nonsense. Your teaching is utterly ineffective. My son claims he cannot grasp anything. Refund my tuition fee immediately. You call yourself a professor at Jingda? Huh. Tang Yuehua blinked, taken aback by her encounter with such a shrew. The tuition fee was not paid to me. It was collected and submitted to the brigade. Zhang Shan has already attended over a month of classes. If you wish to seek a refund, you should approach the village head. Feng Lihui's eyes widened in fury, resorting to obstinacy. I don't care about the village head. I am confronting you. Can't these two children, a boy and a girl, comprehend the situation? Why should Zhang Pan'er benefit from Xiao Shan's class for free? Refund the money. Immediately. Chapter 82. Hulai as Yuzhe brought his uncle and children to the school, he spotted this woman acting irrationally. This is a school, not your personal stage. Must you perform here? Feng Lihui, hands on her hips, huffed angrily, retorting with a shrill voice. Yuzhe, what does this have to do with you? Everything. This is the village's school. I brought the children to enroll with Teacher Tang, only to find you harassing the instructor. Your son has used so much paper and still wants a refund. Are you taking advantage of us as a collective? Do you think we're easy to bully? Yang Daling also stepped forward. Yes, our village chief has said that this school, built by Huaihua Village, was funded by the collective. If you take advantage of the collective, you are taking advantage of us. Yuzhe was notorious in the village for being a troublemaker, a spirited young man. Feng Lihui felt intimidated but gained confidence when facing Yang Daling, a stranger from another village. Who do you think you are, defending Tang Yuehua? Do you have some unspeakable connection with her? Tang Yuehua looked at Feng Lihui in disbelief. Was this woman truly defaming her reputation over a mere book fee? Yang Daling trembled with rage. He had only spoken a few words, yet this woman was spouting nonsense. If you dare keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. With a swift motion, Yuzhe delivered a resounding slap to Feng Lihui's face, his expression fierce and cold. Mind your words. You can't seem to talk about anything else but those sordid affairs between men and women. It seems you've given it much thought. Since I know your husband fairly well, shall I have a chat with him? Feng Lihui clutched her stinging face, her eyes wide as saucers. A mix of anger and disbelief. Yuzhe, how dare you hit me? What do I have to fear? I've even hit your husband Zhang Dao. What is wrong with hitting you? Yuzhe responded nonchalantly, for he was already infamous in the village. As long as he didn't seriously injure anyone, he would merely face a reprimand from the village chief. It was of little consequence. Why bother with idle chatter when action could be taken? Even if he did chatter, this woman could not outtalk him. Feng Lihui froze, suddenly recalling that Yuzhe had indeed struck her husband. Gritting her teeth, she declared, just wait. I will seek out the village chief. You are finished. Grabbing her 2 children, she stormed off, determined to have the village chief uphold her justice. In the village chief's office, he wore a look of helplessness as he furrowed his brow. What? You went to the school to demand a refund from Teacher Tang? Feng Lihui, how can I commend you? You are truly lacking in common sense. Teacher Tang Yuehua is a bona fide intellectual, sought after by the commune's primary school to teach. Yet here you are, making a scene. What on earth are you thinking? I believe Yuzhe's slap was well-deserved. Otherwise, you would continue to spout nonsense. Village chief. She is merely a foreigner, living in a cattle shed. I have been married to Huaihua village for over a decade. And that scoundrel Yuzhe, a junior striking me. What will people think of me? I merely want a book fee back. 3 people ganged up on me. Is there no justice left? If your son does not wish to attend school, let your daughter go. If neither child wants to go, then none shall attend. The school fees are to be paid to the commune. If you seek a refund, go to the secretary. It's futile to come to me. Upon hearing this, Feng Lihui deflated like a punctured balloon. How could she dare approach the secretary? The village chief took a drag from his pipe. Your brother-in-law is a soldier and sends home allowances each month. Your family hasn't split up. Can you not spare a few dimes for the school fees? Stop making a fuss. It will only make you a laughingstock. Chapter 83. Jealousy. Feng Lifei was not lacking in money, yet her raucous behavior in the school was not merely due to her belief that girls were unworthy of education. It stemmed from her discomfort upon seeing Tang Yuehua, stirring whispers in her heart. The cause of her vexation was her husband's recent compliment about Tang Laoshir's appearance, noting her refinement and grace. Zhang Daong had never praised any woman in the village before. She thought, no more schooling. Let none of them continue. A sense of dread filled Feng Lifei as she feared that if the children persisted in their studies, her husband might develop some ill intentions towards Tang Yuehua. How could a man in his 40s, a once-cultured individual fallen on hard times, still possess such smooth skin, resembling a young girl? She touched her own face, wrinkled at only 30. Village chief, I shan't argue with you about the school fees. But Yu Zeshan's slap was no trivial matter, was it? This isn't the first time he has behaved so brazenly. The village chief curled his lip and snorted. Have you been blind these past few months? Yuzhe has contributed immensely to our village and done countless good deeds. If you could achieve such a contribution, you'd be entitled to slap someone too, and I would surely support you. Feng Lifei felt deflated, as if all air had escaped from her. This Yuzhe was indeed a thorn, with even the village chief not siding with her. Anger bubbled within her. She lamented the scarcity of males in her family. She had only 2 sons. Her elder brother had gone to serve in the army and was rarely home. Her husband was no match for Yuzhe. If only they had 5 strapping lads like Lu Chunyi's family at the village's entrance. Who would dare to bully her? As her thoughts spiraled into frustration, she wished she could immediately return home and bear him 5 sons. In the school, Yang Dalin's 3rd child, Xiaomai, looked puzzled and asked Yuzhe, Brother A's, why did that fierce lady just say girls can't go to school? I'm a girl too. Does that mean I can't go to school? Yuzhe gently ruffled Xiaomai's hair. Ignore that loudmouth. That woman is merely trying to ruin the joy of others because she has faced her own storms. Yang Dalin, having encountered such oblivious people before, responded indignantly. Such people are insufferable. They suffered themselves and insist on dragging their daughters through the same misery, or else they feel uneasy. He glanced at Tang Laoshir, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Tang Laoshir, please don't take to heart the foul words of that woman today. Her tongue is as foul as if she had eaten excrement. Tang Yuehua merely tugged at the corners of her mouth. I'm fine. I was just concerned about that child. Her wrists are all bruised. To have a mother like that is indeed a hardship. Yang Dalan sighed. That child is indeed unfortunate, but it is her fate. We have no ties to her, so it's best not to meddle. Otherwise, we attract trouble. In the village, such was the way of life. Many matters required one to turn a blind eye and not take everything too seriously. Tang Yuehua nodded in agreement with a bitter smile. Yang Dalan successfully enrolled the 3 children, and they would commence their studies in Huaihua village starting tomorrow. The village lacked entertainment. Many women entertained themselves by gossiping about the neighbors. They spoke of Yuzhe visiting relatives and Yang Dalan enrolling his children in the Huaihua school. And the incident with Feng Lifei spread faster than dandelion seeds in the wind. This gossip soon reached the ears of Yuzhe's grandmother, Qin Sanrong. Some who delighted in mischief relayed to her, "Sister-in-law Yu, your eldest grandson, Yuzhe, has caught quite a bit of meat and sent it to Taiping's Wang. Did he bring any for your family to taste?" Qin Sanrong was not an easy woman to provoke and leapt to her feet, cursing. "Who do you think you are? Whether he brought it or not is none of your business. Mind your own affairs, and don't dare speak ill of my family behind our backs." The crowd was taken aback. Her words were shockingly crude. The one who had spoken turned pale, and none dared approach Qin Sanrong further. Qin Sanrong, stifling her anger, finished her morning chores and rushed to Yuzhe's home. "Yuzhe, you little rascal, come out." Yuzhe ambled out, casually cleaning his ears. "Oh, Grandma, it's been a while. Have you eaten something foul? Your mouth stinks." Qin Sanrong took a deep breath, hands on her hips. "You ungrateful wretch. You've hunted meat for yourself, but have forgotten to show filial piety to me and your grandfather, giving it all to outsiders. Yang Dalan raised you. You owe him your respect." Yuzhe shrugged. "So you're craving meat, huh? My father has split from your family and lives separately now. If you want meat, you should visit the family that hasn't split yet." "What? Is my uncle also an ungrateful wretch, unable to bring you meat to honor me?" Qin Sanrong was momentarily speechless. The division of families had happened many years ago. Back then, Yu Pengchuan could not hunt, and Yuzhe was both gluttonous and mischievous, leading to the split. However, over the years, Yu Pengchuan occasionally sent gifts and money, making her almost forget the separation. "What of the division? You're a grown man now. Learn from your father. He would always bring us and your uncle a portion of the meat he hunted. But you, now that you've hunted, you don't share a morsel with us." Yuzhe grimaced, waving his hands dismissively. "Please, I have no desire to emulate my father. He has sent meat for so many years, and after his leg was broken, not one of you came to check on him. I refuse to learn from such a fool." Just as he spoke, the fool, Yu Pengchuan, happened to walk out of the house. "Eldest, your leg is better?" Qin Sanrong gasped in surprise, seeing Yu Pengchuan without a crutch. He walked out slowly but appeared generally well. "Yes, mother, I can walk slowly now," Yu Pengchuan replied. Qin Sanrong huffed. "Now that your leg is better, why aren't you rushing to hunt? Look at how your son has taken charge while you've been laid up. He steals fish at home and doesn't bring back any meat. What a fine son you've raised." Qin Sanrong raised her hands, striking her knees, and began to wail. "I've raised you through thick and thin, and now I can't even eat a bite of meat. What's the point of living? I might as well be dead." Yuzhe's lips twitched slightly. It seemed his father was susceptible to such tactics. The act of weeping and wailing, invoking sympathy, was indeed effective. As expected, Yu Pengchuan wore a look of guilt and said, "Mother, it is my fault. Please do not cry." Yuzhe then remarked, "Father, since I am the one who hunted this meat, if you wish to gift it, you should venture up the mountain yourself to procure it. If you insist on me giving you the meat, then we shall sever ties completely. I have no desire to continually support my uncle's household." "What nonsense are you speaking? This meat is meant for your grandmother's family, not for your uncle." Yu Pengchuan was taken aback by his son's mention of separating the family. He had only one son, and the thought of a single heir dividing the family was unheard of in the entire commune. Chapter 84. Summoning her back, Yuzhe curled his lips and scoffed. "Father, you are truly amusingly naive. While you chop that piece of meat, I can assure you that more than half will be given to uncle's family." Upon hearing this, Qin Sanrong grew anxious. "Who do you think you're telling me to give it to? Your uncle's grandson is nearing 100 days old. He is in dire need of milk. How can we allow the child to go hungry?" Yuzhe shrugged nonchalantly. "That's not my concern. Do as you please." Qin Sanrong, observing Yuzhe's indifferent demeanor, felt her temper flare. "You are becoming increasingly rebellious. Newly married and already stirring up trouble about separating the family. The villagers might as well break your back." At that moment, Lu Sume returned from work and, Noticing Chun Sanrong reprimanding Yuzhe, quickly interjected, "Yes, yes. Mother, you have finally arrived." This Yuzhe is utterly unreasonable, refusing to share even a morsel of meat with me. I've spoken to Peng Chuan, but he won't listen. Now that you're here, you must discipline this child. Yuzhe found Lu Sumei's smug expression amusing. Who do you think you are? It's a miracle I haven't kicked you out yet, and you still dare to ask for meat. Grandmother, let me make it clear. This meat was earned through my own toil in the mountains, and I shall distribute it as I see fit. Not even the commune secretary can dictate how I share this meat. If you wish to eat, let Yu Pengjiang go to the mountains himself. The mountains are right behind us, and it all depends on his capabilities. Yu Pengchuan remained silent, his head hung low. The meat was indeed hunted by Yuzhe, and should he refuse to share, there was nothing anyone could do. But how could one even utter the notion of separation? Would that not be a slap in the face? Yuzhe, are you truly contemplating separation over a mere piece of meat? It is not just about the meat. I also find Lu Sumei intolerable. If you could part ways with her, I would surely refrain from mentioning separation. Upon hearing this, Lu Sumei's heart sank. Realizing this was directed at her, Chen Sanrong suddenly burst into laughter. You foolish boy. Do you have any idea how many years of savings went into building this house? You want to separate? You wouldn't even have a place to live. With the little meat you brought home, you should be grateful if it's enough for yourself, let alone thinking about separation. Eldest, I suggest you let him go ahead with it. Let us see where he plans to live. Yu Pengchuan felt a jolt of realization. As long as he objected, with only 3 rooms in the house, could his son truly evict him? He cleared his throat and said, Yuzhe, I will pretend I did not hear what you just said. Your Aunt Lu has been with me for many years. How could we simply part ways? Do you take me for someone insignificant? Mother, you should return home for now. In a few days, I will certainly send some food over to you. Chen Sanrong raised her chin, her nostrils flaring. That sounds more reasonable. By the way, make a call to bring Yu Xiu and her husband back. This week marks 100 days. Let us gather the family for a meal. Yu Pengchuan hesitated, then slowly replied, Mother, Yu Xiu has divorced. She is no longer with Li Montsong. What? What did you just say? Chen Sanrong's mouth fell agape in shock. Why would they divorce? Such a significant matter, and you only mention it now? Oh dear, Li Montsong is such a fine match, an honorable worker. What was Yu Xiu thinking, aiming for someone like Panin? How ungrateful. Yu Pengchuan felt a pang of embarrassment. Li Montsong was indeed appealing, but Yu Xiu had suffered a miscarriage and could no longer endure the marriage. Is that really such a grave matter? Men hit their wives all the time. It's a sign of affection. If she couldn't tolerate such trivialities, Yu Xiu truly is a disappointment. Chen Sanrong, hands on her hips, was furious. This marriage cannot end. We must rush to the Li family today and apologize. Lu Sumei scoffed, leaning closer to Chen Sanrong and whispering, Mother, there's no use in apologizing. This marriage is surely over. I have heard that it was the man who sought the divorce, and he adamantly refuses to take Yu Xiu back. Before she could finish, Yuzhe's fist flew through the air. Yuzhe is about to hit someone. Lu Sumei turned pale, hastily hiding behind Chen Sanrong. Yuzhe, calm yourself. Yu Pengchuan quickly restrained him. Mother, let us not discuss Yu Xiu's marriage anymore. It's clearly over. Chen Sanrong lamented, clapping her hands and stomping her feet. Oh heavens, what a shame. Such a wonderful match, ruined. Goodness, you kicked my grandfather out. Why don't you marry him yourself? I'm certain my father would arrange a splendid ceremony for you. Chen Sanrong's anger flared, seizing a broom from the yard and swinging it at Yuzhe. I swear I will beat you to death, you foul-mouthed little brat. Yuzhe dashed away, zigzagging, while Chen Sanrong chased after him, breathing heavily. The yard erupted into chaos. Chen Sanrong, over 60 years old, could hardly keep up with Yuzhe's speed, panting heavily and unable to even touch the hem of his clothing. Yuzhe, you little brat, stop right there. Eldest, can't you control this troublesome child? Oh, this is infuriating. Yu Pengchuan felt overwhelmed. Mother, my legs have just healed. I can't run. Finally, unable to continue. Chen Sanrong bent over, gasping for breath. I'm truly at my wit's end. Eldest, remember to bring Yu Xiu back. With that, she retreated, stumbling away from the Yu household, fearing that if she stayed any longer, Yuzhe might genuinely drive her to her demise. Once Chen Sanrong left, Lu Sumei quickly positioned herself behind Yu Pengchuan, whispering, Old Yu, this child Yuzhe is too terrifying, always throwing punches. While I may be his stepmother, I am not here to be his punching bag. Yuzhe, you must temper your impulses. Your Aunt Lu has made some mistakes in the past, But look at how well she has been behaving lately. She fetches water for Yao every day, cleans the yard, and while we feast on meat, she subsists on mere scraps. You should let go of your grudges. That is nonsense. She is merely pretending. Just wait. She might surprise you one day with infidelity. Given Lu Sumei's past behavior of abandoning Yu Pengchuan for her family, she remains here only because Yu Pengchuan still serves a purpose. If a man were to appear now, willing to support her and possessing better conditions than her father, she would undoubtedly run away with him immediately. Yuzhe secretly hoped that a man would soon come to assist Lu Sumei in putting a proverbial hat on her father, thus revealing the true nature of this woman. Yu Pengchuan's face turned ashen with anger, exclaiming, "How can a son curse his own father like this?" Leaning casually against the wall, Yuzhe nonchalantly replied, "Once I finish building my house, I will move out. You may live with her as you please." Building a house? Yu Pengchuan was taken aback. Where do you intend to build it, and from where will the money come? Chapter 85. Long-term considerations. You need not concern yourself with the origins of my resources. Rest assured, they were not acquired through dubious means. Yuzhe had already devised a plan to construct 5 spacious tiled houses, complete with a yard and a kitchen. One room would serve as the main hall, another for himself and his wife, one for his son, one for his daughter, and the last would be reserved for his mother-in-law during her winter visits, which would be quite convenient. He also intended to enlist a few skilled artisans to craft large kangs for the sleeping quarters. Come winter, the rooms would be warm and cozy. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Pengchuan finally spoke. "Why do you harbor such disdain for your Aunt Lu? Over the years, I have not witnessed her treating you poorly. Why can't you see it? She is simply someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. She refrains from challenging me because I am formidable. How did she treat Xiao back then? And what about Yao? Surely, you must have some insight into that." Yu Pengchuan sighed, murmuring, "Those are trivial matters. They are hardly egregious acts. Every household has its share of blemishes. Can't you endure a little? You should manage your own wife's shortcomings and not expect others to bear the brunt of your grievances. Lu Sumei is a ticking time bomb. Though she seems harmless now, who knows when she might explode and cause you great distress." Observing Yu Pengchuan's troubled demeanor, Yuzhe paused and added, "Father, I understand that you have been feeling uneasy since my mother's passing and desire companionship. However, you must remain vigilant. If you disregard my counsel now, you will inevitably regret it one day." Lu Sumei's heart is not in this. She is solely focused on her family and her son, with no intention of building a life with you. She is far inferior to Qin Xiaohong, who treated our family with great kindness in her youth. Yet, here you are, oblivious, choosing a woman with a heart as cold as a serpent's. Meanwhile, Lu Sumei felt exasperated. This pair is discussing her in front of her. Couldn't they speak behind her back? She had no desire to listen. The moment Yuzhe mentioned Qin Xiaohong, both Yu Pengchuan and Lu Sumei's expressions shifted dramatically. Qin Xiaohong was a widow from the end of Huaihua village. Her husband passed away when their daughter was merely 5. Last year, her daughter married into the neighboring commune, leaving her all alone. When Yuzhe was in his teens, Qin Xiaohong had a cordial relationship with Yu Pengchuan. She would often wash the family's soiled clothes by the river and frequently cared for Yuzhe and Yu Xiao. However, Yuzhe was unsure how Lu Sumei suddenly became entwined with his father, causing Qin Xiaohong to exit the scene. Lu Sumei's tone shifted as she trembled. "Yuzhe, I have tolerated your bullying, but how can you sow discord between your father and me?" The mere mention of Qin Xiaohong caused a long-buried guilt to surge within Yu Pengchuan. Qin Xiaohong was kind-hearted, diligent, and spoke gently. Yet when he expressed his desire to build a life with her, she rejected him, citing their daughter's youth and inability to accept a new father. Subsequently, Lu Sumei's persistent advances led him to pursue her. He vividly recalled the day he publicly declared his relationship with Lu Sumei. Catching a glimpse of Qin Xiaohong's eyes filled with confusion, disappointment, and pain, it became evident that Qin Xiaohong harbored feelings for him. If only he had waited a little longer and not rushed into things, would the outcome have been different? Turning away, Yu Pengchuan said, "Let the past remain in the past. Do as you wish. You have grown wings and can no longer be managed by me." Though he spoke thus, Yuzhe's earlier remarks had planted a thorn in his heart. Could Lu Sumei truly betray him? At noon, Yu Pengchuan was so infuriated that he refused to join the meal and locked himself in his room. Lu Sumei had disappeared into some corner. Yun Yao and Yuzhe prepared a simple dish of tofu puffs stir-fried with cabbage and minced meat, accompanied by wild vegetable dumplings. "Ah, my dear wife, Your wild vegetable dumplings are undoubtedly the best in the village, devoid of any bitter taste. How did you achieve such perfection? I blanched the wild vegetables to reduce bitterness, then added diced radish and cornmeal before steaming them, making them much tastier. Yun Yao watched Yuzhe devour his meal with gusto and sighed. Yao, why are you sighing? You argued fiercely with father, and it was distressing to witness. Yuzhe, are we truly considering separating? Leaving father alone? Who said he would be alone? He has his precious Lu Sume, after all. Yun Yao muttered softly. In truth, I also support father and Lu Sume separating. Yuzhe paused, surprised. My dear wife, it seems our thoughts align perfectly. Yun Yao forced a smile. My support stems from a dream I had, where Lu Sume abandoned father and absconded with our family's money. Recently, life has been too blissful. I am reluctant to acknowledge the painful memories as remnants of a past life. I would rather believe that those distressing experiences were merely a dream. I want to use this dream as a pretext to discuss this matter with you. That dream certainly bore a semblance of reality. It is not surprising that Lu Sume could commit such acts. If only father could experience such a dream himself. How could that be possible? We are not dream manipulators. Yun Yao, holding wooden chopsticks, gently bit the end of one. However, I ponder, since Lu Sume exhibits such character, why can't we devise a plan to compel her to reveal her malevolent intentions? Yuzhe regarded Yun Yao intently, replying, Your idea has merit, and the logic is sound. However, father is presently in good health. He could even assist Chao Xiaoping in finding a bride. Lu Sume is not foolish. Why would she abandon him for another? It seems too convoluted. It would be simpler to bind Lu Sume and dispose of her in the space as fertilizer. Yun Yao fixed her gaze upon Yuzhe and caught a fleeting glimmer of resolve in his eyes. She grasped his hand tightly. Yuzhe, please do not act impulsively. Merely expelling Lu Sume would be too lenient. Since she is such a person, we must ensure that the entire commune is aware, rendering her unable to hold her head high in this corner. That would be the most fitting revenge. Yuzhe nodded in agreement. Indeed, allowing her to become fertilizer would be too lenient. If Lu Sume were to disappear quietly, she might become a cherished memory in father's heart. If he were to find another even more selfish replica of Lu Sume, it would spell disaster. It is truly unkind to place a green hat on his father, yet given Lu Sume's avarice, she could exploit other avenues. This matter necessitates careful deliberation. Yun Yao and Yuzhe have returned to their quarters, and this discussion must be conducted discreetly behind closed doors. After the quarrel with Yuzhe, Yu Pengchuan found himself at a loss, prompting Lu Sume to feel restless. She was troubled and needed to confide in someone she could trust. Thus, Lu Sume made her way to Sun Guiying's residence in the village, standing outside the courtyard and calling out, Guiying, Guiying, are you home? Chapter 86. Scheming Sun Guiying and Lu Sume share a close friendship. It was during Lu Sume's visit to Huaihua village to see Sun Guiying that a twist of fate introduced her to Yu Pengchuan. Standing tall and robust, Yu Pengchuan caught Lu Sume's eye, prompting Sun Guiying to encourage her to boldly pursue love. Sun Guiying remarked at the time, the Yu family is quite admirable. Yu Pengchuan is a skilled hunter, so you need not fear hunger. Since he is separated from his mother, there will be no meddling from a mother-in-law. With only 2 children to care for, you would be the mistress of the household. Initially, life unfolded precisely as Sun Guiying had predicted. When Lu Sume first married into the Yu family, the siblings Yuzhe and Yu Xiu were still quite young, and life was rather comfortable. However, as Yuzhe matured, he began to cause trouble, and life became less pleasant. Inside Sun Guiying's home, the family was gathered for a meal. Hearing a commotion outside, Sun Guiying's mother-in-law furrowed her brow and grumbled, who runs off to another's home during mealtime? Sun Guiying hastily shoved some food into her mouth and mumbled, Mother, please do not jest. Their husband is a hunter. Do you think they would come to our home for a mere meal? There must be something going on. I will go take a look. Lu Sume stood outside, her face clouded with worry, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. Sun Guiying, puzzled, asked, Mimi, what troubles you? Under the shade of a camphor tree by Sun Guiying's doorstep, Lu Sume began to lament. I simply cannot endure this any longer. Yuzhe is constantly finding ways to torment me. Today he even threatened to beat me in front of his father. Sun Guiying gasped in disbelief and exclaimed, No way. That boy has become so brazen? Lu Sume clutched the hem of her garment, seething indeed. He even mentioned that woman Qin Xiuhong. Qin Xiuhong? That old hag is trying to seduce you? Lu Sume's eyes widened with fury. If she dares, I will tear her to shreds. Sun Guing, bewildered, inquired, what prompted him to mention that woman? Lu Sumei continued, it was Yu Zhe. He said he would have his father throw me out, and if not, he would demand a separation. And then he brought up Qin Xiaohong. What does Qin Xiaohong have besides her fair skin? Guiying, if you were a man, would you choose me or her? Sun Guiying chuckled, patting Lu Sumei's hand. I would undoubtedly choose you. That Qin Xiaohong appears dull. She would likely be as lifeless in bed as a dead fish. If I were a man, I would certainly prefer someone like you. Do you think Yu Zhe is serious about wanting a separation? Lu Sumei fumed. How would I know? Yu Pengchuan does not support me. What a nuisance. Were it not for his slight usefulness, who would even bother with him? Sun Guiying's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. Listen, you should persuade Yu Pengchuan to agree to a separation, let Yu Zhe move out, and then the current house would belong solely to the two of you. Afterward, you could bring Chao Xiaoping over, marry him off. And then you could manage your daughter-in-law. Wouldn't that lead to a better life? Lu Sumei's eyes widened in realization as she clapped her legs enthusiastically. You are indeed clever, Guiying. Currently, Chao Xiaoping is cramped in that small room with the Chao family, and marrying a wife there is inconvenient. Living in the Yu household would be much better. Their house is spacious, and she could help take care of the grandchildren. Sun Guiying added, however, I wonder where your Yu Zhe would live if he insists on a separation, and will your Yu be willing to part with all his money? I heard he is planning to build a house outside, Lu Sumei replied. Sun Guiying laughed mockingly. Oh, just listen to that boy's bluster. He speaks nothing but empty words. When the time comes for a separation, he will surely try to scare your Yu into handing over all his money. Lu Sumei's eyes sparkled with cunning. Yu does not have much money. I suspect the funds came from Yu Xiu's husband to Yu Zhe. Building a mud brick house should not be a problem. How could Yu Xiu's husband give Yu Zhe money? That is quite laughable. Who neglects their father-in-law while giving money to their brother-in-law? That money must come from your Yu, extracted from Yu Zhe. As for where they will live after the separation, isn't there a dilapidated house in the village? If Yu Zhe insists on a separation, your Yu will undoubtedly be displeased. You can whisper sweet nothings to him and suggest sending Yu Zhe and his wife to live in that broken-down house. The more Lu Sumei listened, the more excited she became. Your words have inspired me. If Yu Zhe is going against his father, when Yu Pengchuan gets angry, he will surely send him to that broken house. Indeed, men, you see, value their pride above all else. If their son rebels, they will make them suffer in that decrepit house. Once he has endured enough hardship and returns, Xiaoping will have already established a good rapport with Yu Pengchuan, and your Yu will never look at that good-for-nothing Yu Zhe again. Certainly, my Xiaoping is treasured by all. I am just concerned that Yu Zhe might not be so compliant. After all, that dilapidated house has a haunted reputation. Would he willingly choose to live there? That will depend on how determined he is to separate. Regardless, what you must do now is find a way to make your Yu despise that son of his, and as for money, he must keep it tightly in hand. Speaking of money, Lu Sumei visibly sagged. Please do not mention money, ever since it was lost last time. Yu has declared he will no longer allow me to manage it. Oh, he was just venting. Men are often careless, unlike women who manage finances with precision. You usually say he would never agree, but it is different in such circumstances. When a man is consumed by desire in bed, you could ask him for his life, and he might willingly give it. Lu Sumei nodded vigorously. All right, I will go try. How fortunate I am to have such a good sister like you. Otherwise, I would not know what to do. Lu Sumei and Sun Guiying had met during the grain distribution in their brigade and had known each other for many years, their personalities meshing well. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say they shared a mutual affinity for mischief. They often gathered to discuss ways to extract more benefits from their mothers-in-law. After speaking with Sun Guiying, Lu Sumei felt invigorated and returned home cheerfully. Upon entering, she found that the meal had been entirely consumed, and Yu Pengchuan had locked himself in his room. Taking a deep breath, she shifted from an expressionless demeanor to one of gentle grace, lightly tapping on the door and speaking softly. Old Yu, you haven't eaten yet. What would you like me to prepare for you? Chapter 87. A bath together, old Yu. Do not let your temper flare with the child. Yu Zhe has been thoughtless for quite some time now. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. We cannot let our bodies suffer from hunger. Yu Pengchuan forcefully swung the door open, glancing at Lu Sumei, and then inside the main room. Had they already finished their meal? Lu Sumei sighed. Indeed, they did not wait for us. Look, it is all gone. After speaking, Lu Sumei cautiously observed Yu Pengchuan's expression, anticipating his anger so she could stoke the flames. To her surprise, Yu Pengchuan's grim visage instantly transformed into joy. Lu Sume, old you? With a beaming smile, Yu Pengchuan strode toward the kitchen, exclaiming, I knew it. That boy was just talking nonsense. You sit here. I shall prepare dinner. Lu Sume froze in place, utterly speechless. Did he just cheer himself up? This was her first encounter with such an easily placated person. Ah, this is troublesome. Old Yu clearly does not desire to separate from his son. Yu Zhe, after a whole afternoon of silence on the matter, believes it to be a jest? This simply cannot stand. At this rate, her son would never move back in. Lu Sume approached the kitchen and cautiously remarked, Old Yu, do not take Yu Zhe's talk of separation to heart. The child is growing up. As parents, we should allow them to strive for independence. Yu Pengchuan paused, holding the fire poker, and looked up at her. Independence? What kind of independence? Lu Sume carefully considered her words before responding. Yu Zhe is far too ungrateful. He should experience living on his own to understand just how good you have been to him, providing him with such a wonderful home, yet he remains dissatisfied. I think that dilapidated house at the end of the village would be quite suitable. Let Yu Zhe stay there for a bit, and perhaps he will learn gratitude. Yu Pengchuan shot her a disdainful glance. Are you out of your mind? That decrepit house has been abandoned for ages and is rumored to be haunted, with a leaking roof. If Yu Zhe were to stay there, the villagers would spit on me. Lu Sume awkwardly tugged at her mouth. Even if it were a broken record, he is the one who wants to separate and live on his own. If the villagers criticize, it will be him they blame, not you. That also won't he do. I know that boy. He is the type to speak without thinking. He was merely jesting. Enough. Do not bring this up again. Lu Sume chuckled awkwardly. Very well then. Since Yu Pengchuan has said so, she naturally would not press the issue further. However, Lu Sume did not believe that by not mentioning it, Yu Zhe would refrain from bringing it up again. As long as she persisted in doing some irksome things, it was only a matter of time before Yu Zhe would once again raise the topic of separation. That night, after bathing, Yun Yao lay half reclined in bed in her soft pajamas, cradling a little sable. Ah Zhe, look, during the day, I washed little sable with soap. See how fragrant and clean it is now. Yu Zhe responded with a hint of jealousy. That sable lives more comfortably than I do, with a beautiful lady bathing it, while you do not help me bathe. Yun Yao's face flushed. How old are you? You still want me to help you bathe? Besides, if I were to bathe you, would it still be a bath? Who knows what you might do? Yun Yao's voice trailed off, and she buried her head deeper into the bedding. Yu Zhe, drying his hair with a towel, caught a glimpse of Yun Yao hiding under the covers, revealing only her long, exquisitely delicate legs, reminiscent of fine jade, causing his throat to constrict slightly. My dear wife, what do you think I would do? Oh, how would I know what you might do? Yu Zhe grinned mischievously. I see, my dear wife. You are afraid that if I bathe with you, I might tease you, aren't you? Imagining a scene of frolicking together in the water with Yun Yao made his blood rush. How exhilarating. Yun Yao peeked her head out from the covers, her expression proud. I am not afraid at all. We are already husband and wife. What is there to fear? Really not afraid. Then, it is settled, in a few days. I will make a large wooden bath barrel, large enough for two, and we shall bathe together. Yun Yao imagined the scene and immediately turned crimson. No. That would waste too much water. It won't waste water, I assure you. Your husband has plenty of strength. Yu Zhe tossed the towel aside, leaped onto the bed, and pulled Yun Yao into his embrace. Yun Yao nestled against Yu Zhe's chest, her slender fingers occasionally brushing against the fine hairs on his forearm, both feeling utterly relaxed and comfortable. My dear wife, actually, when I first saved you from the river, you cannot imagine how captivating you looked. Yu Zhe reminisced about that moment, recalling Yun Yao's wet hair and thin clothing clinging to her body, droplets of water cascading down her stunning features, gliding down her neck and settling in the delicate curve of her collarbone. But I only took a glance before shedding my own clothing to wrap you up. Yun Yao raised her head, playfully pouting. Humph, I do not believe you. You are such a rogue. What is there to be shy about? My clothes were practically transparent back then. You definitely saw everything. That is unjust, my dear wife. I merely enjoy fun. I am not a lewd scoundrel. There is a significant difference between a rogue and a lewd scoundrel, you know? Yun Yao quirked her elegant crescent-shaped brows. So you are still a gentleman then? One might say so. You see, I did not insist that you owe me your body in return. When I saw you in the river, my only thought was to save you. Nothing else crossed my mind. It was those gossiping, narrow-minded villagers who later rambled on. And I feared for your reputation, which is why I married you. Yun Yao huffed a couple of times. Why does it sound to me like you married me out of necessity? What? Marrying me has made you feel wronged. Yun Yao slipped her hand beneath Yuze's clothing, reaching his strong waist, and unexpectedly pinched him. Yuze, most sensitive to tickling at his waist, bent slightly, laughing with squinted eyes. Well done, my wife. You have learned to tease. Yun Yao pouted her rosy lips. I only learned from you. You always bully me. All right, let us not stray from the topic. I will take it as you have agreed. Once I finish the wooden tub, you shall bathe with me. I don't want to. What is so good about bathing with you? Even the largest tub would be cramped for two. Yuze grinned mischievously. It won't be cramped at all. You will sit in front, and I will sit behind you, helping you scrub your back. Yuze thought to himself, that would also allow for the exploration of some new positions. Very well then, I will yield to you. Yun Yao, unable to resist Yuze, acquiesced. By the way, my wife, do not go gathering pigweed tomorrow. I will take you up the mountain. What do we need to go up the mountain for? Chapter 88. Falling leaves and fluttering flowers ascending the mountain with our little purple marten. I have heard from the old hunter that this little creature can lead one to treasure. Let us give it a try. Furthermore, your belly is still not very large. Once it grows, climbing the mountain will become quite challenging. I know of a particularly beautiful lake in a valley atop the mountain, and I would love to take you there. That sounds wonderful. Yun Yao replied, her heart filled with yearning. We can also go mushroom picking. I have been craving mushrooms. Certainly, while there may not be as many mushrooms in the deep mountains as in autumn, we can still find some hazel mushrooms, elm yellow mushrooms, and tree chicken mushrooms. We shall gather some to bring back, and I will create a drying room to turn them into dried goods. That way, during the rainy season in 7 or 8 months, we can enjoy a change in flavor. The rainy season is always characterized by incessant rain, making the mountain paths slippery and inconvenient for foraging wild vegetables. During those 2 months, the villagers often find their meals rather monotonous. A drying room? What is that? Yun Yao inquired, puzzled. It is a facility that dries mountain goods much like sun drying. It resembles our little doghouse, crafted from a mixture of mud and straw. Once I complete it, you will understand. Listening to your description makes it sound very convenient. Ace, how do you know so much? This drying room concept was something Yuze had seen in his previous life on the internet, where a rural blogger had shared the blueprints and method, which he had memorized. Yuze replied vaguely, just experimenting, it's not that impressive. How could I compare to a wife like you? As he spoke, Yuze picked up the book from the bedside, saying, look at you. You've already read more than half of Hong Yin so quickly. This is considered slow reading. I avoid reading much at night as it wastes kerosene and strains my eyes. Recently, I read a particularly cruel segment set in prison. It was heart-wrenching, and I couldn't bear to continue. If it is so distressing, perhaps you should set it aside for now. I have heard that when pregnant women read such emotionally charged books, the fetus may become fearful as well. Yun Yao gazed at Yuze, surprised. Your words ring true. When I read about their persecution, the 2 little ones in my belly kicked me quite a few times. I told you, they are quite perceptive. We should tell them some heartwarming stories. Yuze embraced Yun Yao and recounted a fairy tale as a form of prenatal education. At the end, he asked, my dear, we have yet to name the 2 of them. Yun Yao blinked. Is it not a bit premature to name them when they are only a few months old? Not at all. I believe if it is a boy, we shall name him Yuche, and if a girl, Yucheng. What do you think? Yuze directly recited the names Yun Yao had chosen in his previous life. In that lifetime, he had not even laid eyes on the child, let alone participated in naming them. This time, let the names of these 2 treasures be spoken from his lips first. Yun Yao's soft body stiffened momentarily. Were not these the names she had chosen for the children? The boy, Yuche, and the girl, Yucheng, represented her wishes for them. My dear, why have you fallen silent? Do you dislike these names? Yuze, unaware that Yun Yao had also been reborn, gently squeezed her hand when she did not respond. No, it's nothing. I think those names are quite lovely. Ace, how did you come up with these 2 names? Yuze began to play coy, claiming he had simply flipped through a dictionary and randomly landed on them. Yun Yao frowned. Is that so? Perhaps it is mere coincidence. All right, my dear. Since you find the names agreeable, let us settle on them. The sky is darkening. We must rise early to ascend the mountain, so we should rest soon. Yuze extinguished the kerosene lamp and held Yun Yao close, intending to sleep soundly that night, but as his fingers brushed against her skin, he felt a surge of heat. The following day, due to the need to ascend the mountain and the fatigue from the previous night's activities, Yuze did not rise early for practice. When daylight broke, he reached out beside him and found his wife missing from the bed. Opening his eyes and running a hand through his hair, he got out of bed, slipped on his shoes, and stepped outside. Upon entering the main room, he caught a whiff of a delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. Yuzhe walked into the kitchen and saw Yun Yao busily preparing at the stove. Yao, why did you not sleep a bit longer? Why are you up so early? Since we are heading to the mountain today, I thought I would rise early to prepare more food that we can take with us. That sounds great. We definitely want to be able to come down for lunch, so bringing some food is a splendid idea. What have you made? Here, this is cold fern salad. I soaked it in water for a few days and added some chili. Excellent. This method is truly delicious, crisp, and refreshing. Is there anything else? Yuzhe felt a bit hungry. Seeing his eagerness, Yun Yao suddenly felt playful and, suppressing a smile, said, there is nothing else. For breakfast and lunch, you will only have this wild vegetable. Yuzhe sniffed the air, directed his gaze toward the steaming bamboo steamer behind Yun Yao, certain there was more. My dear, your acting skills are truly lacking. Yun Yao grinned mischievously. You caught me. I also steamed some meat-filled buns. She lifted the lid to reveal 8 plump, white buns adorned with meat filling and green onions. Yuzhe rubbed his hands together, commenting, your buns are beautifully crafted, like works of art, unlike those made by Lu Sume, which were horrendously ugly. Previously, when Xiao Pengchuan had prepared meat, Lu Sume had also made buns using wild onions, but the resulting shapes looked as if a dog had gnawed on them. Unlike Yun Yao's, where every filling was evenly distributed, with the succulent juices oozing from the dough, promising a delicious meal. Oh, by the way, father went to work today. He mentioned his leg is doing well now. Yuzhe picked up a bun, hot enough to make him switch hands. Exclaiming, really, he heads off to work without even a word to me. You had just quarreled with him yesterday. How could he muster the courage to speak to you? He did mention it to me this morning. I noticed he was particularly energetic today. He swept the yard and washed clothes by the river, then made breakfast. When I woke up, they were just packing up breakfast to head out. Yuzhe took a hearty bite of the bun, exclaiming, my goodness, my father is bursting with boundless energy. I believe he could continue working in the fields for several more decades without issue. Yun Yao let out a soft laugh, exclaiming, you truly are amusing. Whoever claims that their father possesses an inexhaustible strength. All right, hurry and have your breakfast. Once we finish, we shall ascend the mountain. It would be unwise to venture too late under the scorching sun. After finishing their meal and freshening up, as they prepared to head up the mountain, Yuzhe, concerned for Yun Yao's well-being, thoughtfully whittled a stick and meticulously smoothed out its splinters to fashion a makeshift walking stick for her. The little purple marten was snugly nestled in Yun Yao's backpack, occasionally peeking out to observe the world outside. The trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, set off leisurely up the mountain. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the little purple marten grew bolder and scampered onto Yun Yao's shoulder. Yuzhe, still worried about Yun Yao's fatigue, gently lifted the marten and placed it on his own shoulder. They meandered along, stopping frequently to gather an array of fresh mushrooms, which they tossed into the backpack. Yun Yao also collected some explosive horse clover. Intending to dry it for tea at home, Yuzhe was not idle either. He skillfully struck down 2 wild chickens with stones along the way. Yun Yao gazed in astonishment at Yuzhe's remarkable technique of hunting with stones, as it was her first encounter with such a method. How impressive, Yuzhe! How did you manage that? With a swift motion, the wild chicken was dispatched. How can such a small stone feel mightier than a bullet? Well, it surely lacks the power of a bullet. A bullet would shatter the meat, whereas this stone is a matter of skill. Let me put it this way. Even without a stone, if you possess the right technique, you could achieve a similar effect with something as trivial as this hairpin or a leaf. Of course, a leaf won't kill a wild chicken, but it can certainly injure someone. For instance, if there's an annoying woman across from you, flicking a leaf her way could certainly leave a mark. Yun Yao's eyes sparkled with surprise and curiosity. My heavens, that sounds exhilarating. Yuzhe, can you teach me? You're currently pregnant, which makes it inconvenient to learn these techniques. But once the child is born, I will gladly teach you. For now, I can share some tips. Hold the leaf like this, Yuzhe instructed, standing behind Yun Yao as he picked 2 leaves, one for each of them to grip between their fingers. Twist your waist, pivot your hips, push off with your feet. Yes, just like that. Now relax your shoulders, arms, and wrists. Relax. With a swift motion, both leaves soared through the air. Yun Yao distinctly felt a difference. This time, her throw was far more powerful than her previous casual tosses. It was as if the leaves had sprouted bones, imbued with newfound strength. Yuze's leaf struck firmly against a nearby sapling. My dear, once the child is born, you must practice diligently. Throwing stones requires finger strength, wrist strength, and skill, alongside practice. Yun Yao gulped nervously, but I am quite weak. Strength is not the sole factor. Some strong men lack the intellect to wield these techniques effectively. Hearing his words, Yun Yao felt a surge of confidence. She became enamored with the idea of being able to launch leaves as projectiles at will. Throughout their journey, Yun Yao was animatedly practicing, her spirits soaring. Yuze guided her to the lake, where they had previously fished with stones, and they managed to catch 2 fish. Yao, let us roast the fish for lunch, paired with your flour rolls. That sounds wonderful, but can we make it delicious without salt? I have brought some. I never venture up the mountain without it. Yuze found a suitable spot, expertly built a fire, and deftly scaled the fish with his dagger, preparing them for roasting. As the fish neared completion, he sprinkled salt and his secret seasoning blend. Yun Yao savored the aroma, her mouth watering. This fish seems even more fragrant than what we prepare at home. It's the same method, but perhaps because you've traversed so far today, your appetite has heightened, making the fish taste even better. The little purple marten also enjoyed half a fish, its demeanor adorably comical, a stark contrast to the fierce hunter it had been when it had caught a wild chicken. Yuze addressed the marten earnestly. Little purple, do not let us spoil you. Remember, you are a wild creature. Do not forget how to fend for yourself in the mountains. Yun Yao scooped up the little marten, retorting, how could you say that? It is quite clever. This morning, when you caught the wild chicken, it swiftly retrieved one as well. That chicken was even larger than it. Look how loyal it is to you, and yet you speak so harshly of it. Yuze replied with a tender smile. Indeed, my dear, you are right. It is so well behaved that we can surely care for it for a lifetime. After their meal, the little purple marten lay contentedly on its back, basking in the sun. Yuze and Yun Yao rested for a while, and when the sun shifted positions, they resumed their trek. Not long after, the little purple marten suddenly leaped from Yuze's shoulder and darted into a dense thicket. Yuze, taken aback, called out, where are you going, little one? Yun Yao echoed, little purple? Little purple. The marten dashed too swiftly, disappearing into the underbrush. Yuze furrowed his brow. It usually doesn't act this way. Let us follow and see what it's up to. Chapter 89. The tiger. The two of them followed the trail of the Zhiqiao through a dense forest, arriving at the base of a steep cliff. The little Zhiqiao was crouched atop a protruding rock, its tiny paws busily digging into the ground while emitting a series of squeaks. Yun Yao, filled with curiosity, asked, Little Z, what are you searching for? The Zhiqiao's body concealed the spot it was digging, prompting Yuze to crouch down and gently move it aside. To his astonishment, nestled in the crevices of the earth were 2 ginseng plants quietly thriving. Yun Yao gasped, there are actually 2 ginseng plants here. My goodness, their quality is remarkable. Yuze chuckled, this little Zhiqiao truly has a knack for leading us to treasure. Yao, can you estimate how old these ginseng plants are? Overcome with excitement, Yun Yao replied. We need to excavate them carefully to find out. We must handle them delicately. The roots are fragile, and if they break, their value diminishes significantly. All right, I happen to have some bamboo stakes I shaved earlier, Yuze said, pulling out a bamboo stick resembling a small rake, ideal for unearthing ginseng. The two commenced their delicate excavation, eventually abandoning their tools to gently clear the soil with their hands, fearful of harming the ginseng. After an indeterminate amount of time, they successfully unearthed the 2 exquisite ginseng plants, which emitted a unique fragrance. Yun Yao held one in her hands, examining it closely, and confidently declared, this ginseng must be at least 200 years old. We have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Yuze marveled, Little Zhiqiao, you are incredible. When we return, I shall reward you with chicken. Just then, the hunting dog, Shandian, emitted a low growl, its fur bristling. Yuze felt a tightening in his chest, aware that such a reaction often signified impending danger. The Zhiqiao also grew restless, leaping anxiously on Yun Yao's shoulder. Yuze sniffed the air. Yao, I believe I detect a pungent scent. Yun Yao, feeling tense, scanned the surroundings, suddenly spotting a flash of yellow darting through the foliage. Her pupils constricted, and trembling, she raised her hand. Azay, look over there. In the direction she pointed, a massive northeast tiger emerged slowly from the trees. This majestic creature appeared to exceed 3 meters in length, its muscular form causing the ground to tremble with each step. Its golden coat, adorned with dark stripes, glimmered in the sunlight, while its amber eyes fixed intently upon them. Yuzhe surmised that the ginseng must be guarded by this formidable beast. According to legend, such extraordinary plants were always accompanied by fierce guardians, whether beasts or serpents, instinctively aware of the ginseng's preciousness. They were undeniably fortunate to encounter such a magnificent tiger. At that moment, the tiger did not charge at them, but rather continued to advance slowly, seemingly puzzled by the two intruders standing motionless within its territory, prompting it to observe them further. Yun Yao bit her lip and pulled out a cloth pouch from her backpack. "Azay, this is my specially formulated beast-repelling powder, made from shanjuyu and chili powder. The mountain breeze is blowing toward the tiger now. Once I scatter this powder, you must shoot." Yuzhe cast an admiring glance at Yun Yao, impressed by her courage and wisdom, realizing that most women would have been terrified in such a situation. Before he could respond, Yun Yao had already devised a plan. "This is a good idea. We should give it a try." Yuzhe carefully placed the two ginseng plants into his backpack, transferring them into his spatial storage, then lifted Yun Yao, assisting her in climbing to the top of a nearby tree for a better vantage point. As if the heavens were aiding them, the mountain breeze tousled their hair. The enormous northeast tiger, now within 100 meters, ambled toward them. Yuzhe focused intently on the approaching beast, waiting for the opportune moment. When the distance was just right, he shouted, "Now?" Yun Yao swiftly scattered the beast-repelling powder into the air, the mountain wind carrying it directly toward the tiger's face. The tiger let out a painful roar, retreating and scratching at its nose with its paws. Yuzhe raised his well-prepared hunting rifle and pulled the trigger. With a resounding boom, the bullet struck the tiger's left eye. The agony of the gunshot caused the tiger to thrash its head wildly. Seizing the opportunity, Yuzhe swiftly aimed at the tiger's other eye and fired again, hitting his mark. Blinded, the tiger descended into a frenzied rage, its roar reverberating through the forest. However, it had lost all sense of direction and began to flail about aimlessly. Yuzhe whistled, and Shandian lunged from the side, clamping onto the tiger's hind leg with tenacity. Zhiqing joined the fray, nimbly leaping onto the tiger's back, its sharp claws scratching at the beast's ears. The tiger struggled violently, but without sight, it was akin to a headless fly. From her perch in the tree, Yun Yao's heart raced as she clutched her clothing, fixated on the rampaging tiger. Yuzhe, with keen eyes, recognized the moment and aimed his rifle at the tiger's throat. With a thunderous shot, warm blood gushed forth as the tiger's massive body collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Concerned that the tiger might still have strength left, Yuzhe fired 2 more shots into its vital areas before finally feeling at ease. The tiger was dead, and the tension that had gripped Yuzhe dissipated. He glanced up at Yun Yao in the tree, exclaiming, "Wife, we did it." Yun Yao, filled with excitement, slid down from the tree and embraced Yuzhe tightly. "Azay, we actually defeated a tiger. Indeed, this tiger is full of treasures. We must keep this a secret from the village chief. Otherwise, we would have to hand it over." Yun Yao suggested, "Let us transport it in batches. You can take the small path back home later." After pondering for a few moments, Yuzhe replied, "How about this? You follow Shandian down the mountain first, while I transport the prey in stages. Does that work?" On the journey, the prey was nearly entirely claimed by Yuzhe, and Yun Yao followed the lightning down the mountain without encountering any peril. He contemplated sending Yun Yao away to transfer the tiger into the spatial wooden house, ensuring its preservation. Processing it in batches would not only be laborious, but also compromise its freshness. Although Yun Yao was a delightful companion, he preferred to keep the secret of the spatial realm to himself, as such bizarre matters were best known only to him. As Yun Yao accompanied the lightning, Yuzhe, after ensuring the area was devoid of both humans and beasts, brought the tiger into the spatial wooden house. He first collected the tiger's blood, then proceeded to remove its skin, extracting the gallbladder and entrails as well. Fortunately, his bullets had struck only the eyes and throat, leaving the entire pelt intact. He intended for a Yao to fashion the tiger's skin into garments, adding an outer layer to provide warmth while remaining inconspicuous. Moreover, the tiger's bones, particularly its patella, were excellent for infusing into liquor. He recalled having 10 bottles of matai in the previous lottery, which would be perfect for concocting tiger bone liquor, a potent restorative drink. Yuzhe mused that adding a few drops of the spiritual spring to the tiger bone liquor would render it extraordinarily powerful. He planned to sell only the tiger meat and blood on the black market while retaining the remaining bones, skin, claws, tail, and gallbladder for himself. The tiger's fangs could be fashioned into pendants for the two unborn little ones, serving as protective talismans. He estimated that the tiger meat alone would not fetch a substantial price on the black market. Given the ample supply of matai, Yuzhe resolved to sell the tiger meat, blood, and a bottle of tiger bone liquor to the black market boss in exchange for a greater assortment of antiques. Chapter 90. Hugu Jiao. After Yuzhe had dealt with the tiger in the secluded space, the day had grown late. He placed some tiger meat and fur into his backpack, covering them with herbs and leaves, and began his descent home, needing to put on a show for his wife. Upon returning, Yun Yao indeed inquired, "Azay, why have you returned home so late?" She had waited a considerable time, her heart heavy with worry. Yuzhe, with an unchanging demeanor, replied, "Oh, I was processing the tiger meat on the mountain, and it took longer than expected. What about the remaining meat?" Yun Yao estimated that the northeast tiger weighed around 500 pounds, and it would take him several trips to bring it all down. Having such an abundance of meat at home would be too conspicuous. Lu Su Mei was not a trustworthy person and would surely spread rumors. "I have concealed some in a cave. Tonight, I plan to visit the black market to sell it." Yun Yao nodded, acknowledging that having so much meat at home was indeed too eye-catching, but expressed concern. "Isn't the black market dangerous? Shouldn't I accompany you? It would be even more inconvenient with you there. If I encounter trouble, I can flee alone. You are pregnant, and it would be difficult." Yun Yao's heart sank, and she dejectedly said, "It's all my fault for being useless. I wish I could help you. You have already aided me. Without your beast-repelling powder, we wouldn't have hunted the tiger so smoothly. Do not worry. I have been to the black market several times. I will be fine." "All right, then I will wait for you at home." That evening, Yuzhe prepared the cut tiger meat and a bottle of hugujio, storing them carefully before heading to the black market on his bicycle. Recently, Boss Yuan had acquired numerous trophies, and upon seeing Yuzhe, he no longer exhibited the same enthusiasm as before. Sitting with a commanding presence in his chair, he did not even glance at Yuzhe and asked, "So, what have you brought this time?" "A large insect," Yuzhe replied indifferently. "What?" Yuan Fonglin sprang from his chair, his expression one of shock. "You caught a large insect? Did you do it alone?" Although Yuan Fonglin had previously collected large insects, it had been quite some time. "That is not important. I only have tiger meat, tiger blood, and a bottle of hugujio. Would you like to purchase it?" "What? Of course I want it. But where is the most important tiger whip?" The next moment, Yuan Fonglin seemed to realize he had overreacted regarding the tiger whip. Clearing his throat awkwardly, "The tiger whip and the tiger skin, those are what I desire most." Yuzhe cast a cryptic glance at Yuan Fonglin, pondering his fervent craving for the tiger whip. "I have other uses for those and cannot part with them. However, there will be more opportunities. There are not just one tiger on the mountain. Do not underestimate my hugujio. It is undoubtedly more effective than the tiger whip. You will know once you catch a whiff of it." Yuan Fonglin, somewhat skeptical, asked, "Really?" His respect for Yuzhe increased, realizing that he spoke of future opportunities. It was astonishing. An ordinary person could boast about catching a tiger for a lifetime, yet here was someone already considering the next hunt. This individual was not simple. He must have several formidable companions assisting him in the hunt. A large insect was not as easily hunted as a wild boar, which would not climb trees. Even with a gun, poor marksmanship could lead to one's demise at the jaws of a tiger. Yuan Fonglin personally accompanied Yuzhe to the dilapidated shed to inspect the goods. "This tiger blood is truly fresh. Did you acquire it today?" Yuzhe remained noncommittal. "Boss Yuan, take a look at this wine." Yuan Fonglin took the hugujio, uncapped it, and the robust aroma of the liquor burst forth, allowing him to discern its extraordinary value with just a whiff. "I also possess a bottle of this wine, but it does not compare to yours. This hugu is indeed exceptional." Yuzhe nodded. "How could it not be extraordinary? I even added some spiritual spring water. Once the years come when capturing large insects leads to imprisonment, this hugujio will become even more valuable. Is there truly no tiger skin?" Yuan Fonglin pressed on, unwilling to relent. He had long desired a tiger skin coat, a symbol of warmth and prestige. "Perhaps next time," Yuzhe replied dismissively. Ultimately, the hugujio sold for 360 coins, and Yuzhe opted not to take the money for the tiger meat and blood, instead exchanging it for antiques from Boss Yuan. He selected 5 treasures: a Ming Dynasty agate plum blossom cup, a Ming Dynasty gemstone wide gold bracelet, a Qing Dynasty jade cowherd ornament, a Qing Dynasty stone lotus-shaped snuff bottle, and an old medical book. Initially, Yuzhe had no intention of taking the worn medical book, but the appraisal machine indicated it held substantial value, prompting him to request it from Yuan Fonglin. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Fonglin said, "Brother, this book is so tattered, I will not charge you." "Boss Yuan, it seems many of these treasures are from the Qing dynasty. Do you not have anything older?" Yu Zhe mused that Ming dynasty gold ornaments were the most aesthetically pleasing. Even a man like him found them luxurious. During Zheng He's voyages to the west, many nations presented gemstones, leading to an abundance of ornate jewelry during the Ming dynasty. You have a discerning eye. I cannot distinguish the dynasties. I simply bought what appeared authentic. If you appreciate antiques, I will keep an eye out for you in the future, Yuan Fonglin said, having just secretly sampled a sip of the Hugujio, longing for Yu Zhe to sell him a few more bottles. However, he understood the rarity of such a treasure. Yu Zhe likely had only one bottle, which he had already given to him. He needed to devise a way to acquire more antiques to keep Yu Zhe around, ensuring a steady supply of this exquisite liquor. Upon returning home with the book, Yu Zhe found Yun Yao's expression more jubilant than when she had unearthed ginseng that day. Heavens, this is the Qianjin Yao Fongbai's son Yao Wang from the Tang dynasty, and it's an authentic piece. Zhe, where did you get this? I acquired it from the black market boss. Is it very valuable? That boss is incredibly capable, Yun Yao exclaimed, her hands trembling with excitement as she held the book. It is good if it helps you. I was worried it might be a counterfeit, Yu Zhe jested. This is undoubtedly genuine. My grandfather also possesses a copy. There are over 30 volumes in this collection, encompassing gynecology, pediatrics, typhoid, internal medicine, acupuncture, and thousands of prescriptions. Yu Zhe was astonished. So many? Where are the others? Chapter 91. Have you followed me? Yun Yao sighed, stating that her grandfather mentioned that those had already been taken by the Japanese, and she hoped one day they could be retrieved. Yu Zhe assured her that it was indeed possible, as those belonged to Xiaogua and would not remain lost forever. Yes, I think so too, she replied. Yao, with this tiger skin, you should make yourself a small coat with the sewing machine. Yun Yao felt reluctant, noting that the leftover fabric was only enough for one adult coat. She thought it better to make clothes and hats for Che Che and Cheng Cheng. For children do not fear the cold as adults do. If I make them clothes, they won't wear them next year, and the fabric will be wasted. I should make something for you, dear wife. I don't want that. You are the pillar of our family, and the tiger skin should be worn by you. Besides, if I make it for you, we can both wear it. Trust me. Yu Zhe laughed. As a man, I fear not the cold, but if I wear it, you can hide in my embrace, and we shall walk together like conjoined twins, impervious to the chill. Yun Yao, oh, you are truly insatiable with your wit. Alas, if only my father-in-law were here. I would let him taste this tiger bone wine, and he would surely be overjoyed. My father wants to be back soon, but that old man Shin mentioned that his soldier grandson had come back and knew about my father's situation. He is safe for now. This wine should be for my father. His leg has just healed, and it would be perfect for him. Yu Zhe scoffed. Why should he drink? I will only give it to him after he has divorced Lu Su Mei. And look at him, working every day with such vigor. He is like an ox. He doesn't need the wine. He is in great shape. Speaking of Lu Su Mei, Yu Zhe was set to initiate the first step of his plan the next day. First, to visit Shaohe village and seek out Cao Xiaoping. To deal with Lu Su Mei, he must first approach her son. The next day, Yu Zhe went to Shaohe village and found Cao Xiaoping. You may not know this yet, but Wang Chao has been sent to the farm. At that moment, Cao Xiaoping was working in the fields, and upon hearing the news, he dropped his tools in shock. How did he end up at the farm? He must have messed up. Poor Qin Shui Hua. Just married and now a widow, he sighed. If it were anyone else, Yu Zhe might have chosen to convey the news in a roundabout manner. However, with a simple-minded man like Cao Xiaoping, there was no need for such subtleties. He delivered the news directly. Cao Xiaoping, being infatuated, would surely seek out Qin Shui Hua. After saying what he needed to, Yu Zhe departed. Cao Xiaoping, in a daze, worked the entire morning. By noon, he could no longer continue and requested an afternoon off to visit Huaihua village in search of Qin Shui Hua. Upon arriving at Huaihua village, he spotted Qin Shui Hua working from a distance, but Lu Su Mei was nearby, making it unwise to approach her now. Cao Xiaoping found a hidden corner and decided to wait until nightfall to sneak into Qin Shui Hua's yard. He waited and waited until the sun set, until every household had finished their meals and the moon hung high in the sky, before stealthily entering Qin Shui Hua's home. Cao Xiaoping threw pebbles at a window he had prepared beforehand, knowing that Shui Hua was in that room, having watched it longingly on her wedding day. The pebbles were their secret signal, and he believed she would surely come out to meet him. Yet, Cao Xiaoping waited all night, drenched in dew, without seeing Chen Shuihua emerge. Disheartened, he returned to the village and continued working. After a day of labor, he ventured back to Huaihua village to find her again. This time, he repeated the pebble throwing, and after several attempts, Chen Shuihua finally appeared. Her face was tense with anxiety as she pulled Cao Xiaoping to a secluded tree, scolding him hurriedly. "What do you want from me? Do you know how close I was to being discovered?" Cao Xiaoping grasped her hand and placed it over his heart. "Shuihua, I just miss you so much." Chen Shuihua scoffed. "Miss me? Why didn't you come sooner?" "Shuihua, come with me. We are the perfect revolutionary partners. Wang Chao won't return for a long time. How will you endure alone as a new bride?" Chen Shuihua was taken aback. "Are you joking? How could I possibly go with you? I'll take you to see the village head, or the team leader. I'll speak nicely, and as long as you agree, they will surely support us." In the countryside, marriages are often simple affairs, without formal certificates, merely a meal shared, and Cao Xiaoping believed he still had a chance. Not marrying Chen Shuihua weighed heavily on his heart. If he did not bring her home, it would remain a thorn in his side for life. "Don't think that since I've been married once, I require a bride price. If you want to marry me, you'll need to come up with at least 30 yuan. 30 yuan? Shuihua, that is far too much. Wang Chao didn't he spend that much? Wang Chao is different. He married me properly. If I marry you now, do you know how much gossip I would endure? What would others say?" Cao Xiaoping was at a loss for words, realizing she was right. He gritted his teeth and declared, "It's just 30 yuan. Don't worry, I'll ask my mother for it. My stepfather has money. She will surely find a way to help us." "Really?" Chen Shuihua looked skeptical. If that is true, marrying again wouldn't be out of the question. 2 years had been far too long, and the winter in Heisheng was unbearable. Wang Chao's mother was exceedingly troublesome, constantly blaming her for not managing Wang Chao well, leaving her every day filled with frustration. "But if I marry you, where will we live? I don't want to stay with your grandparents. Living with my grandparents will only be temporary. My mother will definitely build us a new house in the future. Rest assured." Cao Xiaoping painted a grand picture, but Chen Shuihua was not convinced. "First, show me the money. Just wait. I'll go ask my mother for the money in the next few days." Cao Xiaoping abruptly lifted Chen Shuihua's face and swiftly kissed her on the lips before turning to run. "Wait for my good news." The next day, Yu Xiu returned. Yuzhe did not wish for Yu Xiu to come back, but his troublesome father specifically went to town to remind Yu Xiu to remember to return for the 100-day feast of Yu Pengjiang's grandson. He lamented that not returning would hurt Yu Pengjiang's feelings and insisted on understanding social niceties. "It had been quite some time since I last saw Yu Xiu, and she appeared to be in even better spirits, carrying a bag of items upon her return." With a beaming smile, Yu Xiu said, "Sister-in-law, I have made several outfits for my little nephew and niece. What do you think?" Yuzhe eagerly grabbed a small garment, exclaiming, "This is quite well made, but why is it so tiny?" As he observed the little shirt, which was nearly the size of his palm, he questioned, "Did you perhaps make it too small?" Yu Xiu widened her eyes in disbelief, retorting, "How could that be? I specifically used the clothes of our factory's female colleagues' children as a reference. You, brother, a rugged man, wouldn't understand such nuances." Yun Yao tenderly caressed the tiny outfit, her expression softening. "The fabric is so soft, and there are no loose threads. Show her, you have put a lot of thought into this. I truly appreciate it. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the little ones." Yu Xiu replied, "Sister-in-law, there's no need for such formality. I have a great fondness for little children. They are so small, resembling little toys." Yuzhe was touched by the tiny garment, his heart melting at the realization of how small newborns are, igniting a deeper longing for his 2 children. "Show her, this fabric is truly excellent. Where did you acquire it?" Yu Xiu explained, "I exchanged fabric coupons with my female colleagues at the factory, allowing me to purchase material from there. The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't even have this fabric available now. It is 100% cotton, perfect for newborns. I also made an outfit for Yu Delei's son," she added. Yu Delei is the eldest son of Yu Pengjiang, making him Yuzhe and Yu Xiu's cousin. The gathering was to celebrate the 100-day milestone of Yu Delei's son. Yuzhe, puzzled, asked, "Didn't you find him rather disagreeable? Why make clothes for his child?" Yu Xiu responded, "I do dislike him, but father mentioned that since I now work in the city, it wouldn't be appropriate to attend the 100-day banquet empty-handed. So, I thought, why not bring a gift? Besides, this fabric is not as good as yours." Yu Xiu was very dutiful. She endeavored to comply with the requests of Yu Pengchuan as long as they were not too unreasonable. Father is truly something else. His leg was injured because of Yu Pengjiang, and he hasn't even visited him, yet he still expects you to do him a favor. Those ungrateful wretches, this clothing is a waste on them. Just as Yu Zhe finished speaking, Yu Pengchuan returned. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, he initially smiled, but then his brow furrowed as he scrutinized her appearance. He gravely advised, "Xiao, you must not wear that outfit tomorrow." Chapter 92. The Black Land. Yu Xiao was perplexed. "Father, why? Your attire is far too ostentatious. As a divorced young lady, dressing so flamboyantly to dine at your uncle's house is bound to elicit comments from your grandmother." Yu Zhe scoffed. "Father, do you not know my grandmother? Regardless of what Xiao wears, she will undoubtedly find something to criticize." Yu Pengchuan furrowed his brow. "Such lack of decorum. You ought not to speak of your grandmother in that manner." Yu Xiao cast a glance at her ensemble, a blue checkered dress. "Father, this dress is perfectly ordinary. It covers my arms and knees. Will my grandmother still have something to say about it?" This dress was crafted by Yun Yao on her sewing machine, and Yu Xiao adored it, often donning it. "Regardless, do not wear it tomorrow," Yu Pengchuan stated grumpily. "I want to wear this dress tomorrow, as I have already worn it today and sweated in it. Tomorrow, I shall wear a different short-sleeved shirt." Although Yu Xiao planned not to wear the dress again, her father's remarks left her feeling uncomfortable. Could a divorced woman not wear beautiful clothing? "Xiao, your father is merely looking out for your best interests. Working alone in the city and dressing so attractively will surely invite gossip from the women around you. One never knows what tales they might weave." Yu Zhe interjected, "Enough, enough. Father, when did you become so nagging? My sister should wear whatever she pleases. We are not living in ancient times. If anyone dares to gossip, let them face our family's wrath." Very well, very well. If you find my age a burden and my words tedious, I shall say no more. You may do as you wish. Remember, there is much work to be done tomorrow. We need to plant rice seedlings. At noon, you are to visit your uncle's house for a meal, and you must return to work in the afternoon. Keep track of the time. Your uncle will likely host many guests tomorrow and will be quite busy. Yu Zhe, if you have enough work points, take your wife and sister to lend a hand." Yu Zhe rolled his eyes. "I decline." Yu Xiao and Yu Zhe chose to ignore Yu Pengchuan and retreated into the house. Left alone in the living room, Yu Pengchuan wore a complex expression, sighing inwardly. How is it that this generation fails to grasp the essence of familial love and camaraderie? This is a testament to my shortcomings as a father. Upon entering the house, Yu Xiao retrieved a cloth bag. "Brother, here are the bean and radish seeds you asked me to buy from the supply and marketing cooperative last time. What do you need the seeds for?" Yu Xiao pondered, as their home had little land to cultivate. Yu Zhe feigned nonchalance. "Just planting for fun." Later that evening, while the family slumbered, Yu Zhe stealthily crept into the bathroom and accessed the space. The land he had won in the lottery had yet to be turned over, and he seized this opportunity to do so. For 4 arduous hours, Yu Zhe labored in the space, barely completing half of the 2 acres. Had it not been for the rejuvenating spring water he drank, he would have been utterly exhausted. To his surprise, after clearing the weeds from the barren land, he uncovered rich black soil. Black land. It must be exceptional for cultivation. He mused, estimating that both the growth rate and quality would surpass that of ordinary soil. As the clock struck 3 or 4 in the morning outside, Yu Zhe planted the seeds Yu Xiao had bought in a small patch before losing motivation. He still needed to procure a wild ox. Previously, he had heard his father, Yu Pengchuan, mention spotting wild oxen in the mountains. He resolved to search for one in the coming days, as relying solely on human strength would take too long. If he utilized an ox for plowing, the 2 acres could be completed in a day, as opposed to the 4 or 5 days he would require on his own. He wondered whether the grass in the space would be suitable for the ox. If not, he would have to periodically venture to the mountain to gather some. After several hours of labor, Yu Zhe returned to the wooden house, drank a glass of water, and decided it was time for a lottery draw. He aimed for a triple draw, using the jade ornament, plum blossom cup, and snuff bottle. Once he placed the 3 items into the lottery machine, the lights began to flash rapidly, eventually halting after a few dozen seconds. Silk quilt, autumn and winter edition, 1. Handwoven comfortable bamboo mat, 1. Black provincial Xiangyang town noodles, 10 Jean. Hope Brigade soil soap, 10. Military green 65 style water bottle, 3. National bicycle tickets, 5. Family planning supplies, 1 box. Handmade cedar wood bathtub, 1. Internal special supply cigarettes, 10. Upon hearing the mention of the soil soap, Yuze's lips twitched. He loathed its scent, which was only suitable for laundry. In the village, it was mockingly referred to as stinky soap. Aside from these items, the rest consisted of various fabrics, pots, and pans, and Yuze felt they lacked significant value. It seemed that even a series of draws could yield no miracles. Perhaps the items he had entered were not particularly valuable. Yuze pondered whether the lottery machine had an appetite for gold. It had devoured 100 grams of his gold bar last time, resulting in the machine's appearance. If he fed it more gold, it might upgrade and yield more useful items. He resolved to experiment with gold next time. After the lottery, Yuze counted his savings. The money he had taken from Li Man Chuang had been given to his younger sister. Currently, he possessed a little over 200 yuan from Lu Su Mei and over 1,000 from the robbery, alongside the funds he had collected from the black market, though he had spent some in between. After tallying everything, he realized he had just over 2,000. It appeared that he was still far from becoming a wealthy individual. Moving forward, he needed to be more diligent, hunting and visiting the black market frequently, striving to achieve his goal of wealth. He envisioned saving up for future business ventures, perhaps opening a video hall, while his wife could run a clothing store. Both would be lucrative enterprises. Yuze set aside the funds he acquired from Lu Su Mei, intending to use them to set a trap for her. Chapter 93. 100 Days of Meals. After arranging the items obtained from the lottery, Yuze exited the space. After several hours of labor, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He slept soundly until dawn, and by the time he awoke, his father had already left for work. Yun Yao also did not go to work today, choosing to stay home with Yu Xiu, who had taken a 3-day leave and would return to the town the day after tomorrow. Aze, you're up. I'll go cook some noodles for you, Yu Xiu said as she entered Yuze's room, leaning against the doorframe with a teasing smile. Big brother, you're so fortunate. No work to do and a beautiful wife to cook for you. My sister-in-law needed the dough early this morning just because you mentioned wanting to eat knife-cut noodles last night. Your life is enviable. It must make the other young men in the village green with envy. I merely rely on hunting and have completed enough work points to avoid labor. If they envy me, they can also go hunt. The mountains are there, and everyone must rely on their own skills, Yuze replied. Yu Xiu nodded thoughtfully. Brother, you make a valid point. Climbing the mountains is arduous, and hunting is perilous. Yuze rose to brush his teeth and wash his face. Upon seeing his toothbrush, Yu Xiu's curiosity piqued. Brother, where did you buy this toothbrush? It looks quite effective. I made it myself from pig bristles and wood. Do you like it? I made quite a few. I can give you 2 to take home, he offered. I do like it. I haven't received my salary yet, and have been using willow branches to brush my teeth, which are quite prickly. Yuze handed her 2 toothbrushes, and after trying one, Yu Xiu exclaimed, This toothbrush is fantastic. I see the ones our dormitory mates bought from the supply and marketing cooperative are nowhere near as good as yours. Their brush heads are so large, they often end up bleeding, while yours is just the right size. Yuze raised an eyebrow. Indeed, don't be deceived by its small size. It takes considerable effort to make. The pig bristles have a strong odor, and I had to wash them several times with soap pods and wood ash before attaching them to the wood. After Yuze finished brushing his teeth, Yun Yao had also completed cooking the noodles. 3 bowls of knife-cut noodles were beautifully presented, each strand thick in the middle and thin at the edges, topped with a poached egg. Brother, are we not saving the eggs for bartering for salt? Yu Xiu inquired. No longer required. Your sister-in-law is pregnant and needs to eat eggs daily for her health, Yuze explained. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, Yu Xiu picked up her chopsticks. Then I'm benefiting from my sister-in-law's good fortune. These noodles smell divine. I've made knife-cut noodles before, but they never turned out as beautifully as yours. Yun Yao smiled. It's quite simple. After boiling the noodles, take a bowl of clean hot water to rinse them. This keeps the broth from becoming cloudy. Sprinkle a bit of chopped green onion and drizzle with sesame oil, and it's ready. Ah, I see. I've learned something new. No wonder my noodles never turn out as clear and delicious as yours. After breakfast, Yun Yao began to stir-fry the herbs brought back from the mountains. This was one method of processing medicinal materials to enhance their efficacy. Yu Xiu also assisted in sorting through the unclassified herbs, discarding the weeds and inferior ones. Sister-in-law, with so many herbs, how can we possibly consume them all? She asked. Many of these are not for consumption. I intend to sell them to the supply and marketing cooperative to exchange for some currency, Yun Yao replied. Yu Xiu expressed her astonishment. Sister-in-law, you're impressive. Suddenly, Yun Yao remembered something and grabbed Yu Xiu's wrist to check her pulse. Frowning, She asked, "How has your menstrual cycle been recently?" "It's quite scant and somewhat brownish," Yu Xiao replied. "That's it then. I'll prepare some medicine for you. You can simply brew it with boiling water and drink it for half a month. By the time your next cycle comes, the color and flow should return to normal," Yun Yao advised. Yu Zhe, chopping firewood in the courtyard, overheard Yun Yao and handed Yu Xiao a cup of water infused with linquan. "Sister, drink some water." Yu Xiao accepted the cup, taking a sip. "Really? I thought the symptom was serious. I mentioned it to my dorm mates, and they said it's quite common for married women to have irregular cycles, so I didn't take it to heart." She explained, "While menstrual issues are indeed common, if they can be regulated, it will benefit various aspects such as complexion, sleep, and fertility." Yun Yao continued, "By the way, sister-in-law, our dormitory mate Zhiqing has a cousin who is the daughter of the county committee secretary. I heard her cousin has been having irregular cycles. Can you treat her?" "I could, but if she hasn't approached us directly, we should refrain from intervening. Offering unsolicited medical advice will likely be unwelcome," Yun Yao replied. Yu Zhe stacked the firewood neatly and agreed, "What your sister-in-law says is correct. If you've already hinted at your health to your family, Zhiqing, if she is considerate, will inform her cousin." Yu Xiao nodded, "I understand, brother." By around 11 in the morning, Yu Pengchuan returned, and everyone set off together to Yu Pengjiang's home. As they reached the courtyard, the lively chatter inside was clearly audible. It appeared that Yu Pengjiang had invited many relatives and friends for a meal. "I don't like crowded gatherings like this. Brother, let us just eat a little and head home," Yu Xiao suggested. "All right," Yu Zhe agreed. Upon entering, Grandma Chen Sanrong quipped with a sarcastic tone, "Oh dear, you've come so late. Even the local emperor doesn't have such airs." "Grandma, it's no longer fashionable to refer to local emperors. If others hear this, they might think you intend to bring feudal practices to our Huaihua village," Yu Zhe remarked. Chen Sanrong fell silent, realizing her faux pas, her expression turning somewhat unsightly, but she closed her mouth nonetheless. Zhang Xiaofan approached. "Ah, Xiao Xiao, it's been ages since I last saw you. I heard you're working in the city now?" "Yes," Yu Xiao replied. Zhang Xiaofan's gaze scrutinized Yu Xiao, immediately noticing the items she was carrying. "What did you bring, Xiao Xiao?" Little Kong was being held by Yu Dali's wife, Ding Fong. Zhang Xiaofan pulled the item from Yu Xiao's hand, exclaiming, "Oh, what a lovely little outfit." Ding Fong took it over, her previously indifferent demeanor lighting up. "This outfit is truly beautiful." The expressions of the women across the room shifted too quickly, leaving Yu Xiao speechless. Internally cursing, "What a bunch of opportunists." Grandma muttered, "It's just a piece of clothing. Look at how thrilled you all are. It won't fill your stomach, so it's better to bring something to eat." At that moment, Lu Sume presented half a pound of brown sugar from her hand, saying, "Mother, this is what Pengchuan and I brought for Dali's wife. It's great for making a drink to boost health." Lu Sume had painstakingly procured this brown sugar from her family, knowing that Yu Zhe disliked his grandmother's family, hence she intended to irritate him by offering it in front of him. Chen Sanrong immediately answered, "All right, let us go in and dine." Lu Sume cast a triumphant glance at Yu Zhe. Yu Zhe thought to himself, "Is something wrong?" Delivering a token feels akin to paying homage to Empress Cixi. In the main hall, although every household's circumstances were less than favorable and the food lacked richness, occasions such as a child's 100-day celebration prompted hosts to make an effort to serve some meat, even if it was minced and scattered, to create an air of festivity. It seemed that Yu Dali's household was no exception today, with a large bowl of pork braised with cabbage adorning the table. Oh, no, it should be cabbage braised with pork, with cabbage as the primary ingredient. Yu Zhe, like a fisherman casting a net, managed to snag a slice of pork, albeit thin enough to see the wrinkled face of the grandmother across the table through it. How frugal. As they were dining, another guest arrived. Zhang Xiaofan stood up with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Xiangzi, you finally made it. We have been waiting for you for quite some time." There, that was Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao paused momentarily, perplexed by Zhang Xiaofan's unexpected attention. The man named Xiangzi turned his gaze to Yu Xiao, his eyes brightening as he reached out his hand. "Hello, Comrade Yu Xiao. My name is Zhang Chong." Chapter 94. A visit to the riverbank. Yu Zhe's expression turned cold as he said, "Aunt, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing much. This is my dear younger brother. He has come for a meal." "Oh, and he happens to be single, just like Xiao Xiao. I thought it would be nice for the two young ones to get acquainted," Zhang Xiaofan added, turning to Zhang Chong. "Xiangzi, Xiao Xiao works at the textile factory. Just look at her figure. It's splendid." Zhang Chong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Yu Xiao appeared quite commendable, albeit a divorcee, but with a job, she could barely be deemed suitable for him. Yu Xiao ignored Zhang Chang's outstretched hand and continued eating her meal. Zhang Xiaofan became displeased. Xiao Xiao, how rude can you be? He is trying to shake your hand. Yu Xiao impatiently lifted her head. Aunt Xiaofan, is this your grandson's 100-day feast? Or a matchmaking event you have orchestrated? Zhang Xiaofan's earlier words had left her feeling nauseated, as if she were being presented like an object for Zhang Chang's appraisal. Yuzhe slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Your brother thinks he is worthy of my sister? If your family is too poor to afford a mirror, they should at least go to the riverbank to take a look. With those squinty eyes, protruding teeth, and a height shorter than my sister, when he talks, those thick lips could slice vegetables. Yuzhe's description elicited laughter from the surrounding relatives and friends. Zhang Chang, who had always been pampered by his parents and older sister, had never endured such humiliation. His face turned darker than a pot bottom, and he stormed out in anger. Hey Changzi, don't leave, you haven't eaten. Zhang Xiaofan called after her younger brother, stamping her foot in frustration. Yuzhe, why do you speak so harshly? Is it untrue? If it is, then your brother's emotional resilience is exceedingly poor. Yu Pengchuan also found Zhang Chang unappealing. Clearing his throat, he said, Xiaofan, do not force an unsuitable match. My Yu Xiao is not compatible with your brother. Zhang Xiaofan scoffed. If even my brother isn't suitable, who do you expect to be? Oh, I understand now. Since you are in the city, you wish for her to find a city dweller? Chen Sanrong glanced at her grandson Yu Dafei, her wrinkled face furrowing. Yu Xiao, as a girl in the city, it's not good for you. You should be helping your brother Dafei with his work. Yu Pengjiang had 2 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest son, Yu Dalai, and youngest son, Yu Dafei, were both unmarried, while his daughters were already married. Chen Sanrong turned to Yu Pengchuan, asking, Eldest, do you not agree? Yu Pengchuan sighed wearily. Mother, Xiao Xiao has a city residence. Only those with city residency can work in city jobs. Dafei cannot do so without a residency. Chen Sanrong's face fell, her suspicion evident. Is that true? Of course it is true. Mother, would I deceive you? Chen Sanrong sighed deeply. Ah, what a waste. Such good city jobs, and you want a girl to squander them. Yu Xiao, if you encounter any chance in the city, find a way to bring your brother Dafei over. He is a capable person. Do not let him languish in our village. Yuzhe chuckled. When did I miss seeing any capability in Yu Dafei? Chen Sanrong could spin even death into life with her words. Yu Pengjiang shot a disapproving look at Yuzhe. What are you laughing at? I laugh because grandma lacks discernment. Xiao Xiao is my dear sister. If she truly had any opportunity, it would undoubtedly be for me, her brother, not for Yu Dafei. Chen Sanrong retorted, but that is not the same. You are already married, and you have put down roots in this village. Dafei has not yet found a wife. If he could work in the city and marry a city girl, our family could prosper. Yu Pengjiang concurred. Indeed, he would be able to take better care of Yu Xiao. Women, especially those like her who have ventured out and divorced, must rely more on their brothers. Old lady, have you lost your mind? With Yu Dafei's lack of ambition, expecting him to care for my sister would be a blessing if he does not become a burden. Xiao, let us leave. There is nothing worth eating here, just a family of blood-sucking leeches. Before departing, Yuzhe made sure to take away the clothes Yu Xiao had brought and the brown sugar that Lu Sumei had brought along. Without looking back, Yuzhe, Yu Xiao, and Yun Yao swiftly exited. Ding Fong, Yu Dalai's wife, was left dumbfounded, complaining, What are you doing? Why bring up work at a meal? They took away such nice clothes. Chen Sanrong's face darkened. How was I to know that these things Yuzhe brought would be taken back? Truly shameless. After Yuzhe left, Lu Sumei and Yu Pengchuan remained. Chen Sanrong, full of anger, began to scold Yu Pengchuan, who kept his head down in silence. Mother, mother. Lu Sumei looked outside, seeing her son calling for her. Why is our son here? Old Yu, I will step out for a moment. Lu Sumei hurried outside. Xiaoping, why are you here? Chao Xiaoping grasped Lu Sumei's hand. Mom, you must help me this time. I want to marry. What? Marry? Which girl have you taken a liking to? Lu Sumei felt delighted. Her son had finally moved on from Chun Tzuhua and was now thinking about marrying. Chapter 95. On the edge of life and death, it is not another girl, but Tzuhua. I wish to marry Tzuehua. Lu Sumei felt as though she had been struck on the head with a heavy object, her mind spinning. Son, are you out of your mind? Tzuehua is already married. How can you marry her? Chao Xiaoping muttered. Even if she is married, she can still get a divorce. Just like Yu Xiao, she can also leave. Tzuehua doesn't he even have those pesky certificates? She can still divorce. Absolutely not. You cannot marry Cuehua. If you marry her, what face will our Chao family and the Lu family have? You, a young man who has never been married, going after a woman who has been married before. Why must you choose her among so many unmarried girls in Shenyang town? I don't care. Mom, if you don't let me marry Cuehua, I will jump into the river. I will die? Zhaoping, how can you threaten your mother over a woman? Humph. This is your debt to me. Who made you not marry Cuehua for me the first time? Lu Sumei feared her son might do something foolish, so she pretended to agree. All right, how much do you want? 30 yuan. 30 yuan. Are you out of your mind? I heard she didn't even ask for 30 yuan when she married Wang Chao. Lu Sumei exclaimed, astonished. For a second marriage, 5 yuan would suffice. Yet she wants so much? 30 yuan is not excessive. Mother, have you forgotten how much you promised others before? If I wish to marry Cuehua, I must show sincerity. Otherwise, how could she agree? Lu Sumei anxiously paced, suspecting that Chun Cuehua must have cast a spell on her son. No, once her son is married, she must scold that Chun Cuehua, making sure the entire village knows that woman is a harlot, still trying to entice her son despite being married. That was the price for a first marriage. Now it calls for a different fee. Fine, fine. You go back to work for now. I will think of a way. Lu Sumei dismissively told Chao Zhaoping to return to his duties. She was determined to secure the money, so she could have a matchmaker introduce her son to several promising young women. She could not believe that upon meeting a good girl, her son would still desire Chun Cuehua. What merits did she possess? After Chao Zhaoping left, Lu Sumei returned to her room, where Yu Pengchuan was still being reprimanded. Yu Shixing's forehead was bulging with veins. Look at what you've done to your mother. She can't even eat. You should manage your son better. Is this how a father should act? One Yu Zhe, one Yu Xiao, both have been poorly raised. A feast for 100 days, turning into a laughingstock for friends and relatives, had driven Yu Zhe's grandparents, uncles, and aunts to the brink of madness. On Yu Zhe and Yu Xiao's side, they had firmly decided to sever ties from that day forward. Sister, from now on, no matter what father says, we will not go to his house. Yes, we will live on our own. Brother, you brought back your clothes today. It feels so satisfying. I fear grandmother won't sleep a wink tonight. If she can't sleep, so be it. At her age, she doesn't need much rest. Let us see if she dares to speak nonsense again. Once more, she tried to introduce you to sleazy men and sought every possible way to take advantage of our family. Exactly. Yu Xiao was utterly disillusioned with her grandparents. Now, with her sister-in-law Yun Yao by her side and her brother providing support, this was what true happiness felt like. Hey, brother, why are there so many people gathered over there? Yu Xiao pointed towards a cluster of women beneath the water willow tree. At this hour, people typically wouldn't gather, making it quite unusual. As the three approached, they grabbed a woman on the outskirts and asked, Annie, what happened? Oh dear, Chunfeng's child choked on peanuts, and we're trying to get it out. Yun Yao looked into the crowd, and the child's face had turned a shade of purple. She immediately pushed her way through, calling, make way, hand me the child. The child's mother was already frantic, her eyes welling with tears. The child was in distress, clutching at her own throat, unable to free the peanut lodged there. At Yun Yao's command, the distraught mother instinctively handed over the child. Kneeling, Yun Yao laid the child on her arm, using her other hand to vigorously strike the area between the shoulder blades. After several forceful strikes, the peanut still hadn't emerged. Yun Yao quickly flipped the child over and pressed at the center of the chest. Her movements were strong, and the veins in her hands stood out as the child's complexion worsened. Those surrounding watched with bated breath, whispering among themselves. Isn't that Yun Zhiqing? What is she doing? A child that small can't endure such treatment. An elderly woman shouted, what is going on? My grandson is only half a year old. Are you trying to kill him? As she rushed forward to pull Yun Yao away, Yuze stepped in front of her, shouting, if you don't want the child to die, don't move. Just as Yuze finished speaking, the child let out a cry, and a peanut was expelled, causing the pallor of the child's face to fade. The crowd erupted in astonishment. It came out. She really got it out. Chunfeng snatched her child back, relieved to see all was well, and suddenly knelt before Yun Yao, exclaiming, thank you, Yun Zhiqing. Thank you for saving my Erden. Yun Yao hurriedly helped her up. Please, rise. It was a trivial matter. Someone in the crowd remarked, that was too close. In the neighboring town, a child choked like this and lost consciousness within minutes. Chunfeng shuddered at the thought. Yun Zhiqing, I also patted Erden's back like you just did. Why couldn't I get it out? The position and technique are crucial. For a child that small, you need to place him on your lap, with his head lower than his bottom, before you strike. This was a first aid method for foreign objects lodged in the throat, taught to her by her grandfather. The women present, all mothers, listened intently, prompting Yun Yao to elaborate further. For those under 1 year old, it should be done as I just demonstrated. For older children, hold them from behind, make a fist, placing your thumb between the navel and sternum, and apply pressure there. The crowd began buzzing with excitement. How impressive! Yun Zhiqing is truly a knowledgeable person. Yun Zhiqing's composure was remarkable. She didn't seem like a mere girl at all. Yu Xiao and Yu Zhe had stepped back a little, and Yu Xiao whispered, "Brother, those people just now wanted to harm my sister-in-law, and now they're all like this." Yu Zhe remained silent, deep in thought. Upon returning home, Yu Zhe and the others were soon greeted by Chun Feng, who presented a basket of eggs and a generous handful of vegetables. Yun Zhiqing, I must apologize for my mother-in-law's harsh words when you saved my son. My family has already chastised her, and I hope you can overlook her behavior. Yun Yao declined the offering, but Chun Feng hurriedly tossed it aside and dashed away, faster than a rabbit. With no alternatives, Yun Yao remarked, "Azay, there are still kind-hearted individuals in this village. It was merely a small effort to bring such gifts. In any community, goodness and malevolence coexist. Yao, be cautious in the future. Just look at today, had I not been present. That old woman from Chun Feng's family would surely have clawed your face. I apologize, Azay. I was too anxious at that moment, thinking that if I did not intervene, the child would perish. I will be more vigilant in the future." Yu Zhe's expression grew somewhat stern. Merely being cautious is insufficient. Chapter 96. Be a fierce woman, Yao. You must cultivate a stronger disposition. When Lu Su Mei previously pinched you, you recognized her malevolence, yet chose to shield her. Excessive gentleness merely renders one a target, a morsel that many yearn to devour. If you were to unleash a fierce roar today, that old hag would undoubtedly tremble in fear. Yun Yao paused for a moment, reflecting on her character, realizing that she indeed had been far too soft. "My dear wife, we are not lacking in capability. If anyone dares to bully us, we shall retaliate. I would rather see you as a vengeful woman than a meek pushover." Yu Zhe had not spent much time with Yun Yao in his previous life, knowing only that she possessed a kind heart. However, during this period of rebirth, he has come to understand her completely. His environment had shaped him into a vengeful individual. Yet, his wife had been protected too well from a young age. While he engaged in rough play within the village, she was likely indulging in innocent games with other little girls. As the saying goes, an orange grown in the south is sweet, while one grown in the north is bitter, highlighting how environment shapes character. Yun Yao resolutely declared, "I understand, Azay. I will no longer endure the bullying of others." At that moment, her admiration and gratitude towards Yu Zhe deepened. Her husband would not coddle her like a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Instead, he instructed her to wield her sword against adversaries.